Hello everyone. In today's tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how you can easily implement this responsive SaaS landing page step by step using React and Tailwind CSS. Towards the end of today's video, I'm also going to be showing you how you can easily deploy this landing page to the internet with one drag and drop using an amazing platform called Netlify. This tutorial is designed for anyone who is interested in learning how to develop landing pages using React and Tailwind CSS. So without wasting any more time, let's get right into setting up today's project. To get today's project started, we are going to want to access some starter resources. Click on the first link in the description below. This will take you to the code repository for today's project. Once the page loads, press the blue code button. After that, click on download as zip. Within this folder, you will find the starter content folder. This contains the images and assets we will be using throughout our page. Now create a second folder titled Eudora Landing Page and open it in Visual Studio Code. This is where we will actually configure and build today's project. Lastly, if you're interested in looking at the Figma Design page, click on the second link in the description below. Alright, so before we get into configuring today's project, we need to make sure that we have Node installed and Node Package Manager, which is actually responsible for managing the packages that we're going to be installing for today's project. So what you want to do here is go to your terminal on your computer or within VS Code. Once you open your project folder here, you can just go at the top here, hit terminal, hit new terminal, and within here you can type node-v. Okay, and here you can see I have Node 20.11.1. If you do not have Node, then you'll see some error that says command not found or something along those lines. If that's the case, then you're going to want to go to nodejs.org, click on download Node LTS right here, and when the install wizard opens up, you're going to want to make sure that you check this right here that says automatically install the necessary tools. That's going to install Node Package Manager, which again is going to be responsible for managing the packages within our project. But of course, if you do have Node like me, then you're good to go and you can move on to the next section. All right, so now we're going to get into configuring our project for today. So for those of you who do not want to sit through the configuration, you can go into the repository that we downloaded and go to the configured project, bring that into VS Code, and that will have the project configured, ready to go with all of the assets that we're going to need for our project. But I do think it is valuable for you guys to sit through this configuration because there's lots of different things we're going to learn, like how to use Tailwind with React and with Vite, installing different helpers like IntelliSense and Prettier. So I do think it is extremely valuable for those of you who are less familiar with setting up these projects. But again, you can jump to after the configuration section by simply dragging this folder into Visual Studio and then starting from there. Okay. But otherwise, let's get right into configuring today's project. So what we're going to do first is we are going to, again, make sure that we have our project folder open. So Eudora landing page, I have this open in VS Code here. And we're going to go up here and we're going to open a terminal. Okay, now that we're at the command line here, we can start creating or developing or configuring our project, I should say. So npm create vite, npm create vite at latest, and we're going to put a period at the end. So npm create vite at latest with a period. What that does is it says, instead of just creating a project with a folder inside of our current folder, we want to create the project right in the folder that we're already in. So do not create a subfolder for our project. From here, we can just hit enter. We're going to go down to React, and we're going to go down to JavaScript. Okay, so now you can see it says run npm install and then npm run dev. So we can do that. We'll type npm install or npm I. That's going to install all of the dependencies for Vite, and Vite is the build tool that we're using to manage our project today. Once all these dependencies install, we can see that we have all of this boilerplate for our Vite project. So we can go over this in a second. Don't get overwhelmed by it. But we can also run our project. So remember it said npm run dev. So let's do that real quick. npm run dev. And now you can see we are launched at localhost 5173. So if we hit control and click on this or type it in our browser, we can see our project is now live. And there's some default content here, boilerplate content, and a counter. Okay, so this comes with every Vite project out of the box. But we are going to go through the process of deleting this in a second. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is install Tailwind. So what I'm actually going to do here is hit this plus symbol down here, which is going to create another terminal. The beauty in that is that we can now install packages and write commands without having to turn off our site, right? Otherwise, we'd have to run Control-C, which would turn off our site, and then we could run commands, and then we'd have to restart it. But instead, we can just open up a separate terminal here. And now we're going to install, like I said, first Tailwind. So npm install, and npm install, we're going to put -d, so it saves it as a development dependency, not for production. Tailwind CSS at 3. Okay, Tailwind CSS at 3. So we're using Tailwind 3 here. And then we're going to install Post CSS and Auto Prefixer, which doesn't matter too much what those are. Essentially, Tailwind, for it to work, it needs to have Post CSS and Auto Prefixer. So those three tools work together to make Tailwind work. Okay, so make sure you spell those correctly. And now let's check just to make sure within our package.json whether those installed. So we go to our development dependencies, and we can see that we have Tailwind, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. Nice. So now we can move on to creating our Tailwind configuration file. Okay, so let's write npx Tailwind CSS init. All right, so now you can see our tailwind.config.js has been created. And now we can add some stuff to this Tailwind config. So what do we want to add? First, we're going to add into this content array /index.html. And this tells Tailwind that this is the place at which we want to apply our styles. So remember, in single page applications like those that are built with React, we only have one document here, and our entire application is going to live within this root. Okay, and so we're going to apply all of our Tailwind styles to this document, and we specify that right here, /index.html. Now the question is, where should we actually look for Tailwind classes? So you can see it's already trying to prompt me here, but I'm going to type it out. We're going to go into our source folder, then we're going to put 2 wildcard characters that says anything within the source folder, and again, anything within any subfolders there. We're going to look for files that have the extension JS or JSX. As an example, inside source here, we have app.jsx. This is a location at which we may apply Tailwind classes, and so now Tailwind knows to look for classes here and apply them here. Okay? Now we can move on to setting up ESLint. So let's go to eslint.config.js. If you guys don't know, a linter is nothing more than the thing that lints your code. And what I mean by that is it puts red squiggly underlines when you put syntactical errors within your code. Okay, and so all we're going to turn off here, or the only thing we're going to do is turn off one thing, and that's going to be React/prop types. Okay, we're actually going to set it to 0. So that's going to turn it off. And the reason we want to turn off prop types is because that's a little bit of an advanced concept, and for this project, we are not going to be focused on that. So now we could just disable that rule with the React/prop type set to 0, and that goes within our rules object within our ESLint config file here. Okay. Now we're going to move on to configuring Post CSS. So let's go over here to the left and create a new file called postcss.config.js. Actually, we're going to put CJS, postcss.config.cjs, and we're going to export some configurations from here as well. So we're going to say module.exports, and within here, we are going to specify 2 plugins. For PostCSS to work, you can see I actually already got a prompt from GitHub Copilot here. So you just got to type these out. The only the plugins that we need for PostCSS to work are Tailwind and Auto Prefixer. So Tailwind CSS is actually a plugin for PostCSS as well as Auto Prefixer, and that is how we make the whole machine work, so to speak. Now we're going to clear some of the boilerplate out, and by boilerplate I just mean all of the code that Vite adds by default, like all the styling and stuff. We don't want that, of course. So first and foremost, we are going to delete the public folder, which just has our Vite Favicon right here. So let's delete public. Next, we are going to delete our assets folder, which has this React logo right here. Next, we are going to delete app.css. Remember, we're not going to have any style sheets explicitly, any style sheets besides index.css, which will be our entry point for our Tailwind CSS code, or the entry point that Tailwind CSS needs to access our project, so to speak. So we delete app.css. Now let's go to app.jsx and get rid of all of this default content we see on our web page. And we're going to get rid of the state management that you see right here, and get rid of all of these imports, even app.css. Okay, so nice and clean. And we're just going to put an h1 here for now and say hello, comma, world. And we're going to use this text to demonstrate some Tailwind things before we get into today's project. Okay, now let's go into index.css. You can still see there's some default styling here. Let's delete all of this. And now you can see our web page really does have no styling on it, besides the default styles that are applied by the browser, which you can kind of see because this text here is not actually on the wall of the page. it's pushed in a little bit. And that's because by default, the browser will apply its own styles. Okay, and we have to override them or reset them sometimes, which we are going to see in a second. Okay, so now the next thing that we want to do is go to our index.html, and let's actually change our web page title. This is going to be Eudora, and then we'll put a pipe symbol, a pipe symbol, and then say SaaS landing page. Okay, so now we've renamed our web page. And we can go down and add one more thing. This is going to be a meta tag for the description. Now, you guys might be wondering, whoops, there it is, look at that. It already has it. So I'm gonna hit tab here. And you can see that GitHub Copilot like essentially created its own description here. That's actually hilarious. But I'm gonna copy this over from my configured project files here. And I'm going to tell you what this description tag actually is, this meta tag. So again, meta tags are data about data. So we use meta tags to describe different things about our web page. And in this case, we're specifying our description meta tag. The reason we want to add this is for search engine optimization. When Google or other browsers see that we have this description meta tag, it's going to look at our description and it's going to compare that to the results or the search that the user has put into their browser. And if our web page matches, if our description of our web page matches that search, then it's going to help us rank higher. So this is a very important meta tag to have, and it is very important for search engine optimization. So it seems trivial, maybe in the context of a tutorial, but I promise it's important to have this. Okay. The next thing that we want to do is go into index.css, and we're going to add our directives that allow Tailwind to enter our project here. So we're going to type @Tailwind CSS, and we're going to type base. Then we're going to do @Tailwind CSS components. And lastly, @Tailwind CSS utilities. And you can see GitHub Copilot's helped me out here. Now, the reason that we have to do this is because Tailwind needs to be able to apply its classes within our project. So what's happening here is Tailwind, it can enter our project through index.css. And the reason why is because index.css is imported here into main.js, X, and then index.css is now applied to everything within this file, which includes our app. And of course, our app will have our entire project. Okay, so that's how Tailwind makes its way all the way through our project. So now let's go back into index.css. I think there's something else we have to add. No, there's not. But as a quick description, these directives, and it's actually Tailwind, I just realized, not Tailwind CSS. My apologies. That's why those base components and utilities are actually white. So base is Tailwind resets. So this is going to allow Tailwind to kind of reset the styles that our browser applies and normalize them in whatever way Tailwind sees fit here. There's probably some good defaults. Next, we have @Tailwind components. So that imports reusable components like forms, buttons, and typography. And then Tailwind utilities are the actual utility first classes that Tailwind provides us, which we are going to be using in our project. Okay, so that's margin, padding, grid, colors, all of those different things. All right, now let's install some Tailwind helpers. These are going to be very helpful. So go over here into your extensions tab and type in Tailwind IntelliSense. I'm just going to type Tailwind Intel. And so you'll see this here, Tailwind IntelliSense. It's the one that is very popular, 9 million downloads, and you want to install this. Okay. Now Tailwind IntelliSense is going to be very helpful. I'll show you what it does in a second here. Right after we install one other thing, which is Prettier. Prettier is a code formatter, and it will help format our Tailwind classes in a way that makes them much more readable. Okay, so let's go down back to our command line and install this as a node package. So npm install -d. Okay, so we only need Prettier within development. We're going to type Prettier, then Prettier plugin, Tailwind CSS. Okay, so that's the plugin that allows Prettier to work with Tailwind. Okay, so we installed, again, Prettier and then Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. Now, if we go into our package.json, we can see that we have Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS as well as Prettier. All right. So now that we've installed both of those, we just need to do one thing for our configuration for Prettier. To make Prettier work with that plugin, Prettier Tailwind CSS, we're going to create a file called .prettier rc. Okay, that's .prettier rc. And we're going to add one thing in this JSON object. It's going to be a plugins array. And within our plugins array, we are going to add, not Prettier plugin svelte, it's going to be Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. Okay, so again, we just have a plugins array, which is something that we saw here with Post CSS, and I think it's also something we saw here, plugins. So you can see each one of these packages has a bunch of plugins. It's a very common pattern. And here we're just saying for Prettier, we want to plug in Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS, which allows Prettier to work with Tailwind CSS. Okay, now let's actually see what those do. So why did we install those two helpers, IntelliSense and Prettier? I will show you. If we go into app.jsx, we can now add some classes here. So again, in React, we use class name. Oh my God, someone just passed me on my window and it scared me. We can use text red 500. Okay, and so you see how these classes are popping up from Tailwind? That is because Tailwind IntelliSense. So Tailwind IntelliSense, it senses that we are typing within the class name attribute here. And it says, let's provide him the classes that he may need. Okay, so it's almost like an autocomplete, if you will. And then secondly, we have Prettier. Now, what does Prettier do? I will show you, at least in the context of Tailwind, this is what it does. If you type, as an example, another Tailwind utility class, font bold, which we can hover over and see what that does, it under the hood is a way to set font weight to 700. Okay, very convenient way. If we hit save here, you'll see that font bold actually went to the front. Okay, so text red was at the front, right there, and then we saved, and then it went to the front. So the beauty in this formatting that Prettier does for us, where it sorts our Tailwind classes, is that now if we were to have 3 or 4 elements on the page where we were styling text, as an example, let's say we had H1 and a P and something else, then all of their classes would be aligned the same. So if we had another H1 here that had, text accent 400 and it had font medium, our font medium and font bold would both be at the front for both of those elements. And so as we scan our eyes down the page, it would be very easy for us to pick up on the order. So now we don't have to think of the order ourselves and say, oh, should I put my flexbox declarations first and my text declarations after? You don't have to worry about that. Prettier will put together that order for us in a very intuitive and effective way. So both of those are very helpful. Again, we have IntelliSense from Tailwind, and we also have Prettier. Okay. Now we're going to install just a couple more packages. So we're going to be using something called React Icons, which you can look up. Essentially, it just makes it so we can have access to different icons on our page in the form of components. So we literally just instantiate them as React components, and then we have access to an icon like a check mark or a back arrow or whatever it might be. So let's install that real quick. npm install React Icons. npm install React Icons. Okay, you can type npm I as well. And now there's only a couple more things that we need. We can go back into our package.json and see here that we have React Icons installed. And now just a couple things to help you guys out. Within our scripts command here, or our scripts object, we're going to change our dev script. So right here, remember we're running our project right now. Right here, if we turn this off, one thing that you might have noticed is that if we run npm run dev, the project does not open in our browser. We actually have to hit Control and click on the link here to open it in our browser. So I just opened it up. And so that is a problem because ultimately we do not want to have to do that every single time. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to change our dev script here to vite -- open. Now the open flag is going to have the effect of immediately opening the launched website in our browser. So now if we run this dev command again, it's going to open up immediately from that open flag. npm run dev. Okay, and now you guys couldn't see that because it went up on my other monitor, but it immediately launched in my browser. I did not have to click the link in the console here. Okay, and so now there's only a couple more things we want to add. We're going to have a deploy command, which will set up, which will be valuable later when we actually deploy our project to the internet. We're going to say deploy, and deploy command is simply going to be a combination of both our vite build, which we can see used in right here in our build command, and then we're going to say and vite preview open. Okay, and so actually what we're doing here is this command will allow us to build and then launch our website immediately. So again, if we are making a project with in development, but we want to see how it would look when it's in its production form, so the code gets transpiled and compiled and compressed and all these different things so it's ready for production, what we can actually do is we can build the project and then it will put it into a distribution folder. So npm run build, which is going to execute this script here, vite build. Now that puts it in a distribution folder, which again has all of our styles and all of our JavaScript. Okay. And so this distribution folder you can use to deploy to the internet. But you can see here, it did all that transpiling and compiling and this and that. And then you can actually run the preview command right here. So we'll run npm run preview. And this will launch this production version of our website right here that's within our dist folder into our browser. So now this is actually the production version of our site. Okay. So the reason that that is valuable, again, is because we can see what it looks like in production, so to speak, locally, but production code, if you will. So a helpful command that you may need in the future. Now we can move on to a couple customizations. So first and foremost, we do not want to use the sans serif font that comes with Tailwind by default. We're going to override that within our theme extend object. Actually, for the font itself, we're not going to extend the theme, we're going to override it. So let's type here font family. That's how we override the font family in Tailwind. Now, what do we want to override? We want to override our sans font that comes default with Tailwind. And here we are going to put the font for today, which is a lovely, very minimal sans serif font. And we're going to put a fallback font if that font doesn't load of sans serif. Okay, so this font is going to be Poppins, which is, again, a very nice, very minimal font. Okay, so the question is, where's Poppins going to come from? Well, I will show you where Poppins is going to come from. We are going to get it from a website called Google Fonts. fonts.google.com, which is right here. Okay, so go to fonts.google.com and let's type in Poppins. Poppins. Let's click on it. Somewhere around here, this UI changes a lot. Somewhere around here, you're going to find Get Font. Click on that. Go to Get Embed Code, which again is going to be somewhere on the page. You might have to hunt it down. And then click on Import. Okay, so this is for if we want to import it into our HTML, but we're going to import it directly into our CSS here. And between these two style tags, you're going to see the @import rule, which is right here. Now let's go into index.css. And above our Tailwind imports, we're going to put this import rule. Again, imports, they have to be at the top of a CSS file above everything else. And so you can see here, this is actually loading the Poppins font directly from Google. So now that we're loading the font directly from Google on our website, we now can actually gain access to that font here. So now Tailwind can actually apply Poppins because it has access to that font anywhere. Okay, otherwise Tailwind could only access the fonts that are installed locally on our computer. Okay. And so now that should be Poppins. Let's actually check to make sure. There's a couple ways that we can check. Let's go over to our Elements tab. Let's hover over this. So it does not look like Poppins is applying just yet. So let's make sure that we did that correctly. Looks like we have all sorts of errors. It's because our web page is actually not live, I just realized. So we actually got to launch this thing again. You guys maybe already have yours running. npm run dev. Again, it launches directly in our browser, and it does look like the font changed, but we're going to check, of course. You want to make sure, and I'll show you how to check. You can see it says font 16 Poppins right there, and then you can see the fallback is sans serif as we set, but there's one other way to check. Instead of going to the styles tab here, which shows all the styles that are applied, we can actually click on the element itself here by clicking this arrow icon, or this pointer icon here in our dev tools, and clicking on the H1 here. Okay, and if you don't know how to open up DevTools here, just right click, hit inspect, that opens DevTools, go to your Elements tab, click on this right here, and when you hover over an element, you can see it kind of reflected over here. And when you click on this, you can go over to styles. This shows you all the styles that are applied to the element, and you can go to computed, which is the styles that are actually applied, right? So not just the declarations that you put in CSS, but the actual applied styles. And if we type font here, you can see that we do indeed have Poppins applied to this H1. Okay, so now that's good. We know for sure that Poppins is applying. And we can pull in our beginner assets that we're going to need, or our starter assets that we're going to need for our project. So first and foremost, let's begin by dragging in our assets folder from our starter content, which again, you guys got when you downloaded the repository. So I'm going to drag assets in here from that starter content into source. So now we have all of these different assets, okay, headshots, features, all sorts of random things in here that we're going to need for today's project. Again, it's all just images, so don't get overwhelmed. The next thing that we're going to pull in is our util folder. So utils is right here. Pull this into source right here. Now utils, all this is a file that has a bunch of content that is ready to be rendered in our page here. So as an example, if we go to our Figma Design page, I'll pull this up now. Right here, you can see we have 3 app stats, 300 creators, 12.1K users, 9.11K sessions. Right here, you can see this array that simply has this information, 300 creators, 12.1K users, 9.11K sessions. And this array here, we're going to iterate over it in our project and render those on our page. So all this page is a bunch of content that we put into arrays, and then we export at the bottom here. Okay, and that's the true for everything. So anything that's a list here. Our pricing cards, you can see them right here. Okay, our footer columns, you can see those right somewhere else. Okay, footer socials, that's actually right here. So any list-like content that we're going to iterate over and render on the page is within this content constants.js file. Okay, and that's going to be within our utilities folder. Okay. Now the next thing that we want to do is pull in our we're actually going to create two folders here. So the first folder we're going to create is something called components. Okay, and this is where we're going to keep all of our React components for today's project, except app and main. Okay, these usually live at this parent level of the source directory. So up here at the top level, not within any subfolders here. And again, main is what actually renders our app within root here. Okay, and then app.jsx is where all of our components, the parent component for every other subcomponent. And all of those subcomponents that are going to live within app are going to be within components. Now in components, we're going to create two folders. We're going to have components that function as sections of our page. Okay, and that's going to be, as an example, call to action section, testimonial section, pricing section, etc. And then we're going to have another folder in here that is UI. Now this is just things that are not unique to any section on the page and can be reused elsewhere. So as an example, a toggle switch may be used within our pricing section, but it would actually be kept, that component would be kept in our UI folder because we could use a toggle switch across many pages or many locations. Okay, and so that's going to be the structure for today's component file. Or today's project, I should say. Now that should be almost everything. The last thing is that within our project, we have some colors that are not in Tailwind. Okay, so in Tailwind, you can see here if we go to app.jsx, we do have access to a number of great colors that are provided out of the box. So we can do text orange, for example, and you can see we have a bunch of oranges. We have text pink, right? But we do not have access to our specific color that we put right here. Okay, so the two that we want are our accent color, which is this orange, as well as this dark color, which is our primary. Okay, so we're going to go into our starter files, our starter project, or starter files that you guys got to see or you downloaded with the repository. And inside the Tailwind configuration files, you're going to find something called colors. Okay, so I'm going to go into Tailwind config here. And now we don't want to override the colors that are in Tailwind. The reason why we don't want to override them is because we may need them. We may need a red or an orange or something like that. So instead, we're going to extend our theme. And right here, we're going to type colors. Whoops. And within this colors object, so again, we're extending our theme, extend colors. In here, we're going to copy over the colors that we are going to be using for our project. So I'm going to copy those in from those starter files. And here you can see that we have a series of primary colors. So that's just different shades of this dark color, shades and tints. So darker and lighter versions of this color. And then the orange color, which is our accent. And again, that's going to be darker and lighter shades of that color as well. Then we just have a white shade, which is like a gray color. And I think if I'm correct, that's going to be the background for our testimonials here. Okay. So now that we're done with that, because we have now extended our theme with more colors, we can go into app.jsx and we can use not only text red 500, for example, because we didn't override the colors, we just added them, we extended them. We can also use text dash primary 500, for example. Or it's probably more interesting to put text accent 500. And of course, we can't use two colors at once because they would just conflict. So instead, we're going to delete this one. And you guys are now going to see that our accent color, this orange color, is now usable on our page. Okay, so that is how you can extend the theme within Tailwind. You can override it like this, or you can extend it like this. And in this case, we're extending the colors. So with that out of the way, we now are done with the project configuration and can now actually get into setting up our landing page. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, now we can actually get into building out our landing page. So for this, we're going to be building out a layout within our code base that is very similar to the layout within our Figma design. Okay, so I want you guys to understand the correspondence between these. So essentially we have here in our design, we have a header section, which is going to have our navigation, as well as our hero section, which I defined as this text here, this graphic, and then this subtext here. So that's going to be our header. Within the header, we have navigation and hero. Below that, we have our main content. So header, then main. That's going to have our dashboard. Our main content's going to have our dashboard, our app stats, our features, our pricing, our testimonials, our CTA section. Okay. And then below our main section, we're just going to have our footer section, which is just right here. Okay. So that course, there's going to be a correspondence between the design and the page that we build in React. Okay. So let's actually start off by creating our page component here. So again, I have the website pulled up here. Remember, run npm run dev in your terminal, and that'll open up your project here in the browser. And here you can just see we have some random text here. We're going to get rid of that in a second. So let's start off by going into components, and let's go into sections here. So again, we have all of our components. Within our components, we have sections and UI components. Let's go into sections, and let's type page.jsx. Okay. And now if you guys don't have this, I recommend that you get this. Actually, first I'll demonstrate how you could do it without it. So if we type here, we can create our component like this. We'll type function, page. Again, it's always a capitalized when it comes to our components. We name them with a capitalization, and it's always the same as our file name here. So you can see we have page uppercase, and then the file name itself is page uppercase. That's a convention in React. And we're going to return. In this case, we're just going to return a div, and we're going to say hello. Or actually, we're going to say page. Okay. And we want to export default page. Okay, so we're exporting our page from this file so we can use it inside app. Okay, now that's easy to do, but we're going to be doing this again and again and again and again, where we build a component. It has the same name as the file name itself, and then we export it. Okay, we're going to do this again and again and again. So you can optionally install this thing called, it's an extension here, and it's called ES7 React Redux / React Native snippets. Okay, so you can just look that up. You're going to want to install this here. And what you can do here is you can just type RFC and hit tab, and it will create the component for you. Okay, and now here I can just type page. Right? And there's other ways you can do it. You can also do RAFCE, and that will create an arrow function. So if you guys are into arrow functions, you can do it that way. Personally, I think typical or standard function declarations look a little bit better. So we're just going to do this, and I'm going to type page. Okay, so you have an option there. If you're a beginner, maybe you want to type it. If you're more advanced, then I definitely recommend using that snippet library. Okay, so now let's go into app, and let's actually bring this in. So we're going to say, I'm going to say app layout here, so we can clearly see what we're importing and kind of its role. So we're going to type in import. We're going to type page from our components .. Actually, I think we can go .. We might even be able to go directly. Now, okay, so .. components / sections / page. Okay, and now our page is going to wrap our entire application here. So let's instantiate our page component. And now one thing you're going to notice here is that we actually have an open and a closing tag. So again, in React, you can specify it like this, just like HTML, where it's both opening and closing, right? The opening tag is the closing tag, or you can open and close them like this. Now, the reason you'd want to do this is because you want to put some content within these tags. Okay, so in our case, we have a page, and the page is going to wrap everything within the page. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our page component here, and we need to read in anything that's between these tags. So like, let's say we have, let's just say, children. Let's just type children between this here. Okay. How do we actually render the children that are between the page tags? Right? These are children elements that exist between our tags. Well, we can go into our page component. So remember, hit Control, and then you can click right here, and this will bring you to the page component, or you can find it in your Explorer here. And we're going to go into here, and we're going to destructure a property called children. Okay, so hopefully, if you guys don't have any React experience, essentially, we have a series of properties that we can pass from the parent component into the children components. And one property that we get within our properties is children. Okay, children is the property that allows us to access the elements that are between our open and closing tags, which in this case is page. Okay, so we have page, we instantiate this component. In between our tags, we have children. We read those children in right here. Okay, and then we put them between our div here. Okay, and another way that you could read this in is just like this. You could use your props object directly and not destructure it and just type props.children. Okay, so one of our properties is our children. But you can also directly destructure the properties as you pass them into the function function call here, right? And you can destructure them directly. So in this case, we're getting that props object and we're destructuring the children property out of it right away. Okay. And now just to get us started here, we're actually going to set our class name on our page to with full. Now this div is default with full, right? So divs, if you don't know, they are block level elements, which means they will stretch to the size of their parent container by default. But I want to explicitly set it just so we're very clear on what's happening here. The page is going to stretch the entire width of our document. And the page will live within, let's go over to our HTML right here. So we have the body itself, which is the biggest element on our page, right? The body is the entire page. Within that, we have the root, and the root will render our entire application. Now, the biggest thing in the root will be our page itself. It will be this div, right? So this page just represents a div. And if we go into our elements here, you'll be able to see that. So if we go down to div, you can see the root, and then here we have this div here that has a width of full, okay? And you can see that that is this page right here. And again, it looks like we have some type of error. Maybe it's just a warning. And so now that we've done that, we can go back to our app component, okay? And within app, we are then going to set up our header.jsx, okay? So the next thing that we're going to set up is our header. And remember, our header is going to have two components to it. It's going to have first our navigation up here, and then it's going to have our hero section. So learn from your favorite creators about fantasy reports. It's going to have this text and this graphic. Okay, so this will represent our header. So let's create that. Again, I'm going to separate these imports just so we can be very clear about what's going on here. So let's go into sections. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call this one header. Header.jsx. Again, I'm going to type RFC, so React Function Component. I'm pretty sure that's what it represents. And there it is. Again, you can type this out if you want to, but again, it's just uppercase, capitalized, as all components are, same name as the file that it's within. And we're simply going to type header for now, okay? And again, we're actually going to change this to header. And if you don't know, there's actually a header tag within HTML, and that's why we are using it here. Okay, so they don't have a page tag, which is why we use a div right here, which is just a generic divider component, or HTML tag rather. But here we actually have a header tag in HTML. So that's semantic, right? We could use, at the end of the day, this is just a block level element, just like the div, but we don't want to use a div because it is not semantic. Okay, we want the browser to be able to easily read our web page. And when it crawls our web page, by using semantic HTML like this, it's going to help the browser read our web page better. And it's hopefully going to help the browser rank our web page higher than other web pages. Okay, so very good for search engine optimization, and it's good for the legibility of individuals who actually have to read the code, which is like you and me, right? So now we're going to render that first here. So let's render header. And you can see I can auto import it here. I got lucky, and I can hit tab. The reason I say I got lucky is because sometimes the auto imports don't work. But you can see I did not want to import it there. I actually wanted to import it right here. So now we have page, and within page, we have our first section, which is header. Now you'll also notice that I did an open and closing tag here for our header. Okay. Now the reason that I chose to do that is because we are going to put our navigation and our hero section within our header. Okay. So you can see how the structure of the UI design and our web page that we're building are going to be in unison here. Okay. So very logical, clear structure that is easy for us to understand. So now we have header. Again, our header is going to have to take in children. So we're going to go into header here, and we're going to read in our children property, which is, again, provided by React. We're going to destructure it right away in our function parentheses here, right? And we're going to render our children, okay? And now let me just check to make sure we're not missing anything. We're not going to add our classes yet, right? We're going to come back and we're going to set all these classes up after. Like I said in this section of the video, we just want to set up our page structure so we're very clear on what's going on in terms of the layout. Okay, so now that we have our header section, we're going to add our hero and our navigation and our hero. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just make sure everything is showing up here. So in our header, okay, so in our header here, we're going to have two things. Like I said, we're going to have, let's go to our sections, and let's add first our navigation.jsx. And again, I'm going to type RC or RFC and hit tab. Okay, so there's our navigation. Now this is actually going to be a section of our page, right? So these are sections in some, right? But this is a actual section of our page, right? So the page itself is the entire page, right? The header itself we can represent as a header, but we don't want to represent these sections as divs. We want to represent them as actual sections, which thankfully we can represent within HTML tags. Okay, so there's actually a section tag here. So we're going to have a navigation section, a hero section, a dashboard section, a app stat section. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so there's our navigation. We're not actually going to use the navigation tag, right? The nav tag. Some of you might be thinking that because we're going to be using that within our section. Okay, so our navigation is going to have multiple things, and one of those things will be a nav, but the navigation section itself will be named section. Okay, and now we can import that navigation. You can see I got lucky again, and actually, I did not get lucky. It won't import it. And that might be because I didn't actually export it. I guess I did, but we're not getting lucky this time. So we're just going to type navigation. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to copy this down. So there's actually a way to do that very easily. Shift-Alt and the down arrow. Okay. And now I'm going to jump over to the left here. I'm going to show another keybind here. You highlight the header. Okay, so in this case, you can either double click it or you can hold the Shift Control and then hit an arrow left or right based on where your cursor is. And now, very important keybind, or hotkey, I forgot what they call them. You hit Control D, okay, and that will select the next instance. In this case, it's the next instance of header. I can delete that and type navigation. Okay, so now we have our navigation rendered within our header, which is completely encased in our page. Now, what is the second item? The second item is going to be our hero section, right? So let's go here and let's type in hero. It's going to be hero.jsx. And one thing I actually just forgot, we're actually going to create a second component for our navigation. So if we go under navigation here, you're going to see on desktop we have this navigation, but on mobile we have a navigation that has a hamburger menu right here, right? So you guys have probably seen these on websites. When you're on mobile, you have like a little hamburger menu in the top right. You click it and then a menu will pop up, right? So what we're actually going to do is we're going to create that hamburger component as part of our navigation. So how are we going to structure that? Well, I think we should structure it in a way that kind of groups our navigation and our hamburger together. Now, you guys don't have to do this. This might be a little bit too much. You might say, okay, I don't need this nesting for this simple of a project, but if you want to scale your project, I do think it is valuable. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to create, within our sections, we're going to create a folder that says navigation. Now, our navigation is going to have our navigation component itself, but it's also going to have a file called hamburger, which is what we just discussed, hamburger.jsx, okay? And now in here, again, we can just type RFC, hit tab, that spins up a component here. And now let me check in my code. I'm not actually sure how I chose to represent the hamburger. So it's actually a button. So we're not going to implement it right now, but we're just going to say hamburger for now. Now this will not be rendered for now because it will only show on mobile. So once we get to the responsive design, we'll get into that. But let's just make sure our imports are still fine. So nice, so our imports automatically kind of switched over. You can see here in our project, it says component/section/navigation/navigation, right? So my imports automatically updated, but if your imports did not automatically update when you drag navigation into this navigation folder, please update them now, okay? Now our navigation is actually going to have our hamburger within it. So we're not actually going to put it in the navigation right now. We'll do that in the next section, but our hamburger will exist within the navigation itself. So we don't have to import the hamburger into our app.jsx, okay? Let's see how big we can make this, right? We want to try and make this as big as possible. Okay, so now that we have our navigation components, we now can set up main, okay? And we actually didn't instantiate hero. So did we actually set up hero? Let's check. Looks like we didn't set up hero. Okay, so we're going to go here and we're going to type in RAFCE, or actually RFC. I don't want arrow components. I want normal components. So for our hero, I think I structured this one just as a div here, just because it's just kind of or no, it's actually a section, right? So section, as I said, everything here is a section. So our hero dashboard, app stats, these are all going to be sections. Okay, so we have a section, and this will be hero. Okay, and now we're going to render that right here. So like let's hope it can import. It did. Nice. I'm going to hit tab there, so you can see it automatically imported. Hopefully it does for you as well. And so notice the structure that we have here. We have the page that wraps everything. We have the header at the top of our page, and the header contains two things. It contains a navigation, and it contains our hero. Okay, so we have a very clear, very semantic structure that is very easy for us to understand as we, go back to this project or build this project out. Very scalable. Okay, so now what do we have after our header? Well, we have our main section. Remember, in a semantic web page, you have a header, a main, and a footer. So now what are we going to do? We're going to create a main section, and that main section is going to wrap a series of sections here that we discussed earlier. Okay, so let's create that main section. Main. Let's go into sections and let's close this here. Let's just create main. So we'll do main.jsx. And again, we're going to type RFC. That's going to create our main component. And main, thankfully, or nicely, conveniently, let's say, has a tag in HTML. And again, we're going to be rendering a series of sections within our main component. So let's render our children component directly here. And so there we go. We're rendering the main tag, and within that, we're rendering whatever we pass in as children between our open and closing tag within wherever we instantiate main. So if we go to, let's just make sure I actually set this up. I'm not like a crazy person. Okay, so I set it up how I intended to here. So we set up main. So now let's go here and let's import main. Actually, I'm going to use that trick that I used. You can import it manually, but again, you can do this right here where you hit Shift Alt down. That's going to copy it. If you hold the Alt key and you hit the down arrow, it will move it down. Again, if you hold Control Shift and you highlight a piece of text, then you can hit, or if you just highlight it like double clicking, you can hit Control D, that will select the next instance, and you can delete them and edit with two cursors at once. Okay, it seems like a lot of these hotkeys or keybinds that I'm using, but I promise these will speed up your workflow a lot. So if you listen to me and you actually implement these or use them, it will help you a lot in the long run here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our main component. Whoops. And again, we don't want to just make it self-closing. We're going to have an opening tag and a closing tag because this is where we're going to render all of the main content. Okay, so there it is. We have main set up. Now the first thing within main is going to be our dashboard section. Okay, so we're going to create that. Let me pull that up just to make sure I don't start straying from how we intended to structure this. So again, and I'm going to create a space right here just so we can very clearly see we have page. In the page, we have a header, which has subsections, and we have main, which has subsections. Okay, so let's go into our sections and let's create our dashboard section. Dashboard.jsx. Again, we're going to type RFC and hit tab. That'll create our dashboard component. And this is going to be a section of our page. Okay, and again, we have an HTML tag for that. And we'll just put dashboard here. Dashboard. So let's go back to our landing page. You can see we have navigation and hero, and then we have dashboard. Dashboard is not rendered yet because it's not actually instantiated with an app. Remember, everything has to be instantiated from app is our entry point for the application here. Okay, so let's import that. Import dashboard from /components/sections/dashboard, and we're going to set that up right here. Dashboard won't have any children components, so we can make it self-closing, just like our navigation and our hero here. And so now the first thing within main is dashboard, which remember corresponds directly here. The first thing in our main component below our header component is our dashboard. Now the next thing that we're going to set up is our app statistics section, which is this section here, right? Get direct knowledge and insights. We have some photos from individuals, and then we have 300 creators, 12.1K users, 9.11K sessions. That is what I call the app statistics section. Okay, so let's actually set that one up. Let's go here into sections, and we're going to set app statistics. And we're going to type RFC again, hit tab, and there it is, app statistics. So let's type in section. And we will say app statistics. Again, we're going to set up these sections in a subsequent section. This is just about setting up the structure of the markup here. Okay. Hopefully we can get an auto import. Looks like it's not going to happen today. So I'm just going to instantiate it there, and then I'm going to import it manually here. App statistics from /components/sections/app statistics. Okay, So now you can see we have header. Within header, we have these two things. Within main, we have these two things. You can see how we're kind of importing them in a way that makes sense here. Okay. And I'm going to actually make this a little bit bigger for now because we aren't really doing anything with our dev tools. So we don't really need it to be 1440 pixels wide. And I still think I can set it like that. You can see I can still set it like that. And I still think that's plenty of room for you guys to see what's going on there. Okay, and I enjoy having a little more real estate on this left side here. So the next thing that we're going to set up is our feature section, which is right here. And so let's create that component. Let's go into sections. And we're going to set up features.jsx. Let's type in RFC, hit tab, and we're going to write section. Okay. And again, we can just type features as our placeholder content just so we can see it rendered here. Again, you can see now everything's showing up: navigation, hero, dashboard, app stats. Let's see if we can get this section to show up. Unfortunately, the auto imports are not auto importing. So let's import the feature section. And let's get rid of that error there. Okay, so now we have navigation, hero. Those are within our header section. And then we have dashboard, app, and features, which are part of our main section. We have pricing. So let's create pricing. And I appreciate you guys being patient. I know you want to get to the point where we're actually building the landing page and doing all the fun design stuff and responsiveness and this and that. But you know, I think that the way that we're approaching this, where we create the structure first, will actually give you more intuition as to how we actually structure these pages from the ground up. Okay, so here's pricing. Because if you can get to that point where you understand how the design is structured, how the component-based layout is structured, how a semantically laid out page is structured, it will help you kind of compose your own pages in the future. So I think it's very valuable to see what we're doing here. Okay, and so now we're going to import pricing. Okay, so let's set that up right here. Below pricing, we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have our testimonial section, which is going to be very fun to build. I'm sure you guys saw in the intro, it has a very cool animation. So probably one of my favorite sections outside of the, or alongside the pricing section. So let's set that one up. That's going to be our testimonial section, or no, yeah, testimonial section. Oh, you know what? I actually missed something. I did miss one thing. So within pricing, we're actually going to have a set of pricing cards, right? So we have our pricing section, and then each one of these cards we're going to be representing as a pricing card component, and those are going to be rendered within our pricing section. So similar to how we grouped our navigation and our hamburger together, we're going to group our pricing and our pricing cards together. So again, you could put pricing and pricing card right here in your sections, or you can create a subfolder. For me, I'm going to create the subfolder just for very clean structure. So I'm going to say pricing. So create a folder in here, and I'm going to drag in pricing. Hopefully we get auto updates to our imports. We did. So you can see that this is now referencing pricing and then / pricing within there. And we're going to create something called a pricing card, which again, on the right side, you can see in the Figma design are these black or kind of like dark gray boxes that have each one of our programs. So you can see there's a personal program, a professional program, and then a team program. Okay. And so the pricing card, let's see what we actually rendered this as. I'm not actually sure how we represented this. Let's see. It looks like it's just a div here. So we're just going to type RFC for now. So that's going to be our pricing component. And we'll say, or our pricing card component, we'll say pricing card. Now this is not going to get imported into app. Remember, this is going to get rendered within the pricing section itself. So we don't have to import it here. And now let's go back to pricing and let's see if we implemented that. We did implement that. So now if we go to here, you can see we now have pricing. Okay. So let's go jump into the next section, which is going to be our testimonials. So go here. And again, so testimonials, we're going to have the same exact structure here. So we're going to have testimonials, and then within there, we're going to have a series of testimonial components. Okay, so let's create that file or folder. It's going to be testimonials. And we're going to drag in our, We didn't create it yet. So nice. We got ahead this time and didn't actually jump the gun here. So testimonial.jsx. And that's going to be for each individual testimonial. And then we're going to have a testimonials section. And that's going to be testimonials.jsx. Okay. So let's see how we actually structured these. Yeah, exactly. So this is just a section. So again, the testimonials section here, we're going to say RFC tab. That's going to be testimonials. Again, this is one of our sections on our webpage. And we're going to write testimonials. Now, again, down the line, we're going to import our testimonials, or we're going to render a series of testimonial components within here, but we're not going to be importing testimonial directly into app. We're going to be importing the section directly into app. So let's go into testimonial here. And let's type RFC and tab. And I think this is, yeah, this is just probably a div representation for our testimonial. Let's see. It's actually a figure. Okay, so that's an interesting HTML tag. So figures are kind of for like illustrations or these like self-contained things like graphics or illustrations. You guys probably know what a figure is, like a figure on in like a textbook or something, right? It's pretty intuitive. So we're actually going to represent our testimonials as figures. So I'm going to write testimonial. Again, we aren't going to be using this one for a while until we get down to this section, and we are not importing it into app directly. Okay. So let's import testimonial, or our testimonial section here. So import testimonial from /components /sections /testimonials /testimonials. Okay, so again, we have our sections folder. Within our sections folder, we have a testimonial section, which has two components within it. This is a folder, right? So it has two components in it, the testimonials section, and then a testimonial component, which is going to get rendered within the testimonials section. Okay. Oops. So let's render that. Okay, so now again, you can see our page is shaping up very cleanly. We have our header. We have our main section. Our header has these two. Our main has all of these. Okay, testimonial. Now we only have one more section in our main, and then all we have to do is the footer here. So let's get past our testimonial and let's do our call to action section. So if you don't know, call to action just means kind of the point on the web page where you have a button that gets the user to do the action that you want. Okay, so fill out a form, purchase your product, sign up for your program, whatever it might be, that is the call to action. And you can see here it says engage without limits, join a growing community, talk directly with your favorite creators. Okay, so this information button is we're going to create a modal, like a pop-up modal on the screen. And, we'll be doing that. I can actually show you here in the design. It's going to look like this when they click that button. Okay. But that'll be obviously down the line here. But either way, this is the last section of our main. So let's go here and let's type in, let's make sure that we didn't structure this as some type of, no, we did not. So it's just a section as is. There's no folder that we need to create. So cta.jsx. Let's type in RFC. And I remember CTA stands for call to action. Again, this is going to be one of our sections here. And we are going to put call to action. Nice. And let's render that in our page now, just below our testimonial section. So that's right here. I'm going to actually just copy this down just to speed it up a little bit. And in this case, we actually have to get rid of the nesting, right? Because we don't have a CTA thing inside of a CTA folder here. And so let's render that. Whoops, CTA. As you can see, I'm quite a capable typer here. So there we are. So now we have our header section here, and we can actually look at that in the DOM. I think it's valuable to look at that real quick. So if we look, let's you can hit this this pointer right here in your dev tools or in your inspect whatever dev tools, and you can hover over stuff here, hover over the elements in our page. Let's click on hero here, and you can see we have the header section. Let's actually pull this up. We have our header section, which has navigation and hero. We can close that, and we have our main section, which has dashboard, app, features, pricing, testimonial, CTA. Okay, and then below header and main, you guessed it, we're going to have our footer section. Okay, so very clean, very understandable structure, right, from our design right over to our code base. Okay, and React components make this very easy, very intuitive, and very clear what's going on. Okay, so now the last thing, I just love how easy it is and how amazing it is to build these component-based layouts in React. And so we're gonna have footer, okay, the footer section. And let's set this up here. So sections, we're gonna say footer.jsx and do RFC, okay. And the footer, again, we have a semantic tag for that. So footer, the footer HTML tag, okay. And the footer, again, we're gonna be rendering children within footer. Actually, no, we're not. Within footer, we do not have any children. We're just gonna be rendering our columns and our logos directly in footer, right? So it's just one section. There's not multiple sections within footer, so we're just going to render our stuff right here, footer, okay? And let's import that. Import footer from /components/sections/footer. Awesome. And now let's render that last thing. So you guys probably can already guess where this one's going to go. It's going to go after main and here. Okay, so nice. So with that, we have all of that set up. Now notice how lovely and how semantic our page is. We have our header section, which has our navigation and hero rendered as children. We have our main section, which has all these rendered as children. And then we have our footer, which doesn't happen to have any children. So we have header, main, footer. If we go into header, we can see that this actually represents a header HTML tag. We go into main, we can see that this represents a main tag. And if we go into footer, we can see that this represents a footer tag. So very clean layout. If you go in, if someone were to look at our code, they'd be able to easily see, okay, we have the page and it wraps these very cleanly, very clearly defined 3 sections. And those sections have children components. So very awesome, especially when you build landing pages, you can have a very semantic, very intuitive way to understand what's going on. Okay, so with that out of the way, I think we're good. We have now structured our project and we can actually go in and do the fun stuff, which is actually building out the landing page. So in the next section, we're going to be building out the entire landing page, this entire thing here, on desktop without the responsive design. Then in the section after that, we're going to be implementing the responsive design in Tailwind. So next section, we get into the React fun stuff and the Tailwind stuff. And so I will see you guys over there. I don't think that we're going to be setting up. Yeah, so we're not going to be setting up. There's also going to be a modal involved that I talked about, which is going to be this pop-up here. But we're going to set that up later in the video. We don't need to set up that markup right now just because it would be a waste of time. So we'll do that later. Don't worry about that. We have the main page structure set up right here, and we are in business. So I will see you guys over. I don't know where I should point in the next section. Okay, see you. All right, so now we can get into actually setting up each one of our components. So we're going to go through each component. We're going to do the markup first, and then we're going to add the Tailwind. And I think that this will help us. I'll help you guys understand the structure of the markup before we just go in. Because if we do one element at a time and add the Tailwind classes, you're probably going to get confused as to how it's actually structured. So let's just start off by first running npm run dev. If you haven't already, make sure your thing is fired up in your browser here. And so again, we have all of we have all of our things here. Each one of our sections has a little bit of text in it just so we can see how it looks on the page here. Now I'm going to try and I have to kind of orient this stuff so that it looks nice here. So I'm going to try and get this to 1440 pixels. I also want you guys to start designing on 1440. That's where we're going to start. Okay, I'm going to bring this down to about 800, hopefully. I'll accept 735. And I'm going to leave it at the elements tab here. Let's see if we can get rid of some of this stuff here. Okay, we want to see our box model and we want to see our elements here. Okay, so make sure, again, if you guys don't know what I just did there, just go into your dev tools. Yeah, hit Command-Shift-I or right-click on Inspect. Then you're going to have your console here. Yours might be on the right here. I like to have mine at the bottom. And then hit this laptop-looking thing. That's going to put you here into a mode where you can see the responsive window here. Okay, and you might have to go here and set it as responsive. Okay, so that's going to be important. So let's start off with our page itself. So I actually think we added this, but I do want to explain this again. So page itself is going to be width full. Now, if we hover over that, we can see the underlying CSS class that we're applying is width 100%. So this simply says make the current element the same width as the parent, 100% of the parent's width. Now, a div is already a block level element, so it will already stretch across the page. But in this case, I just wanted to be explicit so we're very clear as to what's happening here, but you don't actually have to add this if you don't want it. Okay, so just remember, we have our root element. Our root is rendering our application, and the first thing in our application is our page, which is this div here. So if we go down here, we should be able to see that. We have our root here, right? Root element, which is a div, so it's spanning the entire parent, which is the body. So we have body, root, and then we have this thing that says with full, which again is our page. And again, if we go in here, we can see our header, main, footer. Cool. Okay, so there's our page. We're running our children within there, and obviously our children are our header, main, and footer. So now we can start off with doing something that's a little more involved, which is going to be our header component. So we're going to do page, and we're going to do now header. So here we are in header. So I'm going to move over to my header component so we can see how we lay this one out. So we're not going to do the responsive design. Remember, we're going to write the markup, which is like the HTML tags. Then we're going to do the tailwind, and we're going to see, okay, this is how we're styling it on desktop. So 1440 pixels, which is a very common width to start building a landing page at. And then later, we're going to add the responsive design to it. Okay, and we're going to go through the components again and add that responsive design. So let's start off by putting class name, again, which is what we use to specify classes in Tailwind or in React. And we're going to specify mauto. Okay, now what mauto does is it sets the margin left and margin right. It sets margin to auto. And so essentially, if you don't know, mauto, it will set the margin left and the margin right to 100%, if you will. And then that has the effect of centering an element. So if you try to put a ton of margin on the left of an element and a ton of margin on the right of an element, it will have the effect of centering the element on the page. Okay, so that's what mauto does, right? Margin auto under the hood. The next class that we're going to want to add to our header will be a px of 24. Now this is going to come up a couple times here. So now px of 24 is padding left and padding right of 96 pixels. Okay, so and if you go to our design here, remember everything is based on the design. So if there's any questions as to what's going on here, we have 96 pixels on the left and right. Okay, so here if you look at this element, 96 left and right. What about this element? 96 left and right. What about this element? 96 left and right. Okay, so all of our elements on a 1440 pixel screen, which is the size of our desktop frame here. If we look, we'll see 1440 width. These elements will all have 96 padding on the left and right on desktop. And as the screen gets smaller, as an example, mobile, you can see we have only 16 on each side. So that's very common, right? You have on desktop, you have a lot of space, so you have a lot more width, a lot more room. And then as you get on smaller screens, you have less padding on the left and right. And we'll see that happen with our responsive design. So now we hover this, right? Hover this, and you can see here's our header. Again, if we go beyond 1440, right? So you got to remember, well, actually, we haven't set it yet, so let's actually set that first. So we go PT8. So PT8, let's see what that declaration is. Let's hover PT8. That's 32 pixels on the top here. Okay, so again, let's use our this little arrow here. Click on that. Hover over your elements on the page. We can hover this. You can see we have now a padding. We can go to our box model down here, and you can see if we hover that, we can see margin, border, padding. Here our padding is 32 on the top, 96 on the left and the right. Oh, it's because my camera's in the way. Oh my Lord. Okay, what? Are you kidding me? Okay, well, you guys, maybe I'll put this on the right here. Let's put it on the left for a second. Oh, okay, there we go. So you can see this is what I'm actually hovering on. This is called the box model, right? So you can see, we can see like the margin, the border, and everything. And so if you go to your elements, you can see the styles that are applied to them here in styles, and then in computed, you can see this this thing, right? And you're going to want to use this. Okay, it's very helpful. So I'm putting my thing back down here, so you're not going to be able to see it, but just know that's what I'm hovering over here. Okay, so here we have 32 on the top from our padding top 8 declaration, which represents 32 pixels, and then our px is 96. So our padding on the x-axis, left and right, is going to be 96. Now the last thing that we're going to add is something called a max width here. So a max width of, and now in Tailwind, if you want to specify something specific, so in Tailwind there's not a class that's built in that says 90 rem, which is equivalent to 1440 pixels. So how do we actually specify a specific width that we want to set as our max width? Okay, well, we can do this. We use open and closing brackets, and then we specify the value. So in our case, it's going to be 90 rem. If you don't know what rem is, it's just a default unit, and the default unit is 16 pixels. So our font size is 16 pixels. That's 1 rem by default. So 90 rem would be 90 times 16 or 1440 pixels. Okay, so we're specifying it in terms of rem. So our max width is 90 rem. So now, if we open this up here, we can go like this. You're going to notice that our container, let's hover it, it has a margin of auto. So like I said, the margin left is set to a maximum, the margin right is set to a maximum, so it centers it on the page. That's margin auto, and you can see that in orange right here, right? So I can't show you it because it's under my camera again, but I'm hovering in the margin within our computed section, right? In that box model. Then we have the padding, which is 32 on top, 96 on the left and right, which is our PX and PT declarations within Tailwind. Okay. And lastly, the container itself is 1248 pixels. Now, if you add 1248 to the padding, 96 plus 96 on either side, that is 1440, right? So our container has a maximum width of 1440. Okay, and it's centered on the page because of our margin auto declaration. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And we're going to see this pattern repeated throughout. So you're going to notice that our header has the 1440 pixel declaration, and then each section below will also have something similar, right? Because we want to make sure that they're equivalent in width, so to speak. So now we're done with the header. Okay, so now it's centered. It's exactly as we want it. Obviously, now the navigation is going to eventually turn into this here, and then the hero is going to turn into this. Okay, but that's down the line. So we can close out of the header, and we can now move into the navigation section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can get into creating our navigation component, right? So we're actually implementing our navigation component would probably be a better way to describe it. So let's get right into it. So let's navigate to our navigation component, right? No pun intended. And now within here, we are going to first get rid of navigation, right? We don't need that text anymore. And we're going to import a couple things, okay? Actually, we'll import them as we go. That makes more sense. So the first thing that we're going to have is we're going to have a navigation tag, okay? And within our navigation, and like I said, first we're going to write the markup so that we can understand the structure of the markup. Then we'll add the Tailwind classes. So I think that'll help. Put the markup and the content, right? And then we'll add the other stuff. So within our navigation, we have, so let's actually look at our Figma design so we can really understand what's going on here. So we have a navigation on the left and we have a navigation on the right. Okay, so if you look here, you can see we have a sign in and a get started. That's part of our navigation. We also have a navigation over here, right? So explore, company, and support, as well as our logo. And so I actually structured it as two navigation components that are within this section. Okay, so let's start there. So on the left, we're going to start off with a link, right? There's going to be a link, an anchor tag that links us back to the top of the page. So if you don't know, that's like a kind of a fundamental UX principle. When someone clicks on a logo, the top left logo, which is present on most landing pages, it should take them back to the place at which they started, which is usually the top of the page, the top of the home page, let's say, right? It's that, the home of the website, let's say. So first, let's add that. So we're just going to have an anchor tag. For our href, we're just going to put a hash symbol, which if you don't know, that simply takes you to the top of a page if you just put a hash. And that's all we're going to add for now. Obviously, we're not actually going to have that link somewhere because we're just designing or implementing the landing page today. And we're going to add an image, okay? And now this image is actually going to be the logo itself. So let's add that in there. So our source is going to be, let's go up here. And let's put import, and we're just going to say Eudora logo. Can't type that from, and we're going to go ///. So go into the parent directory, you can see we're still not high enough. So let's go one more directory up. Now we go to assets and we go to, it's going to be logo.svg. Okay. And now if we add that here, so that's how you load images in React. If you don't know, you literally just import them like that, right? And now we can use that as a source. So there it is, right? Now you can see our logo right there, okay? And as our alternative text, we're going to add Eudora logo. If you guys don't know what the alternative text is, it is essentially the text that will show up if the image does not load. Okay, so if for some reason the image can't load, we can add some descriptive text that will be in place of that image so that people know what that image is actually supposed to represent. And then also, if someone has a visual impairment or they are disabled in some way that makes it such that they can't see the image, then we want to have alternative text that a screen reader could pick up and vocalize what this image actually represents. So very important to have alternative text. That's something that you always, so alternative text, yeah, it's something you always need. So always be very conscious of that. You don't want to forget that. Next, we're going to have a UL. So right here, you're going to notice that we have an anchor tag for our logo, and then we're going to have a UL with these three logos right here. So this unordered list is simply going to contain three things. So if you guys don't know how this works, in React, you can map over elements. So we enter JavaScript by opening and closing braces. So now we can enter JavaScript within our HTML here, which is what the JSX syntax allows, right? And we're going to do links. which we have not imported. So let's import that. So we're going to do import links from, remember, all of our content is within our constants file, and our constants files within our utils. Okay. So we have links. Now we're going to map over the links. If you don't know the map method in JavaScript, it simply iterates over each element in a list, and it will return an element for each element. So it returns a list of equal length to the input array. So in this case, we have 3 links: explore, company, and support, which we can examine here. Explore, company, and support. And we are going to render them with our map method. So all we do is within our callback function that we pass into the map method, we write link, and we are going to return a list item, right? Because every item within an unordered list should be a list item. That's how that works. So UL is an unordered list, a list item, LI. And each list item is going to represent an anchor tag. Okay, now what is this anchor tag going to be? Well, first and foremost, it's just going to link to the top of the page, just like our logo, because we're not actually linking anywhere. And it is going to be our link itself. So again, we can enter JavaScript and then write link. And so in this case, this is just going to be the actual link itself. So if we look, oh, actually we have to add the key prop. So if you don't know in React, there's actually something called a key property. And this allows optimizations with rendering. Okay, so React can get a little bit confused when you have multiple items in a list. When it renders and re-renders the components, sometimes it can get, it needs to understand the order of the elements. Okay, so we have to add a unique ID for each element that is rendered in a list in React, if that makes sense. And you can look up the key prop in React and read some documentation, but just know we have to add a key prop for every element in a list. So in this case, when we're mapping over these links, we need to add a key prop. Okay, so now we have our link, and again, each link is nothing more than a piece of text. And if we go to our landing page here, you can see here it is. So we have company, we have explorer, company, support, and then hero, that's a different section, but part of our navigation here, let's hover it. Our navigation, you can see we have Eudora, explore, company, and support. When we add our Tailwind CSS classes, we're gonna, make it look horizontal in the way that it should, like here. Okay, now we have the left side. So remember, in our section, we have our navigation on the left, which is this here. Now that navigation has our logo, which is right here, which is nothing more than an anchor tag that we can click on. So you can see our pointer, cursor pointer, and we have a unordered list of links that we are iterating over right here. Okay, so that's our left side, this navigation. Now let's create a second navigation for our elements on the right side, right here. Now the reason we're doing it this way is because we have to spread these elements apart across the top of the screen. Now there's a couple different ways you could structure this, and of course you're welcome to refactor it and kind of play with it if you want to, but this is one of the ways that works. So here what we're going to do is we're going to render our second nav, which will be the right side of our navigation. Like I said, it's going to be over here. And this is going to contain a anchor tag. Okay. And if you guys don't know what I'm doing here, I'm literally just typing A and then tab. And that's from Emmet abbreviations. Okay. And I don't know if you have to, let me see. Emmet? Is that an extension? I don't think it is. I think it might actually just be come default with Visual Studio Code. I hope it is. If not, you might have to type these tags in manually or look at how you can set up Emmet abbreviations. But there's very efficient ways to type things. Like as an example, you type A and hit tab, it's an anchor tag. You type a period and hit tab, then it's a div. Or you can type div directly and hit tab. And the same thing is true for all these other things. You type nav and hit tab, it's a nav element. So very helpful. I'm not sure if that comes with VS Code. I've had it for too long now, so I don't really remember. But either way, it's very valuable. So we type A, we have anchor tag. Again, we're just going to link to the top of the page for the sake of the video. Obviously, if you want to deploy this landing page somewhere or build out this out into a multi-page website, then of course, you're welcome to actually link to a location that actually makes sense here. Now in here, we're going to say sign up. So this anchor tag is going to be sign up, which again is going to be, we can see it right here, right? But that's going to be right here. Actually, it's sign in rather, not sign up. And it's lowercase for the in. Even though you could play with that as well, maybe make it uppercase. And the second element here is going to be a button, okay? And this button is going to say get started. Okay, and now there's one other thing that we're going to render, okay? And we're going to render this as the hamburger menu. Now notice that we actually aren't going to render this hamburger menu at all times, right? So on desktop, we don't want to render the hamburger. We only want to render it on mobile. So we're going to hide it in the meantime. And when we do our responsive design and we start shrinking our screen down, then we will unhide it on smaller screen sizes. But for now, let's render it right here. We're going to render it and it'll just sit here and, without showing its face, so to speak. So let's go here, import. hamburger from, it's a shame that it didn't auto import there, considering it's literally adjacent in this file structure here. It's right here. And so now there is our hamburger, and you can see it has the text there, but again, we want to hide that. Okay, so let's go into our hamburger, and this is going to be the first Tailwind class we add in this navigation section. We're just going to go here, and let me make sure I don't start doing anything crazy here. Let me go find this. Yeah, so we're going to just add large hidden. Okay, so this is going to give you a sneak peek not only into another Tailwind class here, but also our breakpoints and our media queries, which are what we use to create responsive designs here. Okay, so we're going to set large, type LG, place a colon, and then place hidden. Now let's actually take a moment to reflect on what this does here. So now it's gone. You'll see that it's gone, right? So when we added that, if we get rid of that, there's the hamburger, gone. So if we hover that, what's actually happening? What we're saying is that we have a media query, so at media, we have a min width of 1024 pixels. So on screen widths that are 1024 pixels or larger, we want the display property to be set to none on this button that represents our hamburger. Okay, so now at 1353 pixels, which I actually said we want to design at 1440, it's not there. But let's say we bring it down to below 1024. There it is. So you see that? There's the hamburgers right here below the get started. Boom, right there. Okay, so it shows up at that point. Now in the future, what we're going to do is we're actually going to make it so that the sign in and the get started, which is in the top right of the page here, will disappear, and then the hamburger will come into play, so to speak. So don't worry about that though. The hamburger, we're just going to hide it right now, right? We're designing on for larger screens, so it doesn't matter. We're just going to have it hidden at large screen sizes, and we're going to leave it just like that for now. Okay, and we'll come back to it later. So now the next thing that we want to do with respects to adding our Tailwind classes is starting to create these flex containers that are going to help get these elements adjacent to one another. And so hopefully you guys understand some of these foundational CSS concepts. Obviously, you have to assume a certain you have to assume a certain level of knowledge when you create these tutorials. Obviously, this is about React and Tailwind and not necessarily about HTML and CSS. But we can talk about some of these. So we have flex and then justify between. So again, these are two Tailwind classes here, justify between. So now flex is going to create a flex container. Default flex direction is going to be row. So we're going to be aligning our elements on the horizontal plane, because it's a default flex container is a row direction, not vertical, but horizontal. And justify between is going to have the effect of setting justify content to space between, which is a CSS property for flex containers. So that's going to push our content to opposite sides of a container. So now let's actually check that out real quick. Here you can see we have the left side, which is, so our first child element of our flex container is this navigation. This navigation has Eudora and it has 3 links, okay? It has 3 links. Remember, the hero is not part of this. This is another section of our page that we will get to in a second, okay? So it has these 3 links here and this, right? So logo, 3 links. The second navigation, which is the second child of our section, which is the second child of our flex container, is the navigation that has sign in and get started. Okay, we've used the property justify between, which has the effect of forcing content to opposite sides of the container, right? Saying justify it with maximum width in between the items, which is good for pushing elements to the sides of the container. Now, if we actually go down here, you can see one cool thing in our dev tools is if there's this little pill here that says flex right here on our section here within our header. And if we click that, or within our navigation within our header, if you click on this flex thing, you can actually see the flex container, right? So now you can see, okay, we have elements over here, we have elements over here, and then here is like the gap, this little hat, the middle part that has all the dotted lines between it is what actually is indicating that is the gap between the elements within the flex container, okay? So we can actually, I'll leave that right there for now. We'll actually leave that. You can click it again if you want to get rid of it, but I'm going to leave it there because I like to kind of see that structure. So what we're going to do is we are going to set the next flex container. Now this navigation itself right here, you can see these elements, Eudora, Explore, Company, and Support. We want those also to be adjacent to one another. So what we're going to do is we are going to go here onto our navigation, and we are going to set class name, set to flex, and we're going to say items center, okay? Now look at that. So now our first child within our flex container here, which is our nav, is an anchor. That anchor is our logo. The second child within our flex container, which is this nav, is a UL, right? So anchor and UL. The UL is now adjacent to the anchor tag, Okay, and that's because we are saying flex, which is horizontal by default. We're not doing flex call, we're doing flex row. Item center is align items center under the hood. Okay, now align items is what allows us to arrange our elements, align our elements along the cross axis. Now, what is the cross axis? The main axis of our flex container is either row or column based on the orientation. In this case, because we have a default flex container that is in the row direction, our cross axis is going to be the opposite, which is the vertical axis. So main axis is horizontal, cross axis is vertical. So when we say item center, we are centering items vertically. So that's why if we get rid of item center, you'll see that the logo is actually at the start, right? So it's at the top. But if we add item center, it's now in the center. Okay, by default, align items I think is set to stretch, which means it'll stretch the entire height of the container. So like as an example, if we get rid of this, we could actually hover the logo real quick. And notice that the logo is the entire height of the flex container. It's set to align items stretch. That's the default property. Now if we do align items end, which is represented by items end in our Tailwind classes, right? You can see it's at the end here, and now it's no longer the entire height of its container here. It's just the height of the logo itself. If we do center, you can see here, it is now centered, which is what we want. Okay, we want these elements to be centered within this container. Remember, this container here is going to be the height of the largest element, which is this button here that says get started. So we want all the other elements to be centered vertical with respects to that container height. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is go into our alt, or actually, never mind, alt. Our anchor tag, not that. We're going to be going into our class or our image itself for our logo. And here we're going to be setting inline block. Now the reason we want to set inline block is because by default images are inline elements, and inline elements will arrange themselves inline with other elements, unlike block level elements that will stretch the width of the page and make out new elements go to new lines below it. But inline block elements will behave inline, but they also allow us to manipulate the margin and the height and the padding properties, which you cannot do on inline elements by default. Okay, so we're going to say MR8 and MR7, or my bad, H7. So let's actually see what those declarations are. We have margin right of 8, which represents 32 pixels, and we have a height, or my bad, a height H-7, which is 28 pixels. Okay, so we are manipulating the size, the height, and the margin right of our logo. So if we hover over that, we can see that there, right? Where's it at? Right there. So if you look at our logo, you can see now we have 32 pixels of padding on the right, and you can see that the height is set to 28 pixels. Why is it not showing that? Height is 28 pixels. So if we hit there, it should say computed at 28. Okay, and you can check the computed styles here, but it should be at 28. Okay. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that these anchor tags here in this list that is adjacent to our logo are horizontally aligned. We want these logos to be next to each other. And so you guys already know the deal. We're going to go in and make our class name for our UL be inline flex. Okay, so a flex container that is inline, so a little bit different. That means that this flex container is not going to be on a new level, because usually flex containers are set to block, but we want the flex container to exist on the same row as other elements in this case. So we want to make it inline flex, okay? And we're going to set gap to 8. Now gap is how we manipulate the space between elements within a flex container. So as you can see, the explore, company, and support are now, let's see, gap of 8 is 32 pixels apart. Okay, so if we get rid of that, you can see that those three items are like kissing each other here, which obviously does not look good. And so we set it to gap 8, which sets the gap between our children elements to 32 pixels. Now let's move down to our anchor element, which is going to be these three, explore, company, and support. And we're going to actually add some hover states so we can learn something new here about Tailwind. So first we're going to say text-large, right? Now what that does is that sets our text to 18 pixels font size and 28 pixels line height. Okay, and so there's a couple of these classes. We have text base, which is going to be 16 pixels, so 1 rem, which is like the default font size in all modern browsers. We have text large, which is going to be, like I said, 18 pixels font size, 28 pixels line height, and it goes up. So there's 2XL, 3XL, 4XL, 5XL, and we're going to be using those, so we'll see those in a second. But for now, let's just do text large for this element. So we got 18 pixels on our large screen size here for our font. We're going to say text primary 500. So all of our text in our page is going to be primary 500, which is this main color. So we can click on it here and look at it. It's this 2B2730. That's the hexadecimal representation of the color. And you can see that's everywhere here, okay? So that's going to be our color everywhere. And so text primary 500, we're going to set the hover, okay, the hover state. So hover text accent 500, okay? So check this out. What is hover? Hover is hover, right? So when we hover over our text here, you can see that now it switches to text accent 500. So by default, text primary is 500. When we hover onto our text, we do hover colon in Tailwind. We are going to set our text accent to 500. Okay. And now let's make this a little bit smoother. So you can see it's immediate, right? We hover over it and it's immediate. And sometimes that's the way you want to design it. It depends on the website's personality. Okay. So if you have a more formal website or something that's a little more minimalist, you usually don't use as many transitions and animations. But if you have something that has a different vibe to it, maybe like a startup website or, you know, who knows, a playful website, you want to add some transitions. And so we're going to add just some transition to our color here. So we're going to use transition all. So hover over that. You can see it just transitions all properties, which essentially means whatever we do, any animations we do on this thing or any transitions we do on this thing, just animate them all. Okay. Now, if we wanted to be specific, we can actually do transition color. Okay. Transition colors. Okay. And so transition colors will say, let's specifically transition the colors. You can use either one, transition all or transition colors. I'm going to use transition colors because it's a little bit more specific. And so if we hover that, you can see we're just transitioning the color property. So actually we're transitioning the color property, the background color property, border color, text decoration, fill, and stroke. So you could change any of those things and they're going to transition. Okay. And we're going to do duration -100, which again, let's see what this Tailwind utility class is. It looks like this one is a transition duration of 100 milliseconds, okay? So now, if you could expect, it's going to be a tenth of a second for the animation. So now you can see it's a little bit, it takes a tenth of a second. Yeah, so now if we do like, you could do 300 milliseconds as an example, duration 300. That's another built-in Tailwind utility. And you can see it's very slow here, okay? And I like it a little bit more snappy when I'm on website. And me personally, when I'm on a website, I like the website to be snappy. If you look at most modern day websites, they're pretty snappy. So having slow animations can make the website feel kind of laggy. So we're going to do 100 milliseconds here. Okay. And so with that out of the way, we can now move on to our second navigation, which again, we're pretty much going to be doing the same thing here. So I imagine you guys probably could work your way through this on your own here, but we'll go through it. Flex. And I just say that because I know that you're gonna start to notice these patterns. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So here again, so we're gonna do flex and then item center. So again, you're gonna see that they are a flex container is defaulted to the horizontal direction, flex row. That means our main axis is horizontal. Our cross axis is going to be perpendicular to that, which is vertical. And the items are going to be centered along the cross axis, which is what align items center dictates. So again, if you look at those elements up there at the top right, you can see they're kind of at the top of the flex container. Let's cover it. Where is the flex container? So you can see they're kind of at the top there. They're not in line with our other links on the left side. They're Explore, Company, and Support. So what we're going to do is say items center, aka align items center under the hood. Okay, and now you can see they're kind of centered, but it's still tricky to see, right? Because one is an anchor tag, one's a button, and this container isn't very tall, but it's going to get taller once we create the button. We're going to add the styles to this button right here. Then all of a sudden, this align items property is really going to matter, right? Because then we really need that vertical alignment. So let's start by doing gap 8. Okay, so gap 8. And so as you can see, that just pushed our elements here. Let's hover that flex container. So as you can see, this item now has a flex gap of 8, or it has a gap of 8, which is 2 rem, which is equal to 32 pixels, which is the same gap that we have between these elements here. Okay. And now we can move on to our anchor tag. So our sign in is going to have essentially the same properties. I'm actually going to copy them down. So these right here, Explore, Company, and Support, are going to behave the exact same way. They should look the exact same way as sign in. So let's copy those styles right down from here. Save ourselves some time. And I'm going to just make sure that that is actually a fact here. So interestingly, I think I use medium. Let's actually check to see if that is the truth. So interesting, I use medium here, but I think I chose, yeah. Okay, so we're going to stick with actually using the normal font weight, which is 400. In the design, sometimes when you create a design in Figma, or a design in general, it will look different than the way it actually renders in code. So this is a weird thing where browsers will actually render it differently. So in this case, you can see that the font weight is medium for these elements here in Figma, but in our design, we're actually using a font weight of 400, which is regular, okay? And so it looks more close to the design. It looks closer to the design to leave it as regular in our code, even though it's actually medium within Figma, which is something that happens a lot. It's very weird. And it probably depends on your browser as well, right? So my screen, my browser, those things are going to influence how this looks. But for me, I definitely think that that looks closest to the design, but you can also check that. You can also test it, rather. You can do font medium, and that's going to have the effect of setting the font weight to 500. Okay, so now you can see this element has like a slightly higher font weight, but I think that looks a little bit too bold and it does not correspond to our design. It doesn't look tasteful in the context of our design. Okay, so we have font medium, text large, our text, our hover states, and all that. So there we go. So now we can move on to our button, and this is the last element of our navigation. So you can see just how powerful. So it's crazy how powerful Tailwind is, right? We can just add these classes and create these designs so fast, and that's why it's so powerful, right? React and Tailwind. So I'm just geeking out over this, but we're going to do background, right? Background dash primary 500. So this is how you set backgrounds in Tailwind here. So you can hover that and see that the background color is set to our primary 500 color, right? There it is. Obviously there's other work that needs to be done here, but that's how you set a background color, background dash, and then the color name. We're going to set a hover state. Actually, we'll set that after, just because first I want to make the button look good before we check that out. So let's do px of 8. And so now you can see the button got a lot wider here. So that's the padding X and padding right of 32 pixels. So if we hover the button here, you can see now right there that we have the green space on the left and right. That's 32 pixels on the left and right for our button. And then we're going to do py-4. So that's a built-in, again, another built-in Tailwind padding class here. And py4 represents a top and bottom padding of 16 pixels. Okay, so now our button is a nice, it has padding that is nice, which is, so a common convention in web design is that the padding on the left and right of a button will be twice that of the padding on the top and bottom. So you can see in our case, we have 32 on the left and right of the text within the button, the padding, and we have 16 on the top and bottom. So very common convention. If we hover over the button, you can see that there, twice as much padding on the left and right as the top and bottom. Okay. And now the next thing that we're going to do is, let's do rounded dash 2XL. Okay, so let's check out that Tailwind class. Hover that. You can see it's setting the border radius to 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. Okay, so now you can see our button has a nice rounded effect, which is what we have right here. So softening the design. Remember, if you want to, sometimes you don't round a button, that's going to be for kind of like more elegant or like like websites that are for high-end real estate or very elegant websites, minimalist websites. Sometimes you'll see those square buttons, but in this case, that's not the website personality we're going for. And so now we're going to do text large. So we're going to set the text to 18 pixels again. So text large, 18 and 28 for the font size and line height. We're going to set text to white. So text dash white, I figured out this class is a built-in utility and it's very helpful. It just sets the text to white. Okay, so text dash white sets our text to white. I'm very grateful that that's built in because we are going to be using that throughout the project. We're going to do transition all. Actually, we should do colors again to be more specific. Let's do transition colors. And we're going to set duration to 200. Okay. So a little bit longer than the duration on these other things. And you can make them the same if you want that consistency, but I still think that this looks good in the context of the button here. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that, so the question is, what are we actually transitioning here? So we have a transition on colors and a duration of 200, but there is no transition there's nothing to transition. So let's set our hover state. So hover : and here we're going to do background accent 500. Okay. So when we hover, we're changing the background color to our accent color 500, just like we did for our links here. So links, and boom, look at that. Awesome. Okay. Now I think that there's one other class that I added here, which I thought was a pretty neat addition. When I did add it, I thought it was a pretty cool effect. We're going to do hover, and then we're going to do px of 9. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying, in general, let's have a px of 8, so 32 pixels of padding on the left and right. But when we hover, let's make the padding on the left and right set to 36 pixels. So now it has a grow effect. Oh, that That was not what I wanted. So don't make it transition colors. Make it transition all. We want to transition all properties. Okay, and so in this case, we're also transitioning the padding on the left and right. So now look at that. Check that out. So now we have this very cool hover effect that kind of has makes the button grow. And you can see down there, which my camera's over it, but you can see that the padding on the button is going from 32 on each side to 36. Okay, so just like that, we have already finished our navigation here. Now, obviously, the hero thing is kind of in the way and making it look a little less bad, but that's it right there. Look at that. Now, if we do this, it's already pretty responsive. Obviously, you can see our hamburger menu try to come in right there. But we're going to fix that, of course. But it's already pretty responsive, right? So now we've created quite a beautiful navigation down to 1024 pixels already. And so now that we're done with that, we can move on to our hero section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so in the last section, we wrapped up the first part of our hero section, or our header section, which was our navigation. And now we are going to go into our hero section. So go into your hero section and delete the pre-existing text there. It was just hero. And we are going to start off with this component by importing some images. We're not going to need them right away, but we're going to need them shortly here. So we're going to import review images. Okay. You have to use, it's a named export, so we need to have brackets around the import here. All right. We're going to go into our utils and, of course, our constants. Again, we can go into here and check that out. So we're going to be using our review images, which again, if we go to our Figma design, we can check out what that actually means. We have 5 headshots here. They are shaped as circles here, and they are next to this text string. Okay. And so we're going to have that right here in our hero, and we're going to iterate through this list of items, and we're going to render them in our hero section. Okay. And that is just exported down here. So we have this list of items. Each one is structured as an object, and then we are exporting it down here. Okay. So let's go here and let's start working on our hero section. And again, we're going to wireframe the markup before we go in and actually do the styling. Okay. Because that'll help you guys understand kind of the structure of the HTML before we start, using all these different Tailwind classes and kind of muddying up our ability to understand what's going on. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add a div here, okay? And I'm going to try to do my best to understand. Yeah, so first thing is a div, and I think that the way that this is going to be represented here is we have the hero section that is on the outside here, and this is going to be the section that is pushed off the walls of the page itself. So remember, all of our containers here are 96 pixels off the left and right of the page on desktop or a 1440 screen. And so that's going to be the section here. The section is going to push us off the walls. Now this div is going to be a flex box, okay? And it is going to be 2 columns. We're going to have 1 column over here. Whoops. We're going to have 1 column on this left side. So it's going to have, let's see if I can click these two. It's going to have these 2 items. And then the other column of our flexbox container is going to have this graphic here, okay? So we have an outer container, and then we have a flex container that is going to be these 2 items here, the left side content and the right side content. And that's going to be this div right here, okay? Now within this div, on the left here, we're going to have this very large heading, right? So on our first column here of our, so remember, this div is going to be a flex container. So there's going to be a left and a right side. Now on this left side, we have multiple pieces of content. We have an H1, we have these images, we have this text here. So this left column is going to be structured, again, as a div, okay? So the way that this is going to work is we're going to have a div on the left to structure our left column. And then let's see, this might be true for the other side. So the other side, because it's like a graphic or an illustration, we're actually going to represent that as a figure, which is a HTML tag, kind of a very semantic one, right? Much better than the generic div container. So let's do figure. Okay, so again, we have the flex container. We have our left column, which is this text here, these items, right? And then we have a figure on the right column for this graphic, okay? And again, this div here is the flex container itself. So now that we set that up, let's go in here. Into our first column, we're going to add a very large H1. Whoops. It's crazy. And this one's going to say, learn from your favorite creators about, and then we're going to have a span Okay, so within this H1 itself, we're going to have a span. And the reason we're going to do that is because we need to wrap our fantasy reports text right here inside of a span so we can actually directly target that text content we want to format it, right? Because you can see that that text there has a gradient with our accent colors, 2 shades of our accent colors, right? So what we're actually going to do is we're just going to create a span within the H1 itself. And in here, we're going to type fantasy reports. Okay, so now if we go to our markup, you can see it right there. Now you'll notice that right here after about, there is fantasy reports, but there's no space there. So what you can actually do is you can add JavaScript here. We can enter JavaScript with our brackets within our JSX here, and we can add a space, okay? So if you just saw that, and I actually got rid of it, that was kind of interesting, but I went like this and I added, so there you can see they're together. If you add a space, they'll separate themselves, okay? But also you can do it like this. I'm pretty sure usually you can go like this and you can add a space in this manner, okay? But either way, just make sure that there's a space between about and fantasy reports, okay? Now below that, that might be, no, so we have another item here. So as you can see, we have the heading itself, right? And then below the heading within this left column, which is this, we have a couple items down here, right? So we have some images on the left and we have some text on the right. So we're going to represent the container that holds these 2 items as a div. Okay, so below our H1 here, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have 2 items. It's going to have an unordered list of images, and it's going to have this text string on the right. So first, let's start off with our UL, our unordered list. Right? These images have no order to them. They're just a list of images. And we're going to iterate through our review images. Okay, so review images, and we're going to say map. And we're going to call this headshot, just for headshot images. And we are going to return a series of list items. Each one of these list items is again going to have the key property, which is very important. It helps with rendering within React. You can learn about it, but either way, each list item needs to have a unique key. And each list item is going to have an image in it, right? So we have 5 items in our list here, and each one has an image, okay? So let's start off here, and we're going to add our source as, let's see, it's going to be our headshot dot image. Okay, and if we go to constants here, you can go up here and you will see we have the image property, right? So headshot, for each one of our objects here, we have a image property, which points to a loaded image, okay? And lastly, we're going to have our alt, which again is going to be, or in this case is going to be headshot.name. Okay, so this is just the alternative text for the image. If it doesn't actually load or there's someone who has a screen reader, is going to use their name. Headshot.name is just a representation of the individual's name in the photo, okay? And we are going to set some classes on this images, or on these images. And wait a minute, never mind. I said we're going to go through the markup first. Jump the gun there. So now we have our H1 on the so we have our left column here. Our left column has an H1. It also has a list of unordered pictures here, right? And in this item that's below our H1, we have not only just an unordered list of images, but we also have a p tag. So this p tag is going to go right here. And we are going to type, we're going to first put a span within our p tag. And the reason why is we also want to target a very specific piece of text here, right here. This orange text that says 5,000 plus. Okay. So we're going to go here and we're going to say 5,000 plus. And now the rest of our text is going to be outside of our p tag, satisfied clients in 2024. Okay. Nice. Satisfied clients in 2024. Cool. All right, so that's our left column. So remember, we have the flex container here, which is this outer div. The left child of this flex container, which is this outer container that has our this stuff on the left side here. So this and this. Whoops, this and this. So this div is the flex container. It has 2 children, this column, and then it has this column for this item on the right here. In our left column, we have another div, and this one is going to have an H1 in it, which is here. It's also going to have a div that holds an unordered list of images as well as a p tag. And the p tag, I think, it is outside of the image, or it is outside of there. So this div right here is what is going to help allow us to place these images next to the p tag here. Okay, so try to understand that structure. If you don't, make sure to take a second to understand it. And now we can go through the right column. So the right column is, again, this figure here, which is just kind of a graphic. And so we're going to build this from the ground up with some HTML divs, and we're going to pretty much turn them into circles. But for now, just know that we have a div, and then we have a div. Okay, so if I'm correct, the outer div here, or our figure itself, has no classes. Our outer div, I think, is going to be the outline circle here. And then I think the inner div is going to be the filled in circle. We're just going to turn these square divs into circles through rounding. And then we're going to have two pieces of text. We're going to have one piece of text that says 1 on 1. And we're going to have another that says video calls. It is unbelievably difficult to type with the mic in front of you here, so I apologize for not looking like I can type here. Okay, so now we have our text here from our heading. Where's that? Learn from your favorite creators about fantasy reports. And we have our images. We have our text for our graphic as well over here. So we have 5,000 plus satisfied clients. That's for right here. And we have our graphic text, which is 1-on-1 and video calls. Okay, right there. So let's actually get into styling our hero section here. So first and foremost, we're going to go to our section and we're going to say PB. Actually, we can't just set that right in there. We have to actually make a class name to declare our Tailwind classes. So we're going to set our padding bottom to 16 and we're going to set our padding top to 28. Okay. So let's hover those classes and just see what's going on. We have padding on the bottom of 64 pixels and a padding on the top of 112 pixels. So let's actually see that. So you can see here, our section now has 112 on the top. And if we scroll down, you can see it has 164 rather, not 164, 64, actually 64 on the bottom, right? Okay, and that'll be a little bit easier to see once we get these images in line here. Right now, they're kind of unruly. And again, the container itself is defined by, the width of the container is defined by the header element. So in this case, our header is actually the thing that is saying, make sure everything is 1440 pixels or smaller. And then the navigation and the hero are kind of just respecting that because obviously they can't expand beyond the width of their parent, okay? And so now we're gonna go into our div here. And again, this is our flex container. So now we need to get these items next to each other, right? We need to get this stuff over here, all of this content on the left side, like this and this and this. These three items on the left side, and we need this graphic on the right side. So let's do that with a flex container. Let's flex in the row direction. So we're going to write flex. We're going to write flex, no wrap. And the reason we want to do that is because we don't want the graphic here, when we shrink our screen size, to go under these elements here. We want it to remain adjacent to this column. Okay, so as the screen shrinks, they stay in line. If you wanted it to wrap, and I think by default it is wrap. So it will wrap by default, which we do not want. Okay. And now we're going to do justify. So you can see here, now we have two columns for our flex container. I'm going to highlight it here. Let's see if I can highlight this. Right here. Where's it at? Not the figure. There. Okay, so you can see now we have one column here with all these items on the left that we talked about, and then we have our things on the right, which is for our graphic. Okay, and now you can see all the spacing is on the right. So I think that by default, justify content, or justify items rather, would be, or justify content would be start. Okay, so starting on our horizontal axis, which means the left side. Okay, so now let's spread them apart, all the way apart. We know how to do this, right? We have the justify content between property in CSS, which is represented as justify between in Tailwind. And there it is. So now we have our left column and our right column. Now we're going to set a gap X of 14. Now the reason we want to set a gap right here of 14, which is just 56 pixels, is because on smaller screens, as we shrink our screen, we don't want this column and that column to touch, right? So we never want this text to be like really pressed up right against this. And so that is going to set a minimum gap between our left and right column. Right now you can't see that because clearly we have more than 56 pixels of spacing between our columns. So it'll be helpful, but not now, later. Okay. So now let's go into here. And now remember, this is pertaining to our left column here. So now we're actually talking about these elements right here in this column. And here we have one item up top, which is text. And then we have another container down here, which holds all these elements here. Okay. So this we're going to set up as we're going to say max width of 50%. So again, how do we specify specific values in Tailwind? Well, we can set brackets here. So we're going to do the max -w declaration or utility class. And then we're going to put open and close brackets to set a custom value. And we're going to say 50%. Okay. And the reason that we're going to do that, and so essentially what we're saying is that we want the, or not my bad, 50 rem rather, 50 rem. Now the reason we want to set 50 rem is because you'll notice that this text right here, we actually don't want this to span like all the way over here, right? We want it to have a specific maximum width on our screen. And so for responsive design, you never want to set fixed widths, right? Because then if we shrunk our screen, then we would have elements that would not be able to shrink, right? So you never really want to set fixed widths, but you can set max widths, right? There's certain elements that you just don't want to grow any bigger than a certain point, and that's what we're doing here. We don't want our text to grow wider than it is because we like how the text looks here. We don't want it to be like this, right? And remember, we only have 56 pixels of gap between these items here, which we declared here. So if we didn't do this, it'd probably sit like right about here, but we don't want that. We want it to be like this, okay? And so we set it to 50 rem, which is about 800 pixels wide. And so now if we look at this container here, where's that? I don't think it's trying to stretch all the way open yet, but in theory, this container can only get to 800 pixels wide, which we may see in a second here, okay? So let's start off by, let me see if I'm actually zoomed out. Yeah, I am a little bit zoomed out. There we go. Okay, so now that we did that, we can go down into our H1. Now this is going to be pretty interesting to style because we're going to see a couple different new utility classes because we're going to be adding a text gradient here for this. So very interesting properties that we're going to be using. Thankfully, Tailwind actually supports it with its utility classes because it is a little bit different. So we're going to set margin bottom to 4. And the reason that we're going to do that, we'll probably be able to see that here, right here. So you can see we set the margin bottom to 4 on our H1. And that's just going to help us get a little bit of space between this text and these items down here. Okay. And we're going to set our text to 7XL. So we're going to do 7XL. Now, if you want to specify a font size and a line height that is custom, what you can do is a slash here, and then you can see down here there's some options, but we're going to set a custom value for our line height, and we're going to go in here in brackets, which is what we do for custom values, and we're going to type 5 rem. Okay, 5 rem or 16 pixels, 5 times 16, 5 rem times, or let's see, 5 times 1 rem, and 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. Well, we can hover over that and see that that's 80, right? So 16 times 5, okay? And our text size is 7XL, which in Tailwind represents, let's see, 72 pixels. So we set 72 pixels right here, and then we do slash, and then we set the line height as our second property, okay? And so now you can see it's the right size, but, you know, definitely need some more formatting, okay? And so now we're going to do font dash bold, which should set our font weight to 700. We can hover that and see that's what it's doing. We're going to set tracking to tight. I'm not sure if we went over this, but essentially what this is going to do is it's going to make our text less spaced apart. So like as an example, if we do tracking widest, you can see our text is really spread out. And obviously that is not very appealing. And so we can set tracking tight. You can also set tracking tighter. And so that looks much more appealing, right? The bigger the text are, typically your letter spacing can get smaller. So with small text, you usually need a little more letter spacing, but with big text, it actually looks a little more appealing to make the letter spacing smaller. And you'll notice that with more web, as you get more exposed to web designs and web development in general, you'll start to notice that pattern. Okay, and the last thing that we have to do is make sure that this is not jet black. Okay, which is also an important web design concept. You very rarely will see text that is jet black because it's considered pretty unappealing. Like jet white and jet black, you usually don't see that. You see things that are kind of like a slightly softer version of black, which is exactly what our primary color is here. Okay, and let me make sure we actually set primary on all these just in case, because I don't want any jet black stuff on here. Okay, cool. So we did that. So that looks good. Now we just have to add our text gradient right here. Serve to fantasy reports, and that's why we wrapped it in the span here. So this is where we're going to actually get the interesting classes here. Okay, I actually don't think we've set a gradient yet, so now we get to learn how to set a gradient in Tailwind, particularly a background gradient. So what we're going to do is we're going to set background dash gradient, and we're going to do it's going to be background dash gradient dash 2t. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So we're saying background gradient, we want it to go to the top, right? So we want it to start at the bottom and go to the top. But the question is, how do we want the gradient to look? Well, in our case, we want it to be like a darker color at the bottom and then a lighter color on top. And we can actually look at that here. If we click on our text here, let's hover over our text in Figma. Let's go down here to our fill. You can see here that we have a gradient from a darker color down here to a lighter color on top. And I try to make it vertical. There we go, right? Okay, so a little bit darker here and then a little bit lighter. So we're going to set that up. We're going to say from the bottom to the top, let's go from our accent 500 So that's our from. So from the start, which is the bottom, to dash accent 200. Okay. And again, these are under the hood. These are our hex colors that we specified. They're the equivalent to these hex colors, right? So FFB84C, we can hover over accent 500, and that's right here. Right? And then our lighter 200 color is right there. So now if we go here, you can see that we have a gradient from the bottom to the top. Obviously, we're going to have to add some more properties here, but we have darker on the bottom, lighter on the top. Okay, so background gradient to top from this color to that color. And now let's do an interesting thing called background clip text. Okay, and so now you can see that there's nothing here. And so background clip text, I forgot what exactly this one does. I think it clips the background so that the background does not show anywhere except where the text is, right? So now you can see that the gradient is actually gone. The gradient only exists below the text fantasy reports. So now what we need to do is we need to make the text transparent so we can see the gradient behind the text, right? So we're going to do text dash transparent. And there it is. Whoops. There it is, right? So we said, let's background clip text, make it so the background only shows through where the text is, but now we actually have to make the text disappear so the background can shine through. So as you can see under the hood, we essentially have a gradient on the background, and then we allow that gradient to only show through where the text is. Okay, so some interesting properties, and I had to do some research on that one and figure out how that worked. But very neat, and something you don't see as much, right? Yeah, so text gradients are something that you definitely don't see as much because, like, you can see it's a little bit more involved. So definitely a cool thing that you can use on your landing pages. And now we have another container down here, right? So this container has two children. It has an unordered list of images, which we can see stacked right here, and it has this text here, right? So we have boom and boom. Okay, so let's put those things next to each other, and we're going to do that with our flex. So we're going to flex in the horizontal direction, which is our default flex direction, and we're going to set items to center. Okay, and so now in this case, you can see our items are now flexed in the row here. So you can see we can actually go to that flex container, which is right here, and we'll get rid of this one. There we go. So now we can see, wait, it got rid of it. It's kind of sad. Oh, there it is, right? So we can see these pictures on the left and then the images on the right, and you can see that this right here is centered vertically. The reason it's centered vertically is because we used item center, which is a line item center, which centers our text along the cross axis, which in this context is the vertical axis, okay? And we're going to set our gap to 4. And so there you can see that these are now spaced out. We have our images on the left here and then this on the right here, and you can see there's a little bit of gap right between them. It's going to be 16 pixels specifically, okay? So let's move on to setting up our unordered list. So again, with our unordered list, how are we going to put them next to each other? You guys probably could already guessed it. One of the most powerful things within CSS, the flex box. So we're going to call flex. And so now you can see it's really shaping up here, right? We have our graphic up over here. We have our text here, our images here, and then this text right here next to it. And you can actually see that I forgot to, oh no, we're going to do that after. I was going to say I forgot to style this 5,000 plus here, but we're not even there yet, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so we have flex on our UL, our unordered list of images. Now let's add some styles to our images themselves. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to style the list item that wraps each image. And here we're going to say, we're going to give each image a negative. Actually, you know what? Let's start off by styling the images, and then we'll be able to see what those properties do a little bit better. Okay, so let's start right here, and we're going to style our images within the list items, within each list item here. And we're going to say the height is 12. Okay, so let's take a peek at that. That is going to be a 3 rem height, aka 16 times 3 or 48 pixels. We're going to have our rounded as full, which is going to set our rounded value. It's going to set our border radius to an extremely high value, which has the effect of making it a circle. We're going to set our border to 4, which is a border width of 4, so maybe 4 pixels. And our border is going to be white. Okay, so we're going to have a 4 pixel wide white border. Okay, so you can't really see it right now, but we will be able to see it in a second here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some classes to our list items that wrap each image. Okay, and what we're going to do here is we're actually going to set a margin right of 4. But that's not right. All right, that doesn't correspond to our design. What we're actually going to do is set a negative margin right. Now to make something the opposite in Tailwind, or the negative version of it, you add a negative in front of it. Okay, so you go like that. So you can see like negative inset 48. we'd scroll down forever. Negative start. There's probably all sorts of things. And so look at that. So now we have negative margin right. So we're saying the margin right, the space to the right of each element, is going to be negative 16 pixels, which pretty much pulls the next element on top of the current element, which you can see right there, right? Which is the effect we want. We want to have this like almost a stacking effect, right? And so now we have achieved that through setting the negative right margin, okay? And I'm going to get rid of our flex visualizer here. There we go. And now we can set the last item. So we're going to also use a new class here for managing the state. So we're going to say last, which is going to allow us to gain access to the last item within our image list here. So here we want to target the image that is right here, right? So our last image, and we're going to say the last one, we want its margin right to be 0. Okay, and I don't know why I put a negative there, like that, right? We can actually get rid of that. So we set the last one margin right to 0. So now each one of these things here, they have a margin right of negative 16, but the one at the end here actually has a margin right of 16. Okay. And that has the effect of pushing our text away. So I think if you get rid of that here, you can see that this 5,000 plus is kind of like hugging it, but we don't want that. We want it to be spaced out there by 16 pixels specifically, which is in accordance with our design. All of this is defined by the design spec. So you can see right here, if I click on this element in Figma and I hover over an adjacent element and hit Alt, you can see that there's 16 pixels between these two. Okay. So now let's start styling that P tag that has 5,000 plus and the satisfied clients in 2024. So we can start off by adding our class name property or class name attribute. And we're going to say text dash large, which again is going to set us to 18 pixels font size, 28 pixels line height. So that made us go from 16 to 18. Let's actually make sure. Yep. And we're going to set font medium. So that's going to make it a little more bold. It's going to set our font weight to 500. And we're going to set our text to primary. Okay. It seems very bold, but that's what it is here. Okay. All right. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. Yep. And so now we are going to set some properties on our span. So remember, we need to target this element right here, which is going to be kind of like an orangish color. It's actually going to be our accent 500 specifically. So let's target our span here. And we're going to say font is bold. Okay, so now you can see the 5,000 plus is very bold. And we're going to set our text accent, our text color to accent 500 here. Okay, so look at that. Now we have the left side of our hero section set up. Now let's go over to our figure, which is going to be kind of like a series of circles and some text in the center. So let's first set our outline. So I think that the outline circle right here is going to be this div. We're going to see in a second here. Let's go class name. And we're going to set margin right of 8. And so this is, you're going to notice here that this is actually a little bit offset from the edge of its container. It's supposed to be 32. Okay, so you can see here, this is actually 32 pixels off from the right side of this container here. And so we're going to set a margin right of 32 pixels to start. And we're going to set flex because we want to center the circle that's within it inside of it. So we want this circle to be on the outside, and then we want to center its child right in the center. So we're going to make it a flex container, and we're going to say, we're going to first set the height to 52 and width to 52. Okay. So that's going to make it so that the height is 208 pixels and the width is 208 pixels, which I think accords with the design. Yeah, so you can see here in our design, it says 208, 208 for our width and height here on the right. And we are going to do items center. So again, that's going to be centering us along the cross axis, which in this case is vertical. We're going to have justify center, which again is going to center us along our main axis, which is going to be horizontal in this context because we have a horizontal flex container. We're going to set rounded to full. We probably should actually look at what we're doing here. So we're going to set we're going to set rounded to full, which is going to turn it into a circle. Remember, it's going to set our border radius to an astronomically high value and turn it into a circle, essentially. And we are going to set our outline. Actually, you know what? First, let's do this. We're going to set outline outline dash primary 500. Okay. And now we're going to set our outline width to -1, which I think is maybe 2 pixels. We'll have to see what it says. Right there, outline -1 is going to be 1 pixel actually. And so it looks like we're missing one property. Or it might be because we don't have content. Let me think about that. So we have margin right, we have flex, height, width. We have declared those. We have item center, we have justify content, or we have justify center. We have rounded full, outline. Oh, there it is. So we actually have to declare the outline property specifically. And there it is, okay? So now we have a outlined circle that is 1 pixel wide, and it is our primary 500 color. Okay, so again, we have outline width of 1 pixel, outline here, which gives us an outline style of solid. We have rounded full, which makes it into a circle, and the other stuff, right? Some flexbox properties that allow us to center it vertically and horizontally. And now let's move on to our other circle. Here we're going to set flex. We're going to go through this one a little bit quicker, just because we kind of have the gist here. So we're going to have flex, H is 44, width is going to be 44, which we can hover that. It's going to be 176 by 176. Okay. Again, we're going to want to center our items on the vertical and cross axis, or my bad, on the main and cross axis. So item center and justify center. We are going to set rounded to full, which is going to make it a circle. And we're going to say background primary 500. All right. And so there it is. So now all we have to do here is make it so that our text is white. And obviously set a couple other properties on that text. We're going to want to make it bigger. So let's set class name to text 5XL. And that's going to bring us up to a 48 pixel font size and a line height equal to 1. So a font size equal to the line height in this case. We're going to set font to bold. And we're going to set text dash white. Okay. Whoops, not text dash wrap, but text dash white. Thank you. And there that is. And we are also going to set on our video calls, we're going to set similar classes. So we're going to set text XL, so much smaller. I think that's just 20 pixels, and then a line height of 28 pixels. Let's also set that to bold, and let's set text dash white on that as well. Okay, so it does look like we missed a one thing. So for our flex container that wraps these two p tags, so let's actually see if I can open this up a little more. Matter of fact, I might even be able to open it up even a little more here. Oh, it doesn't look like my browser is respecting me opening up this. It's not correspond, or it's not moving both of these tabs at once here. So on our div here that is wrapping our p tags, we actually need to make these on top of one another, but we do want to use a flex container. So let's actually make it so that we're flexing in the column direction. So now we have our elements stacked on top of one another, and we are good to go there. So with that, we are now done with the hero section. Obviously it's not responsive yet, but you can already see how it is responding. And like I said, we have no wrap on our flex container right here. So you can see it's not wrapping as they come together here, which is nice. We don't want this to wrap under. But yeah, so it's already kind of responsive. We obviously have a lot more things to do with the responsive design, but the next thing that we're going to do is move into our main section. So we've completed our header section, which is our navigation, as well as our hero section. And now we can move into our main section, which has first our dashboard section right here. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so now we can jump right into the dashboard section, which is going to be nice and simple. All it is really just an image, and so we aren't going to have to work too hard on this one. First and foremost, let's actually import our dashboard image here, which is going to be just like this. We're going to import our dashboard image from // assets / dashboard. It's not showing up for some reason, but dashboard.webp, which is a very modern image format. Okay. And we're going to get rid of our dashboard text here. Okay. And so within here, we are going to set a couple things. First on the section itself, or actually no, we're going to first do the markup, like I said. So let's start off with one div. This div is actually going to be right here, you can see that we actually have, in this section, half of the background is a darker color. It's our primary color. So right here, you can see, where's it at? Right here, we have this fill that is darker, okay, right there. Now, we want to create an absolutely positioned element that is going to be the background for the lower 50% of this section. Okay, and so we're actually going to use an absolutely positioned element here. We don't need the closing tag because we're not going to have any content in it. We're just going to style it as kind of a rectangle here, and we'll set that up in a second. Now we're going to have a second div, and this div is going to hold our image here. Okay, so this div here, this outer div, is what's actually going to push it off the walls, right? So just like we saw with our other stuff, we have 96 pixels on the left and right, and we're going to mirror that in this section. Okay, so this div is what's going to actually have that padding on it, and then our image itself is going to be within it. So let's put our image in here. And so let's set our image source as our dashboard image. Dashboard image. If you guys can see, my mic is like strobing. It's like, I don't know why it's doing that. If anybody has this mic, please, why? All right, so we're going to have dashboard as the alternative text. We can actually say dashboard image just to be a little more clear for anyone who's using that alternative text. And now we can actually set our class names. So the first thing is that we're going to do is we are going to set a class name of relative. Now, if you don't know what absolutely positioned elements are, essentially what's happening is within a document, you have a bunch of things that are within the normal document flow. Now, what that means is that every element is essentially adjacent to all the other elements, right? It might be below, it might be beside, it might be to the left or to the top, but every element kind of depends on the position of other elements. So as an example, if we deleted something right here in the navigation, let's say we deleted this navigation component, everything else would shift up. Okay, so every element is kind of dependent on one another, right? Now, absolutely positioned elements are when we want to put an element, we're going to break it out of the normal flow. So in this case, you can see that we actually don't want this background image to be next to our image here, right? We want it, or the background color here, to be next to our image. We want it to be under it. Okay, so we have to break it out of the document flow. Another example of that is if we go right here, you can see that in these images here, we actually have some text on top of them that has a tag, and it has some text in it. Okay, so we're actually breaking the element out of the normal document flow. We don't want this text to be adjacent to the image. We want it on top of it, right? So that's how we break it out with something called absolutely positioned elements. Now, an element has to be positioned relative towards something. Okay, so in this case, our background, we don't want it positioned relative to our body element, which is the entire web page, right? Remember, if we go to index.html, that's right here. The body is right here. Now, you can only position an element absolutely relative to something else. Now, in this case, we want to position this absolutely positioned element, which is this background color, relative to its parent container, which is the section itself, right? Which you can see right here. Let me see if I can click on it. This right here. This is the parent container, right? So we want this background right here to be 50% the height of this container, and we want it to spread the entire width. So how do we do that? Well, an image will be absolutely positioned relative to the first parent that has a non-static position property. So in this case, you can see that our position is relative, okay? So now if we go here and we set class name on this to absolute, this element, when we break it out of the normal document flow and we position it relative to its parent, it's going to be positioned relative to its direct parent. All right, if we didn't have this, if this was a default static position, which is position static is the default position, right? So we have to give it a non-static position value for it to be the parent upon which the absolutely positioned element is placed, or placed relative to. Okay, it's kind of a hard one to explain, but essentially what we want to do is we want to say our bottom is going to be 0. And this will help us understand what's going on here. So we're going to say our bottom is 0. So we're saying this element, we want the bottom of it to be at the bottom of this section, right? Because again, this is the parent element here. We also are going to say that we want it to have a background of primary 500. We're going to say that we want the width to be full, which is going to be 100%, okay? And we're going to say that we want the height to be 1/2. So we're going to say height dash 1/2, okay? So now if we hover over that, you can see the height is 50%. The bottom is going to be 0 pixels, so it's going to be at the bottom of our section, and it's going to have this color. Now you can see that the image is actually it's below it. We don't want that. So we're going to do something called a Z index. Now, if we set the Z index to 10, what it's going to do is it's going to bring it 10 layers up, right? 10 layers to the front, so to speak. But we want to push it back. We want it below our image. So let's set a negative Z of 10, right? And you just have to set it to something low. You could put set negative 50, which is a built-in Tailwind class. I think Tailwind has a couple here. Let's see. Yeah, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I think the highest you can go is 999, but either way, let's just do 10. Okay, so now our image has come to the front. And the way that that works is essentially when you have an absolutely positioned element, the elements that are around it, like in this case, the image, it creates something called a stacking context. Okay, and that stacking context will define which elements go on top of which other elements. And the Z-index property is how we decide which elements are on top of one another, right? So we have our x-axis, y-axis, and then I think the z-axis is like the third dimension, so to speak. Okay. And so you could tell I'm not much of like a mathematics or physics guy. Okay. And so now the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to set justify item center on this next div. And that's going to have the effect of centering our image, right? Our child element here. We're going to create a grid here. And now the reason that we're going to set a grid is because this is going to make our image responsive. So by default, you're going to see like, watch this. Our image is already scaling, right? So very cool. And that's because when an image is within a grid cell, it automatically scales, right? So it's a very cool way to make images responsive, because sometimes images can be a pain to make responsive. But when you put them in a grid cell, they become really responsive, right? So it's a great way to do that. If you want to set up a gallery or something on your web page, use a grid, trust me. We're going to set margin to auto, which is going to keep our element centered within this div, right? It's going to set our left and right pad or margin to maximum values, which has the effect of centering it. We're going to set our PX to 24. And we're going to set our max width to 90 rem, which again, if you guys remember, that is the same that we set here, right? So now if we open this up here as much as we want, you can see that. Now, this is actually a very interesting point. The reason that we didn't want to set a max width of 90 rem or 1440 pixels on the section itself is because we want that background color to continue on here. So if we open this up, you can see that background color continues to span the width of the page. So we only wanted specifically this div that wraps our dashboard image to be 1440 pixels maximum. Okay, so in the header, we said, let's make the entire header itself maximum 1440 pixels. The reason why is because both the hero section here and our navigation have no need to grow bigger than 1440 pixels. But that is not true about our dashboard section. In this case, we do need this section to grow bigger than 1440 pixels, but we just don't need the image to grow that big, right? So let's set this back. Let's close this thing. And let's set this back to 1440, which is the width we're designing at here. Okay, and that actually made me just think, well, actually, we have one more thing we have to do. So we're going to say class name on our image itself. Oh, you know what? I actually set PX to 24 here, which is going to set the padding on the x-axis here, but we didn't set the padding on the y-axis. So let's set our padding y to 16, right? Which is going to be 64 pixels, which should be reflected here in our design, which it is. If you look at our image here, you can see it's 64 pixels off the adjacent container, okay? And so now here we're going to set this to block. And if I'm correct, the reason that you have to set that is because the images have, by default, images are set to inline block, and I think that they have a little bit of spacing after the image. And I think that's just like something that's a legacy part of CSS or HTML. And so you got to get rid of that space with block, essentially. And now we set the width to full, right? We want this image to span the width of its parent container in all context. We don't want it ever to be lesser than 100% of its parent container. Okay, so now we can see we have nice 64 on the top and bottom, 96 on the left and right. And then we also have our absolutely positioned background. So now we almost have this effect of our images like floating in this section because the background is only half of the height, right? So a pretty cool effect right there. You can see that right there. Okay. And so with that, we are done there. I just want to make sure one thing, because we didn't do the main section here, right? So let's go to main and just make sure that there was nothing there. I think it's nothing. So main, let's see what main actually has declared. I think in this case, it's actually nothing. Okay, so for main, we're just going to set this to width equals full. Now here's the thing, is main is a block level element. So by default, block level elements will fill their parent container. So in this case, width already is set to 100%. But again, I just like to be explicit here so we can very clearly see our main element. We want to span the width of the page. Remember, our header element is where we said, let's make this a max width of 90 rem or 1440. But we couldn't do that for our main section because our dashboard section had to span wider than 1440, at least for the background. Okay, so we set the max width of 90 rem on the elements within main specifically. Now these other elements down here are also going to, like this one here will be 1440 maximum, but again, the background on this one will be more than 1440. You guys get the point. So that's why we didn't actually set that directly on main itself. We were only setting it on children elements of main. Okay, we can't have main only be 1440 pixels maximum because our dashboard needs to grow wider than 1440 pixels. Okay, so with that done, we now can move on to our app statistics section. So this is fun. This is where we really get into adding some content to our page. So I will see you guys over there in the next section. Now we can move into the app statistics section. So let's go over to app, navigate to your app statistics component here, and let's get started. So first and foremost, we're going to start by removing our text here, which you can see here. Okay. And we are going to add a div in here. Okay, so this first div is going to represent, let's see, it is going to represent this column, or this, what you'll see here is that within our app statistics section, we have the app statistics, the outside container here, and then we also have an inside container right here. Okay, and you can see that this is 3 rows, right? So there's 1 row here, there's 1 row here, and there's 1 row right here. Okay, so this div is going to represent that flex container. So it's going to be a vertical flex container, so flex column, and there's going to be 3 rows. Okay, so that's going to be this div here, the parent of those 3 elements. And again, this div is going to be pushed off the wall by 96 pixels left and right. And then it seems like 64 pixels to the top and 128 pixels to the bottom. But the first thing that we're going to have in the first row here, so within this div, let's do our first row, which is going to be this text content here. So that's going to be an H2. And we're actually going to make another div. Now, the reason why we're going to do that for the first row here is that we're going to have an H2, H2. And we're also going to have another H2 just below that. Okay. Now, there's a couple ways you could do this. You could put a line break in between these. You could add 2 H2s. There's a couple different ways you could structure it. But in this case, we're just going to do it like this. So we're going to say get direct in our first H2. And for our second H2, we're going to say knowledge and insights. Okay. Hopefully I spelled that insights. Okay. Insights. I'm just trying to make sure I don't spell that like a crazy person. Actually, it's knowledge and insight. Get direct knowledge and insights. It should be insights, really. Like get direct knowledge and insights. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so get direct knowledge and insights. And we're also going to put a period after that. So let's see, make sure we have that. Cool. And so now that we have our first row here, so remember this is our first row. Actually, it looks like we have this div, and then we have a div to wrap this content, right? So yeah, here we go. So again, we have this div, this outer div is for our 3 rows here. 1, 2, and then 3. So we got our first row done right here. Now let's add a second row. This is going to be for our images. So here, let's add a div to wrap our images. And you know what? Now that I think of it, we could make this an unordered list, right? Because we have 3 items here, and they're more or less an unordered list. So let's actually change that. Let's make that an unordered list. And now let's iterate through. So first we're going to import our images here, which we have saved in our constants file, as we've done with other things. So we're going to do import, and we're going to say app stats images from our constants file. So we're going to enter our parent directory, which is going to be here, and then another parent directory out from there as it puts us into, I think, source. Then we can go into utils and our constants folder. Okay. And so here, okay, it's not tossing an error yet here. Oops. Let's do app stats images, and we're going to map over them, which again returns an array of elements that are equal in length to the array that we're mapping over. And each element, what we want to do is we're going to call it an image. We're going to name it image, and we're going to return a div. Now, the reason that we're going to return a div is because we're going to have a couple of pieces of content within this div. Now, it looks like I can't actually get it to auto-complete there, so we're just going to make that. So one thing you'll notice is that within this UL here, so let's actually make this wrap so we can see what's going on a little better. So within each image, we're gonna have a div representation for each image. Now the reason why is that we have a couple things here. So if we look here, we actually have some text, on top of the image here, okay? And then we also are going to have an effect where when we hover it, you guys probably saw this introduction, we hover over the image, there's going to be a little text description of almost like a quote from the user here, okay? And so we need to wrap the image in some type of container so that we can add these other elements relative to that position. So the elements that are on top of this image are going to be positioned relative to the parent of the image, which is this div here, okay? So let's add a p tag. The p tag is going to be the image.description. And just so you guys know that these values aren't coming from nowhere, we can go in here and look at, where's that, app stats images. So you can see each one of our objects has an ID, it has a name, it has a description, and it has the image. Okay. So we're going to have the description here. Remember, we have to add a key property to all items that are in lists in React. Whoops, not class name, key rather. And in this case, we have an ID that we can actually use, which is common convention in databases. So you almost always have an ID. When you're using a database, there's typically an ID, a unique ID for every element. So that's what you'd probably use in a real application or a real landing page, let's say, if you were loading content externally. And then we're going to add an image. So first we have the p tag, which is going to be for, that's going to be for the description. So when we hover over this, there's going to be some text on the image. And then we're going to have the image itself right here. And the image is going to have a source of image.image. That's a reference to our loaded image. And the alt text will be the image.name. So this is just going to be the user's name, which is going to be their @ right here. Okay. And we are going to do key. And this is going to be image.name. Okay. And so we can see that here. So here is the image itself, and then below we have the description. This is what's actually going to be on top of the image when we hover over it, which we can't see that effect right now, but we will in a second here. And I could actually show you that, I think, if I just pull it up right here on my finished instance of our project. So let's pull this up real quick. So here it is. So if we pull up here, you can see, and I can actually leave this open as well so we can reference it, which will be nice. We also have to change the fav icon. I just realized up here, but you can see here, we hover over these images, this text here disappears, and then this stuff at this paragraph on top shows up, right? So that's what we're going to be setting up here. So here's that description, that text right here, that's on top of the image. And then below that, we're going to have another p tag, but also within the div here. And this one is going to be what actually holds their name. Okay. Whoops, that's not a div. This is going to be the image.name, okay? And so there's their name, right? And so that's that. So now that's our second row, remember? So now we have our first row, which is this heading here. It's these two H2s, which represent this text, and this text here. And then we have a second row, which is going to be our unordered list of images here, which is right there. And then our third row is going to be an element on the left here, which is our app stats, and this element on the right here, which is a link to another page, okay? And so let's go down there and set up our third row. So here we're going to add another div for our third row. We're going to add a UL inside of it. Now, the reason we're doing that is because we're going to have a list of items here. So 3 app stats as our left item. And then to the right of this item, on the right side, we're going to have another div. And that is going to have essentially just like this p tag and then a button here. Okay. So we're going to have on our left this unordered list. And then on the right, a div that wraps a paragraph tag as well as a button tag. Okay. So within our unordered list, we're actually going to be iterating over another set of content here. So it's going to be our app stats. So it's going to be app stats. And you can see I'm auto importing here, thankfully. So I hit tab. So now I auto imported that, but that's right here. So app stats comes from the same file here. So you can import it right here, just add a comma. Again, we're going to map over these elements, which again just returns a list of items that are equal in length to this array here. And we can check our app stats images just to see what we have access to. So we have an ID for each object, a value, and a description. Okay. So let's set that up. We're going to say stat. And we are going to create a LI, so a list item inside of an unordered list. And I just realized that this unordered list should actually have LIs in it. It should not be a div, right? Because in a list, the children elements are supposed to be list items. So we have unordered list and then list items. So, and the reason I changed that is because remember, I decided to make this an unordered list and not a div. And so now semantically, it makes sense for these elements within here to be list items, okay? And now we have a list item here for this unordered list. And we're going to set this, and ideally, hopefully these behave the same. I think these are block level elements. I'm not sure. Maybe they're not actually. They wouldn't be block level elements because they would be typically want items in a list. Or no, you do want them to stack on top of one another. I think these are block level elements. So hopefully they behave the same as divs. If not, we can change those class styles on the fly if we need to. But in here, within this unordered list of stats here, we're going to have first, each list item is going to have a p tag for the this right here, like the 300 or the 12.1K or the 9.11K. And that's going to be part of our stat dot value. And we're going to have a second p tag for our stat dot description. Okay. And that's going to just be this here. The description is just creators, users, and sessions. Okay. And so if we go here, you can see now down here we have that. So we have 300 creators, 12.1K users, 9.11K sessions. So this is all the content. And obviously we're going to have to structure it with our classes here in a second. Now you're getting this error. The reason why is because we did not use our key property, which again, all children elements of list have to have. So there's stat.key, and we should be good to go there. So now we have our third row here, right? And actually, let me check. Or no, yeah. So here we go. So remember, we have this right here, which is the unordered list on our left. So in this third row here, we have this third row here, right? Third row. We have an item on the left here, which is our unordered list, which is here. And we also have a div on the right here, which is going to wrap this text as well as this button here. So let's first start with our text. That's going to be P. And that's going to just say explore. Now here we're going to use a little bit of a different strategy to make our text go on 2 lines. We're going to put explore, and then we're going to put something called a BR. So type BR and hit tab, or you can just type this tag here, right? So BR, and that stands for line break. Okay, and then we're going to have a space, and we're going to say the marketplace. Okay, so marketplace or a line break is a great way to just create a break in text if you want it. Okay, so you could solve it like this, like we did here, where we just have 2 text elements, and because these are block level elements, this element will go on the next line after this one. Okay, but here we can actually just force the text after this BR to be on the next line because there is a BR, right? So now if we go here, we can actually see that it'll say explore the marketplace, right? And if we got rid of the BR, it would be on the same line. Okay, and so we're done there. Now the last thing we have to add in our row 3 here, or my bad, the right side of our row 3 right here is going to be a button. So let's add that there. And our button is going to have, it's going to have no text, right? So it's actually going to be self-closing. So we don't actually need anything in here because we're not going to have any text. We're just going to make it self-closing here like this. Okay. And now we can set up our styles. So now that we have wireframed our row 3, row 2, and row 1 right here, we can actually get into styling these things. So let's go over here and let's start setting it up. So the first thing we need to do is get this color correct. Or actually, first thing we need to do is get the background correct, probably. So let's start with our section. We're going to go here and say class name, and we're going to set that equal to background primary 500. And there it is. Okay, and so right here, you can't see, there. For some reason when I was designing my landing page, there was 1 pixel of white space between this section and the section above it, and I could not figure out why. And so I ended up using -1 margin top, just to -1 pixel margin top. So I literally just went like this, -MT margin top of 1, and then I specified a specific value by using the open and close brackets in Tailwind, like that, just to make this section shift up just a little bit. But it looks like I'm not having the issue here. Let me actually see if I can get it to happen. Okay, so right there, do you see that? There's like a little white line right there between our sections. That I do not like, okay? And I imagine you guys don't either. So if you're running into that issue on your monitor or your display, then just go like this. And we're just essentially making it so that the margin top on this section is -1, so it kind of shifts it slightly up a little bit and gets rid of that gap. And now you can see that that is not an issue at any screen size here. So very helpful for making our landing page look not have a gap like that, which looks no bueno. Okay, so now our next div is going to be, we're going to add a class name. So now this, remember, this has the 3 rows in it. So it has this row, and then this row. This div represents this content section, this inner blue box here. Okay, so this one's going to be a flex container. And it's going to be, we're going to do flex column. Okay, and so now we have 3 rows. So you can see we have get direct knowledge and insights, which is going to be our row 1. We also have these text elements. These texts are going to be on top of the images like we talked about in all of our images, and that's going to be row 2 here. And then lastly, we have our app stats section, or our actual stat sections right here, this 3rd row, and that has our unordered list on the left and our P and our button on the right here. Okay, and so flex column, these are stacked on top of one another. Now we need to separate them out a little bit. So we're going to go, we're going to say gap Y of 28, which if we hover that Tailwind utility class, we'll see that that is 112. So, and that doesn't seem to be applying, or no, yes it is, right? So we can see get direct knowledge and insights. Then we have quite a large gap here. We can actually use our Flexbox tools here to see that. Okay. That. And so now we have some space between each one of our rows, and we can add our M auto. So let's do M-auto, and that's going to center our container within its parent container. We're going to do PX of 24, so that's going to be padding X of 24, and so that sets it so that we have 96 pixels on the left and right, which again is consistent with our design here. And you can see it lines up perfectly with our dashboard section, lines up perfectly with our header section here. And we're going to do padding top of 16. So we can look at that as well. So that just adds some space between our dashboard section and our app statistics section. And we're going to have PB of 32. Okay, and that's down here. Okay, let's hover that, padding bottom 32, this big green section below our flex container here. Okay, and now lastly, we're going to make sure that this container can get no larger than a max width of 90 rem, which is what we set before. And again, that is 1440 pixels, right? So 1 rem is 16 pixels times 90, that's going to be 1440. Okay, so now if we make this container nice and big, you can see that it is not growing excessively. You can see it stays there, and then once our screen gets to the point at which the padding is going to be 96 pixels, you can see it's forcing our content to shrink here. So our padding stays at 96, and the content is shrinking, and obviously to only a certain degree, we're going to have to set up the responsive design later here. You can see all of these are still half responding already. Okay, nice. Now let's go down into our H2. So that's going to be this text right here, which corresponds to this text right here. And let's say class name. We're going to set this to, again, we're going to be doing the background gradient. We're going to be doing the text gradient, which requires a couple properties. So first, we're going to do background gradient -2t, which again goes from bottom to top. We're going to say we want it to go from our accent 500 color to our accent 200, so from a darker to a lighter, and you can see that right there. So we have the background gradient for this text element here. Okay, and we are going to say font bold. Let's add some font style so we can see what happens here. So we have font bold. We're going to have text -7XL, which again is 72 pixels. And we are going to do /5 rem, which is going to set a line height of 80 pixels. Okay, so we can hover that. There it is, font size and line height. And we need to set our text to transparent. Okay, and lastly, we're going to do background clip text, which is going to make it so that our background only shows through where our text exists here. Okay, and one thing you'll notice here is that for some reason, when we try to make it so that our line height is consistent with our design here, which is 80, right here you can see, it is clipping, right? So you see this clipping here on the G, which looks no good. So what we're actually going to do is we're just going to slowly increase the line height until we don't get any clipping. Okay, so we can just test it right here. We'll do 5 and I'll show you how I came to the value that I did. So I went 5.1. No, that doesn't work. 5.2. That seems to be 83 pixels. 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. Okay, and then 5.6. And that's where I think there's no clipping right there. Okay, you can maybe see a little bit, but not enough for it to really be an issue. So that's where I think we can leave it. Okay, and I think that's just a problem with the like setting text gradients. I think that there's some anomaly with how the line height works out to be. So you just kind of have to tweak that. And the last thing that we want to add is our tracking, right? So remember, we want to make sure that these characters are closer together because that looks a little better in this case. So we're going to do tracking tight. Okay, so I moved our letters closer together. And that should be it here. Now we can move on to our H2, our second H2. And this one's going to be largely the same. So this one's going to be font bold, which again sends the font weight to 700. We're going to set our text to 7XL again. And in this case, we can set 5 rem on the for the line height because there is not going to be the clipping issue that we had when we tried to do a text gradient. Again, we're going to set the, so we're going to set the text to white, which again, it's awesome that Tailwind comes with a utility class just for setting things to white here, because you'll find yourself using it a lot. And then tracking will be tight. Nice. Okay, so now you can see our design is lining up nicely here. We might be able to see that. Okay. And now we can move on to row 2, which is going to be our image section right here. Okay. So here we are going to go to our UL. And we are going to set the class name equal to gap x of 9 and our gap y to 4. And now the reason we're setting a gap y and x here is because first and foremost, we probably should add the grid declaration. So we're using a grid here for our images. Now again, just like I said earlier, there's actually a great way to make images responsive using grid. So when we use grid and we shrink our screen, the images that are within each grid cell are going to shrink. They're going to scale with our web page width, which is very nice. So we're using grid here and we're setting our gap x, so the gap between each one of these images, to 32 pixels, right? And you can see that with our gap x9 here. We actually did 36, so that kind of diverges from the design a little bit, but I think it's because I probably just thought it looked more tasteful or something. So we're going to set gap x9. But you could play with that also. You could do 8 or 10, see what works. And then we're going to have gap y of 4. Now, the reason why we're doing a gap right here of y is because inevitably, when we get to smaller screen sizes, I can show you here. When we get to smaller screen sizes, we are going to have stacked images. Whoops, this is my, I just realized that this is the unfinished design. But either way, once we set up the responsive design here, it's going to look like this, okay? So the images are going to be stacked, and we're going to have a y of 16 between each, 16 pixels between each. That's going to be right here. So our gap, yeah. So right now it's obviously not applying because our images are going to be adjacent to one another, but it will matter on smaller screens here, okay? And so we're going to do grid cols 3. And again, that will change. So now you can see we have 3 columns here. And within each column, we have our image. We have the text that's going to float on top of the image, like this. Whoops, like this. And we have the small text at the bottom left here, which is right here. Of course, these are not absolutely positioned yet, so they're not on top of the images. But as you can see, already with just using grid here and setting grid columns to 3, check this out. The images are already scaling, right? Now, you can see they're looking a little weird, but we'll fix that in a second. But either way, they're scaling already, right? So we've created responsive images by just using one property, grid. So that's how powerful grid is, okay? And by default, these are going to fill the grid cell. So if we highlight our grid here, there's our grid. Okay, so you can see we have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and each image within each column. And then obviously our gap x right here, which we can change in just to see how that changes. You can put it to like 2. You can see that. Okay. So now let's move on. We're going to go to the this list item here, and we're going to set a couple classes. Now here we're going to learn about a new property. So I need to open this up a little bit just so we have a little more real estate here. You can see I can shrink the screen down without it looking weird for now, like that, at least at 1350 here. And so now one thing that we're going to add is something called group. Okay, group. Now that's a weird property, but I'm going to show you how that works in a second here. And we're going to do relative. Okay, remember, we want to position these elements here absolutely, and so we need to position them absolutely relative to some parent element. Okay, and in this case, we want to position it relative to the list item, which wraps the image here. So if we actually go into this UL, you'll see that each one of our list items right here, it has a paragraph up here, it has the image itself, and then it has the text below it. Okay, so these paragraphs are going to be positioned relative to this list item that wraps all 3 of these elements. Okay, and now why do we have to use group, right? If we hover over group, we can see that there's actually nothing here that indicates what it actually does. Well, I will show you what it does. On our p tag here, we're going to do class name, and we're going to be adding all sorts of classes here. So prepare yourself. First and foremost, we're going to do something called, actually we'll set that at the end. So we're going to do top 0. We're going to put the right to 0. We're going to put the left to 0. And we're going to put the bottom to 0. Okay. And that's going to have the effect of stretching this element, this absolutely positioned element, which is this description here, all the way across the parent element that it is positioned relative to, which is the li itself. Okay. And we're going to set it to absolute. And so there it is. Now you can see that it's actually on top of the image itself. I'll get rid of our grid thing so we can see it better. The next thing that we're going to do is set our background to primary 800. Okay, so now you can't see anything, but we'll fix that in a second. So we're going to set background opacity to 40%. So make that background that we just set here a little bit softer. So our opacity is 40%, saying that it's essentially only 40% visible, let's say 60% transparent, if you will. And then we're going to do px of 8, or px of 6 rather. And now you can see that that essentially had the effect of pushing it off the walls of the list item here. So you can see our text is pushed in a little bit. And we're going to have a py of 8. Okay, so now you can see, it's a little bit tricky to see here, but our text is floating kind of like in the walls of our image here. Let's highlight it like that. And I definitely think it'd be a good time for us to add our text declaration so we can see that. So we'll do text large, which again is going to be 18 pixels font size and 28 pixels line height. And we are going to set text dash white. Whoops, dash white. Now we don't have to highlight that anymore. We are going to set our tracking to tight, which again is going to bring those characters together, which makes it look a little bit better. And now we're going to use a couple transition properties, because remember, see these hover states, they kind of have a smooth transition to them. So we want to add a transition property, some transition properties. So first and foremost, we're going to use the built-in transition all from Tailwind, which transitions all properties. And we're going to set the duration to 200, which is going to make it so that all transitions are transition duration of 200 milliseconds or 1/5 of a second, right? And we're going to set it to invisible. So we'll set invisible by default. So now you can't see it, right? But of course we want to see it when we hover over this. So how are we going to actually make that happen? Well, we're going to go like this. We are going to set our opacity to 0 here. And then what we're going to do is when we hover, we're going to set visible. Okay, we're going to set visible. And when we hover, we're going to set our opacity to 100. Okay, so that's kind of how we make it so that it appears slowly. We use the opacity plus the visibility property. Now, what you'll notice is that hover is not enough here, because we're actually not trying to hover over the text. When do we want the text to actually show? Well, we want the text to show when we hover over the parent element. So this is where the group property comes into. Group, we can use group right here, group dash hover, to make it so that we now have access to the parent element's state. Okay, so we add group dash hover to these properties here. So now if we hover over this element that has been assigned group, you'll see that the text shows up. Okay, so let me say that again. The group property is applied to the parent element, and now we can gain access to the parent element state by using group dash. So if we type in group dash right here, you can see we're going to have access to all sorts of things. So we have group odd, group even, group visited, target, check, this, that, the other. Here, what we want to do is check that the group is hovered over. Okay, so when we hover over the parent, which has been assigned group, we can now check that and display this text based on the parent element state here, its hovered state. Okay. And with that out of the way, we should be good to go. Now we can move on to our image. So our image here, we're going to just have one class name. You might be able to guess what it's going to be. It's going to be rounded XL. Okay. And if we hover over rounded XL, we will see that that is just a border radius of 0.75 rem, which is equivalent to 12 pixels. So you can see our images have a nice little rounded shape to them now. Now let's actually get this piece of text on top of our image as well. That's just below here. So we're going to set this to, and I just realized I just made this a div, which is not correct. This is just a p tag. I apologize. It's just going to be a P. There's nothing that's dividing about it. It's just text. So we're going to set the class name here to, let's see, it's going to be bottom 8. Actually, first we should set absolute, right? So now we're positioning this absolutely relative to the parent element here, which is this li, just like we did for this paragraph. So we're going to say absolute. We're going to say bottom of 8. And so you can see that had the effect of pushing the bottom up by 32 pixels. And we're going to set the left to 6, which might be 24 pixels off the left. So there it is. Okay. Now let's quickly do background white. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the opacity property to make our background a little bit less visible, so to speak. So we'll do background opacity 20, and we're going to set opacity to 100. Okay, so it's the background that's 20%. Everything else is going to have an opacity of 100 here. So now you can see our background is kind of faded a little bit. So now what we need to do is we need to set our group hover again. So we're going to use group hover. So if our parent element gets hovered over here, we are going to make it so that our opacity is 0. Now the reason that we want to do that is because right here you can see in our design, when we hover over this text shows up and then that text disappears. Okay, so in this case we're saying when the parent element, the group, is hovered over, then we want to turn the opacity to 0. But by default the opacity is 100. Okay, so now in our hovered state you can see it turns off. Okay, so now we're going to set our text to, or actually let's start with some other properties here. We're going to first do backdrop blur, and we're going to use small. And so this is going to add the backdrop blur property, which is a CSS property that you can use that allows you to essentially make it so that the element that is under our text element is blurred. So you can see like under this text element, I can't hover over it here, but you can see that the image is actually blurred underneath it. So now our background has that kind of blur effect under it, which is very cool for things like modals, where you have a pop-up on screen, right? Something like this, which we're going to implement later, like this. Right, you could have the background be blurred in this case, and it would look very cool. It's a very common thing to do. Okay, so now we are going to do px of 2, which is going to make it so that our text comes off that background a little bit. We're also going to set our py of 1, which I think is just 4 pixels. Right, so now you can see our text has some space around it in terms of the background. We're going to set our text to large, which is going to set it to 18 pixels, 28 line height. And we're going to set our text to white. And I know it can be kind of tough sometimes to write all these classes, but I promise it becomes very easy once you get into it and really start to understand Tailwind. So now we're going to do transition all, because we want to transition the opacity property. Again, we're going to set our duration for that transition to 200. And we are going to set our group hover to invisible. Okay. And so now when we hover over it, by default it is visible. The opacity is, so by default it is visible and the opacity is 100. But when we group hover, we're going to set the opacity to 0, and we're also going to make it invisible. So here you can see it disappears. Okay. And it looks like we're missing one property, which is going to be rounded large. Okay. And that just rounded our background. So now you can see that looks very nice. Okay. Very cool. And so now we can move on to our third and final row. Okay, that's going to be right here. And again, that's going to be our app statistics right here, as well as this stuff over here. So let's start off there. We're going to be doing, with this div here, we're going to say flex. So that's going to set it so that these items are adjacent. This right here, I can actually use our flex stuff so we can see what's going on here. Not that, let's see. This, okay? So we have one element on the left here, which is this stuff, and then one element on the right here. So as you'd expect, the first thing that we're going to do, or actually with this, what we're going to do is we're going to set items to end. Okay, that's going to make our items go to the bottom of the container on our cross axis, which in this case is vertical. We're going to set our gap to 6. Now the reason that we want to set a gap to 6 between these elements is because when they come together on shrinking screens, we don't want them to ever touch here. So like as an example right here, we don't want these to touch as we shrink this down. Right there, so you can see they're touching here because this is not the finished responsive design. This is like a intermediate project that we have open. But eventually you'll see that these do not touch. We definitely do not want them to touch here. And so now we can set a couple more properties. Oh, and I actually just realized that I think I just missed. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I just missed a couple declarations, so I apologize. We're going to go back a little bit. We're just going to do flex. And this makes sense. I was like, wait a minute. So we're going back. We're going to do flex row. I apologize. And so that's going to make us it flex as a row. And you might say, why do we have to set it as flex row? It's because on mobile, we're going to have flex column. So we're going to want to explicitly declare flex row here so we can set it to flex column later. So we're going to add that explicitly, even though we usually don't have to because it's already defaulted to flex row. We're going to say justify between, which is again going to push these elements as far apart as possible. And we're going to set the items to end, which again is going to align them at the end of our container on the cross axis. Okay. And you can see that happened here. I just brought it to the end here. There's a small button below this text here. Okay, so now for our UL, we're going to set the class name to flex, and then a flex row, and gap of 24. Now what that does is that's going to make it so that each item within our list here, which again is, this is our list here. We have 3 stats, so 1, 2, 3. So we have 3 items, and so we're going to do flex, we're going to flex row, and then we're going to set a gap between these items of 24. And so we can look at that too. That'll be right in here. So that's this. So you can see this gap between each one of these items here. Okay. So now that we work on this left flex item, let's just, or flex container, I should say. I'm going to just outline it with this pill here. So just click on that pill so you can see it. And now let's start styling our text here so we can actually see what's going on a little bit better. So we're going to set class name. We're going to say font bold. Okay, that just made it so that these are bold right here. We're going to set our text to 7XL, so very large, 72 pixels. And we're going to do 5 rem. Okay, so there, that kind of blew them up there. And we are going to do text accent 500, so our main accent color. And we're going to do text left. Okay. And now you might be wondering, why do we have to left align them? And it's because when we're on smaller screens, when we are on mobile, we're actually going to center align that text. So if we look here, you see how it's center aligned. And so for now, we want to explicitly say, let's be on the left, because then when we use our media queries and our screen starts to shrink, we're going to say, okay, once we get below a certain screen size, let's actually make it text center. So in this case, even though it's already defaulted to text left in HTML, we're going to explicitly say we want text to be aligned to the left by default. Yeah, or initially, let's say. And then lastly, we're just going to set tracking to tight again, which is going to bring our letters together a little bit more. Okay. And now we got to, style this description here. That is clearly the wrong color and too small. So let's say margin top of 2. That's going to just push that text a little bit off those items there, so we can see that margin right here. Okay, right there. And then I'm going to get rid of this flex thing so we can actually just see our design. We're going to do font normal, which is just going to make sure that it has the default font styling. It's not font medium, font bold, anything like that. And I think I originally said that because I had a belief that it was font medium or something looked off about it. But maybe we don't need that. Either way, I'm going to have it explicitly declared there. And now we're going to set 2 specific values. So remember, we do text dash, and then we can do open and close brackets to be able to specify specific values in Tailwind. Unfortunately, Tailwind does not have this specific text class, so we have to explicitly declare it. In this case, we're explicitly declaring first the font size of 32, and second the line height of 40 pixels, which again is just 2 rem, so 1 rem is 16 pixels, 16 times 2 is 32, 2.5 rem, that's going to be 2.5 times 16, or 40 pixels. Okay. So now we're going to do text dash left, and that is going to, again, explicitly declare that our text should be left aligned, which is going to be important on smaller screen sizes once we do our responsive design. And we'll do text white here. Okay. And so now that's shaping up very nicely, right? Shaping up very nicely. And the last thing we have to do for this section, I promise this is it. This one's been quite a long one, right? But we're going to be doing explore the marketplace, and as well as the button that is adjacent to it, okay, which is right here. Right here. Boom. Okay, and this is the first time we're actually going to use React icons. So you guys are going to understand why we actually installed React icons in the first place. So we're going to do flex. We're going to do items end. So the reason that we're going to do that is because we want, actually you just saw it happen. By default, when we flex, the element is set to stretch. So if we hover over, let's actually hover over this here. Or actually it's going to be within here, is it not? Yeah, so it's actually, no, it's going to be, is it the second item? Here it is. So this item on the right is its own flex container right here. Let's get rid of this one. So this is a flex container. So by default, the items are going to be flex. The align items property is going to be stretch. So they're going to stretch vertically and fill the height of the container, but we don't want that. We want it to be items end. And the reason why is because as the screen shrinks, we want to make sure that these elements are at the base of this container here. Right, so you see how like this one right here is, it's not at the top of this container. It's actually at the bottom here. It's not like right there. Right, I can't even move it up there because I have some properties here set. Okay, so we're going to do items end. Make sure that these are flush to the bottom here. And we are going to do gap of 6. Okay, so that's going to make it so that our button is a little bit pushed off of our text. Explore the marketplace and the button that is adjacent to it, which obviously has no dimensions right now, so you actually can't even see that button within our flex container. Okay, so we're going to go down here to our P, and we're going to set some classes, some that are similar to the ones right here. So we're going to do first text. Again, we're going to use the same things here. So 2 rem on the font size as well as 2.5 rem on the line height. And we're going to set text dash white. And there that is. Now, this P tag, we actually don't need to set that. It's interesting that I set it there. So I set an ARIA label on the P tag itself. What do you think that would actually be for the button? So we'll set that in a second, actually. So now that we have that set, right, you can see our text is looking nice here. Except I think that we should use, because we used it here, did we not? Let's check. So we didn't set tracking on that, so we're actually not going to set tracking on this for consistency. Okay. So for smaller text, sometimes you don't want to use tracking because it'll be harder to read. Okay. And in this case, we're going to leave it as is. So now let's go down to, first let's go to our BR, which is right here, and we're going to set a class name to block. And now the reason that we're going to set this explicit, so a BR is already class name block, or it's my bad, it's a display property is block right here by default. But the reason that we're explicitly setting it is because when we're on mobile, we're actually going to set its property to, I think, display none or something. And the reason that we do that is because we actually want to get rid of the line break right here. You can see that now explore the marketplace is in one line. It's not explore, then the marketplace. And so we're actually going to get rid of this, get rid of it by setting its display property to none instead of block. Okay. So we'll get to that in a second, and you guys will see when we do the responsive design why we have to do that. Okay, and then the last thing that we have to do here is to just style this button here. So let's get into that. We're going to set class name to group. Now again, we're using group, and the reason why is we're going to need this parent element state when we hover over the child element. So we're going to do flex. We're going to justify our item center. And this, we're just doing this because we want to center the icon that is within the button itself. So justify center, that's going to center us along our main axis, which is horizontal. We're going to set item center, which is going to center us along our cross axis, which in this case is going to be vertical. We're going to do our background gradient, and it's going to be 2t, so from the bottom to the top. And we're going to say from our accent 500 to dash accent 200. Okay, and you can see that right here. We have a gradient from the bottom to the top, darker to lighter. And we're going to set the margin bottom to 1. Now the reason that we want to do that is because right here you're going to see that this button is actually not perfectly flush with the bottom of this container. It's a little bit off the bottom, okay? And for it to line up nicely with our text here, let's see right here, we actually have to push it up just a bit here. So you'll see right here, it's a little bit off the bottom of this container. It's actually 8 pixels off the bottom of the container here. And so you can see right here, we're setting a margin bottom of 4 pixels just to push it up a little bit. And now we can actually give it some size here so we can see what's going on. So rounded full, that's again going to set a very high rounded value for the border radius and essentially make it a circle. And now we can set our width to 16 and our height to 16, which I think is going to be 64 pixels all around. Okay. And we're going to say transition all. Okay, now the reason we want to transition all and set the duration of those transitions to 200 is because when we hover on this button, we're going to have a small animation, just going to be like this. So you can see it turns white, okay? And so now let's go within our button here. So actually, I just realized that our button cannot be self-closing because it will have a child element. In this case, it's going to have our caret icon right here, this caret icon. And now React Icons actually has this caret icon. So remember, we installed this package. So I'm going to show you how we can now use React Icons to easily add icons into our project. So import rx caret right. And let's do react-icons /rx. So that's just going to be one package within our React Icons. There's a ton of different packages. And we're going to instantiate this as a component here. So we're just going to do rx caret right. Just like that, we instantiate it just like a component. And now you can see, there it is. Okay, it's very, very small. So we're going to have to fix that, but it does exist here. So now let's actually get to styling that. So here we're going to have, remember we set group on the parent element. So now we have access to the parent element's hover state. So we're going to do group. And when the group is hovered, so group-hover, we're going to set text to white. Okay. So now you can see it's very small still, but you can see it turns white when we hover over it. It's interesting that we use text white to change the color of a graphic or a SVG, but that's besides the point. We're going to set the width of it to 12 and the height to 12, which is 48 pixels all around. And we're going to set the text, which again, it's kind of funny. We're setting the color of the graphic with the text property, but we're going to use text primary 500, which again is our main color for this project. And last thing we have to do is transition. And in this case, we don't need to do transition all. We can just do transition colors, okay? And so look at that. We have a 200 millisecond transition from a text of primary 500 to white. Now let's get rid of this. And look at that. All right, so now that we have finished that, we are completely done with the app statistics section. So let's actually set it back to 1440 so we can just see our design as we are creating it now. So there it is. And so you can see our design is really coming together now. We have a couple sections here and it's actually starting to look like a landing page. So I will see you guys over in the next section where we will be working on the feature section right here. Now, first off, I've noticed that we have a couple errors here. First and foremost, we have some errors with our children property. So this one looks like it is in app page div header hero section div li. So I think it's in the hero. So let's go to hero and let's go into here. So it looks like our key is headshot, which I think, let's actually see what that actually is here. So for our hero, we have these images, and so they have an ID property. So let's fix that. And I imagine some of you already picked up on that and fixed that, but we can fix that here. And so now let's load this again. There's one more error. Looks like we have app page div main app statistics. So we also have an error in app statistics. We had just finished that one, so it's nice. We can just look right here. It looks like here we have, we did not add a key for these, or no. Stat.key. I don't think that we have that. Let's go see what it actually is. App stats, what is it? App stats, this one here? It's ID, not key. Jeez. So that's going to be stat.id. There is no key property on our the objects that we're iterating through here. All right, so now we can jump into the feature section. So let's go move over to our features component here. Remember, control click on that. That's going to open this up. And so let's start wireframing our markup. So first and foremost, we're going to add a div. This div is going to represent our content section. So if you look here, we're going to have the outside of the section is going to be right here. And then within, we're going to have a content section right here. Okay. So the section inside, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to be broken up into two columns. We're going to have one column on the left here and one column on the right. Okay. So within this content div, we're going to have a div to wrap these three elements on the left here. So this will be our left column right here. This will be the left column. And within our left column, we're going to have an H3, and that's going to say why become a creator. And this is going to have a P as well. And that P is going to say engage with your supporters and subscribers to sell your skills, knowledge, and passions. Okay. And so we can see that right here. Okay. And so now we're going to move down to our second column. So remember, this is our first column, which is going to be column left here. And then our column right is going to be right here. And this is going to be an unordered list of 4 features. So you can see we have one item here, one here, one here, and one here. Okay. So unordered list. And within this list, we're going to be iterating over our items here. So in this case, we're going to import this. It's going to be, maybe I can get it to import automatically. Oh man, I wish it did, but I don't think it can find it. For some reason, it cannot resolve the path here. So we're just going to import this, and we're going to say features. And again, this is going to come from our constants folder. So we're going to do dot slash to go into our parent directory. We're going to go down to utils and into our constants folder. Okay, so now let's hit, we're going to map. Okay, and as we map over our items for each of our features, we are going to return a list item, okay, as we typically do with our unordered list here, or always do rather. And we're going to add a key property as well, which is necessary. And we have access to an ID, which is on each feature. So if we look at this here, we have an ID property on each feature. And now within each feature, we're going to have a graphic, we're going to have a heading, and we're going to have a paragraph description, okay? So within our LI, let's set that up. First, we're going to have an image, and the source of the image is going to be feature dot, I think it's an icon, and the alt will be the feature dot name. Below our image, we're going to have an H4 element. That's going to be for this heading here, and we're going to be using feature dot, what is it? It is going to be the name. Okay, so same as our alt text, which I think is the heading here. And we're going to have a p tag, and this p tag is going to be feature dot description. Okay, and so we probably can already see that. So here it is. You can see we have this text, which is going to be in our left column here, right here. And we have a graphic, heading, and description for all of our features. So obviously now we have to add our CSS classes, but we can easily see we have a div. This is going to have 2 columns in it. This is the div right here. It's going to have 1 column right here for the left items, 1 column right here for the right items. So here and here. Column left has a heading, description, and button. And I think I actually missed it. I did miss it right here. So you can see this has a button here on the left, become a creator. And so we're going to say become a creator, and that'll be right there. Okay, so now, and you can see if we hover over it, it has a cursor pointer, and so now we can actually add our CSS classes here. So let's get into it. First things first, our section is going to be the item that actually binds us to 1440 pixels wide, as we've done with all of our sections. So again, we want to set margin to auto so that when our section is larger than 1440, it centers on the page here. So if we actually we have to give it a maximum width here. So if we do margin auto, we'll set the max width again to 90 rem, as we've done with all of our sections, which is 1440 pixels. We can see here that to the left and right of this section, let's see if we can get it to show here. There is margin 141, and obviously if we make this larger here, you can see that the margin will keep us centered here. So it's always keeping us centered on screen, okay? And so now we can shrink this down, and we need to add our padding, right? So again, we're gonna have our PX of 24, which is going to be 96. We're gonna have a padding top of 32, so that's gonna be 128 right here on the top here. Again, let's set this back to 1440, which is our size to design at. And we are going to have a padding bottom of 24. So PB-24, which again is going to be 96. Okay, and so we can see that here, 96. Okay, so it's already shaping up, but now we have to get this item on the left and all of these items on the right. Remember, these are the two children of this div here. So let's create a flex container and let's make this flex row so that these elements are adjacent to one another. Actually, I think it's going to be a grid, actually. Yeah, we are going to represent this as a grid. So our second extremely powerful tool for responsive design and composing layouts. So we're going to do grid. And by default, you can see that it is not shaping up how we want it. We have to explicitly set grid calls to. Okay, so grid calls to, that's a declaration or a utility class in Tailwind. If we hover over that, you can see it essentially just makes repeats two columns that are both between 0 and 1 fractional unit. Okay, so both of them are going to be a maximum of 1 fraction. So you could say 1 fraction here, another fraction here, total, that's 100% of the size of the container. So they're going to be essentially the same width. So as we scale this, you'll see that both of these actually remain the same width. If we go here, we can see that these are the same width here. We go like this. Okay, so they're 1 fractional unit each. And we're going to set gap y of 24. Now the reason we're setting a gap y of 24 is because inevitably on smaller screens, this text box is going to be above these here. Okay, so if we go to our mobile view, you'll see that here, we actually here have this 64 pixels here. Okay, and I think on the intermediate screens, we also have some distance that is larger because that's why this is 96, right? So that will happen, but obviously this gap y property does not apply right now because our elements are adjacent to one another, right? This column is over here, and then this column is over here. Okay, so there is no y gap to be applied here. Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to make it so that this left column, one thing you'll notice is that this left column, we don't want it to span the entire width of this grid cell here, right? We actually want it to only span part of it right here. So you can see here, instead of making this grid column as large as this grid column, like this column right here, equal to this column right here, we actually want this to be smaller, right? So we're going to try and force this in because we want the text to wrap like this. Y become, and then it wraps down to a creator. So the way that we're going to achieve that is we're going to set a max width on this container that holds this heading, this description, and this button here, right here. Okay. So we're going to set the max dash w dash, so the max width here, we're going to set a specific value by using our open and closing brackets in Tailwind. And we're going to set this to 65%. Okay, so this is just arbitrarily chosen by me because I found that this is what looks correct when compared to our design. Okay. And that's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes you have to break from the Tailwind defaults if you want to make sure your design corresponds, or if you want to make sure that your code corresponds to the design that you've gotten from your web designer. So now let's add some classes here. So first we're going to have for our heading, we're going to have a margin bottom of 4. So you can see now that has pushed off this text that is just below here, this description text. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is set our font to bold, which again is going to set a font weight of 700. We're going to set our text to, again, a arbitrary value in Tailwind, just because Tailwind does not supply this utility class. So it's going to be 3.5 rem, and then we're going to divide that, or not divide that, we're going to just add a line height of 4 rem. So here you can see 3.5 rem, which is 56 pixels, and then the line height itself will be 64 pixels. So if we go to 1440 now, you can see, looks just like this. Nice. I think we're going to have to add a couple more things. So definitely we don't want this to be black. We want it to be text. text primary 500, and we're going to set tracking to tight. Okay, so that gives us its nice primary color here, and it also makes the text a little bit closer together, which looks a little better. Okay, and so with that done, we can go down to our p tag, or our description rather, and we're going to set this to margin bottom of 10. So I think that's going to be 40 pixels. We can check that. Yep. And so now you can see here that the button is now pushed much lower here, which is consistent with our design. If we go here, you'll see that it's probably 40 here, hopefully. Yep, 40 pixels. And then here you can see it's 16 pixels, which is consistent with our margin bottom of 4 here. So we set margin bottom of 10 on this. We're going to set our text to large, which is going to set 18 pixels font height, and it's going to set the line height to 28 pixels. And we are also going to set tracking to tight here. Okay, now look at that. So the text is looks good now, right? We have good spacing here, good visual hierarchy. The user will first look at this, then they'll probably look at this, or they'll look at this and then they'll look at the button first once we do the button styles. So good visual hierarchy and very clean, very consistent with our design as well. So now we can move on to styling the button, which is going to have a couple classes. This one is has a little bit of an animation to it. So we're going to set background to primary 500. And let's start off by making our text white just so we can see it here. Okay. Now we're going to set our padding on the x-axis to 8. So you can see now there's some space around our button here, right here. Around our text within our button. We're going to set our PY to 4, which again is a very common practice, right? You end up setting the padding on the x-axis to twice that of the padding on the y-axis. So now we can see our button looks great. We're going to set our hover. So our hover is going to be, let me try and get this set up here. So our hover is going to be background accent 500. So now if we look at our hover state here, we can hover and look at that. Looks very nice. Now we're going to set our tracking to tight on the button text, again, which is going to decrease the letter spacing. The transition is going to be set to all because we're going to want to transition a couple properties here. And we're going to set our duration to 200 milliseconds. Okay, so our transition duration will be set to 200 milliseconds. And again, we can hover over that just to see what that does. Under the hood, it's setting the transition duration property to 200 milliseconds. Okay, so now we want to probably add a couple more classes here. So first and foremost, we want our hover state to make our button a little bit wider, just like we did within our navigation. So if we go up to our navigation, we did this. We're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to set our hover to a padding X of 9. So just a little bit larger than the padding X of 8 that already exist. Cool. And now we are going to want to add our rounding, which is going to be rounded to XL. Okay, which is going to be, if we hover that, you're going to see under the hood, Tailwind is setting border radius to 16 pixels. Look at that. Okay, so now we have our cool button animation here. And we're done with our left column. Okay, so now we can move on to our right column, which actually shouldn't be too difficult here. So first and foremost, let's set our class name on our unordered list to gap, or grid rather. So this is going to be a grid, right? This is a great opportunity for a grid layout because flexboxes are good for composing single dimension layouts, right? So we can do a horizontal flexbox or a vertical flexbox, but when you want to create two-dimensional layouts, it's good to use grid because grid can have grid rows and grid columns. And so it's very powerful for that, right? For layouts of smaller items like this, flexbox is powerful. When you want to compose multiple sections together or create sections like this where you have kind of squarish layouts, grid is extremely powerful. Okay, so we're going to use grid, and we're going to say grid cols 2. That's going to make it so that we have 2 columns. So let me get rid of that declaration. So here you can see we have 1 grid column, but now we're going to do grid cols 2, which again is going to make it so that each column has the equal width, right? So in this case, this is 1 fractional unit here, and this is 1 fractional unit here. So this one's half the size of our grid here. And this is actually a subgrid, right? So this is our outer grid here, but we can actually look inside of our grid here. So let's go down here, right there. So we have a grid out here that has one column here and one column over here, right? This column and then this column. And then we have a subgrid in the right cell here. So let's actually get rid of this visualizer for the big grid and just go to our small grid here. Okay. So again, 1FR, 1FR. That's going to make it so that each width of the columns is the same. And you can see that the height of the grid rows here is just auto, which essentially just means the height of the content that it holds. And so now we're going to set our gap X to, I think it's 8. Okay, so there you can see we have a nice gap here. And we're going to set our gap Y to 20. Okay, so look at that. Looks nice, and that is consistent with our design here. So if we look at this, these should be, I think these are actually not lined up. Like the design itself doesn't reflect it correctly, but this is the correct distance that we want to set here, okay? And now we're going to set a couple more properties. So we're going to set justify item start. Now the reason we have to set them justify item start, if we want to align our items at the start of their grid cells, why do we need to do that if they already are defaulted to the start, right? You just saw that didn't really do anything because our items are already justified to the start of this container here, right? To each grid cell, rather. Well, the reason why is because on mobile, we're actually going to set it so that these are centered. So if we go here, you'll see that these are actually centered. And so we're going to be justify our content center. So we want to explicitly declare that we want them on the left side, because then we're going to set a declaration in here, a Tailwind class for our small screen sizes that says actually we want to justify them to the center on these lower screen sizes, but we want to otherwise have them like this. Okay, so you'll see why that matters in a second. Yeah, so you'll end up seeing that. Like when we get into the responsive design, you'll see what I mean by that. But for now, just leave that there. Okay. And we're also going to add grid rows too. Now, the reason we have to explicitly declare this is, again, because once we go to the responsive design, we're going to want to change that. Okay. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. So we have all the classes that we need to add here. Now we can move on to the list items themselves, which are grid cells. Okay. So first, we're going to style our LI itself. So these are the actual grid cell items. And here we're going to say that we want the width to be 5/6. So you'll notice here that this spans, let's actually get rid of our visualizer for our grid now. I think we can see what's going on here. These span all the way across their grid cell, right? Like that, right there. We don't want that. We want it to span 5/6, which somehow, I say somehow, but Tailwind seems to have everything. Tailwind happens to have these built-in width classes. We can go like this, type width dash, and you can see it has all sorts of different things here. So width 0, width all the way up to 56, 112, all these different things. And then there's also these special ones that are like 1/3, 2/3, 3/4, whatever. And we can set 5/6, which I like. So now you can see that these don't fill the entire size of their grid cell. They're kind of compressed in a little bit. So if we get rid of that, you can see they stretch all the way. Put that back. They don't stretch all the way, which I like. I like how that text wraps right there. You'll see here that the text wraps like this. After the deeper level, there's a wrap. And here you can see ours more closely reflects that than it did before when it was like this. So definitely more consistent with the design. Okay. Outside of that, we're going to say text start. Again, this matters because we're going to be changing that on smaller screens. So even though it's defaulted to text start, we're going to leave it, we're going to add that declaration explicitly for now. We're also going to set our tracking to tight to bring our letter spacing down a little bit. Okay. And now let's move into styling our 3 elements here, and we will be done with another section of our project. So first, let's style our image. Our image is going to have a margin bottom of 6. So that's going to push our images off our text elements a little bit. It's going to have a width of auto. Okay. Now that's not going to matter here, but that will matter. Or actually, this does matter here. So this makes sure that the width is not the entire width of the image. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure the image would otherwise stretch across the entire width of the cell here. So let's actually hover that. So the image, I always have it running into an issue with the image where the image was actually stretching across the width of this grid cell. And so that's why I ended up setting it to width auto, which will essentially make it so that the width is equal to the width of the content itself. We might be able to get away with not having that. I think that we might be able to get away with that because we can set the justify item start, which essentially says don't stretch the item across the cell. And maybe that's what was happening. But either way, we're going to explicitly declare that just to be safe. So with auto, we'll set it to the width of the actual content itself and not make it larger or smaller. H auto, and it might matter when we want to actually set up the responsive design. So you see, now that I'm seeing width auto and height auto, I think that when we make the responsive design, we want those declarations in place so that we can change them later to other values. And then we're going to do place self start. Okay, so that's going to place this at the start of this content, like on the left side. And again, on mobile, that's going to change. We're going to actually center it. So that's why we're adding these text start, place self start, all these different declarations here regarding the positioning of elements, even though they're already positioned in the correct position on desktop. Okay, now we're going to do margin bottom of 2, which is the equivalent to 8 pixels on our H4, which is our heading here. So that pushed the paragraph a little bit off of it. We're going to set the font to bold. We're going to set the text to 2XL, and the line height is going to be, it's actually, we can just do 8. So it's built into Tailwind, this one here. So you can see it's 24 and 32 for the line height, font size and line height respectively. And lastly, we're going to set text primary to 500. Okay, so now we don't have that jet black color that does not look appealing. And so now that we've done that, the last element that we have to design is just this text that is the description that is below the heading here, which I think we only have a couple. So it's going to be text large. That's going to bring us up to 18 pixels on the font size, 28 on the line height here. We're going to set our text primary color, so that's 500. And we're going to set, again, tracking to tight, which is going to lower our letter spacing by specifically negative 0.025 EM, okay? So there it is. Now our feature site, or our feature section is actually in place. Look at this. We have our left column, we have a right column, and you can see it's already half responsive down to a certain level here, right? And that's because we're using grid, which scales very nicely, okay? Very nice. And of course, we're going to make the rest of the responsive design later. Okay, so now we can move on to the pricing section, which is going to be very fun. So the pricing section is here. All right, so now we can get into setting up our pricing component. So first, we're going to want to navigate over to our pricing component here. So click on that, go over to where your pricing component is located. Remember, we have it here co-located with pricing card. And we're going to start building this out. So let's first start by removing this. Let's also go over to our page so we can see what's going on here. So again, this is what we're building here. This is our pricing section, the thing that's outlined in blue here. We're going to start off by adding a div. Now this div is going to wrap this section right here. It's going to wrap the entire content section. So if let's see if we can get it to, see if we have that. But see right here, you can see we have this inner content section. So again, the pricing section's out here, and then the content section's in here. Now within this, we're going to have an H2. So first we're going to set this, we're going to say H2. It's going to be our heading here, and that's going to say start creating today. And we're going to put a span right after that within the H2 itself, and we're just going to put a period in there. And the reason that we're doing that is because if you look here, you'll see that our period after start creating today is actually our primary color, okay? Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to put a div below this one. Okay, and this div is going to contain 2 elements. So this div is going to contain, or actually 3 elements rather. It's going to have this P right here, this P tag for monthly. It's going to have the toggle itself, and then it's going to have this P tag for annual. So let's start off with our P tag for monthly. And let's take a peek at that. So that's right here. And then in the between, we're going to have our toggle switch. So this is not created yet, but we have created the component itself. Or maybe we have not. Let's actually see. Have we created this? Go to UI. We actually have not created it. Okay, so we actually have to create toggle. So again, toggle is not unique to the pricing section. Toggle is something that is unique, or is just a generic UI component. We could use it in multiple places. So we're not going to put it in section here. We're actually going to put it in UI. So let's go over to our UI folder, which again is part of our components folder. So components and then UI. And we're going to put toggle, toggle.jsx. And in here, we're going to create a component. Okay. And so let me jump over there, make sure that I'm not making any mistakes here. Okay, and so within here, we're going to start off by creating a label. Okay. And so this is going to be represented as a label right here, the entire switch itself. Now what we want to do is we are going to create a input. Like that. And just below that, we are going to put a span. Okay. And the span will be self-closing, so we don't need that. We can just close it off like this here. Now, you got to realize that these inputs are not actually available by default within CSS and HTML. We actually have to build it from the ground up, and we're going to use that using, we're going to build it up using a trick, but we're not going to do it right away. We're just going to leave it like this for a second. So now it should be, first and foremost, let's change our input type to checkbox. Okay, so under the hood, our toggle switch is just going to be a checkbox. And we'll actually be able to see that here. So if we go over here, let's see. Maybe we have to import toggle switch. We do. Let's see if I can get it to auto import here. If I get lucky. Nice. Okay, so make sure you import toggle. So now if we go down, we will actually see right here. Let's actually add our second P. So I'm going to copy this one down real quick. This. So just after toggle, we have annual. Annual. So now we have monthly and our checkbox here. You can see it. And annual. Okay. And so under the hood, it's actually just going to be a checkbox. We're going to style it, of course, to make it look like this. But for now, just leave it like that. So now we've wireframed this top section, right? So we have this div. Within this div, we have an H2, which is going to be our heading right here. Then we have another div down here, which is going to wrap two elements, or three elements rather, which is monthly, which is p tag, an input, which is actually a toggle switch, which is actually an input, and then lastly another p tag here. Okay, so now we need to set up the rest of this, which is going to be a div here. So this div right here, this last div, is going to wrap our pricing cards, these right here. Okay, so let's go down there, and that's going to be adjacent to this div here. So I'm pretty sure it'll be adjacent to this one here. So let's create it here. And in here, we're going to map over our pricing cards. So let's start by, and we can write UL actually, might as well, because it is, at the end of the day, it is a list here. And so we're going to do pricing cards. So let's actually import that. So we're going to be importing our pricing cards. Again, this is just content, so it's going to be within our constants folder. It is incredibly hard to type. And my keyboard is unresponsive for some reason. So let's do pricing cards. And we're going to import that from our constants folder. Got to go up a couple directories to find this one here. And constants. Okay. So our pricing cards, let's render them right here in our unordered list. So we're going to go pricing cards. Again, we're going to map over them as we usually do. And we're going to call each card within our list a card here. And we're going to render a pricing card component. So we're going to say pricing card. Okay. Now it looks like we have not imported that, and we cannot get it to automatically import, so I'm going to import it here. So import, whoops. I can barely see around this massive mic here. Okay, so now we have imported pricing card. Let's make sure that that's actually working. It looks like it's not working. Let's go into pricing card and make sure we created this. We did. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. It's missing the key prop. Okay, so we can set that. So first we're going to set our card property to card. Okay, so we're passing card in with the card property to our pricing card. So we're going to ingest that into pricing card in a second here. And we're also going to set the key. So the key here is going to be card.program. Okay, and the reason that we're using that as our unique key is because the program is unique, right? So we have a personal program, we have a professional program, and a team program. Okay, and each one of those is unique. So we can go into pricing cards and our constants just to check this out here. So if we look at our pricing cards, we have a program, personal, professional, and team. Okay, so those are unique. And so we'll use that as our unique key for each one of our pricing cards. Now let's actually jump over quickly to our pricing card here and take in that card value. So remember we have the card property that reads in this card value, which again is just this object that is within this list of pricing cards here. Again, we have those 3 different programs. So we go into pricing card and we're going to read that in. We might actually read in both of these values, I'm not sure. Yeah, so we're going to read in 2 things. We're going to read in card and payment plan. Okay, card and payment plan. So let's jump back over to, let's see, is that going to toss us an error? It looks like we can get away with it. Okay, so we're going to leave that like that. Right now it's complaining because we're not actually using those properties, but we're going to be reading those in and we're going to immediately destructure them right there in the definition of our function and the braces or parentheses of our function declaration here. Okay, so now let's go back to pricing and let's set up our classes here. Okay, so let's start off by styling our section. So our section is going to be, actually let me make sure we don't have any other odd things here. Yeah, so there's one other thing we have to pass in, which I just realized, is the payment plan. Okay, so let's write payment plan, and I actually think we have to create the state for that. Okay, so we will set that up in a second. Okay, so first and foremost, let's actually style our section. So first we're going to set our class name to auto, margin auto. Okay, so we want the section to center itself with respect to its parent element. This is going to be max width of 90 rem, which we have seen multiple times at this point, just making it so that this element is a maximum of 1440 pixels wide, which is the maximum width of our web page. We're going to set the padding X to 24, which again will make it 96 on desktop. That's subject to change on smaller screens. So we have padding X of 96 and padding Y of 8. So let's go down there and we can check that out again. So there it is. This section is 96 off the walls and 32 off the top and bottom here. Okay, that's also consistent with our design, I'm sure. So 32 there, 32 there, and 96 on the left and right. Okay. So now let's work on setting up our classes for our div here. So let's add class name, and here we're going to set flex column. Okay, and so now the reason we're using flex column here is because we want these items to stack here. So we have this heading here, start creating today, which is right here. We have this item with the monthly, and then the checkbox, and then annual, which is going to turn into this monthly and toggle an annual. And that's going to be below that. And then lastly, we're going to have this div down here, which carries all 3 of our parsing cards. Okay, so we're flexing vertically here. Again, we want to center along our cross axis. So line item center. In this case, it's going to center us horizontally. So it's going to center our stuff horizontally in this case. And now we can start with our H2 here. Let's go here. And so you can see that centered us horizontally, as I was saying, and our items are stacked on top of one another. Now we also have to style our H2. So this one's going to be, we're going to give it a margin bottom of 6 here. Save that. That's going to come out to 24 pixels on the bottom. Then we are going to set text to 3.5 rem, and we're going to add a slash here, and then for our line height we're going to say 4 rem. We're going to set our font to dash bold, so that's going to set font weight to 700 under the hood. We are then going to set tracking to tight, which again is going to lower the letter spacing. So there it is. You can see these classes being applied. And we are going to set it to our trusty text primary. Please go down and don't do that to me. Primary 500. Okay, so now that has the same color as this text up here. Let's actually make sure, before we get ahead of ourselves, just make sure I didn't miss anything. It's very easy to miss things when you're doing these, changing a lot of different elements, so it's always good to check. And there it is. See, so you can see that we missed this one right here. So this is actually the text from our feature section. So let's go Let's go address that real quick. You guys might have picked up on that, but I didn't. So I'm going to go back and fix that. So let's go to features, and that is engage with, that's right here, okay? That's why you always want to go back, and I call it a reconciliation, which is where I look at the design, and I look at the implementation over here, and I make sure that every single property has been applied perfectly. Every margin, every padding, every color. Okay, and like I said, I've named that reconciliation between the code and the design. Okay, so now let's go back, let's get out of the feature section here. And so now we can start styling. I think that we got everything on the H2 here. Make sure we didn't miss anything. I think we're good though. There was only a couple styles for that one. The next thing that we're going to do is add text accent 500 to our period here. So let's go to our span here and give this text accent 500. Okay, so now you can see that our period has that orange color, which we see in our design here. Okay. Let's move on to this div. Now this div, we need these elements to be adjacent to one another. So monthly is going to be next to our future toggle switch, is going to be next to annual, right? So we're going to make these flex along the horizontal axis so that we can get them next to each other. So let's set this to flex. We're going to set items to center. Again, that's going to center us along the vertical axis, which will be important in a second here. Right now, you can see that this element is the parent element that holds these three items is not very tall right here. And so you can see that aligning us on the vertical axis doesn't really matter right now, obviously, because the element is very short. But if it were to be taller, we would want them to be vertically centered, okay? And I guess we could probably change this to like, if we change this to like H10 just for demonstration purposes and get rid of item center, we can see that the elements here are stretched to the top. They're actually set to stretch by default. That's the default line items property. And in this case, you can see that they're actually at the top of their containers. So we're going to set items to center as we just had. Nice. And again, we don't want that fixed height. We're just going to let it grow to whatever height it needs to accommodate the content. And in this case, the largest element in there is going to be this toggle switch in the middle. Okay. So that's done. Now we can set gap x of 4. Okay, so now that pushed apart our monthly, our toggle switch, and annual here with a 16 pixel gap, which again should be consistent with our design. We can always check to make sure. So you can see 16 between those two, 16 between those two. Nice. Next, we're going to style the p tags here, so the one before and the one after. I imagine that they're going to be virtually identical, so we might actually want to just copy this p right down after we set these class names. So first, let's set text-large. Again, that's going to be the built-in Tailwind utility class that brings us up to 18 pixels font size, 28 line height. We're going to say tracking tight. Again, so we're bringing the letter spacing down quite a bit. Okay. And we're going to set text primary 500. Oops. Okay. Now we have our toggle switch. We're going to style that in a second here. Actually, we can still pass in the properties that we do want to pass in. Actually, we have to set up the state, so we will set that up after. Okay, so we're going to leave that for now. The p tag here will have the exact same classes, so we can just copy these right down. Okay, so now you can see we'll get rid of the flex visualizer here and just see we have monthly, we have our toggle switch, which is still a checkbox at this point. We're going to style it in a second here, and annual. Okay, and it's looking pretty good right now. It's already kind of shaping up. It's not exactly this, but of course it's already the right form, let's say. And now lastly, we can style our div down here. Or actually, it was a div, but I just realized while making this video that we probably should style it as, or structure it as a UL. Okay, so we're going to do my of 10. So that is just for this div right here wraps our pricing cards here. Okay, so you can see above we have 48 pixels to the top, and you can see in the design I think I chose once I actually implemented it, I think I chose 40. Okay, so a little bit different than the design, but in this case I think that was just a decision I made when I actually implemented it. I thought it would look better. So now our pricing section right here has some spacing on the top and some spacing on the bottom. Okay, and this is again going to hold our 3 pricing cards, which we can see right now. It just says pricing card, pricing card, pricing card. Okay. So we're going to say grid. Now the reason we want to use a grid is because we want our three cards to be adjacent to one another. And in this case, we can control the width of those items better if we use a grid rather than a flexbox. So our grid is going to be more, let's say, naturally responsive than our flexbox and more flexible in general as our screen shrinks in terms of customizability, let's say. So we're going to say grid. We're going to say width full. So we want this grid container here to fill out the entire parent container. Now by default, the UL element is a block level element, so it should fill out the parent container. But in this case, we are going to be setting different sizes of widths on smaller screens. So right here, we're going to explicitly declare it so we can then override that later. So we'll see that. And we've seen that a couple times as we've gone through this. And now this is how we explicitly declare our grids here. So we're going to do grid calls, but instead of setting just say grid columns 3, we're not going to do that because we don't want, let's actually visualize our grid. We don't want each one of our pricing cards to have the same width. Now, why do I say that? You'll see that here within our pricing section, we actually want our middle pricing card to be emphasized more. Okay, so if we have customers that land on our page, we don't want them to focus their eyes on the free one, that we also don't want them to focus their eyes on the team one, because we know that most of our customers are going to be inclined to purchase the center one, which is the professional program, right? For the ambitious solo professional, as you can see, I wrote right here. And so you can see it has a badge here that says most popular. It has a button that's a different color that kind of has a glow to it. And we used our accent for the check boxes too, right here, check marks rather. Okay, so this one has a little bit more of an emphasis and it's wider. So if we click on this card, you can see that this one has a width of 433, whereas these have a width of 386. Okay, so how are we going to make it so that the middle column is slightly larger than the other two? Well, I can show you. So instead of setting grid columns 3, which is going to give each column one fractional unit, so evenly dividing the space of this container into 3 units, we're going to make the middle one a little bit wider. So let's do 32 FR and then an underscore. So that's our first column there. Remember, this is how we declare a specific value in Tailwind. We do open and close brackets. So now we're making our own specific value, not a built-in Tailwind CSS class. In the middle one, we're going to do 34 fractional units. And lastly, we're going to do 32 fractional units, okay? And now, if you guys don't know how fractional units work, essentially it's like you sum the fractions up. The fractional units allow you to define how wide something is, relatively speaking. So like as an example, if I make the middle one, let's say 90 fractional units, you can see that these ones on the left and right that are just 30 fractional units are going to be much smaller, because if we get 32 plus 32, that's going to be 64, plus 90 is going to be, what is that, 154? And so these are only going to be 32 divided by 154 wide, if that makes sense. Whereas the middle one is going to be 90 divided by 154, okay? Or as an example, if we do, let's say 2FR, 1FR, and then say 3FR, as you guessed, we have a total of 6 fractional units here. This one is going to take 2/6 fractional units, or 1/3. This one's going to take 1/6 fractional units, and this one's going to take 3/6 fractional units, okay, or 1/2, okay? And you can see exactly that here. This one is the medium width, right, 2 fractional units. This one's the smallest, which is 1 fractional unit, and this one's 3 fractional units, okay? So 1/2. And you can see that this one is literally 1/2 of our grid here, okay? So in our case, we're essentially just saying we want most of the fractional units to be evenly divided between them, but we're just giving a little bit more to the center one. And in this case, I decided to make it, I think this sums to 100, 32, 64 plus 34, so that does not sum to 100, but either way, this is what I thought looked nice, okay? And so here we can see, let's see if I save that, the middle column is just slightly larger than the left and right one, which is what we want here. It's a subtle difference, not too dramatic, right? And so now that we've done that, we can move on to setting up some spacing. So between our pricing cards, we need some spacing here, right? You can see that right here. We have 16 pixels, okay? So let's set that up. That's going to be gap x 4 and gap x or gap y of 4, okay? So that's 16. And that looks like oh yeah, here it is. You can see I actually forgot to put a space right here, so it's not applying that class. There it is. So now you can't see it very well because there's like this -3 here showing the grid lines here, but there is spacing between these pricing cards, okay? And the reason that we have to have a gap Y is because inevitably on smaller screens, our pricing cards are going to be stacked on top of one another like this, right? So we do want 16 pixels of spacing vertically, even though it doesn't make sense in this context because, of course, none of our pricing cards are on top of one another just yet, okay? And so now we can dive into the pricing cards. But before we do that, we actually want to set up some state. And we're going to do this preliminarily, so we will need this down the line. But we're going to set up state before we hop over there. Okay, and we're going to pass it down into our pricing card. Okay, and I'm not sure if we set up any state yet. So hopefully you guys know a little bit about this. But then again, we are going over React and Tailwind, so I do think it's justified for us to allocate a little bit of time talking about state management and how state works in React. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to use a set. We're going to say payment plan. We're going to say const, right? So we're declaring two variables, and we are going to set two variables within this array. So we're actually destructuring the elements into an array. So payment plan and then set payment plan. Okay. And I'll explain this a little bit better. And we're going to call useState on the right side here. Okay. So now let's go up here. And we're going to say import. We're going to import the useState hook from React. So again, it's an external import, so it goes above our 3 internal imports here. It's just a convention for you to import your external things first. So again, React is external, whereas these things are internal to our project here. Okay. So essentially what we're doing is we are using the useState hook, and we're going to provide a default value here. So our default value is going to be monthly. Now, why are we using the state in the first place? Well, we need to control monthly or annual for our plan. So as an example, in our finished design, we are going to be able to hit this toggle switch, and it's going to go between monthly and annual, and that's going to update the prices on our card. Okay, so each pricing card is going to need access to that state of whether it says monthly or annual. If it's annual, it's going to render our annual price, and if it is monthly, it's going to render our monthly price. Okay, so you can see for our free program, our monthly and annual price are free. For our professional program, our monthly and annual price are $20 and $228 respectively. And lastly, for the team, it's going to be $699 and then about $8,000 annually. And the way that I calculated that is just, I think I got the monthly price and multiplied it by 0.95. So essentially, if you purchase an annual plan, you're going to save 5% overall. Okay, and that's a very common paradigm to give them a discount if they purchase a longer plan, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use state, which is a hook in React, to manage this state, where we can now toggle between it within our application. So what we do is we call useState, and we pass in a default value. In return, useState will return us two values. It will return us the current value that exists for this hook. So in this case, it's going to be monthly by default. And then we have set payment plan. That allows us to update it when we want to update it. Okay, so we can use this to set it to monthly or annual, and then we can use this as the actual value of monthly or annual. And what we're doing here is we're actually destructuring it into an array, which is a construct within JavaScript, right? It's a functionality within JavaScript, right? So useState returns two things, and we can destructure them immediately into two properties like this, okay? So now let's actually set up a function to switch between monthly and annual, okay? Now remember, we're going to expose the set payment plan into our pricing cards. Our pricing cards are going to be or actually that's a lie, we're going to be putting it to our toggle, right? So our toggle is what you can click on here to switch between monthly and annual. When that switches, it's going to update the state here and set this to annual or monthly. Then we're going to pass that value into our pricing cards, because our pricing cards need to have access to that information to choose whether they're going to render the monthly or the annual price. Okay? So how are we going to update this set payment plan? I will show you. We're going to do function. We're going to create a function here, and we're going to say handle payment plan change. Okay? And we're going to set some brackets here. Whoops, that's like that. And now within here, whenever we call this, we're essentially going to call set payment plan, which I said we can use this function here to update our payment plan value. And now set payment plan is going to have, it's going to get passed in something, the previous value that already exists. Okay? So if we're currently set to monthly here, then this is going to be set to monthly. If this is currently set to annual, this payment plan is currently set to annual, then this is going to be annual. So essentially what we're doing is we're using this callback function within set payment plan, and this callback function is going to have access to the current value of the state. Okay? So now all we're going to do is say, is our plan currently equal to monthly? Well, if it's equal to monthly, question mark, then let's return annual. If it is not equal to annual, then let's set it to monthly. Okay. So if you guys don't understand the syntax, this is something called a ternary operator. Essentially, we're just saying, get the plan here, and then within the function body, so this is an arrow function, we're going to check immediately if the plan is equal to monthly. If this expression evaluates to true, we return the first thing that's after the question mark. Otherwise, if this evaluates to false, we return the second thing that's after the colon. Okay, so if our plan equals monthly, then let's return annual. If it's not monthly, then that implies that it's annual, and so let's instead set it to monthly. Okay, so it's just toggling between annual and monthly with the state here. So now if we call this, it's going to go from monthly to annual to monthly to annual. Okay, so we don't have to actually explicitly set it to monthly or annual. It's just going to flip between them. And now this is what we're actually going to pass in as our state updater function. So let's go down here and let's go to toggle. And within our toggle, we're going to give it access to handle toggle. Okay, and what is handle toggle? It's actually handle payment plan change. So when we pass this function in here, within toggle, we can read this in. So let's actually go in there after we set one more thing. So let's set our toggle label. Now this is important for accessibility. Because our button here, the toggle is actually an input, but the toggle doesn't have like any descriptive text as to what it actually is on top of it. So we need to give it a label so that individuals who are using screen readers and have visual impairments will understand what this toggle actually represents. Okay, so it's important for accessibility. So we're going to also pass in the toggle label, which is going to say toggle between monthly and annual plans. Okay, so now their screen readers are going to be able to easily understand what actually this toggle is doing. And so now that we're passing in our toggle switch to flip our payment plan from monthly to annual, let's go into toggle. Let's read that in. So it's going to come in here. And again, that's going to be here. So again, this is how you read in props. The handle toggle references this function here. So let's read in handle toggle. And now we can switch between monthly and annual within our toggle switch, right? And that's exactly what we want to do. Every time we invoke this function, it's going to flip between monthly or annual. And once that updates this value of payment plan, React is going to re-render our component because it has detected that there has been a state change in our application, and it's going to pass the new payment plan value down into our pricing card. Okay? And that's why if we go down here to our pricing card, actually first and foremost, we have to pass in our label as well to our toggle switch. I just noticed that. So let's go here and let's read that in as well. That's our second prop for our toggle. And again, we're going to use these in a second here within our toggle, but right now we're just going through these steps of passing them down here. And second, we are going to go down to our pricing card here. And in our pricing card, we're going to read in that payment plan, right? So our payment plan is going to be equal to payment plan. So now if we go back into our pricing card, we have to read in that third property. So let's go into pricing card. So we have card, or we actually have two, right? So we have the card itself and then a payment plan. Remember, the card itself is from our list that's within constants. So that is an object that has all sorts of properties on it. We have our most popular, right? That's like this here for our tag up here. We have the program, which is personal. There's personal, professional, and whoops, having a hard time navigating around on Figma here when I'm doing this. And then team, we have price, which is the monthly and annual, subheading, which is going to be right here. We have our bullets right here. And then we have our call to action, which is the text that's on the button down here. Okay, so that's what's going to be our card itself that we're passing into our pricing card. We have the key, which makes it so that each one of our UL items has a distinct key value, which React needs. And lastly, we have the payment plan, which again, within our toggle, we're going to be flipping by hitting that handle toggle function. When we hit handle toggle within toggle, it's going to call handle payment plan change. Handle payment plan change is actually going to be responsible for updating our payment plan from monthly to annual and back to monthly, and then that payment plan value that results, which is monthly or annual, will get passed down into our pricing cards. The pricing cards will read that value and then decide what type of text they want to render, either the price for the annual or the price for the monthly. Okay, so now we have that passed down into our pricing card, which I think we just added that. Yep. So now in the next section, we'll actually go through setting up our pricing cards. And so we can go down here and actually see how far we've gotten. We have all this set up. we need to design our toggle and our pricing card. So that'll be part of our next section. So I will see you guys over there. So now we can jump into setting up our toggle first, and then we will set up our pricing card. So let's move over to our toggle class here. And in the toggle, remember we read in two values. We read in our state updater as well as our label. So first and foremost, let's start off by styling our label itself. So let's actually set this up. So you're going to see that this design is definitely nothing that is provided out of the box from HTML. So we're going to have to be kind of creative with how we set up the toggle switch here. Okay. And thankfully, developers have come up with neat ways to get around things like this. I think that the toggle switch was first popularized by Apple, actually, in their UI. And obviously, developers had followed suit in figuring out how to do it in web designs. So now we're going to set up first the label here. So we're going to say block here. And the label itself, I mean, let's look at what actually is our structure here. So let's go here. We have an input, and that input has a span next to it. It also has a parent that is a label. So the label wraps the input and the span. Again, the input is actually the checkbox, but we're going to be styling that differently. Now, the reason we needed this input is because we need to be able to listen for that event, right? Because we're going to want them to be able to click on the toggle, and then it slides left and right here. Okay. So we're going to say block on the wrapper label here. We're going to set it to relative. Now, the reason we're setting it to relative is because we're going to be setting the absolute position on one of the children element here. So we need to position it relative to this parent element. So we're setting a non-static position on this parent here. Okay. We're going to be setting, whoops, not that, up here still. We're going to set our background to primary 500. So now you can kind of see how this is shaping up. The label here is actually going to represent this dark background here. Okay. Let's set up our rounded XL. Now the reason we're doing rounded XL is because you can see that our toggle switch has rounded borders here. We're going to set our width to 20 and our height to 10. Okay, so there, now we can see it. Nice. And we're going to set our hover state to cursor dash pointer. Now the reason we want to do that is because we want individuals to understand that if they hover over this here, that it is indeed a clickable button. Okay, so you can see it when we hover over it, it is clickable. Now I'm not sure what actually that is right there. It looks like that's the input, right? So we're going to have to hide that in a second here, but you can see that the underlying toggle switch right here, this dark section. Now when we hover over it, there is a cursor of pointer, which we set right here. Cursor to pointer for our hover state. Okay, so now let's get our input, and we're going to actually kind of hide our input. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So not the type here, but the actual class name. That's where we're going to style it, of course. And we're going to say absolute. So again, this is going to be positioned absolutely relative to the parent. And you can see by default, when we make something absolute, it actually positions itself in the top left relative to the parent. So you can see our toggle switches or our checkboxes right up there in the top left. Now what we're going to do is we are going to set this to opacity of 0. So we're going to hide it. Okay. And we're going to say height of 0. Okay. So now we have set the height and opacity to 0 on our input here. So we're effectively trying to hide it, get it off screen. Okay. But we still want it because we need to be able to detect events here, click events, right? And we're going to say peer. Okay. So now here's another thing. We learned about group earlier, which allowed us to access the parent state. Now peer is going to allow us to access the adjacent elements state. Okay. So now down here, we can go to our span. And the reason we want to do that is because we want to update the state of the span based on the state of our input. So we use peer here, and then we can reference peer within our classes of our span and say, okay, what is going on with input? Based on its state, we're going to change our state. And now what is the state that input has? Well, if it's a checkbox, it has a checked and unchecked state. Okay. And we can now respond to that. So again, our input is now hidden. It's invisible. And now what is our span going to be? Well, our span is actually going to be, whoops. Our span is going to be this white switch in the middle here. So the span is the actual toggle itself, right? The label is the background, and the span is the white toggle right here, okay? And so now what we're going to say is we're going to set, first let's actually set our height dimensions. So we're going to say before, and that's going to be h set to 8. And we're going to say before. Let's see what it is. It is going to be width set to 36 pixels. Okay, we have to explicitly declare that because that is not within Tailwind. So 36 px. Okay. And so now we still can't see it. So let's set before to background white. And it looks like we still can't see what's going on here. So let's continue to add classes. And I'll explain what before means in a second if you guys don't know. For those of you who are unfamiliar with pseudo elements. So we're going to set our left to 1, which is going to set the left side of our span to 4 pixels relative to our parent. And I'll show you why. You can see here we have 4 pixels of spacing. And again, we're going to do the same thing for top here. So I'm going to copy this and say top is 1. So we're going to essentially position it 4 off the top, 4 off the left here. We're going to set before to absolute. Again, this is going to be the absolutely positioned element, absolute relative to our parent. Let's see if we can see it now. There it is. Okay, awesome. We can see it's 4 off the left, 4 off the top. Definitely you can see the next thing that we want to do is set our border radius. So we're going to say rounded. And for this, I decided to choose an arbitrary value just to make it look a little nicer and correspond with our design better. So I'm going to use 9 px, so 9 pixels of rounding. And so there it is. You can see that's already shaping up nicely. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. So we have before transition all. Again, we're going to want to transition this. So transition all. And whoops. The reason we're going to add transition all is because we're going to actually transition the element to the right side of the screen here, or the right side of the switch, right? And we'll see that in a second here. And we are going to set, I think that's it for now. So now we can actually use our pure state. So we want to update this span, this white box, based on the state of our input. So if we click anywhere on this label here, it is going to trigger a checked or unchecked event, okay? And remember, we have our state saved for our input with our peer reference. So now let's actually reference our peer here. And we're going to say peer checked. So if our peer is checked, we're going to translate our x a total of 36 pixels, okay? And so there's going to be one more property we need to add, or actually first and foremost, we need to add duration 300. So go to before and say duration 300. That's again in reference to our transition. So a 300 millisecond transition for our toggle switch. And so now if we click this, nothing happens. So that's always lovely. Let's make sure we have all of our properties declared here. So what other peer checked values do we have? So we have top 1, we have absolute before background white, rounded with 36, height, transition all, peer checked. So if peer is checked, let me make sure I actually, oh, I see her. I see what happened here. So when we say peer checked, we actually want to manipulate our before element on our span here, okay? And there it is, okay? So now the question is, what is actually happening here, okay? So if you don't know, on every element, there is something that you can add, or on most, I think on most elements, you can add something called a peer or a pseudo element. And now what is a pseudo element? If we click on span here in our dev tools, you'll see something that says before. Now, before and after are pseudo elements within an element. So as an example, if this span, let's just say hypothetically, we made this a not self-closing span and we said random text. A before element will go just before the text within our span, and an after element will go just after. Okay, so you see how it says 2 colons here, and then it says before. If we added a after element, an after pseudo element, it would go just after the text that is within our element here. Okay, and now these pseudo elements, they're like, they call them pseudo elements because they're not real elements, right? They're pseudo. And so you can manipulate those things on the element itself. You can add these pseudo elements on the element itself, and that it can be valuable in different contexts. As an example, let's say one context, just to give you an idea, right here you'll see that we have these gradients for our testimonial section, and that allows our testimonials to almost appear as if they're fading off screen. So one way you could set this up is this container here that has our testimonials, you could give it a pseudo element before and a pseudo element after that are gradients. And so you could literally create before and after elements before pseudo and after pseudo elements that are gradients on the element itself. So instead of having to add extra markup, like an extra set of a div or another div or two for these gradients, you can actually add those gradients directly as pseudo elements on one element itself. And that element in this case would be the actual container for the testimonials. Okay, so pseudo elements, that's something that you kind of have to research on your own. I'm obviously not going to waste too much of our time here, but a very interesting concept if you haven't explored it before. Okay, so now that we've done that, what do we actually need to do here with our toggle? What does our toggle need to be able to do when we click on it? Well, we need to update whether it's monthly or annual, right? We need this toggle switch to be able to switch the prices on our cards here. So we need to pass that state back up into pricing, okay? So let's start off by adding that here. So for our input, we're going to say onChange, okay? And onChange is a React property that we can use, and onChange will simply respond to changes in the state of this checkbox, so checked or unchecked, and we're going to call handle toggle. Okay, so now React, anytime it detects that there's a change, checked or unchecked for our checkbox here, it's going to call this function handle toggle, which under the hood is our handle payment change function, right? And that's going to switch it from monthly to annual, back and forth. Okay, and lastly, we're going to set our ARIA label. Now, again, the reason I said this is this label is going to allow people who are visually impaired to understand what this actually is, okay? Because otherwise they would have no clue, right? This is just some random toggle that is not descriptive at all. So now screen readers will be able to easily understand that this input checkbox is responsible for toggling between monthly and annual plans, okay? And you could say toggling between monthly and annual payment plans. Obviously, if you're actually publishing this landing page to the internet, you want to be very intentional with how you write that so that it's easy for individuals to understand, okay? And so now, if a user clicks on this input, it's going to call handle toggle. It's going to pass that change up into this function, which is going to call this, and that is going to update our state value of payment plan from monthly to annual or annual to monthly, okay? Now that our payment plan has been saved in this parent component, the pricing, we can now pass that down into a pricing card, okay? So notice, that's a very important thing to notice. We actually lifted the state up. We needed our toggle switch to be able to change between monthly and annual payment plans. That state gets passed into the parent component, which is pricing, and then pricing can then pass the value of payment plan, which is monthly or annual, down into the pricing cards, which need that value so that they can render the correct price, okay? So we lifted the state up. We needed not only the toggle to have access to the state, the toggle needs to update the state, and the payment cards, pricing cards, they need to have access to the state value, okay? So again, we pass the state updater to toggle, and we pass the actual state value to pricing card, okay? And so now with that out of the way, we can actually go in and style our pricing cards, right? That's the last thing we have not done here. Now this is going to be a little bit involved, so prepare. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to set up something called P class. Now, it's going to be an object, so we're going to represent this as an object here, P class. Now, the question is, what is P class, this object that we're adding? This is for our primary card. Now, what is primary? In this case, our primary card is our center card. You'll notice that our cards are very similar in their markup, right? The structure, the spacing is all the same, but there's slight differences in the height. There's slight differences in the this tag in the top right here. There's slight differences in the colors of the bullets, and there's a slight differences in the style of the call to action button that is on the cards, specifically for the center one. Okay, so we need to apply specific styles to the cards that are not these ones, which we'll call, for the sake of this section, the less relevant ones. Even though all of the payment plans are relevant, this is kind of the special one, right? And so we're going to have special styling for this one here. Okay, and so how are we going to actually detect that this one needs that special styling? Well, if we go into our pricing cards here, let's go into our pricing cards array, you'll see that we have most popular set to true for our center one, okay? And that is this is the most popular one here. Then up here, you can see most popular is false. That's for our free program, or the personal program rather, okay? And then for our team program, you can see that is also most popular, set to false, okay? So within our pricing card, we can say is this the most popular program? If so, let's apply some different styles here. If it's not the most popular program, then we can just apply the default styles, okay? A different set of styles. And so let's start setting that up here. So first and foremost, we're going to say container. And now the container is going to reference the height of this element here, right? So you can see that this one is a little bit taller than the other ones to give it a little more visual appeal. We're kind of making it taller to tell the customer, hey, this is the one that is most visually important because this is the plan that is most commonly purchased, right? And so that's going to reference this container here. And we're going to be using this container class right here in our div, okay? Because it's going to affect the actual height of the pricing card itself. So let's set that up. So first and foremost, we're going to say if our card is primary, so this is the primary card, which in our case is this center one, and that typically is the case for most pricing sections online, we're going to set our padding bottom to 14, okay? But if it's not the primary one, then we're only going to set our padding bottom to 12, which we can't see these Tailwind classes right here because it's not actually within an HTML tag. So if we hover it, we won't actually see it. But I think padding bottom of 14 is, I guess we could check right here actually. Padding bottom of 14 is maybe 56 pixels, and then padding bottom of 12 is 40 pixels, or something along those lines. Either way, the one in the center has a larger padding bottom here, and that's going to have the effect of making the height larger for that card, okay? And we're also going to set the margin Y to 2, okay? So that's styles for the primary card versus styles for the not primary card. Again, this is a ternary operator, okay? Now we're going to say bullet color. Now our bullet color is going to say card.primary, question mark. If it is the card.primary, let's add stroke, accent 500. If not, we're going to add stroke white. And the reason why is because here you can see we have a white stroke for these bullet points, and we have an orange stroke, or I should say our accent stroke for these bullet points on our primary card. Okay, so card.primary, give it the accent. If it's not the primary, give it the stroke white. Okay, the next thing that we're going to set is our CTA, again, our call to action button here. And this one's going to have all sorts of styles. You can see that this one kind of has a glow behind it. It has a gradient as a background. It has all these different things. So this one's going to take us a little bit of time here. Or not a little bit of time, but it's certainly going to be more than these first two that we set. So card.primary. Assuming that this is our card.primary, we're going to add a background gradient to top, to T. Okay. We're going to say background accent 500. Okay, so that's going to be the background of this. Then we're going to say from accent 500 to accent 200. Okay, so again, this is the same gradient that we've used throughout our application here. And you can see that this is going to be representing this gradient that goes from a slightly darker orange down here to a lighter orange at the top. Okay. And again, we say background gradient to top because we want it to go from bottom to top from this darker color to this lighter accent color. Okay. And there's probably going to be some other things. Actually, that's it here. So now for our standard cards, we're going to have background dash white. And the reason why is because if we look here, you can see that our call to action buttons are white otherwise. Okay. Now there's only one more we have to set, and that's going to be the CTA wrapper. Okay. Let me make sure we actually use this class here. We do. So this is going to be, you're going to notice here that if we zoom in on the call to action button, there's actually like a glow that we see here. Okay, so below the button, there's actually a glow. And it's an orange glow, or it's an accent glow, if you will. And that gives it even a little more visual appeal and visual importance relative to these ones next to it. Okay, so for the call to action wrapper, that is actually going to have this glow on it. We're going to say background gradient. Actually, I'm going to copy this in just to make sure that I don't type it incorrectly, and I don't waste your guys' time either. So this is going to be BG gradient to bottom. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think this is, yeah, okay. Interesting. So this is actually going to be, what you're going to notice here, I actually just realized what this actually is. The CTA wrapper here, not only is it going to be a gradient, or not only is it going to be the glow that we have here, But also, if you look at this button, there's actually a very small design decision that you're going to be able to see here, or a design kind of bonus. Essentially what it is a gradient in the opposite direction. So you'll see that the button actually goes from a darker orange to a lighter orange at the top, but then there's a 1 pixel border on the outside of the button here that goes from a darker orange to a lighter orange at the bottom right there. Okay, and it's actually the inverse. So we're going from accent 500 at the bottom on the button to accent 200 at the top, and then the border on the outside is going from accent 500 at the top here to accent 200 at the bottom. Okay, and so that's a very subtle thing, but those little things are what make your design kind of pop, right? So it's very subtle, but you can pick up on it unconsciously. And so that's actually what we're adding right here. So we're saying for this thing that kind of wraps our button, right, this 1 pixel border that wraps our button, which we actually have to do by wrapping our button inside of a div, we're saying let's give it a background gradient to bottom. Okay, the inverse of this one here. And we're going to say, again, from accent 500 to accent 200. Okay. Okay, so instead of bottom to top, we're going to top to bottom, but same colors, opposite direction. We're going to set the padding to dash 0.125 rem. Now, this is kind of interesting. Essentially, what we're doing here is we want our div. Whoops. Can we get that to wrap? So we're saying padding dash, and then in our we're specifying 0.125 rem. Okay. Now the reason that we're specifying a small padding is because we want the div that wraps our button, which is going to give this kind of effect of a border. We want it to be just slightly bigger than the button itself. Okay. So the reason we can't actually add a gradient to our border is because that's not possible on the button itself. So we essentially wrap the CTA, that's why we're calling this CTA wrapper. We wrap the button inside a div that is just slightly bigger, okay? And so we're setting the padding to just a very small amount, and this padding is going to be effectively how wide our border is, okay? So this padding of 0.125 rem, which I think is 2 pixels about, that is going to be this border right here, the width of it, okay? Now we're going to say rounded 2XL, so that's going to make it rounded in the same way that our button is right here. And we're going to set a drop shadow. Okay, so this drop shadow is actually going to be the glow that is behind this button. So it's subtle, but if you zoom in here, you can see it below the button here. It's this orange glow. And so how do we actually specify that in Tailwind? Well, I'm going to copy it in, and then I'm going to explain it. I don't want to type it because that would just bore you guys to death and waste your time. Okay. So here it is. So here, there's ways to specify an explicit or a built-in drop shadow from Tailwind. So if we just do drop shadow, we can say probably XS. I think that there may be a small one, there might be a medium one, and there might be a large one. Again, we can't see the classes here because we're actually writing these classes in this object here. We're not actually writing them within an HTML tag. But we're going to be explicitly declaring a drop shadow. And again, we explicitly declare values by using the bracket notation within Tailwind, just like this. Okay. And so what we're saying is here, we want the, I think that this is the, it might be the blur or the spread, then the second property here. So this is the first property and then an underscore. For the second property, I think this is our X offset. So how much offset do we want our shadow on the X axis? And then I think we have our Y offset, which is 35 pixels. So that pushes it down, which you can see here, our glow is not really on the top here. It's way more on the bottom, right? So we're offsetting it vertically, 35 pixels. And then lastly, we specify the color itself. Now this color is nothing more than our accent 500, but it's an RGBA form, okay? So instead of the hexadecimal representation, we're just specifying it as our red, green, blue, and then our alpha channel. And our alpha channel is set to 0.2, which just means that the opacity is 0.2, okay? And now we're also gonna add a hover state. So I'm gonna just copy this in. Again, you guys can just type this out. And now the hover state, so hover and then drop shadow, all this is the exact same shadow right here, but the only difference is that the alpha channel is set to 0.35 instead of 0.2. So that makes it a little less transparent. Either way, it's going to make it that it glows a little bit more. Okay, so 0.2 to 0.35 on the alpha channel here. Okay, and so now when you hover over the button, like I said, it's going to have a nice kind of a more intense glow, so to speak. So that's it. So now we have all this set up, and actually the CTA wrapper, I just realized we didn't even check. Is this card.primary? Of course, if it is card.primary, then we want to add all these fancy styles that we just put. And if it's not card.primary, then we are going to specify nothing, actually, right? So the CTA wrapper is literally going to have nothing, because here we don't have any border on these. It's literally just the button, and then the wrapper outside of it is going to just have no effect, essentially. Okay, so now we can actually start setting up our pricing card itself. So let's go down to here. And again, we're going to set up the markup first. So I know that we added some classes up there, but we're going to go to the markup first before we add our classes in here. First and foremost, we're going to say, we're going to leave these behind first. So those are absolutely positioned elements. We're going to start off with this p tag here. So this p tag is going to be the card.program. And that's going to be, let's see, so it rendered it already. So you can see personal, professional, and team. Again, the card.program is just here. Okay. Price and card. Below the P, we're going to have a div here. And this div is going to hold, let's see, probably a couple elements. So first it's going to hold, let's see, I think it's going to hold, if I had to guess, it's going to hold the price as well as the small subtext below it here. So this plus this, or maybe, no, maybe it's this here. So you can see that we have like here 20, and then per month or per year, depending on what it is. And then also here, and then here you can see when it's free, there actually is no text next to it. But I think that that's what this div is going to hold. So let's actually see here. So yeah, it's going to be P. Whoops. We need a P tag actually, like that. And this is going to represent the price. Now the price, I think we're actually computing that on the fly. Yeah, so we're not gonna put that here yet. Let's just put free for now. Okay, but we're gonna update this in a second. Okay, so that's the price. We're gonna have to compute that, so we're gonna do that right here. So let's just say computing price. And below that, we are going to have our payment plan text. Okay, and so again, I'm just going to say, for now, we're just going to say per month. Okay, and these values, we're going to be computing these. Okay, so don't worry about them now. We're just going to say computing payment plan text. So we're going to compute both of these values, and then we're going to render them right here. But again, we'll do that in a second. Okay, so our next thing is going to be a p tag below this div. And now this is actually going to be, interestingly, I have nothing rendered there. I wonder why that is. How bizarre is that? So that's the bullets. That's going to be the subtext, actually. I think that's going to be the subtext. I'm gonna open this up here just to make sure that I'm not going crazy. So here you can see an implementation I have of the landing page. This is before the responsive design is complete, as you can see. So yeah, here you can see I actually don't have the subtext, which is no bueno. We want this subtext right here. So that's what actually this next p tag is going to be. So here we're going to put, right here, we're going to put card dot maybe program. Let's see, or not program, subheading. Okay. Let's actually look at that. So there it is, professional. We have the name of the program. We have the price. We have this per month text. It's going to be per month or per year. And explore our product for free for the ambitious solar professional. This is just the subheading here. Okay. And now the next thing that we have to do is render the bullet points, which is going to be an object in and of itself here. You can see this container here that kind of wraps these 4 items. So let's set that up. That's going to be an unordered list of items. In here, we're going to set, we're going to iterate over our pricing cards here, or actually our card rather. So this is kind of interesting. So if we go to card, within our card, we have bullets, and the bullets references an array of items. Okay. So card.bullets, and we're going to map over those, and we're going to say bullet. And here, we're going to add a list item. Each one of our list items are going to have first a key property, as we've seen many times before. And that's just going to be the bullet, which is the text actually itself. Within the bullet, we're going to render that bullet text. So let's actually see if we can see that. There it is. So you can see 4 bullets here, 4 bullets here, and then 4 bullets here. And for now, I think that's all we need to do. We actually have to add our checkbox. Okay, so within our bullet, there's going to be, let's see where we actually added that. Did we add that right there? Oh, I see. It's adjacent to the p tag here. Interesting. Okay, so what we're actually doing here is within our list item, we're going to have 2 things, right? Each one of our bullets has 2 components. It has a bullet icon, or it has a checkmark icon, right? And then it has the text itself. Okay, so that's for each one of our list items here. So first thing inside of our list item is going to be our check. So that's actually, again, we're going to be using React icons for this. So let's import that at the top here. And so that's going to be import CI circle check. And it's going to be from React icons /CI. Okay. And now let's actually use that down here. So again, we just instantiate it just like a component. And there it is. You can see just like that, we have our checkboxes that are not adjacent to our bullets just yet, but we're going to set that up with Flexbox in a moment here. Now our text is going to be just below, and we're going to wrap this text inside of a p tag here. Okay. So now we have that set up. We have, again, a list item with our check and then our bullet text. Okay. So now the last thing that we have to do is we have to set up our CTA, or our call to action button, right below. So let's set that up below our UL. That's going to be here. And it's going to be represented as a div. Now the reason that we're representing this as a div is because we have the actual CTA wrapper. And then the button, actually, the actual clickable button within that. Okay. And so within here, we're going to say card.cta. And if we look here, we'll see that. Start free, start creating, and then sign up your team. And that's right here. Start free, start creating, sign up your team. And that's all we have to add there. So now we can actually get into styling our pricing cards. So we have all the content here, and it's top to bottom. It already looks semi-structured here. And now we can get into making it look how we want it to look. So let's start off by setting up our the div that is the pricing card itself. So here we're actually going to go into JavaScript for our class name. We're going to set class name to, so in here we do enter JavaScript with brackets here. Then we use backticks so we can make it some string interpolation. So it's going to be relative because we're going to have absolutely positioned elements. Now the absolutely positioned elements in this case are actually going to be these kind of streaks of light. They're very subtle, but you can see them here. I can actually move them around so you can see. Okay. And so we're going to add those to our center card here to give it a little bit more visual appeal and visual importance relative to the ones next to it. But we're going to set that up in a second because those are unique to the middle one. We're just going to wait a minute to do that. So we're going to say relative. We're going to say overflow hidden. And we want to do that so that these elements that are actually kind of working as like these rays of lights do not actually spill outside of this center card here. So that says don't let any content from our children elements overflow our parent element. Overflow hidden. Okay. The next thing that we want to do here is, I think we can actually shrink this down, give ourselves a lot more space here. We're going to set rounded to 2XL, okay, because that's our rounding for our pricing cards here. We're going to set our background to primary 500. Our padding on the x-axis to 8. Our padding on the y-axis, or padding on the top to 8. And then lastly, we're going to use our JavaScript syntax to use a variable within our class names here. And we're going to specify pclass.container. Okay. And so remember what's happening here is now you can see our center container is actually taller than these ones that are adjacent to it. Okay. And the reason why is because this one has the primary declaration. So this container in the center, when this one gets rendered, it is car.primary, right? So it has padding bottom of 14. So you can see the padding is a little bit bigger on the bottom, and it doesn't have the margin Y of 2. So you can see these other ones, they have margin on top and bottom that makes them a little bit smaller. So this one's a little bit bigger, this one's a little bit smaller. Okay. And we're doing that here. We're adding those classes dynamically by using this like string literal, I think it is. Not a string literal, but I think it's called string interpolation. Okay. And so now we're going to go down to our p tag. Okay. And we're going to set the opacity to 80. So you're going to notice that these elements here, they kind of have a slightly reduced opacity just to give them a little less visual importance relative to the name of the price and all these other things. So that's these right here. Okay. So that's going to be opacity 80. We're going to set our margin bottom to 12. That's going to push the rest of our content down here from here. We are going to set our padding X to 6. That's for the inside of this button itself, or this pill, I should call it, or tag, I think is a more correct term. Our PY is going to be 2. We're going to have a border, and that border is going to be, I think it's just going to be 1 pixel by default. So now let's set rounded to 2XL. Our max width is going to be min, which I'll explain in 1 second. Max width dash min. And our text is going to be small, which I think is 14 pixels actually. I don't think we've used that one yet. So text is 14 pixels and the line height is 20 pixels. And then lastly, text dash white. Okay. So there's that. You can see those right there. Now, what are we adding here? So first and foremost, we have a margin bottom of 10. That's going to push our other content far off these. Okay. Give it some good space here between this and this container. Next, we have a max width of min content. Now, the reason we want to set min content, essentially what you're saying is make the button itself, this tag here, as short as, we want the width to be as small as possible, but not crush the content, so to speak. So if we get rid of this p tag is actually going to stretch because it's a block level element. So let's actually get rid of this real quick. So you can see it stretches all the way across. By saying min content, we're essentially saying make this the width that is the minimum that is possible for the content that's within the thing, within the button itself. So like as an example, I think if we were added something like hello world, can we save that? And oh, whoops. Let's see if we add a BR here. I want to test this. Say BR. So in this case, you can see that the minimum content width is actually personal. And the reason why is because hello world is the second piece of content. And this piece of content is actually the min content is hello world, right? Because the smallest piece of content without crushing our content is hello world. But if we added something else below this, like let's say we added hello world 2, you can see that now the min content width is actually hello world 2. Okay. So instead of it being as big as possible, we're saying make it as small as possible without crushing our content here. Okay. And now that we've done that, we can set our div classes. So let's set this to flex. And the reason we set flex is because we want our price to be adjacent to the text next to it. So 20 per month or 20 per year. We are going to set items to end. And the reason why we do that is because we want this per month to be not centered vertically like this here. We want it actually below, just like this, like aligned to the baseline of our price. Okay. We're going to set our gap X to 2 here, which is going to give it 8 pixels of space between free and the price here. I can actually visualize that right there. Some space between those elements. And we're going to set our margin bottom to 2. Actually, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, so that's going to be right there. Okay. And so that's going to push off our bullet section or our subtitle a little bit from this container itself. So there, right there, you can see that margin bottom. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can actually set the styling on the p tag itself, the price itself. So here we're going to have font bold. I'm going to go through these a little faster because we've gone through them a couple times. So font bold, that's going to make the price bold. We're going to have our text set to a specific value here. So that's going to be 3.5 rem. And we're going to set the slash character, / character, and set 4 rem. So that's going to set us up to 56 pixels on the font size and 64 pixels on the line height. Our text is going to be white. And our tracking is going to be tight, as we've done before. That's going to bring the characters a little bit closer together here, which looks a lot better for things like this price here, $6.99. Before, when I did not have the tracking to tight, if I set it to 0, you can see it looks no bueno. Okay. So now that we've set up that, we can style our second item here, which is going to be our second item within this flex container here, which is going to be this per month or per year. Again, we need to compute that, but we haven't yet, so we just set it explicitly to per month. So let's set the opacity to 50. So we're just kind of take some of the visual importance away from that element. We're going to set its margin bottom to 2, so that's going to raise it up just a little bit so that it's kind of in line where we want it with the price here. And we're going to set our text to white. And lastly, again, our tracking to tight. Okay, so now you can see we have our price and then a slightly less important subtext next to it, right? See that right there. Okay. Now the next thing that we want to do is style our list of bullets, right? So this is where it'll really start to come together. Right now, obviously, it still looks a little bit funny, but once we do this UL, we're actually going to start seeing some breakthroughs and how the design looks here, and how normal our design looks, if you will. So let's set up flex. Okay, so we're going to set up flex. In this case, you can see our bullets are actually adjacent to one another now. We do not want that, so let's flex in the column direction. Okay, now we're going to set our gap dash y to 4. That's going to have the effect of spacing our bullet points out here. Okay, and you can see that right here. And we're going to set our gap dot dash x to 2. Okay. Gap x of 2. Actually, I just realized that gap x, the gap x is supposed to be for where the check mark relative to the text that's next to it, like right here. It's supposed to be this gap between these two elements. Okay, so that does not go there. It actually is going to go on a child element, so don't worry about that for now. What we do need to add is my10. So our margin y of 10. Now the reason we add that is because now you can see our buttons, or our bullet list is nice and spread out from our content above and below it here. So let's actually try and hover that. Whoops, that's right here. There it is. So you can see the spacing above and below our bullet list. And now we can go down and make these this p tag here white so that we can actually see what's going on. So let's go down to our bullets themselves and say text dash white. Okay. And so now you can see we still can't see our circle check mark here. So let's style our check mark as well. And so let's set our, actually, before we do that, we might as well actually style our list item. So this here is going to be our flex container that puts these items next to one another. So let's do flex. Okay. We're going to set item center so that they are centered vertically. You still can't see the check mark, but we'll see it in a second here. And we're going to set our gap x to 2, which is that declaration we just added earlier, but that was actually a mistake. Okay, so you can't see it yet, but it's going to look something like this. Now we just have to style our check mark here. Okay, and so here we're going to say, we're actually going to use string interpolation again, I think it's called. So it's going to be h set to 6, so a height of 6 for our bullet. We're going to say a width of 6 for our bullet, which I think is 24. Yep, 24 pixels all around. Next, we're going to add a stroke of 1. It's going to make it a little bit more bold on the stroke around the circle. And we're going to set our text to white, which controls the color of the graphic itself. Okay, so there it is. You can see our bullets now. And lastly, we're going to add dynamically our p class, primary class dot bullet color. Again, so all that does is now you can see if it is the primary card, the bullet color is now this accent color. If it's not the primary card, then the bullet color is this white color. Now you can also see that our subtitle, we did not do what we needed to do here. We need to add the text white here. So let's go back up to our p tag here, and let's set this as text white. Nice. There we go. So now you can see it's actually shaping up quite nicely. We still have to set the price and the text next to it, but besides that, everything looks quite nice at this point. Okay, and now we just have to set up our button here, as well as the wrapper around our button. So first and foremost, let's set up the wrapper, the CTA wrapper, as I referred to it as. So here we're going to say pclass.cta wrapper, which again, remember that's On these buttons, it's actually nothing, but on the primary class, it's actually a gradient that goes from the top to the bottom in the opposite direction of the gradient of the button itself. Okay, so dark to light, and then from the border, it's dark to light in the opposite direction. Okay, and so it's going to be subtle. We're going to barely see that. And now let's go down to our button here. Now our button is also something that's going to need that dynamic interpreting of the classes here. So we're going to say with full. Make sure our buttons are spanned all the way across here. So I think by default, they actually aren't spanning. Let's see. Whoops. All right, I'm not going to test that because I don't want to have to go back here. Actually, I can just go like this. So here you can see our buttons are actually not stretching across the screen, across our cards here. We want it to stretch all the way across the parent container. So we're going to set width to full. And you can see that that's working because now the text is in the center here. So our buttons are stretched all the way across. Let's start off by actually making our, actually no, because we're not going to set that right away. So let's do rounded to XL. That's going to make our buttons rounded. Specifically, I think 16 pixels of rounding. We're going to set our PY to 4. So that's going to be 14 pixels of padding on the top and Y of the text here for our button. We're going to set our text to primary 500. So again, that's going to be the color of the button text here, which you can't see on these two. You can see it on the center one so far. We're going to set transition to all because we're going to add that hover state for our buttons. We're going to say duration of 200, so 200 milliseconds on that transition duration. And now let's set our hover states. So hover is going to be background accent 500. And the reason we can do that is because all three buttons here, when we hover them, are going to go to our background accent 500. Okay, so we can explicitly declare it here, not just in our classes here for our primary. And we're going to set hover to text-white. All right. And now you can see that we do have an issue with the background being white for our button in the center. And that's because we didn't actually add the last thing, which is going to be pclass.cta. Okay, there it is. Now if we go back up, remember CTA essentially says, is our background going to be white or is it going to be a gradient here? Okay, and so again, remember what happened here is we have a element that the CTA wrapper, which is actually a gradient like going top to bottom here. You can see with our border right here, darker on the top, lighter on the bottom. And then the button itself is going darker to lighter from bottom to top. And so it's a very subtle, very small effect. But like I said, those little small subtleties that you add into your design are going to give it that flair and that pop and that kind of three-dimensional look that bring your landing pages to the next level. So sometimes even little tedious things like that can be worthwhile. Of course, you don't need to go over the top all the time. Okay, so now look at that. We have our hover states, and it looks beautiful here. And you can see our glow. It should be glowing. I hope it is. Let me actually copy over the classes just to make sure I didn't break that in the process. Let's go up here. Oh, look at that. So I think I might have accidentally typed something wrong there. Oh no, there it is working, right? No, see, it is not working. So what did I type wrong? I'm copying this over from my intermediate project, which is like half finished here. So you can see either way, you can see now that it works. So see this class here for our CTA wrapper, make sure that yours are declared in this way. It seemed like it was not working. I'm not sure if it was, but now you can easily see when we hover over this, it has this very nice, lovely glow to it. Okay, so again, we have the background gradient going to the bottom on the wrapper itself, which is this div. That's the thing that's actually going to be glowing here. It goes from our accent 500 to 200, and then we have our shadows here, which you can see is declared here, and then its hover state is declared here. Okay, so you can see a very, very clean effect. And it should, I think it should be typed very similar to this. I apologize for typing it incorrectly if I did. It should be very similar, but I must have typed one letter wrong or something here. Okay, but lovely. So now you can see our pricing section looks pretty nice. Now there's a couple more things we want to add. That is going to be this absolutely positioned element here, most popular, as well as our streaks of light that we can see in the background here. Okay, so I'll be back in a second and we will get right to that. So I'll see you then. So now we can finish up the pricing section here, the pricing card. First thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to add these absolutely positioned elements here. which again I set it right here. And this is optional. You guys don't have to add this. I just think it adds a nice little flair to it. And you see this a lot with kind of professional designs. You'll see them do these over the top things that kind of bring their design to the next level. So again, we have these streaks of light here that are coming across our main card here, not on our adjacent ones. And we also have this tag here that says most popular. So let's start off by doing our most popular, just because that one's going to be a little bit simpler. So again, this is going to be unique to the primary card. So how do we render something, these items, when it's only unique to one of our cards? Well, I can show you. We're going to go in here, and we're going to do an open and close brackets, and we're going to say card dot primary. And we're going to say and. So if this is true, if this is the card.primary, and let's render some markup. So here we're going to set a React fragment, again, just to wrap our different absolutely positioned elements here. And first we're going to add one div. Now this div can be self-closing, if I'm correct. Actually, no, this one is going to be this one's going to have our most popular text here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the div here, and inside that we're going to have a p tag. Okay, and the p tag is going to say most popular. Now again, what you're going to notice here is a very small design decision. You can see here that we actually have the button going from darker to light in the background, and then you can see we also have the gradient going from darker to light for the border on the outside, right? So you can see that dark to light and then dark to light on the border. Okay, so again, we're going to have the background color for the p tag itself, and then the background color for this border, which is going to be this div that actually wraps our p tag. Okay, so let's start off by styling the p tag itself. I'll make it a little bit easier to see what's going on. So let's go here and let's set the class name to background accent 500. So there it is. You can see. We're going to make this absolutely positioned. That's why we made this relative here, the parent element relative. So let's say absolute. It's going to move it into the top left here. We are going to set our right to 0. Actually, wait a minute. That's not the correct thing. That's going to be the parent element that we set that on. So let's set that right. It should be the parent that we set the absolute on, right? So it's not going to be that. It's actually going to be the div here. Whoops. Okay. Let's get rid of this. So we have background accent 500. We're going to say background gradient 2t. So again, that's going to be the background gradient. You can see it's kind of hard to see here, but it's going from darker to lighter, from background accent 500 to accent 200. Okay, so that's the background of the button itself here. We're going to set px to 4, so that's going to add some spacing on the left and right of our tag, and then we're going to set py to 2. Again, the padding y is going to be half that of the padding x. Okay, so that makes our tag a little bit bigger. We're going to say rounded, and we're going to do tr, and then we're going to say xl. Okay, so that, if you look here, it actually just rounds the top right of our tag here. That's kind of hidden behind this text. But you can see here, we only want to round the top right and then the bottom left here. And so then we're also going to do rounded BL, right? So bottom left, and that is going to be to XL. Okay. So now you can see we have rounding on the bottom left and rounding on the top right here. Okay. And lastly, we're going to set our text to XS, which is going to be, let's see, where's that at? 12 pixels font size and 16 pixels font or line height. Okay, so very small text. And now we can actually set this in the correct position by positioning the parent element here. So let's go to here and let's say top of 0. That's going to push us to the top of the div that contains this div here. Okay. Remember, React fragments aren't actually rendered in the content. We're just using this so this content has one parent element. So we're going to say top 0. We're also going to say right 0. Okay, so move our absolutely positioned element to the top right here. We're going to set our background gradient to bottom. Now again, just as I explained, this is actually going to be the gradient on this border here. Okay, when really it's just an element that's just behind our button, right? It's not actually a border. So it's going to be to the bottom. Again, it's going to be from accent 500 down to our accent 200. Oops, to accent 200. And we are going to set our PY to, and we did this earlier, right here. Okay. So we're going to say PY to 0.125 rem, and we can specify a specific value. We can specify a specific value within brackets here. Okay. And so now you can see it's square right now, so you can actually see it. If I actually zoom in here, maybe right there, you can see that it has this border, or it has this kind of square box behind the p tag itself, and that is a gradient from dark to light from top to bottom, the opposite of that of the tag itself. Okay. And now we're going to add that rounding that we need. So that's going to be rounded bottom left, and that's going to be 2XL. And I think that might be it. I don't think we actually have to add. No, we do. So we're going to do rounded top right 2XL. Again, these are built-in Tailwind utility classes. So you can see here, rounded top right, 16 pixels. And now look at that. We have that set up correctly. Now, for some reason, it looks like it's almost slightly off from the card itself. You can see a little bit of black on the right side there, which is very off-putting. I wonder why that is. I think it's because we only set the PY. So let's get rid of that. Where's that at? PY2. Not that. We want it to be PX. Maybe? Nope. Just P. What is that about that is making that look like that? Let me check real quick. PY, PX of 2, 4, Z of 10. Oh, so Z of 10. We definitely should add that. Z of 10. We're going to need that in the future here. So we're just adding a Z index to bring it forward, because here you can see that we have other elements here like this and this. So we want to bring its Z index up so that it actually sits on top of these other absolutely positioned elements. So that's going to be relevant in a second here. But I'm actually going to take a peek as to why this looks like this with this weird black spot to the right of our tag. And I'll get right back to you guys in a second. Okay, so I noticed that there was a couple things that were missing. First and foremost, this is supposed to be PY. So it's not just P. That's what's making it look weird. It's PY here. Okay. So PY, the padding on the Y, is going to be 2 pixels. So that's 2 pixels top and bottom. And you can see that here, actually. Okay, 2 pixels top and bottom. And then also, I accidentally had from amber 500. It's going to be from accent 500 to accent 200. And then here inside of our P tag itself, we don't actually need the background accent of 500 because we're setting a gradient. So we could just set from accent 500 to accent 200. So make sure you have this from accent 500 declaration. I think I accidentally forgot that. Okay. So now you can see we have a gradient on the button, and then another gradient in the opposite direction for the border itself here. Okay, and so then again, just making sure that we have all of our, we've dotted our T's and crossed our I's here. Make sure that we have no anomalies. All right, so now that we're good to go here, we can move on to setting up our rays of light. So that is going to be right here. So you can see this one here and this one here. Now, of course, we have to break these out of the normal document flow, so this is going to be very kind of a tricky to do. But you'll see here that our rays of light are actually structured as ovals. So inside of Figma, all I really did here was, let's see if I can just pull one of these out here. Can I get this thing out of here? Like this. It used to be a circle. So I got a circle. And I think if I get rid of this, I can just set this to 100 here. Say 100. Get rid of this crazy design that I did here. Can we just put this to nothing? Maybe. Maybe get rid of the layer blur. And there it is. So now it's literally just a circle. Or it was a circle at one point. But either way, I just got it. I made it so that it was like this. And then I added an effect, which was a layer blur here. Like this. And then I set this puppy to quite a high value. Maybe 50. Okay. And then I set the opacity down to something like 20. Okay. So we're going to do something very similar within our markup. We're going to set very similar properties. We're going to start off, though, not with a circle. We're going to start off with a square, turn it into a circle, and then turn it into an oval, which will be essentially a ray of light here. So let's create those. We're going to have 2 divs here. So again, it's going to be absolutely positioned elements. So I'm going to just declare that right here so we know what these actually are. So here, let's add one div. Oops. And this is going to be a self-closing div, like this. And we'll copy that down, like that. Div, and div. Let's set our class name on this one. So this is going to be absolute. I'm actually going to copy these in just because I don't think that this is going to be the most informative for you guys. It's not going to be a good allocation of time if I do this all on camera here. So I'm going to copy these styles in for these absolute position elements. Like I said, these are kind of optional, if you will. So essentially we have absolute here. And so here you can see the actual streak of light right here. Okay. And so essentially we have absolute. You can pause it now and type these out. We have absolute, which is going to break it out of the normal document flow. So we can place it wherever we want. We have our left, the left property. So the left side of this div here is going to be set to negative 20% relative to the parent. So the parent is going to be a certain width. Instead of setting it to a left 0, so the left line with the parent, we're going to set it 20% to the left here. And you can change that around if you want to. Like as an example, if you set it to negative 30, you'll see that it's position shifted left a little bit. If we set it to negative 10, you can see it shifted right a little bit. In this case, I thought negative 20 looked good. Okay, so we set a specific value here in Tailwind. That's negative 20%. The height is 28. Okay, and then the width is 30 rem. So that's 480 pixels of width, but only 112 pixels of height. Okay, so that kind of makes it into like very skinny but long. So very similar to what we saw here with our ovals, right? Very skinny but long. And it looks like I actually deleted. Oops. There it is. Okay, so very skinny but long. Okay. And so that's exactly what's happening here. Very skinny height and very long width, which has the effect of kind of stretching it out here. Now we have negative rotate 45, which is going to be rotating at negative 45 degrees. That's why you can see it kind of comes across at this angle here. We have rounded 50%. So that's going to have the effect of turning a square div into a circle. Because remember, before we do the stretching, we actually want to turn it into a circle. Because remember, initially these were circles. Okay. We say background gradient to left. And the reason that we're doing that is because we want this to go from kind of a darker color right here to a lighter shade, because that's how light cast, right? You have kind of like a more intense light up here, and then as it comes down across, you have it kind of becoming more dissipated. And so in this case, we actually have a gradient from like from white to transparent, if that makes sense, from left to right. But because in this case, the way that it's rotated, it's actually going from up here to down here. Okay, it's coming across here. Okay, so we have from white to transparent, and the opacity is 20%. So you can't really see it. It's very subtle, but obviously you can see it if you're looking for it here. And it definitely affects your mind subconsciously. Again, it's a very small design decision, but is visually impactful. Okay. And lastly, we have blur of 2XL, which is going to make it so that it's kind of blurred in the background, which has that kind of same kind of blur effect that we added here with our layer blur. Okay. And now we're going to copy that down. We're going to have a second one here, and the classes are going to differ only slightly. And I'm not going to go through this one just because, or go through these. The reason I'm not going through these specifically is because I think that this is kind of just auxiliary. It's not really something that is unique to Tailwind or React. It's kind of just us, being very particular with our design here. So here's our second one. I'm going to copy this one in. And again, if you want to do this optionally, there are the classes for it. So it's a little bit different. This one, instead of having left of negative 20, it has left of 30%. The top is different. And so you can see that one right here, there. Okay, so we have one right here and then one right there. And now you can see those streaks of light kind of coming across our cards. It has a very cool, subtle effect. It really makes this one stand out as important alongside the tag here and the glow from our button, as well as the button color, the bullets that are orange. You can see that this one very much is clearly the one that we want the users to see. Okay, and now the last thing that we need to do is add our price, right? Because here we didn't actually compute our prices, but we need to compute them on the fly. So how are we going to compute them? Let's do that here. We're going to say const price. That's going to be equal to card.price. So let's actually take a moment to see what card.price is. So card.price is an object, and that price object has two things, monthly and annual. Okay, so card.price, we're going to use a key in this called payment plan. So payment plan is either going to be set to, remember, in pricing, it's going to either be monthly or annual. So now we're saying card.price, go into that object and give me what is set as monthly or annual. Okay, in this case it's 2228. Here it's 699 and 7968. Okay. Now, let's first ask, is this free? Okay. If it is free, then all we want to do is return car.price directly. Okay. But otherwise, we want to return car.price plus a payment, or a dollar symbol rather. So we're going to go like this, like that, and add that. Okay, so let's actually take a moment to, let's see, what is it complaining about here? It's never used. So let's actually get our price and let's bring it into where we want it, which is right here. And there it is. So now you can see there's our price. Now if we actually hit our toggle, you can see it already works. And we'll go over why that works again in a second. But what we're saying here is, if our car.price, based on our payment plan, so as an example, if our car.price is free, and if we pass in monthly or annual for the personal plan, it's going to say free. If it is free, we want to treat it differently. We just want to give the card price directly. We don't want to add a dollar sign in front of free like that. That would make no sense, right? But if it is not free, if it's not the free version, then we're going to go to this else condition here in our ternary, and we're going to add a dollar sign in front of the price. Okay? Nice. And come to think of it, could we not just add that right here? Let me actually think of that. I think when I designed this project, that hadn't crossed my mind, but that probably would be helpful, would it not? Wow, look at that. So maybe that's the key. Let's go back to our pricing card and change that. What if we just do that and then get rid of this here? Okay, and then let's specify card.price. Did that work? No, it's complaining for some reason. Let's see what it's got to say. Hello? What's all the fuss about here? Scroll up. Objects are not valid. Oh, it's car.price. What else is it? Oh, it's got to be based on the payment plan. I forgot. Payment plan. Okay. Wow. That makes that is way more easy than I thought than it needed. So now we don't have to declare the price. Okay, that's way better. All we have to do is add our dollar symbols directly into our prices here. Okay. Now the last thing we do have to compute is the text that comes after this. And the reason why is because this text is actually styled differently than the price itself. You can see the price is nice and big, and then this text is smaller. So we can't just add that right here, like per month, right? That's not going to do it. It's definitely not going to do it. So here we actually have to compute that on the fly, and we're going to compute that based on the state as we were doing before. So let's get rid of computing price here, and let's do this instead. Or let's do this instead of what we have in here, which is just per month right now. It's declared explicitly, but of course we don't want that. So let's do payment plan text. And that's going to be equal to, we're going to say car.price. So if the price of the car.price or payment plan equals free. So again, if our price is free, then we want to do something. What do we want to do here? Well, we're just going to return nothing. Okay. And the reason why is because we aren't going to say free monthly or free annually. We're just going to say free. So we don't want to add any text after free. But if it is not free, we're going to do something else. Well, what are we going to do in the else condition? We're going to ask, is our payment plan equal to monthly? Okay, remember it can be monthly or annual. Now let's assume that it is monthly. If it is monthly, so we'll say question mark. If it is monthly, let's say per month. Else per year. Okay, now this is called a nested ternary operator. So this syntax can be a little bit tricky to understand here. But again, what we're saying is if we go to car.price and we use the payment plan key, which again is either going to be monthly or annual. Let's actually bring that down right here. So that's going to be payment plan is either monthly or annual. If that is equal to free, the price is equal to free, just return an empty string. If it is equal to otherwise, if it is not free, right, this is the else condition, check if it is monthly. If it is monthly, it's per month. If it is not monthly, then we know that it is per year, okay? And so now we can get the payment plan text, and we can simply render that right here. Okay, and look at that. After free, there's no text. After the here, you can see it's monthly, and after here, it's monthly. Now if we switch it, whoa, I don't know, I jumped up there, but if we refresh this page here, you can see now it says per month and per year. Okay, and for free, it doesn't say it in either case. Okay. So look at how awesome that is. Now, again, what's happening is we have a toggle switch. The toggle switch has access to the state that we are managing within the pricing component. It actually has access to the setter function. So the toggle switch itself can toggle by calling this handle payment function, handle payment plan change function. Then the payment plan, which actually is monthly or annual, gets passed down into our pricing cards. Our pricing cards capitalize on this value, or they utilize this value to declare the price text that is next to the price and the price itself, right? So here you can see our price. We're saying card price payment plan. So if that payment plan says monthly or annual, it's going to update the price based on that. Okay, and again, we have those prices specified here in this price array for each of our pricing cards. Okay, so that is how we lifted state into the pricing card, and then the toggle switch and the pricing cards are accessing that state in different ways, and it's managed all within the pricing component itself. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully what I'm doing with my hands here makes sense, because of course that is totally logical, right? I mean, what else would that mean? But with that, I think we're done with the pricing section here. It's not responsive yet. We're going to have to set that up. But as you can see, it still responds a little bit here. And that's because grids are amazing, and grids are by default kind of responsive here. So look at that. Nice. And notice that it's actually keeping its, remember the fractional unit, so 32, 34, and then 32. So the center card, even though we're shrinking it, is still a little bit larger than the ones next to it. Okay. So now that we're done there, we can move on to the testimonial section, which I think is the most fun section of this entire project, because we're going to be adding a super cool animation to it. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now without further ado, let's jump right into the testimonials. Okay, so if you don't remember, the testimonials are comprised of two things: a testimonial component and the testimonial section. The testimonial section is going to render a series of testimonial components. Okay, so let's get right to it. Wasting no time, because I know this is going to be a long video, I can already tell. So let's start off by adding an H2 into our section. So again, the testimonial section is this outside thing here, okay? And the H2 is this right here. So let's say, listen to what are satisfied customers, actually clients, have to say. Now we are going to break up this text a little bit here. So the first thing that we're going to do is satisfied is going to be, we're going to wrap this in a span so we can give it a underline. Okay. So let's start off by doing that. So let's wrap satisfied in a span here. And we're also going to add a line break right after the span. Okay. So BR. And the reason we're going to do that is because we want clients have to say to be on the next line here. Okay, so look, clients have to say will be on the next line. So again, we have one H2, one heading. One of the words within the heading has a span around it, so we can target it for an underline. And then we have a line break right here, our BR tag, and then the rest of our text here. Okay, so now let's go and actually set up our testimonials here. And we're gonna, so this is gonna be a little bit involved. I don't want you guys to get overwhelmed. But essentially what we're gonna do is first we're gonna add a div here. And this div is going to wrap our entire testimonial row, our first testimonial row here, okay? So this div is going to wrap this testimonial row. So you can see that right here, okay? Within this div, we are going to have a div that wraps the testimonials themselves. Okay, so there's like a sub div here, and that's going to wrap the testimonials that are going to be stationed adjacent to one another here. Okay, and then right here, what we're going to do, I'm going to show you how this works. We're going to do testimonials. Actually, we got to import these puppies first from our content file. So we're going to do import testimonials from ////// geez, I'm gonna really go up there in the parent directories here towards constants. Okay, and then we're going to iterate over this, so testimonials, and we're going to map as always and return individual testimonials like this. And now what we're going to do here actually is within our testimonials array, let's actually look at this. Let's go down here to the testimonials. So each one of our testimonials, let's actually just make this bigger so we can see what's going on here. So each one of our testimonials has a program, which is going to be professional, team, or free, which is what we saw in our pricing section here, right? Professional, personal, and team, right? I think I said free. It's going to be professional, personal, and team. And the reason that we want to add those is because look at here in our testimonials, you can see that we have the program that the testimonial user chose, right? So professional, team, and personal, okay? Right, so this individual bought it for their company. This individual bought it just for themselves. And you guys understand. So we have the program, we have the description, which is the testimonial itself, the text within here. And we have the image, which is loaded here with the URL component or URL object instance. And then we have import.meta.url. And that is the import.meta.url. That's part of the URL here, sorry. This is, if you guys are wondering, I think I might have explained this in the beginning, but essentially what happens here, the way that we load these is import.meta.url points to the source directory here, so like right here, our parent directory, and then we go from right here, our parent directory, down into assets and then down into testimonials, okay? So that like gets us to our project, and then this gets us to the image within our project, and that forms an entire path for this URL object to essentially find and load our image, sorry. But the last thing that we actually have is name and then title, which is right here and here, okay? So let's go into our testimonials and let's again render these. So we're going to say testimonials, and then for each testimonial, we're going to render a testimonial component. Testimonial. Okay, and we also have to import that. So you can see it's not auto importing. So let's import that. Testimonial from /testimonial. Nice. And it still won't resolve, which is a little bit interesting. Let's see. Let's make sure it's co-located. Testimonial. Oh, it's probably the key, isn't it? Right, the key prop. Okay, so we can specify the key. So the key is going to be testimonial dot name in this case. So we're going to use the name property, which again is just the individual's name here, which is going to be unique for each testimonial. And we are going to have the testimonial, and we're going to pass that in as a prop. Okay, so we're going to access all that data that's within our testimonial that we just checked out within the testimonial itself. And that's where we're going to render all this content. Okay, and one thing that we're going to do here is I'll explain this a little bit more when we put the animation down, but essentially what we're going to do is, because we want our animation to pan across the screen. So let me actually show you this. Hopefully I got this animation running on our this intermediate version of the project. So here it is. So you can see this is the animation. So what we want is we want these to slide to the left. But the question is, how are we going to do this with CSS alone? Right? We don't want to use any like excessive amounts of JavaScript. So how do we get this effect where these continuously slide to the left? Well, I will show you how we can do that. The way that we do that is essentially we get 4 testimonials here, like these 4 here, okay, in a row, and then we duplicate them. So there's 4, and then to the right of them, there's going to be 4 more. And what we're going to do is we are going to translate these testimonials to the left. So they're all moving left. And what will happen is once the animation ends, it's going to reset. And when the animation resets, it's going to place the items back at the start of the animation, okay? But because we have the same testimonials twice over, when the animation finishes and it jumps back into place, it's going to have the effect of being continuous. Okay, so that might sound crazy. But I will show you it as we go through this, okay? So now we're rendering the testimonials, but like I said, what we actually want to do here is we want to render, first we're going to render testimonials. We're going to say .slice. So slice means we're going to take a subset of our array of testimonials here, and we're going to take 0 through 4. Okay, so it's not inclusive of 4. So we're saying go in our testimonials array, slice it, and give us the 0, 1, 2, and 3 elements. So the first 4 elements of our array. If you guys don't know, there's 0 indexing in JavaScript. So we start at 0 within arrays. 0, 1, 2, 3, okay, not 4. So we have the first 4 elements. And now what we're going to do here is we are going to duplicate this down here, okay? So I actually just realized that we're missing 1 div here. So what we need to do is we actually have to add 1 more outer div. And this is the div that actually wraps the entire testimonial section here, okay? And we're going to have 2 rows. Okay, so once we set up this row, we're actually going to copy this down. I'm not going to do it right now. Okay, we're going to copy that down. So essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to copy this div right here. Okay, so let's go back over here. So you see we have 4 testimonials here, right? Now let's actually copy this. Actually, you know what? We'll keep it like this for a second so we can see what's going on. So first and foremost, let's actually start adding our styles to our testimonial section. I think this will help us shape up what's actually going on here. Okay, so let's go to our section. Or you know what? We can actually design our testimonials. So then once we design the testimonials, it'll be much more easy to understand how the animation works. So let's jump over to our testimonial component real quick. And let's structure this first. And then I think if we come back from there, it'll be much more easy to see what's going on. So again, our testimonial is a figure, which you can look up the figure tag in HTML. It's for illustrations, graphics, self-contained things of that nature. We're going to be using one of our React icons for this, and I will show you what it is. It's actually this right here. So it's this quote icon. It almost looks like a 66, but that's supposed to be a quote. And that is going to come from React icons. So we can import that right now. We'll be using it later. So that's going to be TFI quote left. And we're going to import that from React icons / and then the package is TFI. Okay. And you can see it's whining about the fact that we're not using it, but we will in a second. So the first thing that we're going to add is a block quote. Okay. Now block quote is going to wrap all of this content here. Okay. So the figure itself is this outer container for our testimonial. And then the block quote is going to be the wrapper for all of this inner container. Okay. Now quickly, I want to show you how this is going to be structured. So in this container, we have 3 rows. We have this row right here with our quote and this tag. Let me zoom in for you guys. We have this row with the description, and then we have this row right here, which has our image, the individual's name, as well as their title. Okay, so 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. Those exist in the block quote, which is this entire container, and that container exists within the testimonial itself, which is represented as a figure. Okay, so what is our first row in our block quote? It's going to be a div, and that div is going to have the quote as well as the tag. So let's start off with our quote here. That's going to be TI quote left, like that. And our right is going to be a P tag, and that is going to be our testimonial. Oh yeah, we got to read it in here. So remember here, we're passing in our testimonial as the testimonial prop to our testimonial. And so let's read that in and let's destructure it directly from our props object. Testimonial. We're going to render that right here. Nice. And actually, that's going to be testimonial.program. Okay, so again, that's going to be our tag here in the top right of our testimonials, right there. Let's actually check that out. So you can see we have professional, team, personal, personal, and you can see our quote left right there. So that's going to be our quote character right here. Obviously, it's going to need some styling. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do after we added our first row, which again is going to be this, we're going to add our second row, which is our description within our block quote. So that's going to be a P tag, and that is going to be our testimonial. Whoops. Testimonial.description. Okay. And then for our third row, so now you can see our description, we have our quote as well as our tag here, and then we have our description. And then the third thing is going to be another div, and that is going to hold, like I said, it's going to hold our image as well as these 2 items. Now we have to get the image to the left of these 2 items, and we want to stack these 2 on top of each other. So within this third row, which is this div here, we're going to create a container on the left, which is simply, or not a container, we're going to create an image, right? And this is simply going to be our testimonial.image, which has already been loaded. We just saw how that got loaded. I think it's IMAGE, not IMG. And our alt is going to be testimonial, probably testimonial.name. Yep. So we're just going to use the individual's name for our testimonial. And then now we can add, so remember, adjacent to this image here in our third row, so this div is our third row here, and adjacent to this image is going to be this container that holds these 2 items. Okay, so we need a container to stack these 2 items. So next to our image, let's add another div, and within this div, we're going to have our site, which a site belongs to a block quote. So notice the site goes within the block quote. This is going to be nothing more than the testimonial. Oops. Testimonial.name. And the last is going to be a P tag, and this is going to be for their title. That's just below, which is right here. And this is going to be the testimonial.title. testimonial.title. Okay, so now we have all the content, right? We've structured all the content. We have our images. Everything's loaded up. So now let's actually make our testimonial look like the way that we want it to, like this here. Okay, so we're going to start at the top here. First, we're going to make our class name for our figure, and that's going to be first inline block. Okay, so we want these elements to behave like block level elements, but we want them to be inline. Okay, so block level elements typically stretch across. They typically stretch across the entire parent container. Sorry, I was at a loss for words. But when they are inline blocks, we can access the properties like margin and padding and height, but at the same time, they will be in line with one another. So instead of taking up the entire width, we can put them next to each other, but we still have access to properties that allow us to resize them, which is not true for standard inline objects. Okay, so the best of both worlds. It's kind of half inline, half block. Okay, so now we're going to set background white shade. Okay, so background white shade, if you don't know what that is, we can go into here real quick and we can look. We have in our packet or in our Tailwind config, we have the white shade, which is nothing more than a shade of white that we added here. So it's alongside our primary and our accents. And we are going to set next our MR to, or our MX rather, to 4, which is going to set the margin on the x-axis to 16. So that's, let's see, within each one of our testimonials here. So if we can get that right here. So you can see the margin on the x is 16 pixels. And we're going to set the margin, or the px, the padding on the x, to 8. Okay, so that's going to make it so that the testimonials have some space between them here, right? Like that. Okay, padding on the x of 32. Now we're going to say padding y of 8. Actually, that's a lie. These paddings are going to go, the padding is not outside the container, it's within the container. So that's going to be right here, right? The 32 that surrounds the content here. So we're saying the padding on the inside of our figure needs to be 32, which is consistent there. Okay, so it's going to push our block quote content, which is this blue container, inward, if you will. Okay, and now we're going to set the rounded to XL, and we are going to set our width to 96. Okay, so the rounded is XL, so now you can see that these are rounded. And lastly, width to 96. And if you look at that, the width there is going to be a total of 384 pixels per testimonial. Okay. And so now it's already shaping up. We have our quote, we have our tag here. So remember, quote, tag, that's right there. Then we have our description, we have the photo, their name, and then their title. Okay, and you can see that the site actually has a default styling of italic, but we're going to get rid of that. As you can see, we do not have italic for their name here. Okay, it's just a default property on the site tag in HTML. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set text wrap on our block quote. Whoops, we're going to say text wrap. Nice. And so if we get rid of that, let's see the effect that it has. The effect that it did have when I applied this, what was happening is that this text here was spilling out over the container and it was not allowing the text to wrap. So when I didn't have it, this text was actually like spilling directly out over into the adjacent container, or like behind it, if you will. And so this makes that text wrap. Right now you can't see it applying, but it was happening, and I maintain that it does have a purpose here. The next thing that we're going to do is have div, our div, and this div is going to have flex. So remember, this is the first row here, right? So this has our quote and it has our tag. So we're messing with this row here, okay? So we're going to say flex. We're going to justify between. So let's do that. So now you can see they're next to each other, the quote and the tag. Let's do justify between. So let's force them apart. Again, that's justify content between under the hood. That's going to force them apart here. And we are going to set items to start. Now, the reason that we want to make our items start on the cross axis, which in this case is vertical, is because you can see the tag is up here. The tag is not right here in the middle or at the bottom. It's actually at the top of this container here. Whoops, at the top. Okay, so we set items to start. Obviously, the quote, you can't really tell if it's starting or ending because it's actually the actual height of the entire container, right? So you can't position it relative. So that is all we need there. And we're going to set margin bottom to 2 here. Okay, so MB to 2. Okay. And the reason we're going to do that is because we just want to push these off a little bit from the content below. Okay. Now let's go into our TFI quote left here, and we're going to set some styles on this. So first we're going to set width to 14, the height to 14. So that's going to get it to, let's see, 56 pixels. We're going to say text primary 500. So again, we want to make sure that's primary 500. And actually, let me just check that. I guess we did not add it. Or no, there wasn't any text yet. Or our tag, right? Where's our tag? We're going to add that after. Okay, just making sure that everything's text primary 500. We don't have any black in here. Okay. So now we're going to do overflow visible. And we are going to set our stroke to 1 pixel. Or actually, it's going to be, here we go, 0.02 rem. Okay, now the reason that I did that is that makes this just a little bit bolder. So as an example, it's just to really exaggerate it, we could do 0.1. And you can see just how bold those quotes are. I chose 0.02 just so it would be as consistent with the design as possible. So if I look at this, the way that it looked like to me, it was 0.02, but you can tweak it. So maybe you think 0.03 is a little bit more consistent. Maybe we can even do that. We'll do 0.4, right? Maybe that is closer to the design right there, okay? And so now that we did that, we can actually style our p tag here. The tag itself that's right here. Okay, and in UI design, the reason I'm calling it a tag is because that's what these are usually called. You could call it a pill, you could call it a tag. So here our class name is going to be background gradient to top. We're going to say from accent 500 to dash accent 200. Whoops, 200. And so now you can already see it's kind of shaping up here. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set the px to 3. And so that's going to give us a little bit of space on the x-axis here. And so you can see that is, let's see, it is 12 pixels on the left and right. And we're going to set our py to, I think, 1. So very small. I think that's 4 pixels actually. Py to 1 here. And so you can see our tag now has some space around the text, which is nice. We are going to set our rounded to medium, which I think is 8 pixels of rounding. Let's check that real quick. Yep, border radius is, or no, 6 pixels actually, so even smaller. We're going to set font to medium, so that's going to set it to font weight 500. Cool. We're going to say text primary 500 again, so we want this to be our main primary, which is 500. We're going to say text dash small, which should go to 14 and 20 for the font size and line height respectively. And there's one more declaration, which is going to be our text tracking. Actually, it's just going to be tracking on our text. So tracking tight, which again is going to bring those letters together a little bit closer to one another. And there it is. Now we have our tags, and you can see that they look very nice. We have a gradient on them and all that, and that should be done there. So now you can see our testimonials they're not as good looking as this yet, but you can see they're definitely shaping up here. Okay, so now the next thing that we want to do is we're going to go down to our p tag here for our description and make this one look as intended. So that's going to be margin bottom of 8. Okay, so you can see our image now has some space above it because our description here is pushing off from the bottom here, 32 pixels of margin. We're going to have our font set to medium, so that's going to set our font weight to 500. We're going to set our text to primary 500. And we are going to set our tracking to tight. Okay, so that made our text, our description look much better. And now we can actually structure this third row here, which again is going to be these 3 elements here. And once we do this, it's going to become very nice looking. Okay, right now this is really kind of damaging the look of our piece here. The image particularly is not very good looking. So let's say flex. We're going to say flex. Now the reason we're going to do flex is because we want these elements to be adjacent to one another, right? So here we have our image, and then we have a div that has both our site as well as the user's title. So we say flex. We're going to say items center. So we're going to center them along the cross axis, which is vertical in this context. Okay. And we are going to set our gap x to 4, gap dash x dash 4, which is going to be 16 pixels. Okay, and that is right here. So you can see the gap right here between these elements here. And now we are going to set some styles on our image here. So let's go to our image. Let's set its class name property. And here we're going to say rounded dash full. We're going to set our width to 16 and we're going to set our height to 16. Okay, so look at that. So we set our height and width of our image to 64 pixels. We set rounded to full, which sets an astronomically high border radius, which has the effect of rounding it. And now if I get rid of this flex visualizer, you can see that our testimonials are really shaping up here. Okay, really shaping up. Now we just have to get rid of some of the default styles on our site here. We do not want this to be italic. So let's say font semi-bold. We want their title to be quite bold there. And then we have a built-in Tailwind utility class that's very helpful. It's called not italic, right? So if you hover that, you can see it simply says font style normal, which gets rid of our italics that come default with our site tag here in HTML. And lastly, we're going to set our tracking to tight. Boom. And so that looks much better. Now we just have to make this their title be a little bit less visually dominant. Okay, so we want to create good visual hierarchy. In this case, we want their name to be more dominant in terms of visual importance, and then their title is going to be less dominant. And then obviously these other elements fall in different levels of importance in terms of visual hierarchy. Okay, so now let's go down to our P. And here we're going to set our text to a primary 50. So this is our primary color, but a very soft, the softest version of our primary. And we're going to put text small, which if text dash small, I think is 14. Yeah, 14 pixels font size and 20 pixels line height. So now you can see our testimonials are looking lovely here. And now I'm going to set this to 1440. 1440. Okay. And so you can see we're having an issue right now with the wrapping here. So let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. And I think I know why, right? So what you're going to notice is that each one of these testimonials, remember, this is just one testimonial. Okay, so we're rendering our 4 testimonials because we sliced our array for the first 4 elements here within our testimonials component. But within our testimonials component here, we actually have to make it so that these elements are aligned with one another, right? We don't want them to wrap. So how are we going to do that? Let's go back to our testimonials component. And let's start off by setting, first and foremost, on the testimonial container itself, we're going to set, this is the outer container. So this is going to be a declaration that doesn't matter right now, but it will matter in a second. So we're going to set class name on this to relative. And the reason why is we're going to absolutely position 2 things here. We're going to position this gradient here. So you can see this kind of faded in gradient where our testimonial almost looks like it disappears into nothingness. And there's another one right here. Okay, and that should actually be hugging the wall there. This one should also be hugging the wall. So we're going to absolutely position those on top of our testimonial container, which is right here. Okay, but that's why this is relative. We'll position those absolute elements in the future. We don't need to do that right now. What we really want to focus on is this right here. So this first row, we're going to set a couple properties. First, we're going to say margin bottom of 6. Now what that's going to do is inevitably we're going to have a second row here. And let me cover this. So you see how there's a margin bottom for this row of testimonials. Right now it's 2 rows, but it'll be 1 row in a second. Margin bottom of 6. The reason why is because right here we have a margin between these rows. Okay. So that is what that means. It's going to come into play in a minute here. We won't see what it does now. So now we're going to say overflow. Actually, first let's do white space, no wrap. Okay, so hover that. That is white space, no wrap. So now what's going to happen is now our testimonials are in line with one another. But one thing you'll notice is that we have a horizontal scroll bar. Okay, we don't want a horizontal scroll bar, right? That is a no-no in design, right? Responsive design, you definitely do not want that. Okay, so the question is, how do we make it so that our testimonials are cut off, right? See how there's no horizontal scroll bar on this finished design? It's because we're actually cutting the elements when they pass outside of our parent container. So how do we do that? Well, we can use this property. It's called overflow hidden. Okay. And now we have no scroll bar. So what this says is that any elements that are in here, if this content of this element, this div here, is wider than the parent element, then we want to slice off any overflow, right? The content is overflow or spilling out of the parent container. So in this case, we're saying let's hide any overflow. So if our children are wider than our parent, just crop them. Okay. Now we want to say background of white here. So that's going to be background white. And that's all the properties for our container for our first row here. Okay. Now, what we want to do here is for these, for each, or for this first set of 4 testimonials, what we're going to do is we're going to say inline block here. Inline block. And we're going to set an animation here. Okay. So let's do actually, first we have to make it. So let's actually go into our Tailwind config here. And now we have to extend our theme with a animation. So let's actually set this up. I promise it's not that difficult. So first what we're going to do is we're going to set a keyframes property, which anyone who's familiar with CSS understands how the keyframes work. But essentially we're just, an animation is just a series of different frames. And so we're going to animate how those frames look across the animation here. So what we're going to do is right here, within our extends, we're not going to overwrite the existing animations. We're just going to extend them here. So let's do keyframes. And now this keyframes is going to be, we're going to say, this is what we're going to call the keyframe. So translate X reverse. Okay. Now the reason I say reverse is because you'll see that these testimonials are actually moving to the left here. Okay. So translate X reverse. This is going to be an object here, and we're going to say from. So this is going to be the animation at point 0. We're going to say transform translate X 0%. So we're saying at 0%, or at the initial part of our animation, keyframe 0, just translate our element 0% on the x-axis. So essentially don't move it anywhere. That's what that means. Okay. Then we're going to say 2. Okay. So from and then 2 here. And we're going to say negative 100%. Okay. So now if we go down here, actually, we're not applying it yet. So there we have the keyframe. So this translate X says, okay, from the beginning of our animation, translate it 0 on the x-axis, and then 2, we're going to translate it negative 100%. So that just means the content, so the row itself is going to translate 100% to the left. So all of the testimonials, that container that holds it, is going to translate exactly one width to the left. Okay. Now let's go down below here and let's actually set our animations. Okay. So there's our keyframes, and now we need to use our keyframes in an animation. So animation, here we're going to set translate X reverse. So we're going to call it the same thing as our keyframe, just because that's simple. And then we're going to paste this in so we don't make any errors here. Translate X. So here we're saying this is the animation. This is how we refer to it by name. And the animation is going to refer to a keyframe rule here. And so we're going to say translate X reverse. We're going to make it 30 seconds long. Actually, let's make it 5 seconds long for demonstration purposes. We're going to say linear, so it's not going to speed up or slow down or anything like that. It's going to be continuous at the same pace. And we're going to say infinite, which means it's going to go on forever and ever. Okay, so now let's actually apply this animation here. Translate X reverse. So how do we do that? We go into our testimonials and we say animate dash, and then there it is. Translate X reverse. Okay, and so you can see it's very fast, and the reason why I'm doing that is for demonstration purposes. So you'll see here, see how it goes over to the left, 100% of the width of the container, goes all the way over, and then it jumps, okay? And it jumps back. So the question is, how do we get rid of that jumping and make it look continuous? Well, I will show you. All we have to do is get this row right here of testimonials, which remember there's 4 of them, okay? And we're going to copy this down here, okay? So I just copied it down with Shift Alt and the down arrow. And now what we have is we have 4 testimonials, and then we have the same 4 testimonials repeated to the right, okay? Now, if you look at this, it looks continuous. So right here, it looks as if it's just rotating and rotating. It's called an infinite scroll animation. So what's actually happening here? Because we have the same 4 animations twice over, as they move to the left, they end up shifting. So they jump back like we saw, but when they jump back, it looks like it's continuous because there's 2 sets of the testimonials, if that makes sense. Okay, so this is kind of hard to describe, but essentially like when they both shift back, it looks continuous because there's 2 sets of the same testimonials. That's the best way I can describe it. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say here. Okay, and so now we have our first row here, and we do not want to make it that fast because obviously you wouldn't be able to read the testimonials if it was that fast. So let's go back into our config and let's drop that down to 30 seconds. Save that. And so now you can see it's a very nice slow effect, right? Now we're going to create one more animation here for our second row. So again, what we're going to do is now that we have our first testimonial row, which again is just 4 testimonials repeated twice here, okay, we're going to create a second row. So remember, this is the actual row here. So I'm just going to copy this down. Okay, so here's our row 2 right here. And so there's our second row, and you can see it's like literally the same thing. We do not want that, of course. We want to slice from the 4th element on. Okay, so what this says is slice from 4 elements, the 4th element, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th element in the array to the end. Okay, and again, we want to repeat that twice. So we have the same elements repeated twice for the second row. Okay. And so there it is. Now we have 2 rows. Now you can see that this doesn't look very dynamic because it's kind of square. They're moving at the same speed. It doesn't really look that good. So what I decided to do is create a second animation. So we'll go back into our Tailwind config here. And what we're going to do is we're going to just copy this one down. So our translate X reverse here. I'm having a hard time copying this one down. Whoa. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to say translate X reverse, and then we're going to do dash slowed. Okay. And with this one, we're going to set this to 50 seconds. Okay. So now let's get the translate X reverse slowed. Let's go back into our testimonials and let's apply this to our second row here. So let's do that right here and the one below. Okay. So we change it on this one and on this one. And so now, looks like it's, we got to do animate. Animate. So we're going to do animate dash and then our animation. So now you can see we have the first row, it's moving a little bit faster. We have the second row, it's moving a little bit slower. And so now it has a much more kind of dynamic, fluid feel to it. And it's much less blocky than it looked before. And that's exactly what we were trying to do right there. So now if you look, our landing page here is the same it is right here. Okay. Now there is one more thing that we want to do here. And obviously we have other things we have to do. We have to style this section here and like the padding around it and obviously this heading. But one thing that I definitely want to do is to add our gradients here. So you can see here our testimonials almost look like they're fading off screen right here into oblivion, if you will. And so how do we actually do that? We're going to create 2 absolutely positioned elements. Okay. And again, I'm going to copy, I'll write the divs here, but I don't want to waste too much time on this because again, this is just like sugar on top, right? It's not the actual learning how to build a landing page, but more just like design tips, right? So I'm going to copy in the class names here and I'll explain them to you guys, but I'm not going to bore you with typing them just because these ones don't deserve it, I don't think. Okay, so you can pause it right now and type these if you want to, right there. And now I'm going to tell you what happens here. Okay, so first and foremost, we have a parent container that's relative. These 2 absolutely positioned elements, let's actually type that here just to know that these are not in the normal document flow. So absolutely positioned elements. These are absolutely positioned. We can see that right here. Absolute. They have a left of 0. This first one has a left of 0, so it's all the way on the left side here. Its top is set to 0, so it's right here. The parent container is right. I'll show you the parent container. Is right here. So this is the parent, or no, actually no, it's not. This is the parent container. So the thing that wraps both rows here. Okay. So it's at the left, it's at the top. Its z-index is 10, right? So remember the z-index is the how far back or far forward it is relative to the other content. In this case, we want it to be above all the testimonial content, so we put our z-index to 10. We have the height to full. Okay, so that's going to stretch the height, the entire height of the parent container, and you can see that's true here, that this gradient runs all the way at the height of this container here. We have the width to 64, so that's 256 pixels wide here, which probably is reflected in our design. Yeah, right here, as you can see, the width is 256 on this. Okay. We have a background gradient to the right, and it's going from white to transparent. Okay, so from the left side to the right side, you see we have a solid white over here, and then we have transparent towards the middle here. Okay, so very, very intuitive, nothing crazy here. And then on the opposite side, it's the opposite. So we actually have a background gradient to the left. Again, it's from white to transparent. The right is 0 in this case. The top is 0. The z-index is also 10. The height is full, so it fills the entire parent container. And again, the width is 64, which is true on the opposite side here. Okay, 256. 256. 256. Okay, so that's all that is, a couple absolutely positioned elements. And just like that, in what was, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, we have created this beautiful testimonial section. But we have not finished the styling on our heading and stuff here, so let's add that. So first and foremost on the section itself. So first we're going to do margin auto. That's going to center our container when we're on screens larger than 1440 pixels. Again, we're going to set our max width to 90 rem, which is going to be 1440 pixels. Let's hover that, 1440. And our padding Y is going to be 24, which I think comes out to 96 pixels. Let's check that. PY, built-in Tailwind utility, has 96 pixels on the top and bottom. And we can see that right here. Okay, right there, top and bottom. Okay. So next, let's go to our H2. I'll have a couple more elements here. That's going to be our PX of 24. Okay, so you can see our heading is now pushed off the wall of this container. We have a padding bottom of 16, so PB 16. I think that's going to be 64 pixels. Okay, so again, we can see that right here. We have a text. In this text, we're going to set a specific value. So we're going to set 3.5 rem on the font. And we are going to set 4 rem on the line height. So we can check out what that actually is here. It's 56 pixels font size, 64 pixels line height. We're going to say font dash bold to get that font weight up to 700. And we're going to set tracking to tight to bring those letters a little bit closer together here. Okay. Again, we have the span here for satisfied, and this is going to get an underline. So let's do that here. Actually, I forgot to set the text to primary 500. Okay, nice, not jet black. Now we have satisfied. So satisfied is going to be, we're going to type underline. So now you can see satisfied has an underline in it, and we also have to add a space. So what we're going to do here is maybe we can add it inside the span. There we go. But you can see that that's causing a very odd behavior with the underline, right? Because you can see that this space character is actually underlined. So maybe we can do this here. Okay, that doesn't work either. So let's actually add it right here. Okay, so what we did there is we added a space after our R here. And if you didn't see how I did that, essentially what I did is you can go like this. So enter JavaScript with your brackets, put double quotes, and then put a space. Okay, and if you hit save, you can see it actually forces a space in between these two items here. Okay. And now we're going to say decoration. Decoration. So again, a very helpful built-in Tailwind utility. So decoration, accent 500. That's going to give us that yellow underline there. And we are going to say decoration of 8. And that's going to make it much thicker here. So you can see that's text decoration thickness of 8 pixels. So again, decoration accent is going to just put the text decoration color. Decoration 8 is going to make the thickness, and then the underline is going to set the text underline property. Okay. And lastly, we're going to say underline. This is also a very helpful property. Underline offset of 2. And that's simply going to make it so that the underline is a little bit closer to satisfied. And you can see that right here, our underline is quite close to the text here. Okay. Now the last thing is we're going to set our BR to block, which interestingly, this is the default property, right? So it's already display block, but the reason we're going to set that is because when we want to go on smaller screens, we're actually going to set the display to none. We're going to get rid of it, okay? And so then this isn't going to make clients wrap. Like if we were to set this display to hidden, hidden, you can see that now it's not wrapping here. And you can see that's just display none, right? And so we're going to set that on smaller screens. But for now, we want it to be block, and we'll override that on smaller screens, but we need to explicitly declare it so that we can actually do that. And now that is it. So now you can see our testimonial section. It has some spacing on the top and bottom here. We actually hopefully can see that here. Spacing on the top and bottom. It has a nice heading and obviously these beautiful testimonials with a great animation. Okay, so awesome. Now that we're done with that, we are done with, again, probably the most complex section. Okay, the pricing section was up there with the toggle and all that, and then the testimonial section was also pretty involved, but now it's pretty much smooth sailing. All we have is our CTA section and then our footer, and we are done with the pre-responsive design. Then we can quickly go through the responsive design, and this landing page will be a done deal. So I will see you guys over there at the call to action section. All right, so now we can jump right into our second and final section, which is going to be our call to action section. So let's get right to it. First and foremost, we're going to jump over to our CTA. You can see that this is the last component within our main section here. So let's jump in there. And let's start styling this one. So this one's actually not going to be too sophisticated, which is nice after these last two sections that were a little bit more involved. It's nice to have something that's a little bit less intense. There are going to be some godly rays, as I've heard them once referred to as, the streaks of light here, which are going to be, again, very similar to the ones we did right here. So that'll be a little bit involved, but not too bad, not too bad. So let's jump right into it. Let's start off by getting rid of our section text, or the text within our section, and let's add our div. Okay, so this div is going to represent our content. So you can see we have the CTA section, and then within that we have the CTA content section, which is this box here. Okay, and we are going to create a couple different things in here. So there's some absolutely positioned elements that I'm going to ignore for the time being here, and I'm going to move on to our H3. So this H3 is going to say engage without limits. And just below that, we are going to create a p tag, and that p tag is going to say join a growing community and talk with your favorite creators. Okay, nice. Maybe we can get some more space. We zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so we want to pull. Actually, we can leave it like this. We don't need the. Or actually, we have the DevTools open down here. I was going to say we don't need the DevTools open, but we do have them down. They're just down here. Okay, so here we can see engage without limits and then join a growing community with your favorite creators. Obviously, there's the footer. That's not relevant to this. And we're going to go down and we're going to create a second row, which is going to be a div here. Okay, so again, we have these two text items that will be grouped together here. And then down here, we have a button. Okay, and this button is going to have a wrapper as well, which we're actually going to, actually we can do it for the sake of this, we will. So again, you're going to see here that we have the gradient on the button itself that goes from a darker accent to a lighter accent from the bottom to the top. And then you're also going to see that we have a very small outside border that has a gradient from the darker accent to the lighter accent from the top to bottom. Okay, so very cool, very subtle effect, but definitely has an effect. Okay, so we're going to wrap our button here. Okay. Again, this is what's going to give us that border effect, is this div here that will be about a little bit bigger than our button itself. So let's start off by styling our, actually let's add more information in here. Okay, so let's look at that. So you can see more information. There's our button. We hover over it. We have the pointer. And so now we can start styling this from the top down. So let's go to our section and we're going to say class name equals. Here we're going to say margin auto to center our container when we're on screens larger than 1440. We're going to set our padding X to 24 as we've done for our other containers to make it so that there's 96 on the left and right as there has been for all of these. Okay, so PX of 24. We are going to set our PY on this container to 16. So that's going to give us some space on the top and bottom of 64. And we're going to set our max width to 90 rem. Okay. And so again, that's going to set us to a maximum of 1440 so that when we're on screens larger than 1440, our container does not continue to grow here. So you can see that all of these are kind of respecting this 1440 width here, including this container now. And that's where the margin auto comes into play, right? The margin auto goes away, or it's not useful once we get down here. Let's go like that. Okay. And so now we can start styling our content section. So here we'll be able to actually see that background, that dark background. So we're going to start off with relative. Actually, whoops, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, no, that is right. We want to make this relative here because there's going to be some absolutely positioned elements, right? So these rays of lights here, and as well as this orange box here, they are going to be positioned relative to this darker box that is this content section. Okay, and this content section is represented by this div here. Okay, so that's going to be relative for now. We're going to set it to flex. And the reason we're going to set it to flex is because we're going to want to space out some of these elements here more easily. We're going to say flex column because we want them not to be adjacent to one another, but on top of one another. We're going to center them along the cross axis here. So again, you can see here we have these elements that are centered vertically. You actually can't tell right now because the container is it's a very small height. But once we open it up a little bit, you'll see. So we're going to say background primary 500. So now we can't really see what's going on there. And it looks like somehow our, whoops, we actually accidentally added this outside of our container. So let's actually move this up here. Whoops. This needs to go there. Okay. So you see we just moved this, this div with its button inside of this container here. So now more information is in there. So after we add that color there, we can set our padding X to 8. Now the padding X isn't actually going to do anything for now. So if we see that right here, it's inside. That's not going to do anything for now, but when we get on mobile, it will be helpful, right? Because you can see here, we do not want the elements to actually touch the walls of this container. We want them to have some space away from the walls of the container. And so that's where that padding X will end up coming into play. Okay. Now we're going to set the PY to 28. And so now you can see there's some height here. Our text, you can't really see it that well, but you can see that. And we are going to set our rounded to 2XL, 16 pixels of rounding there. And we're going to set our overflow to hidden. Now, the reason we want to set overflow to hidden, again, is because we have these absolutely positioned glow or rays of light here right here that we're going to add, and we don't want the rest of the content to spill outside of this dark container here. Okay. So now we are going to skip over those absolutely positioned elements for a second, and we're going to actually style the content that is a little bit more important here. So let's start off with class name. And we're going to set our margin bottom to 4. So that's going to push off these two pieces of text from this one here. We are going to set our font to bold. So move that font weight up to 700. We are going to set our text to, again, a specific value in Tailwind within our brackets here. So 3.5 rem. Let's put a slash symbol, /, and then here we can specify 4 rem. So let's check out what that is. That is 56 on the font size, 64 on the line height. And next we are going to set our text to center. And we are going to set our text to -white. And lastly, let's make our tracking tight to bring those letters together. Okay. So it's already shaping up nicely here. The next thing that we're going to want to do here is move on to our p tag. So here we're going to say our padding bottom of 10. And the reason we want to do this is because you can see join a growing community here. We want to make sure that there's some space from that to the button here. So you can see this padding bottom. Let's see if this is 40. So 40, you can see there, and then padding bottom of 10 is 40. So that's going to push that button down a little bit further. And we're going to set the text to center. We're going to set the text to large. So that's going to be, I think, 18 pixels on the font size and 28. Yeah, 28 on the line height. Then we're going to set the text to white here. Okay. And we're going to say the tracking is tight. Bring those letters together a little bit. And so now you can see it is looking very close to what our design looks like. And you can play with actually the font weight is already 400. So I thought it was font medium for some reason, but it is font 400. It does seem a little different, doesn't it? It seems a little bit like the font weight is thinner here than it is here, even though they are both indeed regular. So now we can start with styling our button here. So let's go down here. Now here, we're going to set class name. And we're going to first off start with a Z of 10. Now, why do we want to set our Z index to 10? It's because we want this to overlay our rays of light here. Okay, so we don't want this button to be below these. We want it to actually be above them so that this is not cast on top of the button. Okay, so we set a Z to 10 to kind of bring it forward on the page. And we can now set our background gradient to bottom, I think. Yeah, to B, to bottom. We're going to say from accent 500. And that's going to go to accent 200. So now you can see our button has a container outside of it that is a gradient going from dark to light, top to bottom here. And we're going to set, again, I'm going to just copy this over. Whoops. So just two properties. It's going to be a very small amount of padding. Okay. So that's a very small amount of padding. So 0.125 rem here for padding, 2 pixels. And you can see we also added a rounded of 18 pixels, which is the equivalent of 1.125 rem. Okay. And so now, again, the reason that we want to add a little bit of padding on the inside of this div is because we want that to be slightly bigger than the button, okay? Because then our button here, we're going to have the gradient on the button that goes from bottom to top, and then this nice effect where the border has a gradient that goes from top to bottom in terms of dark to light, right? And that small bit of padding is what's going to make that outer div here, this div, which we can see right here, this item that's behind more information, that is going to show because we have that 2 pixels of padding. Okay. So now the button itself, that div is just slightly bigger than the button, is probably the best way I could describe it. So now our button is going to have an all number of properties. So it's going to have rounded of 2XL. So we're going to round it. We're going to have a background gradient to top, right? So remember this one's in the opposite direction, to T, background gradient to T. We're going to say from accent 500, and that's going to go to accent 200. Our padding X is going to be 8, which is going to give us some space around our text here and our button. And our padding Y is going to be half that of our padding X, which is, again, very common. So now our button is very much shaping up here. Okay. And now you can see we have that dark gradient on the button from bottom to top, and then you can see very slightly we have that element on the behind it that is a gradient from the dark from top to bottom. So very cool effect on our border. We're going to set our font to medium. So make it a little bit more bold. That's font weight 500 there. Again, we're going to set our tracking to tight, which is going to bring those letters together a bit. Our text, again, is going to be our primary color. We don't want it to be jet black, so text primary 500. We're going to set our transition to all. So we want to transition all properties. And the reason we want to do that is because we're going to be transitioning some properties here. And we're going to set a duration of 200 milliseconds. So duration.200, that's a built-in Tailwind utility of transition duration 200 milliseconds. Okay. Now let's set our hover to text-white. And so now you can see if we hover it, we have white text here. And we're going to have one other property that's going to be hover, and then we're going to add a drop shadow. And so you can see we could add all these built-in classes here. There's drop shadow XL, and if you hover over that, it adds like a black shadow. So obviously you can't see it. We actually want to add what we call a glow, which is when we add a shadow that has a specific color. In this case, we're going to make it this glow color here, this like orange glow, right? And so that we specify that is we say we want to have I think 0 on the spread. I think we're going to have 0 pixels on the x-axis offset. We're going to offset it by 35 pixels in the vertical axis, so that's going to move it down below the button. And lastly, we set the RGBA of our shadow like this, RGBA. And again, this is just a representation of our accent 500 in our red, green, blue values here. So that's going to be 255, it's going to be 184, and it's going to be 76. Okay. And lastly, we're going to set an opacity or an alpha value of 0.2. So now if you hover it, you can see that nice glow, right? Very cool, very subtle. Let's actually zoom in and see if we can see it a little better. There it is. Very nice. Okay, so let's zoom back out to 100%. Oops, 100%. And that wraps that up. And that might be, oh no, so now we have to add our absolutely positioned elements. So you can see here we're missing a couple things. First, we're missing this orange box here, and we're also missing our 2 rays of light. So let's start off with the orange box. That'll be not too difficult here. So again, here's our content box right here within our section. So right here, we're just going to open up the top of it here. And again, I like to call these out just to know that these elements are not actually part of our normal document flow. They have been broken out of our normal document flow. And here we're going to add a div. It's going to be a self-closing div because we're not going to have any content in it. It's just going to be a box here. We're going to say that the position is absolute. Remember, we already set relative on our parent here. So let's say absolute. We're going to set the top to 0. So that's going to put it at the top of our parent there. We're going to set the Z index to 10 to make sure it's above our rays of light here. So bringing it forward on the page. We are going to set our height to 2, which I think is 8 pixels. Okay. And our width is going to be 1/5. So 1/5 simply means we want the width to be 20% of the parent's width here. Okay. And that the parent width in this case is this dark container here. Okay. So essentially this orange box here that we see here is going to scale with the width of the parent container. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. It's going to be 20% of that parent container's width at all times. And so last, let's set the background accent to 500. And there it is. Okay. So again, it's at the top. Top is 0. The height is 8 pixels. The width is 20%. And the background accent color is 500. And by default, it's centered here. Okay. And I think that the reason that is the case is because of the fact that this is a flex container and we have our items centered, which in this case, item center or align item center is centering on the horizontal axis, because in this case, we're doing flex column, which means the column, the flex container is vertical, indicating that our cross axis is controlling the horizontal positioning. Okay, and in this case, the main axis is vertical, so that would be justified content would align us on the vertical axis. Okay, so now let's add the next thing, which is going to be another self-contained div. By self-contained, I mean self-closing. We're not going to have any content in here, so we need no closing tag. And here, I'm actually going to paste these in again because they they really aren't central to us building a landing page. It's more just nice to have. So I'm going to paste that in here. So this is the classes that I just added. And so here you can see this ray of light coming across here. So again, we have absolute. Its left is set to 4%. If we set it to 100%, you can see it's way off to the right. If we set it to 50% or 40%, you can see it's right here. I like it at 4%. That's what I chose there. So right there. We are going to set our height to 28. So again, it is 112 pixels tall. Again, the width is 50 rem, which means it's 800 pixels wide. So again, essentially it's like a very stretched oval, which is exactly what we see in our design here, like that. And we round it by 50%, so it was a circle, but then again, we stretch it with these properties here, so it becomes this kind of rounded oval. Again, we want to have a gradient from white to transparent. So again, it's white up here, and then it goes to transparent as we come down across our component here to almost give the effect of like a ray of light being casted across this component. And we have a blur of 2XL, so that's going to help kind of blur it and dissipate the light outside of the element itself here. That's what makes it look very natural. And that's it. The last thing we do is we rotate it by 45 degrees so that it's facing kind of this angle right here. We can actually hover it and see. You can see now it has this angle, okay? And so now all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy in a second one here. This one's going to go right below it. And this one is right here. Okay, and now this one you can pause it and just see. All it is really just the left positioning is slightly different. The width is slightly different. It's 40 rem instead of 50 rem. I thought that was fun to just switch it up. And there's nothing else that's really different there. Okay, so just two absolutely positioned rays of light, right? That's what they call them in web design. I saw someone refer to them as godly rays. Okay, so now we have our three absolutely positioned elements here, and that just kind of adds some extra style. Again, if we comment these out, our design is just fine, but it seems very flat, right? Now we add these in, and all of a sudden we have a much more dynamic component here, okay? But remember that less can be more, so you don't want to always add more, but in this case, I do think it looks nice, okay? And again, notice that because we put the Z index to 10 on our button here, where's that at? Right here, you can see we put the Z to 10 right here on this div that wraps our button. Now our ray of light is not on top of our button. So if we hover over any part of our button, you can see that our cursor is pointer. If we got rid of that Z equals 10, I think that what would happen is, so before what was happening is essentially the, when the ray of light was coming across here, it actually wouldn't be cursor pointer in certain locations on the button because it was actually above the button here, okay? And you'll see that in your designs, things like that will come up and you'll have to address them. So I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, so now, in the next section, what we're going to actually do is implement the footer. And then once we implement the footer, we're going to come back and implement the modal. And if you guys don't know what that is, a modal is just a pop-up. So if we look here, we can click this, and you can see we have this very lovely modal. It has a, you can type in an email, you can click to learn more, and then there's all sorts of other fun stuff. You can click outside of it, you can hit the escape key, you can hit this cross here, you can hit this button to close it. So very fun, and it's also going to be responsive. So we will set that up at the end after we set up the footer. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next section where we tackle the final section of our page. Very exciting, the footer, which shouldn't be too sophisticated. So see you over there. All right, so now the last part of our project, before we do the responsive design, is going to be setting up our modal. So if we show this, I can show you this here. This is a finished version of our project before we do the responsive design here. If you click on more information, we have a modal pop-up here. Okay, this is what a modal is. You see them all across different websites, and it's very cool. There's a lot of different functionality here. So, but the main point is that we're going to build that out. Okay, and we're going to link it up to this button, and we're going to rig up all this different event handling to it, so it's going to be very fun. Now we're going to start off by doing it within our app component directly, and then I'm going to show you guys how to move that functionality outside of our app component, some of it at least, so that it's much more tasteful and elegant the way that we actually structure it. Okay, so first and foremost, let's actually make our modal component here. So within our UI folder, let's do modal.jsx. Here, we're going to do RFC to create that component. And we are going to set this to, let's see, it's going to be a div, okay? And so if we just text modal in here, we can go back into here and import modal into our app, okay? And let's render it below the footer. Okay, so remember, this is not part of our main DOM structure here. It's not part of our header, footer, or main content. It's essentially just a UI element that can pop up anywhere. So I like to render them kind of below, outside of these three sections of our page. And within here, we're just going to put some dummy content. So let's put a H1 and let's just say hello. Okay. Now within our modal, let's read in the children property so we can actually render that child. Remember, the children exist between the open and closing tag of a rendered component. So this is the children here. And we're going to go here and say children. Okay. So now if we go to the bottom of our page, we should see, actually, whoops, I was on the wrong thing. We should see that. So we go down here and you can see hello. Okay. Now, obviously we don't want that there, but we're going to change that in a second. So one thing that you're going to notice is that the first important lesson is that the modal is not going to have the content of our more information modal content. It's not going to have it directly in the modal definition. Okay. Now, the reason we don't want to do that is because we want to make it reusable. So as an example, let's say you had another modal and that one was to sign up for your newsletter. Okay. In that case, we don't want to make, say, modal for more information and then create, let's say, another modal down here for, I'm not going to actually type it because you guys probably get the point at this point, but at the end of the day, we don't want to put like another one here and say modal for newsletter, right? That'd be a waste of time. So in this case, we don't actually want to declare. And in that case, we would go like this. We would just instantiate it like this. Whoops, like this. Can you stop? So you'd instantiate it like this, right? Open and closing tag would all be in one. You wouldn't put any children properties, and then the modal itself and all the content within the modal would be baked right in there. But we don't want to do that, okay? We want to make it reusable. So we're going to create a modal, and then we can pass any content that we want inside of it. So then we can pass any content into the modal and make as many modals as we want, which is very common in a website. You're going to have many different types of modals, okay? So now let's go into our modal again, where we're rendering our child prop, which is just this dummy content for now. Okay. And let's actually start structuring it. So first and foremost, there's one other property we want our modal to take in, and that's going to be the modal name. So let's go to our modal here in app, and let's give it a modal name of more information. Okay. So this is what actually delineates this modal from other modals on our page here. Okay. So this is the more information modal. Now, if we go into modal, let's actually read that in, the modal name. Okay. And we're going to use that in a second here. You can see it's complaining already that we're not using it. But first and foremost, what we're going to do is we're going to style this div. Now, there's one other thing we have to add in this div. That's going to be a sub div. Okay. And the reason that we're going to do this is because this one is actually going to hold the content. Jeez, I'm really struggling here. It's going to hold the content that we actually render here as children. Okay. So if you look here, we have two elements that our modal is comprised of two elements. We have a background here, which is dark, right? This like dark background that kind of makes everything else less visually important, if you will. And then we also have this container that wraps all of our content within our modal. Okay, not the content itself, like I said, but the wrapper. Okay, and this inner modal part is actually also going to have our X button. Okay, so we don't have to assign that on every single modal. Every modal will come pre-baked with a X button right here, and it'll also come pre-baked with an escape listener. So if I hit escape on my keyboard, it closes, and it will also come pre-baked with a the ability to, or actually that'll be specific, but here if we click outside of the modal, it closes. So that's all going to be right here within the modal. So we don't have to set that up on every single modal we do. We just set it up once here. And again, this is for reusability's sake, which is one of the virtues of component-based layouts that you can create with modern day frameworks or libraries like React. Okay. And so let's go into modal and let's start designing this. First and foremost, we're going to set this background, that dark background that we saw, and that is going to be a series of classes here. So it's going to be fixed. Now, what does fixed mean? Fixed is a position that is not absolute or relative. So position fixed. Now, this is relative to the viewport itself. So if I close DevTools, this is our viewport, everything that you see on screen right here. But if I scroll up, now this is our viewport here, everything that you can see on screen. Okay. So we want our modal, like as an example, if we click here, you can see even if we scroll up, this element stays right in the center. Right? Because it's relative to our viewport itself. It's not relative to any elements on the page. Okay, that is fixed. Now, a lot of times you'll see that in like mobile applications, there'll be like a button that floats in the bottom right of the screen, and it says like create message or something, and they call that a floating action button. And that's a very common application of fixed elements, where no matter how much you scroll up and down the page, there will always be a button that's 24 pixels up and 24 pixels in from the bottom right of the page, if that makes sense. Okay. And so now we're going to set this to fixed, and we are going to set the bottom to 0. We're going to set the left to 0, the right to 0, and the top to 0. Now this is going to have the effect of stretching it across the viewport. Okay. Now let's actually give it some color here. Actually, first let's set the Z index to 10. So let's actually bring it forward on the page so it's above every other element. We don't want anything else sitting on top of it. And we are going to set the background to primary 800. Okay. And we're going to set the background opacity to 70. And we're actually going to set the, after we do this, we're going to set the visibility to visible. Now, the reason that we're going to do that is, so you can see here, if we hover visibility, it is visibility visible. We want to set that because inevitably we're going to have a state in which it is not visible and then it is visible depending on whether the modal is opened. Okay. So here you can still not see it, and that's because we're on the wrong thing here. Okay. So here it is. You can see the modal, right? It's this dark thing in the background here. We can actually look at it in the dev tools. So this entire thing, and then you can see this H1, that's rendering this children prop right here. Okay, so now we have a couple of other classes we want to add to this. Of course, our modal, you can see it's centered. Our elements are centered. This div in the middle here that holds all the content is centered. Okay, so how do we center the child elements? Well, let's make this a flex container. Okay, we're going to say justify center. So justify our item center on the horizontal axis in this case. And we're also going to say item center, which is going to set our align items property to center. So we're centering along the cross axis, which is vertical. So you can see there it is. Our hello is right there in the center of the screen. We are also going to set our padding X of 24. Now the reason we want to set a padding X of 24, I'll show you. So now on our, you can see that we have the padding on the left and right here. That's going to be important when we actually shrink our screen here. So as an example, when we have a content like that, I'll show you actually right here. You can see right here, we don't want the modal to ever get closer than 96 pixels off the side of our screen here. So you can see that right there. Okay. So let's open this bad boy back up there. Okay. So now that we've done that, the next thing that we need to do is make sure that we have, okay, so we're going to set transition all. Now the reason we want to set our transition all property is because we are going to make this come onto screen slowly, transition all, and we're going to say duration 300, so 300 milliseconds. And that's why if you see this modal here, you'll see that when we open it, it kind of has a nice fade in effect. So we're transitioning for 300 milliseconds. And I think that's all of the properties that we need to add for now. So we're good there. And now let's go down to the child element. So again, that's this right here. So remember, this wraps the content. So in this case, what do I mean by content? Content is everything in here, this dark background, this white section down here, this input, this button, this text, these elements here. The only thing that's actually part of our modal is, again, this background here, this cross button, and then the container that holds all of our content. So this is the container that holds all of our content. Okay, so what properties do we actually need to give to this box here that is holding all of our content? Well, we're going to find out right now. So first and foremost, we're going to say visible. Again, and we're going to set the opacity to 100. Now again, there's going to be a state in which it is invisible. That's why we're explicitly setting these right now. Okay, opacity 100. So we'll set that up in a second here. I just want to get this out there so we can move forward and refactor it. So now we have relative. Again, this is going to be position relative because we want it centered. We want it centered. Actually, I don't think we need to do relative. I'll see in a second. If that is the case, we'll see. But we're going to say flex basis of, or my bad, it's actually just flex. So it's going to be a flex container. Okay. And this flex container is going to have a basis of 41.25 rem. Okay, 41.25 rem. Now I want something to be clear here. We're making this a flex container, but when you set the basis, that's a flex property. So flex basis is 41.25 rem. That means 660 pixels. So by default, our modal here, let's actually hover it. You can see is 660 pixels. Now that is for flex items, not for a flex container. So this div is a flex container, but it also is simultaneously a flex child. a flex child item. So they call it a flex item. And the reason why is because the parent element here, this parent div, is a flex container. Okay, we can see it right here. So we can set the basis. Now, if you don't know what basis is, it essentially says, by default, make the flex item this width. Because flex items, they grow, they shrink, but sometimes you want to set a default value. So in this case, we're saying, all right, for this flex item, let's just set it to 660 default. And the reason why we want to do that is just because in our design here, you can see on our largest screen, 660 is what we chose, I think. Let's see, 660, right? So that's why we want to set that. We're saying by default, just make the flex child 660, okay? And now that we set the flex basis, we can set our flex column. So we're going to set it to flex col here. So the content that is within our modal, we're going to say, make it flex along the column direction. And we are going to set a couple other properties. We're going to say rounded to XL. So that's going to make it rounded. Obviously we can't see that right now, but we will in a second. We're going to set our background to white. Okay. We're going to set our text to 2XL. We're going to set our transition to all, and our duration to 300. Okay. So again, we're setting those transition properties. So now you can see there's our modal, and it has rounding and all of what we want here. So now we can go back to our main file here, and we can actually start structuring our main content. Okay. The content that is within the modal itself. So how are we actually going to approach that? Actually, you know what? There's one more thing that we want to add to our modal. I just realized it's going to be the cross, right? So we actually didn't import it. We should import that. So let's do import. We're going to say, this is going to be from React Icon. So it's going to be high outline X mark. Okay. And that's going to come from React Icons, and from within React Icons, it's going to come from the hi2 library, okay? Or the hi2 section of React Icons. And we're going to render this one. Looks like we're having some type of error here. Looks like I might have spelled it wrong. High outline X mark. Look, it looks like a capital M there. All right, so that is going to be rendered right here. So it's going to be rendered next to our children element. And I just realized this is actually why our parent element here is set to relative. So I was questioning, why do we have to set this to relative? The reason why is that we need a parent element to have a non-static position element, so we can position this X mark relative to that, okay? And so this is going to be our absolutely positioned cross icon here. And you can see that right here, okay? So again, we are going to start off by setting a negative top value of 12, okay? So actually, I probably should set absolute first so we can actually see it move here. So we set absolute, so now it's positioned relative to this parent element. We say negative top 12, so negative 48 pixels off the top of our parent element here. So now you can see it's up here. We're going to set a negative right, I think. Yeah, so a negative right of 12 as well, okay? So now it's way over there, out to the right. We're going to set the hover opacity to 70%. This is going to give it a nice hover effect. We're going to set the width to 12, the height to 12, the transition to all. So we're going to transition all the properties here. And we're going to set the duration of that to 100 milliseconds. Okay. One thing that we want to add is when we hover over this, we want it to have the effect of being a button. So we're going to set cursor dash pointer. As you can see, Tailwind has so many built-in classes that are so helpful, right? Cursor pointer, so that sets our cursor to pointer. So now if we hover it, you can see it goes to pointer, and you can see the opacity dropping a little bit even then. And of course, we need to add a very important property, which is stroke dash white. So setting our stroke to white. And now if we hover over it, you can see it has that nice transition. Okay, it indicates that we're hovering over it and our cursor is pointer. Okay, so now this outline or this cross mark is positioned relative to the parent element here. So now we have successfully created a modal in React using a modal component, a reusable modal component, most importantly. Okay, so now we've structured that. So now let's actually work on the state. Okay, so what kind of state are we actually going to need? Well, we're going to need to be able to set the current modal on the page. okay? Because we need to be able to know if this modal needs to open up or close, right? So we're going to say const, and we're going to add it to our app here, and then we're going to go back and we're going to actually refactor it in a second and get it out of our app. But let's start here, and we're going to say current modal, and then we're going to say set current modal. Again, this is the naming convention for useState. And we're going to use useState here. So let's import our useState hook from React. Okay. Now our current modal is going to have no default right now, but let's give it an empty string as the default. So it's not going to have a default modal, but it is going to have a default value of no string, or just an empty string, okay? And so now by default, what we're actually going to do is let's go back into our modal, and we're going to make it so that our modal is now synced up with this state here. So in this case, there is no modal that is selected, so we want to make it so that no modal is open. Right now, you can see this modal is, I guess, permanently open, which we do not want. So let's go back into our modal now. And remember, we have the modal name here, more information. Okay, so we can use that. So let's go into modal. And let's start adding some classes that allow us to dynamically decide whether this modal should be opened or not. Okay, so first and foremost, we're going to set our backticks around this class name declaration. And around this, we're also going to set our brackets. Okay, so again, this allows us to enter JavaScript right into the class names and dynamically set what classes we want to apply here. So we're going to use a $sign in the brackets. And now in here, we can set things that we want if the modal is live here. So one thing that we want to decide is that, is this modal, should we display it? Right, so imagine we have multiple modals on our application. We have to decide for each of those modals when the modal opens, when we sense a modal open event, should we open this modal? Well, how do we decide that? We're going to go like this, and we're going to say display modal. Display modal. And that's going to be equal to modal name equals the current modal, okay? So where is the current modal? So if we want to check, okay, is this modal equal to the current modal that we have open, or that we want to open, let's say, where is that current modal? Well, we're going to pass that down here. So let's go here, and let's pass that in here. So we're going to say current modal equals current modal. Not that. Current modal. Okay. So now in here, we have access to the current modal property. And now we can decide, is more information equal to what current modal is? In this case, it's not, because this is just an empty string, right? So now what classes do we want to add to our modal based on whether the modal is open or not? Well, let's see. We're going to say display modal. So again, this is a Boolean value. It's either going to be set to true or false. So if we want to display this modal, we are going to add visible, and we're going to add, so let's get this here. Let's add it here. So remember to delete it from here and then add it there. And we're going to set the background opacity to 70. Okay, so remember, this is what we want to show if it's visible, which is what we saw before. But what if the display modal is not true? What if we don't want to display this modal? Well, then instead, we're going to render the invisible class. So that's going to hide the modal. And we're going to set the background opacity to 0. Okay, so now you can see the modal is empty here. And obviously we have to add some things to the children class, because you can see it's actually rendered right here. But we'll get to that in a second. But either way now, if we set this to more information here, it now is showing, okay? And the reason why is because the current modal, which is right here, that we're passing in as a prop to our modal component, is equal to the modal name, which is more information, okay? So now modal name equals current modal, display modal will evaluate to true, and it will add these classes to this class list instead of these classes that hide it, okay? So now let's add something similar for the child component here. So for this div, we're also going to make this classes that we can dynamically add JavaScript to. Okay, I think it's called string interpolation. And so in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say display modal. We're going to put a question mark. And now if display modal is true, again, we return this first item here in our ternary operator. And here we're going to set visible in opacity 100. Okay, so we're making it visible, and we're saying put the opacity to 100. Again, we're going to want to delete these here. So get rid of that and get rid of that. So now only in the case that display modal is true, we'll set it to visible and opacity 100. Otherwise, we want to set it to invisible and opacity 0. So I'm going to paste that in here. invisible, opacity 0. So now we can't see it, right? But again, if we now go here and we set this to more information, the current modal will be equal to the modal name. And in this case, whoops, that's definitely not what we want. In that case, we will display the modal. Boom. Okay, so now our modal is displaying. So now let's actually get to the point of setting up some state, or setting up some manipulation of the state here. So let's actually go into our more information component here. Yeah, let me think. Is that the next thing that we want to do? I think it is. I really do. So let's go into our more information, not our more information button. So that's, again, this button is located within our call to action section here. So let's go in here. And let's actually first, let's go here and let's say the set current modal. We're going to set that to this. Set current modal equals set current modal. Okay. So what we're doing is we're passing in the setter function for the state down into our call to action. So let's go into our call to action and let's read that in. Okay. And now what we want to do is if someone clicks on more information here, this button, where's it at? We're going to say on click. So on click, that's an event handler that React gives us on our button here. When someone calls on click, we're going to pass in a callback here. And we're going to call set current modal. So again, when React detects a button click, it's going to call this on click method here, which is going to call this callback function. And within the callback function body, we're calling set current modal. And here we're going to pass in more dash information. Okay. So now we click on this. You can see it opens our modal. Now we can reload the page to close it for now. We'll set that up in a second, of course. But if we click that again, you can see it opens it. Okay, so what's happening is they click on this button, that sets the current modal to more information. Now we go back into app. When we set the current modal to more information, the current modal now equals more information. Now when we go inside the modal name is equal to the current modal. In this case, right, more information is equal to current modal, and so it's going to make it so that we render these properties that make our modal visible. Okay, and again, in this case, when the modal name is just a blank string, we're actually not rendering those, right? It's only once we set the more information property, or that string here that those evaluate to true. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do is go in and we're actually going to start creating our content, but we could also take a moment to set up our some of our close modal functionality. So let's actually do that first. First, we're going to start off with closing our modal with our close button here. Okay, so first, our cross, we can rig that up, which should not be that hard. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, go into our modal here, and we're going to make a function called const handle close modal. And here it's simply going to be an arrow function, and that arrow function is just going to go like this. Oops, there it is. It's going to call set current modal, and it's just going to pass an empty string. Remember, this is going to have the effect of making it so that our modal name, which is more information in this case, is not equal to the current modal, because the current modal is going to be an empty string. Okay, but we need to gain access to the set current modal function. So let's pass that in. Set current modal, and we're going to put that here, set current modal. Okay, so now if we go into our modal, we should have access to this property. Okay, and so now handle close modal, you can see it's yelling at us because it's unused. So now what do we want to do? We want to make it so that when this X icon gets clicked on, it will make the modal name a empty string, which will have the effect of closing our modal. So let's go to here, and let's say our on click is equal to handle close modal. Okay, so the way that this works is the on click will simply call this function here when it gets clicked. And in that case, it will just execute this here, which is going to be setting the current modal to an empty string. So now if we hit this, look at that. Okay, so now our button works. We click this, it calls handle close modal. Handle close modal calls this function, and this function is, or handle close modal is this function, I should say, that closes the modal by setting the current modal to an empty string. Okay, so very, very easy. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to rig up our escape close. So when we open the modal, we also want to be able to hit the escape key, which here you can see that's a thing. So we click here and hit escape, it closes. Okay. And if you can see, if we click outside of the modal, it also closes. So that's very important for user experience. So let's set that up. Let's first set up the escape key. This one's going to be a little bit tricky. Not that tricky, but still it's going to be important for us to understand how to do this. So let's start off by importing useEffect. There's a couple concepts that we're going to go over here that are very important. Okay, useEffect from React. Okay, so now useEffect, there's a couple concepts here. Hopefully you guys may or may not have some understanding of useEffect. That would definitely assist a little bit, but of course I will still go over it just in case. Okay, so useEffect, we're going to set it up like this. And I'm going to just give it an empty array here. So let's take a moment to reflect on what's going on here. So useEffect is a hook from React, okay? And within useEffect, we pass in for the first parameter a callback function. So again, this is a callback function that is simply an arrow function. And here's the function body. So we can do whatever we want in here, okay? Now the second item is a dependency array, okay? So this useEffect, simply put, will update. It will run every time something in the dependency array updates. Okay, so when do we want our modal to recheck if it should add some event listener for closing the modal? Well, we want to make sure that an event listener is added for listening for the escape key to close our modal every time our display modal property changes, right? So when this display modal property goes from true to false, we want to check to see, okay, this is the time that we need to add a escape event listener, if that makes sense. So I'll show you that. I probably sound crazy right now, but I'll show you. So, okay, so display modal, if display modal is true, that means that a modal has opened up on our screen, okay? And so if you guys don't know how this syntax works, it essentially says if this is true, and then run the second thing, okay? So if display modal is true, meaning that a modal is opened, then we are simply going to say document. So we're accessing the actual document in JavaScript here. Document.addEventListener. So this is how you add event listeners. This is like we're entering real JavaScript right now. So we're not using React as an abstraction. We're doing direct manipulation of our document. And we're adding an event listener here. And we're going to add it for the key down event. Okay. So that all that is this add event listener will now look for any event on our document, the entire thing here, and it'll detect any key down presses. So you could press caps lock, alt, or A, S, D, whatever, okay? And we're going to pass in a second function to handle that, okay? So we're going to do handle modal close, or handle modal escape, rather. So let's create a second function here, and this is going to be handle modal escape, okay? And the reason we call it that is because this is going to detect our escape functionality on our modal, the escape key, okay? And so what we want to check here, we're going to take in the event object. So the event object is provided by the browser. When someone clicks a key down event, there's going to be all sorts of properties about the key, I don't know, when it was pressed, the name of the key code, all these different things, right? So we get an event object from the browser. Now on that event object, we can type e.key, and that's going to give us access to the actual key that was pressed. In this case, the escape key is coded as escape with an uppercase E like this. Okay, so if the escape key, if e.key equals escape, then we want to actually close the modal, right? So we're going to type and. So if this is true, remember the same syntax here. If this is true, then the expression after the and statement will also run. So given that the key is escape, is essentially what that says, we are going to say handle close modal. And again, remember our handle close modal, all this does is it sets our current modal to an empty string, which closes our modal, okay? So now let's pass in our handle modal close into our add event listener here. So anytime our display modal property becomes true, we know that a modal is open. Because a modal is open, we want to run this second command, which will only run when this is true. We are going to add an event listener to our document that looks for key down events. If there's a key down event, it's going to call this callback function, and this function will only close our modal given that the e.key, which is an event from the browser, the E is the event from the browser. If the key on that event is escape, then we know that we want to close the modal. So in this case, if we hit it, let's see if it works. It already works. Look at that, okay? Now there's one problem here. Within our useEffect function, so like I said, the useEffect will run any time that display modal changes. So if display modal opens or closes, then this is going to go from true to false, and our useEffect is going to rerun. Okay, so this can be helpful, like as an example, let's say your component mounts on the page for the first time. Maybe you want to load some data from an API. Like let's say you want to load some pictures from, I don't know, some API that provides pictures. Well, you would do that in a useEffect, okay? And that is where you handle your side effects, okay? So now, but here, there's one other thing that we have to set in our use effect. We want to set a cleanup function. Now, what is the cleanup function going to do here? We're going to call document.remove event listener in this case, remove event listener. This. And we're going to be listening for the key down, or my bad, yeah, the key down event. We're not going to be listening for it, so to speak. And we're going to pass in handle close modal. So what handle modal escape. So what we're saying is when display modal becomes true, we want to add an event listener to the browser, and that's going to listen for the key down event. But the cleanup function is going to run every time before the use effect runs again. Okay, so before the use effect executes again, it's going to run the cleanup function, or when the component dismounts from the page. Now, why is this important? We have to understand the concept of a memory leak. So what can happen is if we just add an event listener again and again and again to our page, what will end up happening is we will end up having hundreds of event listeners on our page for our modals, which is going to be a waste of memory. That's called a memory leak. Okay, so we have to avoid that. And the way that we avoid that is we add an event listener every time our display modal becomes true here. But every time we clean up with this cleanup function that we return from our use effect, we remove the event listener from the DOM here. Okay, so now I think that there's a way for us to check. I don't know if I can actually think of it off the top of my head here, but all right. So I found out what I was looking for here. So if we go into the console here, so within our DevTools, remember we're in the elements pane, but if we go up here, we go to our console, we can actually do this. Let me clear this first. Clear. How do you clear the console? Maybe I can do console. Actually, I can just clear it like this. Whoops. So one thing that we can do is we can actually look at all of the event listeners that are on the page. And the way that we do that is we can call the, where's that? The get event listeners method that is provided by JavaScript. And then all you have to do is pass in the element. So we want to know how many event listeners are attached to our document. So let's hit enter here. You're going to see that we have one key event listener, or one key down event listener right here. Okay. Now that's good because we have our modal open right now. But let's say we close it here. So let's hit escape. Now let's check again. You can see that now there's no key down event listener, right? But if we open it up and again we run get event listeners, you can see there it is. We now have our key down listener again. And so we are adding our escape listener each time that the modal opens. But now let's say hypothetically that we did not add this cleanup function here. What's going to happen is, let's open it up here. Let's call get event listeners, and we're going to pass in our document. We have one key down. Now let's close it with escape. Now let's open it again. And let's call, look at this now. Okay, so now look, get event listeners, when we pass in the document, we can see that we have two key down events, two event listeners on our document. And if we do this again and again, we're going to keep getting more here. So now if we open it up again, we have three, I can't even do three because I'm struggling because the camera's reversed, 3 key down event listeners. So that is a memory leak. Okay, so this is what we have to avoid. So we clean up every time before the use effect runs again, and we add a new event listener to the page, or when the component unmounts, which happens when, if I'm correct, when we unrender our modal, or maybe we don't actually get rid of it from the DOM because maybe we're just hiding it. But either way, the point is that every time we return our cleanup function from our use effect, and that will remove the event listener from the page, and that will reduce the risk of us having a memory leak, okay? Because you don't want your web page to get a memory leak and then it runs slow and then you're like, wait, what's going on? Okay, so that is why we have to use that cleanup function. So very important functionality right there, okay? And so now we've set that up. We've set up the click, it opens up. We can hit the close here. We can click here. We can hit the escape. Now, one other one is we want to be able to click outside of the modal and hit close. Okay, that's a very important UX principle, right? I'm sure you guys know that. You go on websites, you want to be able to click out of it. So how are we going to set that one up? I will show you. And this is also going to be a good time to learn because there's a very important concept here. So we have on click. We're going to call the on clicked on this. Remember, it's outside here. So this is the dark shaded part on the outside here. That's what we want to check the click event on. Okay, so we're going to read into our callback function here, E, our event. Okay, so once it detects a click, it's going to pass in our event from the browser. Now we're going to check that the event.target equals the e.current target. Now, if this is true, so if e.target equals e.current target, we're going to say and. Remember, the things after this and condition will only run if the first condition is true here. We're going to say handle modal close or handle close modal, and we're going to invoke it. Okay. Now, why do we have to say e.target equals e.current target? The reason why is something called event propagation inside of JavaScript. Now, what ends up happening in JavaScript is if we click on, as an example, this close button here, that event, that click event on that close, it will fire on this element, but then it will also propagate up to the parent element, and the click event will fire on this element, and it will propagate up to the parent element, and it will fire a click event on this element, and all the way up to the top of our DOM. And that's called bubbling. Okay, so the event bubbles or propagates all the way up. Now, why is that valuable? The reason that that's valuable is sometimes, like as an example, let's say you have a music app where you have thousands of songs in a playlist. You don't want to set an event listener on every single one of those songs because that would be a waste of memory. So instead, what you do is you just set one event listener on the parent element of the entire playlist. And if anyone clicks on any of those songs to, I don't know, listen to it, or let's say there's like an X button to delete the song, the click event on that button or on the song itself will propagate to the parent, and then the parent can listen for the event and it can react to that. Does that make sense? And it can learn about what element was actually clicked within the list by using the properties that are on the event target, or on the event itself, right? So the point is that events propagate, and so we have to account for that. So in this case, if we click inside the modal itself, we don't want it to close. We only want it to close. When we click in here, we don't want it to close. We only want it to close when they click out here. Okay? So now let's just say we did this. If someone clicks on this div here, it closes. Well, you can see now, if someone clicks on this dark area out here, it does close. But what if someone clicks in the modal itself? It also closes. Now, why does that happen? The reason why is that the click event is happening on this modal here, which is actually the this div right here, right? Or the children content, if you will. And that event is bubbling up to the parent element, the parent element, the parent element. And what happens is when we click here, eventually this on-click handler of this parent element, so the parent element of the actual content that we're clicking, gets triggered. And it says, wait a minute, I just received a click event, so I must close the modal. But that isn't true. We don't want to close the modal if they click inside the content area. We only want to close it if they click outside of it. So what we say is if the e.target, so on the event, there's this property that says target. And now the target is the object that actually was clicked. Okay, so in this case, this white bar here is what was actually clicked. The current target is the event where is the element in the DOM where the on-click is being heard. Okay, so in this case, the e.current target. Current target references this element. E.target references the actual element that was clicked on. So in this case, we're saying we only want you to close the modal here if the target itself is equal to the current target, meaning that if they click on this outside thing, and that means that the thing that was actually clicked on and the current element that's receiving the on-click event are the same. But if we click on this in here, you can see it's not closing anymore because the target is this white bar, but the on-click event that is being heard is on this div up here, which is the parent of the element that's actually being clicked on. So only when both of those are true do we want to close the modal. Okay, so now if they click in here, nothing happens. Click out here, it closes the modal. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, that's kind of a tricky topic to explain. You definitely should research event propagation and event bubbling in JavaScript. Very important concept if you don't know that, but I hope you guys understood what's going on there. But now we can close it in 3 ways. It's very good UX here. So we can open it, we can close it by clicking outside, we can hit the escape key, and we can hit the cross button here. And most importantly, we don't have a memory leak. We're not wasting any memory. Yeah, so it's all around great. We're checking here to make sure that there's not any anomalies with clicking in here, closing the modal. So very good practices that we're using here. Okay, and so now we can go back and we can start working on the actual content that is within the modal. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a special component that will hold the content for this specific modal in this case. Okay, so I will see you guys when we actually are setting up that content in the next section. All right, so in this section of the video, we are going to be adding our content to our modal. So again, if we click here on more information, this is our finished version of our landing page. If I hit more information, you can see we have all this content in our modal. And of course, right now, we've rigged up all sorts of event handling on our modal, but we do not have any content. We actually just have this hello here. So let's actually start setting up our more information content. So we could set up the content right here within the modal itself, but I actually prefer to put the content inside of a more information component. So we're essentially just using this one component as a wrapper for information that's going to go within our modal. Of course, you could just structure it where you just put all of the content right here inside the modal itself. Okay, but I'm going to make another component just to keep our page or our app component super clean, right? I really try not to have direct markup like H1 tags or any HTML tags right in our app component because I just think it doesn't look clean. So where do we put this? Well, in this case, it's not a section necessarily. It's just going to go within our UI, okay? And you could make another folder that's like modal content if you have a ton of modals, or maybe you say, who knows? You can structure these how you want, but here we're going to use this UI folder and we're just going to say more information. And again, this is because this modal is displaying more information, right? Right here you can see it just gives a quick statement that says you want to learn more about our business, and then obviously you can give us your email and we'll send you something, okay? So now let's go into more information. So again, this content is going to go right here. So let's actually instantiate this immediately. So let's go here and let's import our more, actually, I don't even think we made the component here. We did not. RCF. And let's make sure that we have the right type here. Yep, it's going to be a div. And so we'll just say more information. Okay. Go back to app and let's import that. Look at that. I got the auto import, which we love to see here. And let's instantiate that right here within our modal tags. So this will be the children for our modal. So let's say more information. Thank you. It's going to be self-closing. We're going to put the content right inside the component itself. Okay. And let's see. So let's see if we can get this to show up. I think it should already show up. Nice. So we have more information, right? We're rendering our modal. Again, our modal is this dark background as well as a div that wraps our content, our modal content, which is more information. And of course, the modal also comes prepackaged with the close button. So all of our modals on our page are going to already have that rigged up, right? So that's the beautiful thing. Remember the reusability. Now we can just add any content. We could create a second modal here, somewhere else on our page, like this. We could put any content we want in here. And guess what? This second modal here is going to have all the same things. It's going to have the escape handler. It's going to have the click out of the modal handler. And it's going to have the close button, right? The cross. Okay. So very, very powerful reusability concept in React. This is the beauty of component-based layouts. This is something that you don't really get when you do apps completely in JS, HTML, and CSS. So let's go into more information and start rigging this thing up here. Rigging up our content. So what we're going to actually do here is our modal has a div inside it that's going to hold our content. Okay. And so we're going to just try and return the content directly. We don't actually want to add another div that's going to wrap the content. So we're just going to create a React fragment, which again, this just acts as the single parent element because you can only return one element from every component. So this is just a parent element, but it actually isn't going to be within our markup. It just helps us make it so that the React syntax is valid, if you will. So let's add a div here. Okay. And this div, let's see, this div is going to have an image and an image here to start. And that's actually going to be our 12 dot graphic. So let's actually go to our Figma design. You can see right here we have 12 dots on here and 12 dots over here. So our 12 dot graphics are going to come first. So let's create two images. Type IMG, hit tab, and then I'm going to hold Shift Alt and click the down arrow. Cool. Actually, you know what? First I'm going to rig this up before I copy it because I don't want to type these in twice here. So our source is going to be one of our images that's within our assets folder here. So it's going to be 12 dots. So import, I'm going to just call it dots from dot dot slash, go up into the next parent directory, assets, and then I think it's 12 dots. Whoops, 12 dash dots, and then I think it's SVG. Let's see if that's correct. I'm not even going to look. I'm just going to pray. Oops. Come on now, dots. Please. My Control-C is clearly not cooperating here. It looks like, let's see if there's an error here. Let's bring up our DevTools. And I'm going to bring my DevTools back to the bottom here. Okay. Let's see. Clear the errors, reload the page. It ain't tossing any errors. Let's see if we can see it actually. There it is. Awesome. So now our alt text is just going to be 12 dot graphic. So very simple. We want to make sure it doesn't distract anyone who's using a screen reader or for some reason sees that alt. Very, very simple, very descriptive. Okay. Or not very descriptive, but explains what we're doing, explains what it is and is short. Okay. So we have those two things, and then there's going to be one other property here. So I shouldn't have done that. I should actually do the class names. Actually, we're going to do the class names after. I forgot. We want to structure the markup, and then we would do all the class names here. Okay. So we have a parent div here, and this has two images in it. Okay. These are going to be absolutely positioned, right? We can see here that these are kind of at the side of our container here. So we're going to absolutely position these relative to this wrapper component right here. Okay. And that's going to be this div that they're positioned relative to. But of course, we're going to do that in a second here. So the next thing that we're going to have is an H2. This is not going to be absolutely positioned. Oops, H2. And this is going to have a span within it. And the reason why it's going to have a span is because you can see we have supercharge, which has this nice gradient on it, which we've done before. And then it has this other text here. So let's start off by adding, so within our H2, we'll have a span, and that's going to wrap supercharge. And after that, we are going to have, outside of our span, we're going to have your business. All right. Next, we are going to have a P tag just below that. That's going to have our description here. So let's go below our H2 and put a P tag. I'm going to copy this over just so I don't waste your guys' time, but you can pause the video quickly and type this. So this is going to be interested in learning more about how Eudora can grow your small business, ? And then, of course, there will be a field down here to input their email. So just type that really quickly. Now that we've done that, we can move on to the next div. So again, this is why we need the React fragment, because we're actually going to have two children here. Again, we don't want a parent element, but we do want to return two items, which again, you can't do that. You can only return one parent element for each component. Here, we're going to add a second div. Okay. And in here, we're going to have, so that's going to be this div right here, this white box down here. Now, this white box is going to have an input element within it. So let's add that input. Okay. And it's going to have a button as well. Okay. And the button is going to say, learn more. Learn more. All right, so let's go back to our landing page and see that. So you can see it's kind of shaping up here. Obviously, we have a long way to go, but we'll get there. Let me make sure that the layout of this is correct. So we have an input, and then we have a button here. And so this button is going to be positioned absolutely relative to this div here. Okay, and the reason why we want to do that is because our input is essentially going to span. So in this case, we want to put the button on top of the input. Okay, so of course we're going to have to absolutely position that if we want to layer those elements in that way. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and it's going to wrap this entire field right here. Okay, and this input is going to fill this entire container here, and then our button is also going to be positioned relative to that container element, and that's going to have the effect of allowing us to position the button on top of the input. Okay, so both of these elements are essentially stretching across this container that's outlined in blue, and then we can position the button relative to that container. And again, that container is this div right here. Okay, so we're in business now. We can now move on to styling our component, and we're also going to set up some state here. Remember. Because we have a button here that they can click on. Okay. So let's start off by going to our div, and let's add a class name relative. Okay. And again, this is going to be relative because we need to absolutely position our dots here. We're going to say background primary 500. You can see that. We're going to give a padding of 20. So that should push our content in a little bit. Nice. And that comes out to 80 pixels. Again, that's a built-in Tailwind utility, P-20. And then we're going to say rounded. Remember, the wrapper here is rounded, but our content, we want to round this as well, because you can see here that this child element here is actually not rounded. You can see that in this bottom left corner here. So we want to round this one as well so that our content is rounded just as the parent element is. Okay. Rounded, what is that? Rounded top XL, so that's going to be top and left, and it looks like the bottom is not rounded, but I think we just have to set that. I think we're going to set that on the next div. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, I think that the rounding will happen down here. Of course, if there's an issue, we'll address it, but for now, or once we add the padding, I think it'll fix the rounding on that bottom left corner. But there we have our rounding-t-xl, so that's border top left radius and border top right radius of 12 pixels. Now that's a little bit smaller than 16 pixels, and I think that the reason I chose that is because if you do 2XL, you'll actually see a little bit of white peeking through from the container, the div that actually wraps our content component, which was within our modal itself right here. Okay, so we don't want that white that's behind there to show through. So we're going to actually make the rounding a little bit less intense or a little bit less rounded on the child elements just to make sure that it actually fills out the entire white container that's below it. Okay, and you can still see some here on the outside, but I think that's going to go away once we continue to implement this design. Of course, we can address that if needed. So let's do text white. Okay, and now you can see that the child elements inherit that property. And if you don't know that, in CSS, there's inheritance. That's one of the fundamental principles of CSS, one of the 3 pillars of CSS. So in this case, if we set text white to this div up here, then that's going to cascade down onto all of our child elements that could apply that text white property. Okay. And now we're going to add our class name to our images, our graphics rather. And here we're going to say left 0. So this one's going to go on the left side. We're going to say absolute. Okay, so now it's positioned absolutely relative to the parent div here, so we can check that out. The parent div is here, the item here that has this green padding, and you can see within it we have this absolutely positioned element here. And as you'd expect, actually I'm going to set the height to auto. Okay, so that's going to set the height to what it already is, like the default height. And the reason we have to explicitly declare this is because when we do our responsive design, we're going to override this property and set it to a different height. So by default, we want this, and then I'll show you later, we're going to do on small screens something else like this, SM, and we're going to set a different height. So we're going to set height auto by default. Okay, now I'm going to copy these down because it's pretty much the same thing here. The only difference is that instead of putting the left to 0 pixels relative to the parent here, we are actually going to set the right. Boom. All right. So very easy. You can see just how powerful Tailwind is and how intuitive and easy it is to kind of move these elements around freely. Now let's go down to our H2. This is really the standout element on this page or on this modal. We're going to set our margin bottom to 6, which I think is 24 pixels. And you can also see here that we actually don't have a space. So let's try and add that space. So after supercharge, let's give it a space. There we go. Now we have a space between supercharge and your. So margin bottom of 6, that pushed our description a little bit lower. Let's move our font weight up to 700 with our font bold utility class. We're going to say text-7XL, which is built into Tailwind. I think that's 72 pixels. And then we're going to put a slash and put 5.6 rem, okay, for our line height. You might say, why are we doing that again? You may remember in the beginning of the video, when we added our gradient to our text, there was a little bit of a clipping problem. So right here, we had a problem where if we set the line height equal to the line height of the next element below, it actually would clip the bottom of the text here. I think the G was getting clipped, right? And actually, come to think of it, I don't think we capitalized that G, did we? Oh my God, we did not. Okay, so this G needs to get capitalized. Let's actually go over there. That should be git. Thank you. Wow, that looks so much better. Okay, I picked up on that. I was like, wait, that doesn't look right. So here, we actually want it to be uppercase because then there's not going to be a clipping. And you know what? I'm actually happy to leave that at 5 rem real quick, just to show you guys. So we'll leave it at 5 for a second, and then we'll come back if we do see an issue here, okay? And then lastly, we're going to set our tracking to tight. And that's going to have the effect of bringing our text, each character in our text together, right? Our letter spacing is now a negative 0.025 EM. Now let's go down to our span. This is where we're going to be applying that text gradient, which we've done a couple times through our design now. So you guys are probably getting the hang of it. We're going to set block for now. I think that span elements by default are inline. And the problem with that is we don't want the your business to ever have the opportunity to go next to supercharge. So even on our smallest design here, you're going to see that. Let's see our mobile modal right here. So you can see it on mobile. You can see supercharge. Your business is never next to supercharge, right? It's always below it. And so when we make this block instead of inline, we're saying that this span element can never, it's going to fill the width of its parent container, and it's not going to let anything else on the same line as it. Now, if we wanted that to happen, we could put inline, okay? So we're going to put block, we're going to put background clip text, okay? So that's going to allow our background to clip through our text wherever our text is overlaid. And it looks like it's not showing up. That's a little frustrating. Let me make sure that it's working as we hoped here. That's frustrating. It's not, for some reason, it's not showing me my Tailwind utilities, which is a little bit annoying here. But maybe it'll start showing it. Let's see. Background, gradient, 2T. Okay, no, it is not. Why does it want to work here? I'm going to rerun my site here. Please. Oh, that's why I put this as span. Jesus. Sorry. So class name. Okay. So now that we have a class name, they should show up. So again, we're background clipping through our text. What that does is that allows our background to shine through. Now you can still see there's an issue here. Again, that we're going to fix that with our responsive design. Let's go back here and set it to 1440 for now. So you can see that the problem here is that, or what's happening here is the background can now clip through our text, right? We're going to set a background gradient to top, and that's because our design here, you can see Supercharge has a gradient from dark to light, from bottom to top. Again, that's going to be, as we've seen before, it's going to be from accent 500, and it's going to be to dash accent 200. All right, and so you can't see that yet, so we're going to set text true transparent. There it is. Okay. So again, what we did there is we said we want a background gradient. So it's going to set a gradient on the background here. Let's see if we actually get rid of these. You can see the background gradient right there. Okay. And then we said, let's clip the text. So that means that's going to allow our background to shine, or no, the text transparent is going to allow our background to shine through the text. And the background clip text makes it so that the background only shows through where the text actually is. Okay. So just some properties that can be a little bit tricky to understand, but you can see now, okay, so if we actually get rid of those properties, you can see where the clipping is happening, right? So you can see here, the background gradient is actually not as tall as the text itself, okay? So now we have to go up here and say, okay, let's make the line height a little bit higher on our supercharge here. So this line height's going to be smaller, and there it is. Now you can see that there's no clipping because the background, or the line height has gone to 89.6 pixels, and now our background is completely covering our text. Okay, so now let's go back and set our properties here. Again, that's background clip text and text transparent. All right, nice. Now let's move down to our p tag. Here we're going to set font light. Okay, that's going to bring down our font weight to 300. You need to be careful with that. Okay, so accessibility and readability can be damaged if you go too light. So in this case, we're only allowed to do this because this text is quite legible. It's quite large, quite legible. It has good contrast with the background, so we can get away with making it lighter. But typically, it's best practice to not go below font weight of 400, which is the normal font weight or the standard font weight. Okay, let's do text 2XL. That's going to bring us up to 24 pixels. We are going to set tracking to tight. Okay, bring those letters together. Nice. Okay, and maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe it actually looks better without that. Okay, so you could go either way. I actually think it looks a little bit better without that, so I'm going to leave it off. But again, that's up to you guys. It's a design decision that you can make. And now we can move on to designing the second half of our component here, which is going to be the input. Okay, which I think is very cool functionality. Having this button that floats on top of it, very, very fun. Very fun to design and allows you to refine your CSS skills. Okay, so we're going to set relative again. We're going to say flex, and we're going to say flex column. Okay, we're going to set our gap Y to 4 here. Now you might be wondering why we're actually setting these properties. The reason why is that on mobile, our input here is actually going to be on top of our button. Okay, so I think that these actually might be mobile properties, but we'll see in a second here. But either way, that's why we want to go flex column. Inevitably, we want the input and the button to be stacked. Obviously, on desktop here, we want them to be adjacent, or not even adjacent, on top of one another even. But let's keep going here. So we're going to do gap Y of 4. So that's going to be 16 pixels between this element and this element. Okay, and you can see here we have 10, but I chose 16 in the actual implementation. Our margin X is going to be 20. So let's look at that here. Oops. So let's check that out. Margin X of 20. Oops. And we're going to say our margin Y of 12. All right. And you can see that right there. Okay. So again, our first element is on top, which is our input here. We probably could already text in it. And then down here we have a button below. Okay. And so let's get this going here. The next thing that we're going to want to do is to start styling our input. So there's going to be a couple things that we add here. Sorry for clearing my throat. We're going to say name equal to email. Now I'll show you why we want the name field, but again, this is just an attribute for HTML input elements. You can set the name, and it's also an attribute on other elements. So this one is going to be name of email, and it's also going to be type of email. Okay, so if you don't know, there's all sorts of types of inputs. You can have checkbox inputs. We saw that earlier. You can have email, text, number, ranges, which is like where there's a slider, all sorts of things. So we're going to set the type and the name to email. Okay, so this is just naming the input here. Next, we're going to set the placeholder text. So you can do placeholder equals. And here we'll just put a very common dummy text, which will be janedoe@gmail.com. I'm kind of interested why Jane Doe is what we use as dummy text. Right? You see that often. Or John Smith. I feel like you see that a lot. So, we'll do class name. And here our class names are going to be a couple different things. So we're going to have background white shade. -white shade. Again, this is something that we specified within our Tailwind config. You can check that out if needed. So now you can see that just behind our input here, there's this nice shaded gray. We are going to set our padding X to 8. So that's going to have the effect of pushing our placeholder text off the walls here. We can see that right here. We are going to set our padding Y to, we'll get to that in a second, rounded XL. Rounded 2XL actually, so it's going to be 16 pixels of rounding, so a little bit tricky to see, but now our input is rounded here. We'll see it better in a second. We are going to set our width to full. Okay, so in this case, we want the input to stretch all the way across the parent element, which is this div here. Again, I can show you that div is right here. Okay. We are going to set our height to 4.5 rem, so that's why I couldn't see the height property, because we actually specifically specified it. So 4.5 rem. Right there, so now you can see there it is. And if we hover over that, you can see that is equivalent to 72 pixels. Okay, so I wasn't able to get 72 from a Tailwind utility. I think we can get pretty close. Like, let's do it height dash. Let's see what Tailwind utilities they have here. Let's try 36. That's 144. What about 24? 96. Let's see if they got 22. Does that exist? It does not exist. What about 20? 80. So I think that's as close as you can to get to 72, but our design is 72 height, so we do have to specify a specific value in Tailwind. Now that we've done that, we are going to set our text to large. So we want 18 pixels for our font size of our element text here. So if we type it in here. So now that's really shaping up. We can really see it looking good here. And lastly, we're also going to set our placeholder text to large. So the way that we do that is placeholder text -large. Again, that's a feature of Tailwind here. So we can access the placeholder text with a placeholder : and then set its text to large. So, and we're going to change that on mobile. I think we're going to change it down to small. Okay. And the last thing is that the placeholder text is a little bit too dark for my liking. So we're going to say, and that's just the default color that I think comes with HTML for that placeholder text. But let's say placeholder. We're going to do dash primary 50. That's going to give us our lightest shade of our primary color. There we go. So that softens up our placeholder text quite nicely. Now let's go to our button. And here we're going to add, or actually there's a couple other things we want to add to our input. My apologies. The value property we'll set in a second. And we'll actually set those in a second. So the input here, when we type in here, we actually want to read that state, right? And we want to, I'll show you how to do it. It's something called a controlled component. It's very neat, and it'll be very important if you guys actually want to implement landing pages and ingest data from users, okay? So let's go to class name. We're going to say top 2, which I think is going to have the effect of, or actually first let's put absolute, okay? As you can see, that's not how you type that. So again, this is absolute relative to the parent element. This parent div is holding both our button and our input here. So let's set the top to 2. We're going to set our right to 2. We're going to set our background to primary 500. We're going to set our text to white. Okay. We're going to set our hover text or hover color to text or background accent 500. Okay. So now we can look at that. Nice. We're going to set our padding X on our button to 6. And we are going to set our height to 14. Okay, remember it's absolutely positioned, so we have to kind of explicitly set the height here. It's going to be 56 pixels. We're going to set the hover. So hover, we're going to set our padding X to 8. Now that's going to give us that nice effect of making the button bigger when we hover it. Let's give it a rounded of 2XL, so 16 pixels of rounding. Okay. Nice. So now you can see it's really shaping up here. Our text will be large again, which is going to be 18 pixels font size, 28 pixels line height. We're going to say tracking is tight. So that's going to bring the text a little bit closer together here. Okay, and you can play with that. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you do like that. Let me make sure I typed in text large correctly. Okay. Our transition is going to be all. So transition all properties. We're going to set the duration to 200 milliseconds. And our basis for our button is going to be 16. Now, the reason that we want to do that is because I think on mobile, we're actually going to be manipulating the width of this button here, okay, like this. And we're going to want to control that property with the basis value, which basis can be set on flex children, okay? So we'll get around to that, but just place that there for now. And so now you can see, look, our button looks lovely. We have all this nice animation of hovering. We can go here, we can type, say chad@gmail.com, and we can hover this, but it still doesn't do anything. Okay, so we can click off. We can click our X. We can also click escape. But we can't actually submit the form here. So how can we go about submitting this and ingesting this data? Well, right now, the browser is actually, as we type here, it's getting our key inputs and it's placing it inside this input. But we want to control that ourselves, because then we can have more power over things like validation. Like if someone's typing, we want to make sure they have a live update on, are they typing it correctly? Right. And we can just read in that data on the fly. So like as an example, sometimes you'll see things where it says like submit a code to verify that, like two-factor authentication. And once you type like 1, 2, 3, it'll automatically submit. And that's because they're actually reading it in the code base and saying, okay, let's respond immediately. So how do we control that? Instead of letting the browser do that, we want to control it ourselves. Well, I can show you how we do that. First and foremost, let's go up top and let's add something called, we're going to use state again. So let's go up here and let's import our use state so we can manage the state of our application. Use state. Okay. And here we're going to set our inputs and we're going to have set inputs as well. Okay. We're going to invoke our use state hook, and by default, we're actually going to add an object in here. So the question is, what do we actually want to add in this use state object? Well, we're going to add, in this case, the only thing that we have here is our email input, okay? But if you had an entire form, you'd have a ton of different inputs. So this is how you can respond to multiple inputs at the same time and save that data of whatever's being typed in those inputs. So right here, we're going to specify an email property, email, and we're going to set it to an empty string, okay? Now the question is, why can we name this email? Is because we named it right here, email. Okay, so these have to correspond. Okay, so we have an object. That object has one property, email, and it's set to an empty string. The reason why is because our input here is empty by default. Okay. Now what we want to do, we're going to go down to our value, and we're going to set our value on our input equal to our inputs dot email. So that's going to read this value. So inputs, remember, is just this object that we're starting with by default. We read email, and it's an empty string. So that's what it is by default. We open it up, this component mounts, and when it mounts, it's going to set an empty string for here. Okay, now if we can specify any value we want here. So like as an example, let's say hello. Okay, now it's going to throw some errors here. If we type here, it's going to say So, and you can see we can't even type, right? Because now we're explicitly setting the value of our input to hello. We can't even go in here and type. We're overriding the browser's behavior, and now they can't even update the field at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this to inputs.email. Okay. Now, when we type, nothing shows up. Well, why is nothing showing up? It's because we actually aren't responding to key down events inside of our input. When they type, we need to respond to that. So how do we respond to that? Well, it's the onChange handler. So on our input, we can say onChange. And onChange, we're going to call something called update inputs. Again, in this case, we only have one field, but I'm showing you guys how you can do it as if you had 10 fields. Okay, so let's go up and let's create our function, update inputs. Whoops, it's update inputs. Now this is going to take in the event object from the browser. So remember, when this onChange handler gets called, it's going to invoke this function and it's going to give us the event from the browser. Now the onChange event for the input is essentially key down events, right? Backspace, key down, whatever it might be, any type of event that would make sense in the context of an input, of a email input, right? So now we have the event object. What we're going to say is that we want to set our inputs. So we're going to update our inputs object here. We're going to get our previous value. So remember, inside of the callback function that we passed to set inputs, we get the previous value of what inputs already was. So in this case, this is what inputs is. So we're going to get that right here. Now, how do we want to update inputs? I will show you. We're going to return. So again, this is the function body. What do we want to return that we're actually going to set our inputs as next? We're going to return an object. We're going to spread whatever information was already in inputs, okay? Now, the reason we want to do this is, let's say that we had like a first name field. And let's say by default, we want this to be Jane Doe. We don't want to lose this information when we return this new inputs object. Remember, this is this inputs property is an object. So we're not going to overwrite that. We're going to spread all the previous values. So this spreads every property that's within our object. And then we're going to overwrite what? Well, we're going to overwrite our e.target.name. Now, what is e.target.name? In this case, it's email. Okay, so our event target's name is email. And what we're going to set is e.target.value. Okay. So we're saying, okay, give us whatever was already inside the object, but now we want to overwrite, in this case, our email named input with our email value. Okay, so now if we type here, you can see that our text is showing up. Okay, so again, the workflow there is the onChange event fires. It calls update inputs. Here we have access to the event object from the browser. We get the e.target.name, which is email, which we explicitly set right here. We spread all the previous values back into this object to make sure we don't overwrite any existing values. In this case, we only have one input, so there is no other values. Again, but this is how you do it scalably. And then we add our new value for whatever field is named here. So in this case, this equals email, this equals email, e.target.name in the case of this input will equal email, and then we spread the value, okay, e.target.value. And these are simply properties on the event object that the browser provides for us. Okay, so that's a done deal. Now we can go to our button here. Now, what do we want to have on our button? We're going to have an onClick handler. So let's say onClick, and we're going to create a handle submit function. Now, in this case, up here, we're going to say function handle submit. Now, what we're actually going to do here, so in the case of a real application, what would you want to do here? Well, you maybe want to get their email and send them something, right? Maybe you want to send them, I don't know, you want them to sign up for your newsletter or something. And so you get their email and then you send them content or something, right? So here, when you submit the form, you'd actually want to get their email and then do something with it. But of course, this is we're just building the landing page, so we're not actually going to do anything with it. But one thing that we are going to do is once we submit the information they provide us, we want to close the modal. And so we're simply going to say, we're going to say set current modal to an empty string. Remember, this is how we close our modal here. As you can see now, we don't actually have access to set current modal. So let's read that in and immediately destructure that property. Okay, so now we have access to our set current modal update setter function. Okay, and now let's give that to our more information component. So we're going to say set current modal equals set current modal. Whoops. And now we have access to that in our more information component here. We immediately destructure it from our props object, and we can use it here. So once they submit, we call onClick. That calls handle submit, which invokes this function. We get their email, do whatever we need to do with it or whatever information they give us in our form. And then we simply close our modal by giving it an empty string, which again makes it so that the current modal is no longer more information. Okay. chad@gmail.com. Just like that. All right, awesome. So now let's make sure there's no errors. I saw there's some errors there. Okay. And so now that we have that set up, the last thing, and actually 1 second, I want to actually demonstrate that we do actually have access to that. So right here, you could say CL. Actually, I have CL, but you just type console.log. That's a shortcut that I created. So console.log, and let's actually say inputs. Okay. So now if they type it in here, let's say chad@gmail.com. Enter, learn more. You can see there it is, chad@gmail.com. And of course, if we had other properties, like I said, first name, we'll say Chad. Here, if we relog this, so let's go here and let's type asd@gmail.com. And we hit learn more. You can see now we have both of those. And again, we didn't overwrite the first name property here because we spread all of our values in before we overwrite the value that exists for the current element that is calling our update inputs function. Okay. So that is awesome. Now, in the next section of the video, we're actually going to refactor the way we handle our state. So right here, we have our state management inside of our app, but we're actually going to get that state and we're going to set it inside of a context provider. If you guys don't know about context, it's a very powerful way to manage state throughout your application in a centralized location. So I will see you guys in the next section when we actually refactor our state management for our modal. See you guys there. All right, so now in this section of the video, we're going to rig up we're going to be using use context to create a context to manage the state of our modal. And in doing so, we're going to remove some of the need for us to have the state directly managed in our app itself, right? So we're going to make it a little bit more clean, and we're going to give every component in our hierarchy access to the state. Right, so here you can see that the modal state is accessible from any component within our hierarchy here, within our page hierarchy, because we're managing it in the uppermost component, which is the app. So we can pass these down into here. We can pass it into the children of that. We can pass it down into the children of navigation, right? So we could do this, and then we could go in here, and we could have another component here, and we could pass it down through there. But we want to just make it globally accessible without having it directly in our app component. So we're going to use a context. So I'm actually going to close our components and our assets here and utils. Within source, we're going to create a folder called context. Now within here, we're going to create one file, and it's going to be called Modal Context. Okay, we're going to name it in uppercase because it's actually going to be a component, if I'm correct. So again, we're only going to have one context within this landing page, but I'm showing you how you could do this in a scalable manner. So typically in an application, you might have 3, 4, 5, 6 context. So we're going to put them inside this context folder to make it very clean. And we're going to start building it out here. So there's going to be a couple things that we want to import from React. And I'll explain use context as we go here, so don't get overwhelmed. Create context. Use context and use state equal, or from React, right? From React. Okay. Now the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create our context. Okay. So this is going to be a pattern that you see very frequently if you're using use context often. So first, we're going to say modal context. So that's the name of our context. And the way that we create a context is calling create context. Okay. So there's modal context. Now let's export function. So we're going to export this function in a named way. So it's not export default. We're just going to call it export function because we're going to export something else as well. So it's a named export. Again, named exports are the ones we have to use brackets to import them. We're going to say modal context provider. Okay, so this is going to be a component that actually provides the context to the application here. So let's go here, and we're going to start off by creating, actually we can drag it right in. So let's go here, let's grab this, let's go over to modal context and let's paste that in here. Okay, so now we're managing our modal state within our modal context. So all of the state, remember this state does not really belong to the application, it belongs to the modal itself. So here in our modal context, we have current modal and we have set current modal. Okay, and we are going to return a provider. So when you create a context, it has a component that is attached to it called called the context provider. So modal context here, you can see, whoops, modal context, and we're going to call dot provider. Okay, whoops, and this is supposed to be a component. It did not want a component itself here. There we go. So the modal context itself, which is a context from React here. Remember, we created a context, we assigned it to modal context. The modal context now has a dot provider property. And what we can do here is we are going to render our children. Okay. So the children components, let's actually read in our children component. So our children components get rendered between our modal context provider component here. So our provider is here, and here we render the children. So where are we actually going to instantiate this modal context provider? Well, I will show you. We're going to go in here, and we're going to import our context. Context. Let's import that. So modal context provider. That's right here. Again, it's a named import, or a named export, so we actually have to use brackets to import it here. And the reason we're doing that is because we have a second export, and you can only do an export default where it's like this with one thing per file, because we have two things we have to use named exports. Okay, but don't worry about that, it's not relevant. So now we're going to wrap our entire page in the modal context provider. Now, why do we want to wrap the entire page? Well, we just like here where our state is managed here and we can pass it down into anything within the page because we're managing our state up here in our app component. We're going to do the same thing, but with the provider. So we want the provider to wrap every component, because in the process of doing that, we're going to provide the current modal state and the set current modal state or state setter function to the entire application, which is important because you could have a modal anywhere in your app. You could have it on any page, any location. Okay, so we're going to say modal context provider, and we're going to instantiate that. Okay, so again, this is the component that we created right here that we're returning, this component, and then it's returning the provider itself. Okay, so now we're going to get this bottom tag and we're going to set it all the way below our page, all the way down here. Okay, so now the modal context provider has all of these elements as children, and we are rendering all of the children props or children elements within our modal context provider right here. So all of these are inside the open and closing tags. We pass them in as children to our modal context provider, and then they get rendered right here. Within here, we're managing our current modal and our set current modal state. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to set a value property on the context provider. And in here, we have to enter JavaScript with our first brackets, and then in here, we're actually going to have a JavaScript object. Okay, so we have to do a second set of brackets here. And we are going to we're going to pass in the state things that we want to be able to access throughout our component hierarchy. So that's current modal and set current modal. Remember, we're going to need both of these. We need some of our components need access to the current modal, and then a lot of our components also need access to the set current modal setter function. Okay, so now our modal context provider renders all of our children, and all of these children now have access to the value property that exists on the provider. Okay, and our state is being managed directly in our modal context provider. So how does this actually work in practice? When a component subscribes to our context, it will update anytime the state updates inside the context provider. Okay, so let's actually go through that process. So first and foremost, let's go over to actually there's one other thing we want to do. We are going to return, we're going to say export function. Here's our second named export. Function use modal context. Okay, and so we're actually creating a custom hook here, and what we're doing is we're going to return use context. So use context is actually how you use a context. It's how you subscribe to a context. Okay, so there's going to be components in our hierarchy that want to subscribe to our modal context because those components want access to the current modal and the set current modal properties, and on top of that, those components want to re-render when these properties change. Okay, so we're going to say use context, and what is the context we're using? The modal context. Okay. So now let's actually start refactoring our application. Okay, so now we can actually delete the current modal context here. We're going to delete that. And now, of course, we have all sorts of errors. So let's start with the CTA here. You can see here, we want to have access to our set current modal function. So let's go into CTA. And again, the reason we want the set current modal function is because here, if they click that more information button within our call to action section, it pops up in the modal, the more information modal specifically. So what we're going to do is we're going to subscribe to our context. Now, why do we want to subscribe? Because we want this component to re-render every time the state within the provider updates. Okay, so we're going to say current modal. So we're going to say set current modal. Rather, we're going to destructure it, right? So we're destructuring it right here from what? We're going to say use modal context. And I think it's a lowercase, right? Let's go in there and check that. Use modal context. It's actually uppercase. So we're going to say use modal context. Okay, and under the remember under the hood, this is just returning our use context. So you got to directly specify use context, modal context, but then you actually have to import the modal context here before you pass it in to use context. Okay, so we avoid that by just returning it like this. We wrap it in this component or this function. And we just use the context right here. Okay, so now we have subscribed to our modal context. So let's import our use modal context. So now we've imported use modal context. We have now subscribed to the context. In doing so, we now have access to the things that we have specified as the value property to our provider. Okay, so this modal context provider provides us the set current modal and the current modal function here. So now in here, we subscribe to it. And here we don't need current modal, but we are going to destructure from this value property the set current modal setter function. So let's go here. And now you can see, whoops, it looks like, oh, it's because we're reading it in here. So now we can get rid of this. We don't need to read in this property. Remember, we got rid of that right here as well. We're not passing it down. And now we can call set current modal right here. Of course, we still have some other errors that we have to address first, but now we can directly act. And now check this out. We didn't have to pass it into CTA. Okay, we directly subscribed to the modal context provider right here. Okay, so now we do not have to manage it in our app. We have the modal context provider and we have the components that subscribe to it, and they are not, it's not managed within our app and muddying up our code base, if that makes sense. So now here you can see the modal actually needs access to the current modal and set current modal. So let's go and subscribe. Subscribe to that. So we're going to go in modal. We're going to import set current modal, or whoops, we're not going to import that. We're going to say use modal context. And I'm going to copy it directly from CTA just to save myself the pain. This is how we subscribe to our context, remember? So let's go up here. And here we're going to destructure both properties. Okay. So after we invoke use modal context, which is our custom hook, that's going to allow us to subscribe to our modal context. And what we're going to do is we're going to get set current modal as well as current modal directly from our context. Remember, we're providing that value within our context right here. So here's our context provider value. So we destructure those right out, and now we can use them here. So let's get rid of set current modal as well as current modal. We don't need those anymore from past in properties here. We got rid of them here. You can see our modal only has the modal name property now. And we are going to use them. So now you can see we're using them. Set current modal is getting used here as it was before, and current modal is getting used here, and that's it. Okay. So now our modal directly subscribes to our modal context provider. We do not have to pass it down from our app component. And now lastly, we can see we have set current modal here on our more information. And the more information is obviously the content of our more information modal. And so let's subscribe here as well. Let's give it our set current modal. We stop passing it in here. And let's subscribe as well. So I'm going to go here and use our modal context again. I'm going to copy the subscriber code. So here we're going to subscribe this component to our modal context. In this case, we only need set current modal. And so now we're using the context here, and we're destructuring the set current modal property, which is provided within our context provider here. Once again, just trying to explain these concepts, really drill this in here. And so now we have set current modal available here. So now check this out. Inside of our app component, we have no things that say this is the modal context or this is the modal state, right? We had current modal and set current modal in here, but we don't really want that in here because that state management shouldn't be in our app because it's not really for our app so much as it's for our components that need to update the modal state and have access to that modal state. So instead, what we did is we got the state, we wrapped it inside of our context provider, we rendered all of our children before our provider here, which we can see right here. Now all of these components in the hierarchy have access to the values that are right here because they are within the component tree below or inside of the modal context provider. So now all of these components can now subscribe to the context provider that wraps them. And all of these components, if they subscribe to it like this, then they will gain access to the values that we provided in the context provider. Okay, so use context is a little bit more tricky. It's a little bit more of an advanced concept. I understand that, but I don't want to be too verbose and redundant, so we're going to move on from that. But long story short, that allows us to make it so that our app component is very clean. There's no more crazy handling of our state for our modal in here. And there's actually one issue that we're running into. Let's check it. Use state. I think I accidentally imported that. Or no, that's because we were using the state before, right here at the top. Okay, so that was an amazing refactor and very important to understand. Okay, so go through that again if you're having a hard time understanding that, and of course do research online about use state if you need to. And I will see you guys in the next section. I think that now, let's actually check to make sure our modal actually works before I start drawing conclusions here. Okay, yep, looks like everything is working fine. All right, so in the next section of the video, we're going to get into the responsive design, which should go a lot faster. Okay, so we're going to jump through all these components and just set them up so that they actually can shrink on smaller screens. Right now, you can see that they are not shrinking. At least, you know, like look at this right here. That is definitely do not want that. Okay, so I'll see you guys over in the responsive design section. All right, so now we have officially entered the responsive design section of today's tutorial. And so quickly, let's go over some responsive design concepts that are central to the way that Tailwind CSS works. Okay, so first and foremost, Tailwind CSS uses mobile first responsive design. Okay, so what that means is that you're actually supposed to design your web pages first on mobile. Okay, and then as the design scales up, use breakpoints to change the orientation of your components. So here you actually can't see it. I think there's a better example on the page here. Interesting, so it's not actually showing it. But essentially, what happens here is you want to go from mobile. The way that it's designed is that there are minimum width breakpoints. So as an example, you can see here we use medium, for example, MD, :width 32. So what we're saying here is that the width is 16, but on screens that are medium, we want width to be 32. Well, what does medium mean? It means that the screen is 768 pixels or larger. It's a minimum width breakpoint. Okay, so then from here, as an example, maybe we would have this container that's vertical, and then on desktop, this container would be horizontal. Okay, and so we would say maybe at a medium screen size, we want this to go from flex column into flex row. Okay, so that's how that works. And you can see here, we essentially say, in this case, we're saying the width is 16, but on larger screens, we want the width to be 32. Okay, so here on medium screens, we have the width 32. That's for screen sizes that are 768 and larger. Then when we get up to large here, 1024 pixels, we set the width to 48. So you can see essentially the width is growing as the screen size grows. So like I said, Tailwind does mobile first design, but in our case, we designed for desktop first. And the reason that I did that is because I think that it's easier for beginners to understand desktop first design, okay, and then scale their designs down. But if you want to build landing pages in the future mobile first, you're welcome to implement the design as it is here, for example, and then as it scales up, change your classes accordingly, okay? So we're going to be doing this a little bit backward, but I think it is helpful for beginners to have that desktop first approach, and then they can move into mobile first because it is a little bit trickier. So without further ado, let's jump into making our header section responsive. All right, so now that we've done that quick overview of responsive design in Tailwind, I want to jump right into setting up the responsive design on the header. And now for this section of the video, the responsive section, I'm going to try and move a little bit faster just so I don't waste your guys' time. And I don't want to be too verbose, as I think I have been a little bit in the start of the video here. So let's jump right into our header component, and we're going to start adding our responsive classes. So first and foremost, we're going to say on Excel, so I'll explain this as we go. Let's go up to our header here. On Excel, we are going to set our PX to 24. Okay, so what am I saying here? On our largest screen size, so min width of 1280 or more, so that's from 1280, which is here, all the way up to 1440, I want the padding on the x-axis to be 24. Okay, so at a min width of 1280 or larger, I want the padding on the left and right to be 96. But as we move down to smaller landing page sizes, as an example mobile, you can see that the padding on the header is only 16. So we're going to slowly bring our way down in terms of our padding X when we get to smaller screen sizes. Okay, so now what we're actually going to do is we're going to set our padding X to 4 by default. Okay, so now if we go below 1280, you'll see that this applies, remember, this applies to min width screens of 1280 and more. But what applies below this min width? Well, this applies. This is our fallback here, 16 pixels on both sides. So if we go below 1280, you can see our design is at the width of the page, or 16 pixels off the width of the page. Right? Now we don't want that. We want kind of like an intermediate value that doesn't look, that's not that small. We only want that on mobile, right? So what we're going to do here is we are going to set another breakpoint. So we're going to say on small screens, we're going to set our, so there's a couple things that we're going to add here. So first we have the XL PX. The next thing we're going to have is our medium PX. So that's right here. We're going to say MD, and that's going to be PX of 16. Okay. So that says on medium screens, so 768 and larger, we want to have 64 pixels of padding. Now you'll notice that the XL, which is 1280 and larger, says 96. This one says 768 and larger, 64. So these larger breakpoints are actually going to override the smaller ones here. So now we have 96 at above 1280, but when we go below 1280 and we are above 768, you're going to see that it goes to padding X of 64. So you'll see it drop down right there. Okay. So now we have a little bit more horizontal real estate, if you will, because we're getting rid of some of the padding on the left and right here. Okay. And we are also going to drop down now to small. So now on our small screens, SM, that's abbreviated SM, it's going to be PX of 8. Okay, PX 8. Okay, so that's on small screens. So that's 640 or larger. We want 32 pixels of padding on the left and right. Okay, so now if we go, and of course we have to do the responsive design on our hero section and our navigation, so it's going to look a little janky in the meantime. But we can see that now we go from 96, 64. Where's it at? There it is. So you can see now it drops down to, what is it again? 32 pixels of padding on the left and right. Okay. And now next we are going to set it on our default. So then our default is PX of 4. So now below our smallest breakpoint here, which is 640 or larger, we're actually going to drop all the way down to this, which is our PX of 16. Okay, so if we go all the way down, you can see here, now it is only 16. Of course, like I said, we need to fix this, but we will in a second. 16. Okay. So now our header itself is responsive. Let's bring it back up to 1440. And let's start working on the other sections of our page. I think there might be a couple more that we have to add. Let's just make sure. PX, 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 PT. And so here we actually have a little bit of difference. So we're going to say padding top of 4. Okay. And so you can see we have a conflict here. Padding top of 4, padding top of 8. We actually want our padding top of 8 to only be on screens that are at our small breakpoint or larger. So here you can see that that is 32 pixels on the padding top for screens that are 640 and larger. Otherwise, we want to have a padding top of 4. So now you can see we have 32 pixels here of padding top. But if we go all the way down below 640, you can see there, our padding top drops down to 16 pixels. Okay. All right. So now that we did that, I think we have added all of the different classes we need. So we have our PX set and we have our PT set. And so now we can move on to doing the responsive design for our navigation as well as our hero section. So I will see you guys over there. So let's navigate over to our navigation section and let's begin working on our responsive design. So first and foremost, we're going to want to hide these links when we get onto smaller screens. So you'll see here that all we have on mobile is the logo as well as the hamburger icon. The first thing that we're going to do is these links are going to disappear during the moment at which we add our hamburger, right? And these links on the right are also going to disappear at the same time here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here to our anchor tags right here. And we are going to say for large screens, we're going to set block. Okay, so that's going to say for screens that are larger than 1024 pixels, display as block, which is I think maybe the default property for anchor tags. Maybe they're inline block. Either way, we're saying display as block. And then for smaller screens, we're going to say hidden. Okay, so now if we drop below 1024 pixels, again, which is our large breakpoint here, you can see those links disappear. Okay, and you can see that these links on the right are not disappearing yet, but our hamburger does come into play here. Okay. And we're going to style our hamburger once we get down to this screen size. Once we get rid of once we make these disappear, we'll go over and we'll style our hamburger. Okay. So let's go down and get rid of these links as well. So sign in and get started. So let's move down. So we're going to go down to this nav section, and here we're going to set large to flex. So on screen sizes larger than 1024, we're going to say flex. And for screen sizes that are large or lesser than 1024, we're going to use hidden, which again, under the hood, this Tailwind property says set the display to none. Okay. And so there it is. Now you can see at 1024, those disappear. And now all we have is our hamburger. And again, our hamburger, which we can now go style, is designed such that it only shows up on large screens, right? So on large, minimum width 1024, it is hidden. But otherwise, it's going to have the default display property, which is block. Okay, or maybe it's inline block. Either way, actually, I think it is block. So it's going to go from hidden to display when we drop below 1024 pixels. So you can kind of see how that works. These links disappear, and the hamburger comes into existence. Okay. And so now let's actually style our hamburger. Might as well at this point. So this shouldn't be too sophisticated. First, we're going to import, or we're going to create an image. The source is going to be an image that we import here. So let's do import hamburger. And I know I'm moving a little bit faster, but I want to get this, kind of move this along here because I know this tutorial is going to be very long and I don't want to waste your guys' time. So we're going to do assets. We're going to do hamburger, hamburger.svg. And it looks like we need to specify the source here. And so let's see if we can see it below 1024 here. So let's go to 1024 and let's drop 1 pixel. Nice. So there's our hamburger. And we're going to have to add a couple things to this. So we're going to say hamburger menu icon for our alternative text, which is important for screen readers, for those that are visually impaired. If our image does not load, this text will show up, or for those who are using screen readers and are visually impaired, we want to set our alternative text for our image. And now let's specify our class names. First, we are going to say width equal to 6 and height equal to 6, which under the hood is just 24 pixels. Okay, again, these are Tailwind utility classes. We're going to set transition to all, which makes it so that Tailwind will transition all of our properties that we want to transition. We're going to set duration to 200, which under the hood sets our transition duration to 200 milliseconds. And we are going to hover and rotate -90 degrees. Okay, so when we hover, we're going to rotate 90 degrees in the negative direction. So if we hover over it now, you can see we have that nice animation. Okay, so that's all we had to do. Just add an image inside of our button here. And the reason that we wanted to put the image inside of a button is because at the end of the day, we want them to be able to click the menu here. Okay, now we're not actually going to implement a mobile menu, but in theory, you guys could rig that up pretty easily. Right? If they click on this button, then a menu will pop open and it will have all of those links that we made disappear right here. Okay. All right, so now you can see our navigation is already shaping up quite nicely. Okay. And so now let's check. Let's go back down to 1024. Let's go back to our navigation because I still think that there's some things that are missing here. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. So yeah, I think we missed maybe a couple responsive classes. Maybe not. Maybe that's all we have to add there. So let's see. Actually, there's a couple here. So first and foremost, I think that these anchor tags, I decided I wanted to make them a little bit smaller at a certain point. So first, let's go back up to our UL here. So these anchor tags, we're going to make these a little bit smaller. I think they're 18 here. We're going to bring them down to 16 before we make them disappear. So we're going to say XL, and that's going to be text LG. Now again, you can see we have text LG already. So let's delete that. Okay. So now what's happening is above 1024 pixels, where's it at? Or above 1280 pixels, we have 18 font size. But if we drop below 1280, you can see, where is it? Please zoom out. Above 1280, we have 18, and then we drop down to 16 pixels when we go below our XL breakpoint here. Okay, and the reason why is because we specify text large here, but by default, it's going to use text base, which is 16 pixels. Okay, so we don't have to specify that here. We don't have to actually specify text-base because that is just the default font size for a web page, 16 pixels on all modern browsers. Okay, so there's that. Now let me just make sure that there's nothing else we're missing. Yep, so we're good there. Now let's move down to these ones here. So these are still 18. We're going to want to transition those as well. So let's go down here to these anchor tags, and we're going to do something very similar. So we're going to set XL to text large, And now when we drop below 1280, you can see it goes down to 16, just like the left side there. Let me actually make sure that's happening. So it's still 18. Maybe I accidentally set that. Oh no, so it's because we didn't delete the text large declaration there. Okay, so now you can see the text shrinking. Okay, and so now that will be very nice when we go up to 100% here. You can see it is much more fitting. So if we open this up here, you can see it's very large, and then we give ourselves some more space by making those smaller there. Okay. And we're also going to have to add some stuff to the button. You can see that it's very large. So what we're going to do is we're going to say on XL, we want our text to be large, which is 18 pixels. Let's get rid of our default declaration of text large here that we had prior. So now you can see it just shrunk down to 16. Let's actually make sure that's true. Yep. Is that black? No, I was just making sure the button wasn't black there. Let's make sure these aren't black either. Cool. Okay. So next we want to set our, I think there's one more class here. Nope, that's it. So now we're all set there. All we had to do is shrink those down, because now once we go from 18 to 16 at 1280, it doesn't really matter beyond that. We don't have to change it anymore because we're going to make those disappear, right? So there it is. So you can see for our navigation, the responsive design, first we have 18 pixels for our links here. Then once we go below 1280, we drop them down to 16, which gives us some more space. We also get less padding on our section here. So we went from 96 on the left and right down to below 1280. We dropped down to, I think, 64. And we made our links smaller from 18 to 16. And so we gain a little bit of horizontal space. And then, of course, at 1024, which is our next breakpoint, I think it's a medium breakpoint, or maybe large, we drop down to having no links and just having our hamburger menu. Okay. And of course, these decisions have to be made by you. So you guys can play with that. Maybe you want to make it so the hamburger only shows up at the next breakpoint down, which is medium, so 768 pixels. You can play around with that if you want, but I found that this worked the best and was the most simple and intuitive. Okay. So we're good there. Now we can move on to doing the responsive design for the hero section, and then we will be able to really see the entire header section respond nicely, and it will be very satisfying. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can get started doing our responsive design for our hero section. So let's go into that component and get started with our section wrapper. Okay. So first and foremost, we are going to be setting our padding bottom to 28 on screen sizes that are, or 16 rather. So padding bottom of 16, which again, if you hover over that, you're going to see that that is 64 pixels. So that's on the largest screen size here. So you can see that right here, 64 pixels. And then we're going to drop our padding bottom down to 8 on small screen sizes. So small, it's going to be 8. And so that's going to be, again, medium is going to be larger than 678. We're going to have 64 on the bottom. Once we get to larger than 640, we're going to do 32 on the bottom. And on the smallest screens, I think we're going to have none at all. Okay, so that's going to be, let's see, we have 64 now. If we go down to screen sizes lesser than 768, right here, you can see that now we have 32 on the bottom, which we specified here. And then below that, we're actually going to have none. Okay, and I think that the separation is going to be completely controlled by the padding on the top of the desk or the dashboard section. Okay, so let's now move into setting up, make sure we have all these. So we have our padding bottom set up, but we do not have our padding top set up. So our padding top is going to be 24 by default, or 24 at all of our smallest breakpoints, or below our smallest breakpoint, let's say. And otherwise it's going to be padding top of 28. Okay. 28. So here you can see padding top is 28, which comes out to 112 pixels. And otherwise it's going to be 24. So that's on screen sizes lesser than 768. And you can see that right there. It dropped down to 96. Okay. So let's move on to our div here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set our large breakpoint, and we're going to have gap x of 14. Okay. And so again, that's going to be the space between this column and this item here. So that's going to be, let's see if we can get this to show up, the space here. So on large screen sizes, we're going to have a gap x of 56, and then we are going to have a gap x of 24 on medium screen sizes. So it's actually going to grow. Okay. And that's all we're going to have there. So now you can see our gap X is 14 minimum here. That makes sure that these don't actually touch. So you can see that right there. And then it's actually going to grow when we go to, I think, lower than 1024. Okay, and we can actually check that. That is for screen size above 768, but lower than 1024. Okay. Let's get rid of our visualizer. All right, awesome. So now let's actually start styling our text here. You can see we still have some issues there. So we're going to drop all the way down to our H1 here. And we're going to start off by setting, on our small breakpoint, we're going to have our margin bottom to 4. Okay, so this is our H1 here, right here. So we have, and now I'm not going to do all the hovering where I go here and I show you like how it's being applied, because I think you guys understand that at this point. I'm just going to go through these a little bit faster so we can move this process along. So here on small, so 640, minimum width 640, we have 16 pixels of margin on the bottom for our H1. Outside of that, we have margin bottom of 16. So what that means is that on screen sizes that are lesser than 640, we're going to have a larger margin bottom of 64. Okay. And again, I'm not going to shrink the screen here. I'm just going to show you guys this after. Right, we'll see how they all apply. I think you guys understand the point here. On our small screens, we're going to have so SM, we're going to have a text of 4XL. Okay. On medium screens, so above 768, we're going to have text -5XL. And we're going to put the slash symbol and put 3.5 rem. Okay, so that's, where's that at? That's going to be for screen sizes 768 or larger. We're going to have 48 font size and a 56 line height. On large screens, we're going to have text -6XL. And our line height is going to be 4 rem. Okay. And lastly, on XL, we are going to have this right here. We actually already have it declared. So it's going to be 7XL and 5 rem. Okay. And now let's actually see what it is on by default. So by default, it's going to be, and by default, what I mean is below all of our breakpoints, it's going to be 3XL. So that's going to be right here, text-3XL. So essentially what we're saying is above 1280 pixels, we want it to be 72 font size, 80 line height. On large, we want it to be 60 pixels, 64 line height, and of course that goes all the way down until text 3XL, which is 30 pixels. Okay, so check this out. Drops, you can see this drops in font size. Again. Okay, now obviously we have to add some other classes here, but I think that's everything here. Let me just make sure that we're not missing anything that's mission critical. Margin bottom, we have all of our text classes. And everything else seems good there. So now we can move on to our span, which is right here. Again, this is for fantasy reports. I guess that was not, actually you can see that's inherited. So it is shrinking that text as well, which is nice. We have no classes to add there. So let's move down to our div here. This div represents, it contains our unordered list of images and also this text here. Okay, so first we have the unordered list of images. The div itself, let's see. So it's going to be flex row on small screens. So we're going to do SM. Or my bad, I say small screens, which is actually a mistake. That's a mistake in my language. Remember, we're doing minimum width breakpoints. So in this case, we're saying for screens that are 640 and larger min width, we want the flex direction to be row, okay? So I don't want to say small screens. I want to say on screens larger than our small breakpoint. That's the correct language, okay? Now we're going to do flex column otherwise, okay? And now there's going to be a reason that we want to do that here. And lastly, on small screens, we're going to say items center, which again is going to center us in the vertical direction, horizontal direction. Okay, so now if we shrink this down, you'll see here in our design actually, you can see that these images here are actually above this text here, okay? And so that's why we want to flex column for screen sizes that are lower than 640, okay? Otherwise, flex row. So if we drop this down, you can see, where's it at? There it is, okay? And it looks like we're having an issue where, oh yeah, so here it is. So we're going to say items start by default, okay? So essentially what's happening here is, and you can see that our images are actually behaving oddly. We'll probably end up having to change that in a second. But what we're doing here is we have on small screens, our items are going to be, or not small screens, on our for our small breakpoint on, so 640 and up here, we want our align items to be center, okay? And that's centering them vertically, because in this case, our align items property is managing our vertical alignment, because our flex column or our flex direction is row, so our main axis is row and our cross axis is column. Okay, so align items, or my bad, item center represents the vertical centering. Okay, then when we go to flex column on screen sizes that are lesser than 640, our cross axis is the opposite direction. In this case, our cross axis is horizontal centering. Okay, and so below our small breakpoint, we want our items to be start. So instead of vertically centering here, we want to left center here. Where's it at? Right? So these items are on the left side of their container. Where's it at? Right there. So you can see it's left aligned. These are on the left. Okay. Hopefully you guys understand that. Hopefully you guys happen to have some pre-existing knowledge of the flex specification, because it can be a little tricky to explain sometimes. Okay. So now let's go down to our unordered list here. And we're going to, so that's flex. We don't have to change anything there. On our LI, we don't have to change anything there. On our images, we're going to set a couple properties, or one property. On small, our height is going to go to 12. So that means for screen sizes 640 or larger, we want the height to be 64, and otherwise we want the height to be 10. And so that's going to have the effect of dropping our images down to, is it 48? 40, okay? So you can see they're 64 here, 48 by 48, and then we're going to be dropping them down to 40 on smaller screen sizes. So they're 48 there. Right there we have 40. Okay. Now I'm actually not completely sure if that is how it's supposed to shape up. So let me run my finished project here just so we can see what's going on. You can see that these are behaving in an odd way. They're kind of like crunching. So you can see here, those are not doing that. Those are not squishing together. So I don't know why they're actually squishing together. We're going to have to identify the cause there. All right, so I think that the reason why we're seeing that squish happen is because the graphic is actually still present. So you can see here, at a certain point, we get rid of that graphic. And I think that that's why these don't get crunched and end up squishing. Because the reason they're squishing is because they're flex children, right? So I think that flex shrink is set to 1 by default, which means they will shrink, equally shrink, okay? So I think we just got to get rid of this graphic, which of course we're going to be doing subsequently here, okay? So now you can see on small screens, we have these looking very nice, and that's consistent with our design here, okay? And you can see it's kind of nice. Our dashboard section is already scaling. Of course, we need to fix the padding as we scale down to match the header here, but it's already scaling quite nicely. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is start adding classes to probably just this graphic here. I think that's probably the only thing we have to do. But let's start off with this p tag, see if we got anything here. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to set on small screens or a small breakpoint or larger. So that's going to be 18 pixels for screen widths larger than 640. Otherwise, we're going to just have text base, which will be applied by default. Text base is font size 16. Okay, so that's right here, 18. When we drop below 640, it should go down to 16. Okay, so let's hover that. And now it's 16. Okay, so we drop it down for mobile. And now we can move on to this figure. And once we get rid of this graphic, I think it's all going to start working how we want it to work. My mind was getting blown there for a second. I was wondering what was happening. So by default, we're going to have flex, and then we're going to have hidden otherwise. Okay, so essentially what's happening here is for large, my bad, not by default, but for screen sizes larger than 1024 pixels, we're going to have display of flex. But when we drop below 1024 pixels, similar to these links right here, we actually want them to disappear. So we're going to set hidden, which will set display to none. Okay, so now if we shrink this down, we get rid of that graphic completely, right? And look at that. Now our design's really shaping up. Okay, awesome. And so let's see, there might be a couple other classes we want to add here. So one thing you'll notice is that the margin right on our graphic is set to 32. We're going to drop that down as our screen shrinks. So we're going to set the, on XL, so I think that's 1280 and larger. We're going to set our margin right to 8. Margin right to 8. And then otherwise, we're not going to have any margin right. Okay, so I think that's below 1280. Let me check XL. Yep, so min width of 1280, we have margin right of 8. If we drop below that, please, So here we have margin right of 8, should be. Whoops, I tried to click on that. Please, do you want to cooperate? 32. Now if we drop below here, let's see if we got rid of that. So it's still existing. I think it's because I accidentally left the class, didn't I? Right, so right here I accidentally left it. There it is. So now you can see when we go above 1280, there's a margin right of 8 here. And then when we drop it below, you can see now it's flush with the get started button. So now there's no margin right on this puppy. Okay. So now we can style some of the elements within here. I think that there might be some properties that we have to check. There is not. So we can leave those as is. So now our header section is fully responsive. Let's check it out. The navigation, we shrink it below 1280. Our links drop down to 16. Whoops. Where's that at? Let's actually bring it all the way up to 1440. Okay. Links are 18. We drop it down to 1280. You can see that this text shrinks. These links shrink down to 16. These also shrink. We go down below 1024, which is our next breakpoint. You can see that all the links disappear. Now we have a menu for our mobile where we would have all those links visible. Of course, we're not going to actually implement that today for the sake of time. This drops down in size. And as we shrink down, you can see also our padding is dropping as we drop down. And you can see now our padding is down at 32. And it's going to drop all the way down to 16 on mobile. Now let's bring it all the way down to 375. And look at that. So obviously our dashboard, we have to fix that section next. But right here on mobile, you can see our header is looking amazing. And we can get rid of this scroll bar by going to mobile. And so there it is, our mobile design at 375 pixels. You can click right here like that. Right here, you can see it's broken. And that's because some elements down here are still spilling. But at 375, it is looking amazing. So there's our responsive header. Okay, now let's move into the dashboard section. All right, so now let's move into our first component within our main section, which is our dashboard. Now this is going to be the easiest one. This is going to be absolutely lovely to do the responsive design because all we have to do is change the padding on the outside of this container here. Okay, so it's going to go from 96 down to whatever this is, down to whatever that is, right? I think it goes down to 64, 32, then 16. Okay, so let's get in there. Let's get in there and start doing what we do. First and foremost, holy moly, there's a lot of these declarations here. So we're going to do padding X on XL, so that's 1280 or larger. That's going to be 96. Then we're going to do for large screen size, so LG, we're going to do padding X of, actually we're not setting one there, it's going to be medium, MD. Our padding X is going to be 16, which is 30 or 64. We're going to drop down to small, which is a padding X of 8. And lastly, we're going to have padding X of 16 on our small screens here. So padding X of 16 here. When our screen size is larger than 640, we're going to do 32. Larger than 768 is 64. And then larger than 1280 is going to be 96. So now these should correspond nicely, both our header and our dashboard. All of our sections are going to get the same padding. So check this out here. Nice. So you can see it's flush here. I can actually check that. Flush. So the left side of the dashboard is equal to the left side of this text. Drops down. Where's it at? Right there. See, it's still flush. All the way down to, again, we're designing for 375 on mobile. Okay. If you actually open the screen right here when you're on mobile within the responsive design stuff, it will start to look weird. So just make sure that you reset it back to desktop. Okay, and I'm going to set it down to 75%. And open this back up to 1440. Okay. All right, so now our dashboard section, I think, is responsive as it is. Let's actually make sure. So there's one more thing that we want to add, which is just going to be some PY responsiveness. So PY of 16, that's only going to be for medium screen sizes and larger. So that's for 768 or larger is going to be 64 pixels top and bottom. And then we're going to have our PY set to 8 otherwise. So we can see that here. 64 top and bottom. Drop this down below our medium breakpoint. And down here you can see the padding top and bottom is actually 32. And that's where it's going to stay for the rest of the scaling. Now if we drop down to 375, you can see our design is lovely. We can actually move it over to mobile here. Okay. And if we go to our design, there it is. Now I wonder why the wrapping is actually not the same there. It's kind of interesting. Maybe it's because it's a slightly different screen size. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's because the rest of the design is not responsive. So the reason that we're seeing some anomalies with the way that it looks right now is because the elements down here are spilling over, and I think that that's affecting our ability to see this as it is. So once we actually fix all this stuff down here that's obviously not responsive yet, it will shape up much more nice. So just give that a second. Okay, so back to desktop. And drop this down to 75% zoom so we can go back to 1440. All right, so with that out of the way, we now can move on to our app statistics section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into our app statistics section, which is right here. So you can see on our finished design here, I think this is our responsive one. You can see that there's quite a lot that's going on here. All the way down. You can see this drops down to, where's it at? See it's horizontal here. You can see it drops down to vertical. And so definitely a lot of different things we have to consider here. Okay, this text drops down. So let's get right into it and waste no time. App statistics. All right, so starting at the top here, our section doesn't need any classes. Again, we're going to move through this as quick as possible just because there's the responsive design can add as many classes as the design pre-responsive. So there's quite a couple here. So we're going to start off with our gap Y. So again, gap Y is simply going to refer to this section here, the padding on the top and bottom of it. Okay, so let's start off with our gap Y. You can see our gap Y is 28. That's going to be on XL. So screen size is larger than 1280 pixels. All right. Once we drop below XL, we are going to go down to small. So that's going to be gap Y 16. Again, so that means that greater than 640 but less than 1280 is going to be 64 pixels of padding on the top and bottom of our app statistics section. And then we're going to have gap Y of 12 otherwise. So that's going to be on our small screens. Our gap Y is going to go all the way down to 12 top and bottom. Let's see if that's here. You can't even really see it, but we'll see it in a second, okay? So gap Y is 12 on our small screens, and then for screen 640 or larger, we go up to 64, and then on XL, we go up to 112. We actually forgot one here. It's going to be medium. Our medium breakpoint, we're going to have gap Y of 24. Okay. And I realize the gap Y that I'm talking about is actually not the padding. The gap Y is in reference to the distance between our elements within this flex container. Okay. So that's actually right here. Okay. This is the gap that we're talking about. So you can see, should drop down here. Let's see. I think that's what we're referencing here. Let me make sure. What is this gap Y? Yeah, row gap. So this is our row gap here. Okay. So this is in reference to the distance between these columns. Okay. And so on our small screen, we have gap Y of 12. Okay. And that goes up from there. So next we're going to set up our PX. So our PX on different screen sizes here. So by default, we're going to have PX of 4. So that's going to be PX 4. By default, I mean on the small screen sizes. On small or larger, we're going to have PX of 8. So that's going to be screen sizes of, where did that go? It's going to be screen sizes 32 pixels, or my bad, 640 or larger. We're going to have 32 pixels of padding on the left and right. Then we're going to move up to our medium screen size, which is going to be PX of 16. Okay, so we grow beyond 768. We have padding X and X padding on the left and right of 64. And on XL, we're going to go up to 24. So that's PX 24. Okay. So that should be, maybe that's the section itself here. Yeah, so now you can see that it's flush, right? So the outside of this container is flush with the outside of, or the left side of our dashboard is flush with this here. And you can see that maintains throughout. So we go down 96, 64, 32, and then lastly 16 on mobile, right there. Okay. Nice. So now I think we can get into styling. Actually, we still have to do padding top. So padding top has its own declarations here. Okay. So we're going to start off with a padding top of 10 by default. Okay. And so you can see that there's actually a conflict here. And that's because padding top is going to be 16 for screen sizes medium or larger. So where's our medium breakpoint for padding 16? Here it is. So padding top of 64 when we're on screen sizes larger than 768. Otherwise, set our padding top to 40. Okay. And I think that's right here. 64 drops down. Still 64. Drop it all the way down. Now I think it is 48. Yep, there it is. Or it's 40 actually. Okay. All right, so now we're going to move into styling our H2. I think that's the last thing. Actually, no, there's one more, padding bottom. I don't think we actually set that here. Where's it at? PB of 32. So PB of 32 is actually going to be on medium or larger, which again, I think is 768 pixels. Our padding bottom is going to be 24 for small or larger. And by everything below our small breakpoint is going to be padding bottom of 16. Okay. And again, that's referencing the bottom of this section here. So you can see this. Oops. So here we have 128. Let me see that. So on, where's it at? PB. Where's our large one? So 32, which I think is, let's see, 128. And then we drop down here. Let's see here. Interesting. So for some reason, it's not actually applying. That's very interesting. So we have padding bottom here. Let's actually hover over padding bottom. So on small, we have padding bottom of 96. And then on padding bottom of 16 otherwise. So let me check to see why that's actually not applying. All right, so give me a second and I will figure out why exactly that is not. Actually, it's 96 here, right? Oh, and then there it is. It's 64. Okay, so it was applying. I just didn't have the screen shrinking far enough. So you can see the padding on the bottom of that section is shrinking as we shrink our screen size. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do is shrink our heading text here. And I think that's it. Just make sure. And now let's move on to our heading. So here, we're going to set all sorts of text sizes. Okay, and I'm actually going to copy these in just so you guys don't have to go through the pain of seeing me type this here. So I'm actually going to grab these here, and I will discuss what they are. I promise. And we're going to do text 3XL by default, or on our small screen size. Okay, so now let's actually look at this here. This is going to be XL. Whoops, I have it declared twice. Okay, so all of these have to do with the text size, so don't get overwhelmed here. We have XL, so on 1280 or larger, we're going to say 72 font size, 89.6 line height. That's right here. On screen sizes larger than 1024, we're going to set it to 60 pixels font size, 73 line height. On medium, we're going to do 48 pixels font size, 56 pixels line height. Small, so greater than 640 is going to be 3640. And lastly, on the small screen sizes, we're going to have 30 pixels font size and 36 line height. So now we'll watch the scale. Okay, it drops down, and it drops down again. Of course, you can see here that we haven't actually done the second part here, which is knowledge and insights. We'll get to that after. And we are also going to set it so that here, so on our small breakpoint, 640 and larger, we're going to set our font to bold. And now where's it at? I think we already had that set here, right here. We're going to delete font bold so that it goes down to normal otherwise. So here you can see the bold, bold, bold. And then on mobile, it goes down to non-bold. Or actually font normal, which is a font weight of normal, which is 400. Okay. Now we're going to do largely the same thing for this one. So again, you're going to want to copy these down, the text styles, remember, because they're pretty much going to be the same thing here. So again, it actually is the same thing here. Okay, so all of these again. So again, we have text for XL, we have text 72 pixels, 80 line height. Then we have large, our medium declaration, small declaration, and then on our small screen sizes, it's going to be text 3XL. Okay, so 30 and 36. Again, we're going to have small, our small breakpoint, which is going to be, where's it at? Where did it move it? There it is. So 640 pixels or larger is bold. Otherwise, it's going to go down to normal. All right. So now let me get rid of this flex visualizer. So look at that. Our heading is scaling nicely. Okay. Okay. So now we need to fix this flex container, which is going to be extremely satisfying because right now you can tell it's not working how we want it. So let's go down to this div. Again, and I have to move through this a little bit faster because it would otherwise be very, very long. So next we're going to set Let's see. So for medium, our medium breakpoint, we're going to set our gap x to. So again, gap x is going to be controlling the distance between each one of our images here, or I guess the container that holds those images. Okay, so right there. So we can actually visualize that real quick. Not that one. Let's drill in there real quick. It's going to be right here. Flex visual or grid visualizer actually. Okay, so our gap x is going to be on XL. Our gap x is going to be equal to 9. Whoops, 9. And then we're going to drop down. So on our large breakpoint, we're going to set our gap x to 7. We're going to set our medium breakpoint to gap x of 5. Okay, so you can see it's decreasing as the screen decreases. And lastly, we're going to set a gap x of 4 on our small screens. Okay, so you can see here, the gap is quite large. We decrease, the gap gets smaller. Keep decreasing, the gap continues to get smaller between these items. Okay, and you can see the text is spilling. We're going to fix that in a second here. All right, so now that we've messed with our gap x, let's make sure we don't have any other properties we need to set here. Okay, so now the next thing that we have to do is we actually have to set our grid columns. So again, when we're on, let's do small or larger. So 640 or larger, we want to have grid columns 3. But on mobile, we want to have these vertically distributed. Okay, and so what we're going to do here is we are going to set our grid columns to 1 on the small screen sizes. Okay, so grid columns 1 right here. Otherwise, when we're 640 or larger, we want grid columns 3. So let's see that. Look at that. Okay, so now I can see our grid columns are 1 when we get below 640. Of course, we still have some other things that we have to address there. Okay, so let's make sure that we're not missing any other declarations. Gap x, so our gap y is 4 already. That's where we're going to keep it. Again, that gap y only applies when we have a vertical direction to our images, so when we're on our small screen. And now we can move on to the actual elements within each one of our list items here. So let's move down to the p tag, which again is going to be this description that's on top of our images. So we are going to set on large screen sizes, we're going to have text large. And let's see if we have any other declarations for text. So we're going to have text small otherwise. So text dash small. Okay, so again, that means 1024 or larger. We're going to have 18 pixels font size, 28 line height. Otherwise, we're going to go down to text small, which is going to be 14 and 20. Okay. So you can see the text drops down below 1024. Let's go 1024. So larger, smaller. Okay, nice. So let's make sure that we're not missing any other properties there. I think that's it. Just making that smaller. Now let's move down to our image. So our image is going to be rounded XL, but on screen sizes that are medium or larger, which I think is 768 pixels, we're going to do rounded 2XL. So essentially what we're saying is that for screen sizes larger than 768, let's make it 16 pixels border radius, but for screen sizes smaller than that, we're going to drop it down to 12. Okay, I think that looks a little bit better here. So the rounding actually decreases once we get below 768. Okay. Now that we set that, we need to set this p tag. So this p tag is the thing that's hovering in the bottom left here. Okay, it's their name with the @ symbol. And so here we're going to set our medium breakpoint. We're going to have our bottom be 32 pixels. So that is how far this is off from the bottom of the image here. And then let's check. We're going to have bottom 6 otherwise. Okay, so bottom 6. So that's going to bring it a little bit closer to the bottom of this image when we shrink our screen down here. You might not be able to tell it. Okay. The next thing that we're going to set is our left property. So our left is going to be 6 when we're on medium screens or larger. Otherwise, it's going to be left of 4. So again, essentially, as our screen gets smaller, we make it get closer to the corner of this image here. Okay. Let's make sure we don't have any other properties we need to account for. So we do. We're actually going to set our text to XL on our larger screen. So here it's going to be XL. So above 1280, we set our text to large. And it looks like otherwise we're going to set it to our text to small. Okay. And so that is in reference to the name here. So you can see it is large right now. It is 18 pixels for that. And if we drop it down, you can see it gets much smaller. Now those at and their name is much smaller. Okay. And that makes it so that we don't have to deal with that anymore. It will scale all the way down here. Okay. And now we're good there. We can now move on to our last section, our last row here, which is this. Okay. So once we go through this, this is going to be completely responsive, which is very nice because this is quite a complex section here. Okay. So let's move down to row 3. And let's start setting our properties. So first and foremost, we want our items to be set to end on screen sizes that are at our small breakpoint or larger. Okay, align items end for screen sizes larger than 640. And we are going to set our items center otherwise. Okay. Now the reason that we want to do that is because you can see here on our mobile design, these items are actually in the center. Okay, they're in the center of this container. So by default, they're obviously not at the center. They're actually by default, because we are flexing in the horizontal direction, items n actually means the vertical alignment. And then you can see item center is actually going to reference the horizontal alignment because we're going to go down to flex column on smaller screens here. Okay. And so now we are going to set, or actually, wait a minute. That's actually interesting. I don't know why that declaration is not there. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Oh, that's in reference to something else. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So essentially we have small. Screen size is larger than 640. Let's do flex row. Otherwise, let's do flex col. That's for small screen sizes. We're going to say justify between. Items will be center on the small screens. Otherwise, we're going to have items set to end. And we should be good there. So now if we go down here, it's still not flexing vertically, which is a little bit annoying, but that's probably because we have to actually manipulate these child elements here. So let's go down to our unordered list. So here, we're going to set small to flex row. Otherwise, it's going to be flex column. So again, above 640, flex row, otherwise flex column. That's going to make these items here be vertically aligned. We're going to set our large gap to 16 and our XL gap to 24. So large XL gap is 24 and our large gap is going to be 16. Okay. And I think we are good there. 4, 5, 6. Let's make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we're missing one thing. So we're going to have gap X actually of 8 otherwise. Gap of 8. I don't know if I said gap X. Okay. So we have gap 8, gap 16 on large. So let's look at this. There we go. So now they're vertically aligned. Very nice. Okay. So let's keep working on this. You can see there's still much to change. So, whoops. This is supposed to be, what is that? Gap of 16 on large. You can see I accidentally butchered that. That's probably why that looked weird. Okay, so you can see the gap between these items is changing now, okay? Because these are the list of 3 stats that we have here, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got our 6 declarations here. And let's move into the list items themselves. Okay, so first we have our p tag here that we have to style. Here I'm actually going to copy in the text styles just so I don't, again, bore you guys to death. So here they are. You, of course, can copy these. So again, on our largest screens, we have 7XL and 80 pixels. Then we have 60 pixels, line height of 1. Medium is going to be 48 pixels, line height of 1. Small, or actually that's not part of it. And then obviously on our small screens, or not obviously, but the last thing that we have to declare is the text on our small screens, which is going to be 2.5 rem for the font size and 3 rem for the line height. Okay. All right. Now we are going to scale down. Actually, we first have to account for this text left. So right here, we're going to be setting our, maybe it's text center other way, or no, it's actually going to be text, yeah, center otherwise. So that's going to be text center. So for small and larger, it's going to be text left, which is how we see these aligned right now. You can see they're on the left here. And otherwise, it's going to be text center. Okay. So we bring that down. You can see now these text are centered once we drop down to this screen size here. Okay. Now there seems to be some issue here, which I will take a moment to address in a second. But for now, you can see that these, so now this is not centered. I wonder why that is. Let me actually check. It's because these are not centered yet. We actually still have to target those items. So let's actually go down there and target those. So that is text left. Let's see. I think we have all of that set. So now let's go down here and get the descriptions, which are these. That's going to be right here. Okay. So here we're going to have largely the same thing. So I'm going to copy over the text styles so that you guys don't have to get bored to death again. So you can see them here. So on XL, we have this font size and line height. On large, we have this font size and line height. On medium, we have this font size and line height. And by default, we have, I think, font, let's see, it's going to be text large. So our small size for this is going to be large text. Okay, let's get rid of this. All right, so now, whoops, you can see how that scales. All right, so actually, I'm going to stop scaling the screen until we actually have all the styles here so it stops looking so bizarre. Okay, so let's go down to explore the marketplace now. Or actually, let's make sure that we actually have these set up correctly. There's no other classes we're missing. All right, so now we'll move down to our final div here, which again is going to be explore the marketplace, and this button right here and right here. So first and foremost, on this div, we're going to have small items end. On medium, our gap is going to be 6. Otherwise, our gap is going to be 4. Okay, so again, that's in reference to the gap between these items here. So the gap here is 16 on small screens between the Explore the Marketplace and the button. Otherwise, it is 24 on screens larger than 768. Okay, so you might be able to tell. Now we can move on to this P tag. So here we are going to be setting some text sizes again. So I'm going to copy these in. Again, it's just scaling the text down based on the screen width. Okay. And by default, we're going to have text large, or not by default. On our small screens, we're going to have text large. Okay, so text large on the small screens. On screens 768 or larger, we have this. On large screens, we have this. Extra large screens, this, and so on. Okay. And so you can see the scaling here. The Explore Your Marketplace is scaling nicely with these items here. Okay. And of course, we need to scale our button as well. So first and foremost, this line break, we want it to disappear on our smaller screen sizes here. You can see Explore the Marketplace is in line. Right now it's not. So for our line break, we are going to say small is block, otherwise hidden. So that's going to be 640 or larger, display block, otherwise hide our line break. So let's see that. Right here, you can see that this is now inline. Okay. Now we can move on to our button here. So our button is going to be, let's see what type of classes we added here. So we added a width, some width classes. So we are going to set our width to 16 on large screens. It's going to be on small screens or larger. It's going to be width of 12. Otherwise, it's going to be a width of 8. Okay, so scaling our button down nicely. We probably also have to apply those to the height. We do. So I'm going to copy these over. It's the exact same thing as the width here. So again, on large screen sizes, we're going to have a width or a height of 16. On small screen sizes or larger, we're going to have a height of 12. And we are going to have an H of 8 on the small screen sizes. Where's that at? Okay. So now our button should scale nicely. All right. All right, so there seems to be some issue with the padding between our elements here. So let me make sure that we'll go back and address that in a second. Obviously, we might have missed something. So let's actually go back up and look at the margin that we have between these elements here. So I think that this is a flex container, and this flex container holds 2 children. So I think that's right here. We have this unordered list and then this div. So that means it should be right here where we missed something. And that's because our gap y, here, our gap y, and I think this div needs to be set to 16. All right, so add that declaration there. Where's that at? Gap y of 64 pixels. So now, when these go on top of each other, you can see that the gap remains between these elements here, which we can see in our design right here. Okay. And now I want to take a moment to figure out what's actually going on with these here and why they are not behaving as we'd expect them to. Okay, so give me a second and I will come back and address that. Actually, just let's make sure we didn't miss anything down here first. So we added our height transitions, our width transitions. Yes, everything's good there. So give me a second and I'm going to figure out why it is that these images are looking so wonky. All right, it took me a second to figure out what was going on there, but I did figure it out. It was actually just one property that we missed, and that is MX Auto. So go back to your UL right here, and this is the UL that holds our AppStat images here. And set the MX to auto, so the margin X to auto on this list item, which again, margin auto helps us center our content. So now if you can see if we go down to one column, right here, our images are now centered. Okay, that's consistent with our actual design here. Okay, and it looks nice. Okay, and you can also go back to here and you can see how the design actually looks. Obviously in DevTools, it doesn't always reflect what it looks like. Sometimes it looks weird in DevTools. But here, and what I mean by that is sometimes it's nicer to see it respond when you're on your normal screen like this instead of actually DevTools, just because it doesn't look as pretty when you're zoomed in like that on 75% or whatever. Like in this case, we're very much zoomed in. So if we go 1440 here, it just doesn't have the same appeal. Okay. So with that out of the way, we're now done with our app statistics section, which looks very nice. So if let's just open this up to full screen real quick. And put it in DevTools. Let's put this on the right. This is how you really like to view it right here, if you're going to be using DevTools. And now I just want to make sure that the gap here is actually responding correctly. So let me check this real quick. So one thing that I think is different is that the gap is getting smaller here. Actually, no, it's not. All right, so here you can see the gap is quite large between this and this. And again, you guys can change that. So if you want to make this gap between these items get smaller as the screen shrinks, of course you can do that. As you can see in our case, the gap doesn't get smaller until our smaller screen size is like right here. Okay, now you can see that the gap is much smaller. Okay, all right, so with that out of the way, we now can move on to doing the responsive design for our feature section. So you can see right now, this looks fine, all the way down to 375. Cool. Header looks amazing. The app statistics looks amazing. You can see we made our content stack vertically, which is pretty much how it works, right? Desktop, you have things be horizontal and vertical. And then on mobile, pretty much everything has to be vertical, right? So looks very nice. And next, obviously you can see here our feature section is struggling. So we are going to set that up next. All right, so now we can move into the feature section, making this responsive, which should be much easier. Okay, that app statistics section was absolutely treacherous, to say the least. But now we can move into something that's a little bit more relaxed. There's not so many elements to scale here. So let's get this going here. Let's jump over to we actually got to set this aside here. So let's just set it right like that. These aren't going to, I guess, scale correctly here, but whatever. It's fine like that. And let's just make this a little bit bigger so it's, oh, they are. Look at that. Nice. So let's set this to 1440 so we can get it the full width here. All right. And let's get this party started. in the feature section. Okay, so go into features. Now we can close this a bit here. And let's get started at the top. So, oh boy. Okay, so first we are going to start setting our padding X values. So our padding X right now you can see is 24. That's going to be for XL only. Next, we're going to drop down to medium, which is going to be padding X of 16, which I think is 64 pixels. And again, this is consistent with all of our sections. Small, we're going to have a padding X of 8. And lastly, we're going to have a padding X of 4. Okay, PX of 4. Nice. And now we can move on to our padding top values. So we have a couple padding tops that we have to account for. First and foremost, we have padding top of 32, which is going to be on our medium screen size and larger. We're also going to have on a small screen size and larger, padding top of 20. And lastly, we're going to have a padding top of 14 otherwise. Okay. So again, that's in reference to the padding that's on top of this container. All right. So now we set our padding top. Padding bottom, looks like we have a couple there, or just 2, don't worry. So that's just going to be medium. Padding bottom of 24. And we're going to have padding bottom of 16 otherwise. Whoops. PB. Nice. Okay, so let's see. Let's make sure that this is actually decreasing accordingly. 128. And there you can see it jump down to 60 or 80. So nice. So it looks like it is scaling correctly. And so I think that finishes off that. Now we can move down to this div here. Now this div I think has 2 children, which is going to be the left column and the right column here. So that's this div here. Grid calls 2. And so here we're going to say our only on large screens do we want to have grid calls 2. So that's I think above 1024 again. Yep. And then otherwise we are going to just have grid columns 1. Or yeah, exactly. Because on mobile we only have 1 column here. You can see. So we're going to keep it grid columns 2 until we get to below 1024, and we're going to drop it down to grid columns 1. All right. So on medium we're going to have so that's 768 or larger. We're going to have a gap Y of 24. Otherwise, we're going to have a gap Y of 16. And again, this is going to be between our features here. So let's see. It should already respond. Let's actually make sure. So here they drop into 2 columns, which is what we want. But then we want to drop down to 1 column at a certain width here. So let's actually make sure that's responding in the way that we think it is going to be. So we have gap Y of 16. We have our gap Y of 24 on medium screens and larger. We have grid and then grid columns 2. So interestingly, so let's see how our finished design responds here. You can see it drops down to 2, and then at a certain point it drops down to 1. So for some reason ours is not doing that. Maybe it's because it wasn't small enough. No, it's still columns 2, which actually doesn't look half bad, to be honest. I guess in theory we could have made it 2. But for some reason it is not working the way that we want it, so let's just make sure that we did this correctly. Okay, I just realized that I was absolutely bugging out right there. So what's happening here is that this div controls these 2 children here. This one and then this one on the right. Okay, so if we actually, I guess, click on this here, this is the grid that we're controlling. So here you can see that our grid columns are 2 here, but once we shrink down here, now they're 1. Okay, so it's 1 column right there. So for some reason I thought it was controlling the feature elements here, but it is not. So I was jumping the gun, but I was definitely thinking I was going crazy for a second. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to set the max width of this element to different levels based on the screen width here. So you can see that this is not the entire width of the cell that it is in here right here. So this is the entire width of this column. And you can see this element right here is only 65% of that width. Now we're going to change that. Okay, so we're going to set our width to 90%. Now that's going to be when our screen is quite small. Okay, so then when our screen is above 640 pixels, so SM breakpoint, we're going to set our max width to 80%. When we have a medium, at our medium breakpoint, so our screen gets above our medium breakpoint, we are going to set our max width to 75%. And on Excel, we're going to have max width of 65%, which is what we see right now. Okay, so essentially what's happening is just the width of this column, or these elements here relative to the entire grid cell right here, is changing. And the reason why is I just like the text wrapping to look the way that it does when we control it in this way. Okay, it's very nice. Oops. All right, so now we can move on. I think that we got everything there. And we can move on to this H3. So this H3 is going to have a couple classes here. So first and foremost, we're going to set our on screen sizes 640 or larger. We're going to set our margin bottom to 4, which equates to 16 pixels. Otherwise, our margin bottom is going to be 2. And this margin bottom is in reference to the padding under here. Okay. And again, I'm going to try and move through this quicker. So I'm not trying to jump over things. I just am going to assume a little bit of knowledge because obviously we've been going through this for a while. So now I'm going to paste these in. You guys can pause the video and quickly type these out, but these are just the text scaling based on screen size. Whoops. So right here we have text XL for our XL breakpoint, so 1280 or larger. We have 56 and 64. Then we have 48, 36, and then it looks like on our small screens we have this here, which is going to be text 2 rem divided by 5 rem, or not divided by 5 rem, but we're specifying our where to go, specifying our line height there of 40 pixels. Okay, so what's happening there is now when we scale this down, you're going to see that this text here continues to shrink. Okay, it's actually, this is in reference to the heading only right here. Okay, nice. So that looks nice. Now let's just make sure that we're not missing anything else. So that's good there. So let's go down to our P, which I think this one's quite simple. We're going to set our margin bottom to 10, which I think is 40 pixels on small screen sizes and larger, and margin bottom of 8 on the small screen sizes. So again, that's margin bottom of 40 pixels on 640 or larger, and it is margin bottom of 32 pixels if we go below 640. All right. Now let's move down to our button here. So we're going to set a PX of 8. Actually, the PX is going to be 8 permanently. My bad. That's actually our hover. That's PX9 there. That's what I was looking at. So there's nothing to set here except that on XL we want our text to be large. Okay. And otherwise our text is going to drop down to, actually that's become a creator. I think I accidentally, no, that is it. Yep. So there we just want our text to be large, and otherwise it will be 16 pixels, which is text base. So there it is. Let's see if we can get that to hover. 18 pixels. Now if we drop this down here, you can see now it is, actually when is that? We set it to text large on greater than 1280. Oh, that's for the button itself. Whoops. So yeah, so now you can see the button is, let's see, 16 now. If we go above 1280, the button has text equal to 18 pixels here. I wonder why that's not showing up. Oh, it is. I'm just reading the wrong thing. I was reading the padding there. So it is 18 pixels, and then we drop it down here, and it is now 16 pixels. You can see that right there. Okay. So that's the only thing we have to declare on that element. Now we can move down to our UL, which again is this here. So this column that we're working on. And we're going to start off by doing a couple things. So first and foremost, we're going to have justify items center. And on small or larger, so that's for 640 or larger, it's going to be justify item start. So we want these items to start in their cell on the left side for large screens, but on small screens we're going to have all these elements in here centered. Okay, that's how we're declaring it here with these two justify items properties. Okay, we're going to be setting our gap Y to 20 on our larger screen, so that's right here. So that's going to be XL. Gap Y is going to be 20. That's going to be between each row here. That's within our list. Okay. And on smaller screens, we're going to have a gap Y of 12. Now we have our grid rows property. So on small screens, 640 or larger, we're going to have 2 columns, and we are also going to have 2 rows. And now we don't actually have to specify anything else there, because by default, it's going to give us 1 row, or 1 column rather, and any number of rows. So we're saying above 640, we want to have 2 rows and 2 columns. And below that, you're going to see that the the grid has the effect of creating 1 column with any number of rows here. Okay, right here. Nice. And so now it's really shaping up. We just have to center some of these elements here that are within some of the content within these features. So let's keep going there. All right, so our width is going to be, let's see, 80% on our largest screens, or on our small screens, so width dash 80%. And it's going to be for 1280 or larger screens, it's going to be 83%. Right here, 5/6. So that means essentially like these do not fill their entire cell here. This is you can see the width of each cell, and then these you can see they're not the entire width here. So we want them to be 83% on these larger screens, and then once we go below XL, it's going to be 80%. And the reason why is because if we go down to mobile here, you can see that it looks better if these are not the complete width of their container. Okay, and right now you actually can't see that, but we will see that once we continue to style the rest of these components here. All right. So we have width of 80 on XL, we have 5/6. We're gonna have text center, okay? And otherwise, on screens that are 640 and larger, we're gonna have text start, okay? So that's gonna make it left aligned on larger screens like this. And on smaller screens, you can see that the text is centered, okay? And that's all we have to do there. Now we can move down to the image. Okay, so the image is going to be on small screens, we're going to have place self start. And so, my bad, not smaller screens, screens that are 640 and larger, or smaller breakpoint, I should say. And we are going to have a width of auto when the width is larger than, what is that? 768. So we'll go here and we'll say MD, our medium breakpoint. We're going to have width of auto. And so that's going to make it so that the width is set to the default width that the element would already have on larger screen sizes. And we are going to set the, on medium or smaller or larger screens, we're going to have the height to auto. And we're going to say place self center. Okay, and so essentially we're saying when we get larger than 640 pixels, we want to align our image on the left here, or our icon on the left here, like this. You can see it's left aligned. And then when we get to smaller screens, we want to center all of our content. Okay, so there's lots of declarations that we're using in here to essentially align our content center or left based on the width of the screen. Okay, so now all of our elements are centered on our small screen. We've gone down to 1 column from 2 columns. Our elements were left aligned, and now we go down to 1 column, and they are all center aligned. Okay, and that might be it. Let me just check here. There's only one more property I think we need to add, and that is down to this p tag. We are going to make it so that the text is extra large, or text is large only on our XL breakpoint, so 1280 or above. So now these are 16, and they would otherwise be, I think, 18. Yep, 18 font size. All right, so now if we go down to 375, look at that. Let's get rid of our grid visualizer. And we now have a beautiful section here. All right, and you can see our pricing section is absolutely suffering right now. But this looks great now. We now have a very much responsive feature section. It goes all the way down to 375, which again is what we're designing for. We can set it to mobile here so that we can see it without the scroll bar. That ends up making it look a lot better. We can scale it all the way up. Whoops, we're going to set this back to desktop if I want to do that. All right. So now we're going to move on to the pricing section. Now this one's going to be a little bit involved, so brace yourself and I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we're going to move into doing the responsive design for the pricing section. We're actually going to begin by doing the pricing cards, just because those are within the pricing section. And then we're going to go out and do the pricing section itself. Okay, so let's start off with the pricing cards. Let's go into our pricing section here. And down here, we have our pricing card components. Let's just visit this page where we are actually creating our pricing cards. And let's get to setting up our responsive design. So first and foremost, we are going to want to set a couple of properties here within our dynamic classes that we're applying based on whether it is the primary card or not. Okay, so first and foremost, we're going to say if we have a large screen size, 1024 or larger in pixels, we're going to set our padding bottom to 14. Otherwise, our padding bottom is going to be 12. Remember, that's going to be for our primary card here. So the padding bottom below, I think that's between the button and the bottom of the card here. Okay. Now we're also going to set something here. We're going to say on large screens, whoops, you can see I actually set this preliminarily. On large screens, we're going to have a margin Y of 2, and we're going to get rid of that when we are on smaller screens. So that's essentially the, if I'm correct, that's the small margin that we have right here that is having the effect of making our cards a little bit smaller than our main card, right? Because we want to make them a little less visually important, right? So you can see those have a little bit of margin on the top and bottom, but we're going to get rid of that when we get to screens below 1024. Again, we can't see the Tailwind classes here because we're not actually setting the classes within the class name property. And so it's Tailwind IntelliSense is not able to pick up that we actually want to see the Tailwind utility classes that are provided. Okay. So now let's go down to background. Looks like our CTA is fine. Yes, it looks like CTA is fine here. For our CTA wrapper, there's also not going to be any responsiveness that we have to add there, which obviously is nice. Try and save us a little bit of work here. Let's see. So it doesn't look like there's any responsiveness that we have to add to this container here, which again is the card itself. But I know that the card inside is going to have some type of responsiveness. So let's give it a peek. Doesn't look like any of our absolutely positioned elements are going to need to be responsive, which is very nice. Sometimes, a lot of times you have to adjust those things. Whenever you have absolutely positioned elements, whenever you shrink the screen, they always move around and you always have to keep tweaking their position. It's one of the painful things about absolutely positioned elements is they don't behave like the standard HTML elements that are typically responsive out of the box. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to set, the first thing that we actually have to set a class on seems to be this P tag here. So it's going to be our card price. And so let's set the text to 3.5 rem and 4. This is only going to be on XL. Again, so this is the price itself. You can see it's very large on our screen. We're going to set it to XL. 3.5 rem, again, 56 pixels, 64. We're going to go down to medium. And for medium, we're going to set, for our medium breakpoint, we're going to set text 5XL. And that might be it. Let's see. Medium, and then we have text 4XL otherwise. So again, XL, then medium, and then lastly, we're going to have text 4XL on our small screens. Okay, so again, that's text 4XL by default, or essentially, this is our fallback when we go below all of our breakpoints here, 36 and 44 price. At medium screen sizes, so above 768, we go up to 48 pixels, and then lastly, when we go above 1240 or 1280 pixels, we go up to 56 for the font size. Okay, so now we're done with that. We can move on to the span here. So again, this is probably going to follow something similar. Actually, no, it's not, because this is the text that is adjacent to the price right here. And so here we're just going to say that for XL, we're going to have a margin bottom of 2 here. And otherwise, we are not going to have any margin bottom at all. Actually, we're going to have a margin bottom of 1, pardon me. And the reason why is just because here you can see this margin bottom that's on this text element actually helps it be in line with the price. But on smaller screens, when the price gets smaller, we're going to want to drop this down so that, again, it is in line with the bottom of the price here. Okay, and if we get rid of that margin bottom, you'll see that it really doesn't look that good. So like as an example, if we get rid of it right here, you can see now that that text right here is kind of falling a little bit low. So that's why I'm kind of just tweaking that margin bottom property as our screen, or as our pricing gets smaller here. Okay. So now let's move on to setting up our P tag that's here. So the subheading looks like there's nothing here. So we'll move on to our UL. Checking our UL, we do have some properties. So we're going to have a gap Y of 4, but only on XL. Actually on small rather. So that's going to be for screen sizes 640 and larger. We're going to have 16 pixels of row gap. And then when we go down below that, we are going to have a gap Y of 3. Now again, this is relative, or this is for the bullet points here. So if we hover over these bullet points, you can see that there's a gap here of 16 between these. And essentially once we get below 640, we're going to drop that gap down to 12 pixels. Okay, so it's going to look a little bit more compact and smaller on mobile, which is usually our goal, right? Make everything kind of scale down. All right, so now that we've done that, let's go down to our LI. That's each one of these bullet points, or the wrapper for each one of these bullet points. We have nothing here. We go down to our check mark. We don't have anything there, which is nice. And for our P tag, we actually don't have anything. So we're leaving those as is, which is very nice. Save us some work. Now we'll go down to the button. Looks like our button doesn't have any sizing changes, right? It'll scale. The width of the buttons will scale nicely. Okay, and you can see that we're still having issues here where the content is getting crunched. But of course, this is just the pricing cards themselves. In the next section, we're going to go through the process of setting up the responsive design on the pricing section, and then that will make this look much better. So in the end, we're looking for something like this. I will show you guys. Okay, so that's what it looks like, and then it goes down to here to 2. So you can see it's nice. There's no I made it so that there's no text wrapping. There's nothing I hate more than, or I shouldn't say hate, that's a strong word, but there's nothing I dislike more than the text wrapping. So you can see I made it so it didn't wrap. It goes down to 2 columns. And then 2 again. In this case, you can see there's more width. There's some padding on the side here to make it so that these don't get too wide. And then again, and then boom. Okay, and that goes all the way down. And then boom, that's how I describe it. Okay, so I will see you guys over in the pricing section where we are going to be setting up the responsive design to do something like this. Right now, you can see that it is definitely not doing that, right? Because clearly these are not stacking on top of one another. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into doing the responsive design for the pricing section itself here. So this section is actually not too long, so I don't actually think it's going to be too complex, which is nice. And the testimonial section is actually going to be very simple, surprisingly, even though it seems like a pretty cool animation here. The responsive design for that is not going to be that sophisticated. Okay, so let's start at the top here, and let's start adding some things. We're going to start adding a series of changes to our padding on the x-axis here. Okay, so again, that's going to be right here for our section. And the reason why we want to do that is if you look here, you'll notice that I'm making constant adjustments to make it so that these cards don't get too wide or too skinny, right? So I don't want the text to wrap here within the cards, but at the same time, if they get too wide, they don't look good. So we're going to be constantly adjusting how wide these cards are, how much padding there is on the left and right, and when they go from, 3 columns to 2 columns to 1 column. Okay, so you have to be very careful, right? And then I didn't want to go to 1 column too early, right? Because then it would look like a ton of white spaces on the left and right. So it's very hard to kind of get them to scale nicely without there being any wrapping, without there being too much white space on the sides. You guys get the point. So there is going to be some nuance to this, okay? So let's start off by setting our PX. So PX is going to be 24. That's 96 pixels on the left and right for our largest screen size, which we've looked at multiple times. Next, we're going to have our medium set to PX of 16. So the padding is going to drop for medium. I think it's actually going to grow for small. That's not true. It's actually going to be PX of 8, which I think is 32 pixels. Correct me if I'm wrong. PX of 4 for our small screen sizes. So we're going from 96 left and right on our largest screen size, 1280 plus. For medium, we're going to be dropping down to 64 on the left and right. And then there's PX of 8 for 640 plus. And lastly, we have PX of 4 or 16 pixels on our small screen sizes. Again, 16 for all of the sections on mobile, right? Every single one of these is 16 off the walls, okay? This should be 16, so it'd actually be 2 pixels less wide, okay? That did not have an effect, but you get the point. Okay, so now we did our PX. Now let's make sure that we accounted for everything there. So it does look like our PY stays at 8 throughout. So nice, that's all we had to do there. Let me make sure we have X, medium, small, and default, or lesser than our smallest breakpoint, I should say, not default. I don't know why I keep saying default. There is no default. All right, but it kind of behaves like a default, I suppose. So we're gonna go to our H2 now, and here we're gonna have a couple classes. We're gonna be setting our text to 2rem. So we're gonna have text 2 rem. And the line height is going to be 2.5 rem. That's going to be on our small screen sizes. The 3.5 rem and 4 rem that we see here, again, is going to be on our XL screen size, which is, of course, what we designed for originally. When we drop down to medium, it's going to be text 5XL. And when we drop down to text, again, that's just going to be text 2 rem with the 2.5 on the line height. So that should be it there. I think we just have that one, our medium, and our XL. Nice. Okay, so nothing else needs to change there. Let's actually move down to our P tag that's just above our toggle. So this right here is just going to get a class of XL for text large. So here, this monthly badge here, and as well as this annual badge are going to be 18, but once we get below 1280, we're going to drop that down to 16. Okay, so that's going to be there, and we're going to have it down here. So let's actually set that up here. And of course, we got to apply that same class down on the monthly or annual tag that is just on the opposite side here. All right, so those are going to drop down to 16 when we shrink our screen. Everything else seems to be okay there. I think we are fine as we are. So let's move down to the last thing, which is going to be this unordered list, which again is what actually renders our cards. And now this is where we really got to focus in. Okay, so first and foremost, on XL, our width is going to be full. So here's our width full declaration. So on XL, our width is full. What that means is we want the pricing cards to fill out the entire unordered list. So let's actually look at that container. So here's the unordered list. The unordered list spans the entire width of the parent container, which I think is, so that'll allow us to get to 1440 pixels on desktop. Or actually, no, it won't. It'll be 1280, right? Because we have a 1440 pixel frame here, and we have 96 pixels off each side. So I think it's, 1280 or 1248 maybe, maximum width. So the unordered list will get there, right, 100%. But as we drop our screen size, we are going to want to kind of play with that value so that, again, when we shrink it here, it kind of stays very clean looking, okay? And this is going to require a decent amount of manipulation here. So first and foremost, we're actually going to add a pricing break. So I could not get with the 5 breaks here that they provide us 2XL, XL, LG, medium, and small. I could not get it to work nicely with my design, so I decided that we could actually add one break. So we'll go into our config now, and within our config, we are going to set up something called a pricing break, right? Okay, and it's not like that's a actual thing. It's just what I named it because it's for the pricing section. Okay, so we're going to extend our theme here. Remember, we don't want to override our other breaks. We want to keep those. We just also want to add a new break. And so this is going to be pricing break. And it's going to be 840 pixels. Okay. And so now at 840 pixels, we can set a breakpoint that we can use for manipulating our classes. All right. So let's go back to pricing and let's start designing our breaks for the unordered list that holds our pricing cards. So first we have XL with full. Now we're also going to add a pricing break for actually first let's set the large. So we have XL, then we have large. On large, we're going to set our width to a built-in Tailwind class of 4/5. Okay, so now this is going to be 4/5 of the width of the parent container for screen sizes larger than 1024. Again, we have 100% for screen sizes larger than 1280. Now let's look for our be a medium width property here. So we're actually going to set, okay, so now we're actually going to capitalize on our pricing break. So let's actually set those classes. So remember, this is how we actually use it. We specify pricing break, and we can set grid columns to 2. So essentially what we're doing is once we get to, again, a min width of 840 pixels, we're going to drop down to 2 columns. Okay, and that's exactly where I decided I think it looks best for us to drop down to that level. And we're going to have one other one that's going to be pricing break, and we're going to set the width to full. Okay, so once we break down into 2 columns, we're going to reset the width to full. Okay, and now let's make sure that we don't have any other classes that we're missing. So we have XL for our grid columns here. So this is actually going to be XL for our grid columns looking like this. We're going to rearrange the way that they look on smaller screens. So that's for 1280 plus here. That's our 3 grid columns that are 32 fractional units, 34 in the center and 32 on the right. And we're going to go drop down to, let's see, so we have our pricing break, which is with full. We have another pricing break, which is grid call 2. And when we go down to this intermediate size, let's see, I think we have everything now. We have our gap X, we have our grid columns 1. Do we specify that anywhere? We do not. So essentially one thing we have to do is add grid columns 1. And the reason why is because inevitably here we want these to drop down to 1 column. And look at that. Oh, wow. I thought there was going to be a couple more things that we had to declare there, but look at that. Now it's already responsive. So it's very clean. There's no text wrapping for our bullets, which I know a lot of you will appreciate like I do. We don't have too much white space on the side of the container. Like as an example, these don't stretch too far and they don't look too wide. Simultaneously, there's not too much white space on the sides. There is one point right here where maybe you could say that there's a little bit too much white space, but again, you have to, there's always going to be certain points in your design where it doesn't look as good as you want, because ultimately we're designing for 1,500 different screen sizes, of course, because each pixel we have to account for. So in this case, I think that is a great way to do it, and it looks clean for almost all screen sizes. And obviously this is kind of an intermediate screen size that you probably wouldn't see too often. And of course we can take this down to 375 and it looks beautiful, right? So there's our pricing section. And again, it still works. Everything works just fine. And look how lovely it looks on mobile. Okay, and we can actually get rid of the scroll bar there, which will make it even look better. So now we're good to go. We have nothing else that we need to add to that, and we can move on officially to the, whoops, let me set that back to desktop. We're going to move on to the testimonial section, which, like I said, shouldn't be too difficult. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can move into the testimonial section, and we're actually going to start off with the testimonial cards themselves, and then we will go into the testimonial section that contains all the cards. So let's first go into our testimonial section, and let's open up our testimonial component here. So not testimonials, but testimonial. And let's start adding some classes. We're going to shrink that a little bit. So we're going to start setting our margin X. We're going to begin with our margin X here. So MX is going to be, on large screens, it's going to be 4. And it's going to be 2 on screens that are less large than our LG. So 1024 pixels minimum. So margin X of 2. Remember, that's between the testimonials themselves. Okay. The next thing we're going to set is our PX. So our PX is going to be 8 on larger screens. And it's going to drop down to PX of 6 on smaller screens. Again, PX 6 in this, or my bad, by smaller screens, I mean those that are lesser than our breakpoint of 1024 pixels. The next thing that we're going to set is our PY. So our PY is going to be 8 on large screens. Looks like we already set that. It's kind of interesting. And we are going to set our PY to 6 on smaller screens. Okay, let's actually make sure that we set that correctly. So our PX, we have 2 PXs. We don't have 2 PXs. So I think I accidentally set that PX right here, or this as PY, right? So we're going to set a PX to 8 as well on larger screens. PX. Cool. Okay, so PX. So you can see we're doing PX 6 and 6 for PX and PY 6 on smaller screens. And then once we go above here, we're going to set our PX and PY to a little bit larger. So that's essentially just the padding that's around these elements right here. This green section that's pushing our content in, that's just going to decrease on smaller screens. Okay, so we're good there. Now we can move down to our TI quote left here. And here we are going to add a number of classes. So we're going to add first, we're going to manipulate our width here. So our width is going to be 12 and 14 on larger screens. So that's going to be LG of 14, and it's going to be 12 otherwise. Our height is going to follow a similar pattern. So LG on large screens is going to be height of 14, otherwise height of 12, which I think that drops it down from, let's see, it's going to go from 56 pixels down to 48 pixels. Okay. And so that seems to be the only responsiveness that we have there, which is nice. For our P tag, where you might have to add some classes. Actually, no, it looks like we're going to get away with that. So our tag here is just going to stay the same size throughout. It's always nice when you don't actually have to scale an element at all. So now we're going to have a margin bottom of 8 here on large screens. So 1024 pixels are up. And otherwise, we're going to have a margin bottom of 6. Again, that's the padding that is below the description here. So that's going to be right here. It's actually the margin that's below the description, dropping down from 32 pixels to 6 or 24 pixels on screens that are lesser than 1024 in width. Now let's move down to the image. And we are going to set the width to 16. That's going to be for large screens only. And then over here we can change this down to 14. And the same is going to be true for the height. So we're going to do height 14, width 14. And then on large screens we're also going to set the height to 16. Wow, that was nice. It predicted our auto completion. And I just realized that's because I just actually installed Copilot between this section and the last section. So you can see I'm getting some auto complete, which is lovely. We don't need to add anything here. Go down to this next component. So it's going to be font semi-bold, not italic tracking. So that's fine as it is. And this one's fine too. So we have finished the testimonial component. And now we're going to get into the testimonial section. And I actually don't think we really need to break this up into 2 videos because I feel that the testimonial section is actually pretty simple. Let's actually just go through and check. Oh, actually it seems to be, no, it's not that involved. We can do it quickly. So let's start off with PY here. So our PY is going to be 24 on our Excel screen. We're going to set the PY down to 16 on our small breakpoint. And we're going to set the PY to 12 otherwise. Okay. Now we're also going to set our PX. Actually, no, we're only going to be manipulating our padding Y. So that is in reference to the padding that's on top of this container and below the container here, right there. Okay. Now let's move on to this H2. So this is going to be a little bit involved, trying to get this to scale down nicely. So we're going to set our padding X. Again, this is going to follow the same convention as the sections themselves. So remember, we have 96 on the side, then 64, 32, and then 16. So this heading is also going to follow that same convention. So we're going to have to bring this one down nicely. So on large, or extra large, it's going to be 96 pixels on the left and right. Then we're going to move down to 16. So MD, our medium breakpoint, is going to be a PX of 16. We're going to move down to small, which will be a PX of 8. And lastly, we're going to have a PX of 4 on our small screens, which again is 16, consistent with the rest of our design. Okay. So now we are going to set our padding bottom values. So there's a couple here, but not too many. So let's see what our padding bottom is. So it's 16 here. So that's going to be on medium, our medium breakpoint. Then we're going to drop down on small screens to our small breakpoint to padding bottom of 14. And lastly, a padding bottom of 12 otherwise. Okay. Make sure we only have a couple declarations there. And so now our text is also going to scale down, very similar to other headings that we've had. So again, this 3.5 and 4 is going to be for Excel only. Now let's go down to large. And large is going to be, actually it's going to be medium. So that's going to be MD. And we're going to move down to text 5XL, which looks like it's 48 pixels for our heading. Then we're going to move down to small and say text 4XL. And lastly, we are going to have text dash 2 rem. And a line height of 2.5 rem. And so now we're good there. Now we also have to set a padding left and padding right, or whoops, we have to set a padding X value. Actually, we already did, didn't we not? Nice. Okay, so I think that's it. Yeah, we have some font size stuff, and we also have the margin on the, or the padding on the X-axis that we had to set. We also set the padding bottom stuff. Let's make sure. And we set everything we need to. So now let's move down to our span. Looks like we have nothing there. On the BR, we have block, but that's only going to be for screens that are 640 or larger. Once we get below 640, we're going to say hidden. So it's going to say display to hidden. So that will get rid of the line break, and that will have the effect of letting our text, this client text, go up onto this line above here. So if we shrink this down, maybe we can see that already. Where's it at? There it is. So now you can see that clients can actually go after satisfied. So nice. Look at that. It scales nicely down to 375. Awesome. Okay. And again, that's because we're hiding it. So display is set to none when we get below 640 here. Otherwise, it's display block, which effectively says display the line break. Okay. So now our absolutely positioned elements, we don't need, actually we do need to change something here. So these, remember, these are the rays of light here. And so we're just going to change them a little bit. All we have to do is set the width to 64 on our Excel screens. And once we go down below that, we're going to say small, width of 32. And then let's see, we're going to have one more width, I'm sure. Interesting. So we have a width of 64 and then a width of small at 32. So maybe I made them disappear. Is that what I chose to do here? It is kind of interesting. I wonder why that is. Interesting. So it looks like, oh, maybe the width is a default value actually. Okay, I understand what's going on now. So the width here is going to be 64 again on Excel. Or the auto value, I should probably say. And again, on small, our width is going to drop to 32. Okay, so let's look at that. All right, awesome. So now you can see our design is scaling very nicely here. Let's go back down. Testimonials look just fine. Now there isn't a space after satisfied, so we are going to have to add that here. Just like that. There we go. And you can see, unfortunately, that actually makes that underlined, that extra space here. So we're going to get that and set it right here. Like that. Okay. So that will make sure that we have a space there at all times. Oh, the footer is looking not so good. And so we're getting closer to done here. That was not too hard. Besides that, it looks like we just have a margin bottom of 6 here on our first row. So here, margin bottom of 6, that's going to drop down to margin bottom of 4. So again, that's just large right here. And otherwise, it's going to be a margin bottom of 4. Okay. And so again, that's just in reference to the space that is between these two columns here. So this first column, or this first row, I should say, it has a margin bottom of -6, which is 24 pixels. And then once we get below 1024 pixels in width, we go down to margin bottom of 4. Okay. So now that we have that set, I think we're good. That is all we have to add. And so now you can see our testimonial section has scaled down nicely. Now you could change it up. You could make it so that these animations move a little bit slower on mobile. You could also make it so that you have one of those testimonial sections where you can click a left and right arrow at the edges of your screen and it kind of toggles through a couple options. But of course, that's going to be more advanced. So if you did want to do something like that, you would have to invest the time into doing that. And of course, it's going to take you some time. But for the sake of this tutorial, I enjoy how that looks there. Okay, so now we're going to have to set, clearly we're going to have to work on some stuff here and our modal, geez. So in the next section, we will get into the responsive design for our call to action section. I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can get into setting up the responsive design for our call to action section. Okay, not the modal, but the call to action section itself here. We'll do the modal after we do the footer. Okay, so let's begin by setting some properties on the section itself here. So first and foremost, we're going to set our padding X. Again, we're going to go down from 96 and follow these other containers here. So 96, 64, 32, and then 16, if I'm correct. So our PX is going to start at 24 on desktop, 1440. And then we're going to say medium, a PX of 16. We're going to do small. That's going to be a PX of 8. And then lastly, PX of 4, which again is just 16 on our smallest devices. All right, so now we're good there. We don't have to set any other properties. Our PY is going to stay as it is, which is 16. And we could move on to this div here. So this div that is this dark container here, we're going to actually set just a couple classes on this one. So first we're going to set our padding Y to 28 on large screens. Again, so that's the space from the inside here, this green space. Okay. So it's going to be 28 on our largest screens. It's going to be 24. And then it's going to be PY of 16 on our small screens. which is going to be 64 top and bottom. Okay. Now let's move down to our, looks like our absolutely positioned elements are fine, except I do want to get rid of our div, this final div, which is the second ray of light here on smaller screens. So we're going to put visible now, and then we're going to put invisible. And we're actually going to put on large screens visible. And once we get below 1024, we're going to put invisible. Okay, so you can see there's 2 rays of light. When we drop down, we go to just, where's that? 1 ray of light. So I think that looks better to get rid of that second one there. Okay. So now our absolutely positioned elements have been dealt with. We can now move on to our H3, which is right here. Of course, we're going to have to scale this one down incrementally. So on Excel, we're going to have this here, the one that we already declared, obviously as we designed it on 1440. Then we're going to go down to medium. That's going to be text 5XL with a line height of 4 rem. Then we're going to drop down to small, which is going to be text 4XL. And then lastly, we are going to have text. There's going to be 2 rem, so 32 pixels, and 2.5 rem, which I think is 40 pixels for the line height on our small screens here. Okay. Outside of that, it looks like we don't have to set any classes on the H3 outside of the scaling the font size here. Now we move on to our P tag. Here we're just going to make it so that the text is extra or is large on screens that are greater than 1280 pixels. Otherwise, it'll drop down to text base, which is going to be 16 pixels. That's the only thing we have to add there. Now let's move down to our div here. So this div is going to wrap our button. Remember, we have that little border that we put on the button. And so here, there is no class we have to put on that border itself. The button, we'll see, is there anything here that we need to add? It doesn't look like it. It looks like our button is going to scale nicely as it is. So I think that might be it. Let's actually see. Look at that. Awesome. So now let's set this to mobile so we get rid of that scroll bar. And there it is. We can see that our call to action section, obviously it looks a little funny when you, I don't know why on mobile it always wants to behave so oddly. But if we go back to desktop here, this, you can see it scales fine. Whoops. Oh, it might be because the footer, right? That makes sense. The footer is kind of throwing off our whole thing here. But as you can see, it does scale nicely all the way down to 375 as we intended. Okay, our modal still needs some work, but the engage without limit section looks great, and it is consistent with our design as well here. Let's go over to our mobile. Awesome, there it is. And what's interesting here is I'm noticing that we're actually missing our one of our gradients here, or one of our absolutely, oh no, there it is. The ray of light seems to be off to the right, and I think that's because we forgot to add the class that allows it to kind of maintain its position. Yeah, so it looks like here, what we're going to do is say on large screens, our left is going to be set to 4%. So where was that at? That was right here. And then otherwise, we're going to set our left to, I guess, the default position here. So it's only going to be 4 on large screens, and then we let it go to its default position. And now you can see if we go down here, it is there in the middle all the way down to 375. Boom. Okay. So now let's just make sure that actually is consistent with our design here. 375. Yep, there it is. There it is. Look at that. Awesome. So now the last thing we have to do here is fix our footer section. You can see our footer is spilling out of our the width of our screen, which is no bueno. We definitely do not want any overflow like that. You never want to have a horizontal scroll bar like that. So let's set that up in our next section. And once we do the footer, we'll just have to do the modal and we will be able to wrap up this project. So I will see you guys in the footer section. All right, so now we can get into doing our footer section for our responsive design. You can see now that it's just crunching up. We have it set to 5 columns all the way down, and that obviously is not going to work. So let's go into our footer and start designing away. So first and foremost, we're going to have to set our pixels here. Remember, we have 96 on our largest screens, then 64, 32, 16. So let's start setting that. First off, our padding X. So again, it's going to be on Excel, it's going to be 96 pixels left and right, which is PX of 24. We're going to do MD, which is going to be PX of 16. We're going to have small, which is going to be a PX of 8. And lastly, a px of 4 on our small screens. We have a padding top of 16. We have a padding bottom of 28 on medium. Then we have a small, which is a padding bottom of 12. And then lastly, a padding bottom of 8. Okay, so that's just the padding that's below this container. We want to make that smaller and smaller. And so now you can see that our padding X is correct here. So you can see that now it's consistent with the padding that's in the container up here and the container that's right here, this one as well. And that should go all the way down to 16, even though you can tell we already still have issues here. You can see it's 16 on the sides. All right, so let's go back up here. And so besides that, we are good now on the footer itself, the section. Now let's go to our div here, which wraps, this is the actual grid, the 5-column grid. Now this is where we're going to have some manipulation going on here. So we have grid rows 1 for XL. So where's that at? Grid rows 1 for XL. And medium, we're going to have grid rows 2. Grid rows 2. And so that is right here. You can see we move down to 2 rows at our medium screen sizes. Then it looks like we go to grid rows 3 on our small screens. So grid rows 3. And you can see that right here. We essentially make it so that our logo and the socials go down to the 3rd row, and then these are on the 2nd row here. Okay, and that's going to use, we're going to have to set some properties on the children of our grid to make that work as we wanted to. XL, we're going to have grid columns set to this value here, which again is 2 fractional units for our first column. That was this one here. And remember, on larger screens, we can see how that works. Go to 1440. You can see that this one is much larger than the other columns here. So that's because it is 2 fractional units compared to the 1 fractional unit that we have for the other 4 columns that we're repeating right here. Okay. And then we go down to grid cols 5 at large. So large, we're going to do grid cols 5. And so essentially what's happening there is now we're making the columns equal in width. And that helps us give more space to these 4. So let's go right here. You can see now that all of the columns are actually equal in width. Okay. Now that we've done that, on medium, we're going to move down to grid columns. Grid cols 4. Okay, so that should push one of our elements down. Nice. Okay. And I think that is it. Now, and then lastly, we're going to have grid columns 2, which I don't think we set. We can actually see it'll throw an error. Grid columns 2 on our small screen sizes. Okay. So now there's still going to be, oh wow, look at that. Oh, I just realized that we were looking at the wrong thing. Geez. Okay, I was about to say that it's working very well here. So there should still be some issues here because we need to make it so that these elements wrap in the way that we want them to. And the issue is that even though we're setting the columns that we want right here, you can see we have our 2 columns in this intermediate size, which is what we want here, or 2 rows rather, right? Like this. Where's it at? Like that. We want this to be down here. And you can see here, that's actually up here. But it still is nice. It's still behaving nicely, right? We have the 3 rows that we want here, which is consistent with the design right here. But again, we want this to be at the bottom here. So we're going to actually have to manipulate the children themselves that are within the grid. So let's just make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's make sure we have all our classes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 9 declarations, which are good. So now let's go down to our first item here in our grid, which is going to be this column here. So again, that's going to be this div that represents this cell. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that the row start is set to 3 by default, or on the small screens, the row start is 3. And I'll explain this in a second. Row start equal to 3. Now you can see it's at way down here, right? And we only want that on our small screens. So we don't want it to be row start 3 by default. We actually want it to be row start 1 on our larger screens, so LG and above. We want it to be, on medium screen sizes, we want it to be row start 2. right? So that's going to put it down to the second row on medium screen sizes and the third row on our small screen sizes. And what this does is it just says, make it so that the grid row start is equal to 1. And then here it says, make it so that the grid row start is 2. And you can see right here, there's a row right here. So see how it says 1, then this is 2, and then there would be 3. So all we're saying is that we want it to start it at 1 for large screens. Then we want to start it at 2 for medium screens. And then we want to start it at 3. Row start is 3 on small screens. So if we go down here, you can see here, we have grid row 3, right? It starts right here and it goes down to here. So all we're doing is we're setting the grid row start for this element on different screen sizes. And again, this is just this one cell that's on the left here that has our logo as well as our social media icons. Okay. So now that we've done that, that's already fully responsive. So very easy, very intuitive, very easy to understand. And we're going to have to scale down some of those buttons there, like the size of our links here, but we'll get to that now. So let's start with the image. The image is going to be in reference to our logo here. So I think that this just scales down ever so slightly. Oh, it's actually the margin bottom that changes. So it's going to be, where's that? On large screens or medium screens and larger, it's going to be margin bottom auto. Otherwise, it's going to be margin bottom of 8. Okay. So that's just going to make it so that the social media icons aren't so far away from the logo on our small screen. So here you can see we're just forcing it down with margin bottom auto, pushing the social media icons all the way down. Then on smaller screens, you can see that we go to margin bottom of 8, which just gives it, let's see, 32 pixels below the logo. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go past our UL. We have nothing there that we need to style. And we're going to go down to our footer columns here. Okay. So let's start off with this P tag. And we're going to set XL. So on our largest screen sizes of 1280 and above, we're going to make it so that our font size is 20 pixels. And when we drop below that, we're going to have it be text, large. And then here's a cool trick in Tailwind. You can actually do divided by 6. Okay. Or not divided by 6, my bad. That's in reference to the line height, as we've seen before. So in this case, this is actually a built-in Tailwind class here. Utility class, right? So this is going to set it down to 18 pixels and 24, whereas on extra large screens, it's going to be 20 and 28. And this is for the column headings here, okay? So I think we should be able to see that. Get a little bit smaller here. So there, I think they just jumped down in size, okay? And now I think the last thing all we have to do here is to resize these links here on smaller screens. So let's jump down to our anchor tags right here. And here we are going to set XL, text large. So that's 18 pixels on our screen sizes greater than or equal to 1280. Below that, we're going to drop down to text base, which is going to be 16 pixels. Again, that's already set here by default. The default font size for text, for a paragraph text or an anchor text is going to be 16. Okay. So now you can see our footer is scaling very nicely all the way down to 375 as we've designed for. Okay. Look at that. Awesome. All right, so with that, our footer, again, we can do that grid visualization just to see this, is fully responsive, exactly in the way that we want it to be. And so with that out of the way, we now can move on to the final part of our responsive design, which is going to be our modal. Right now, you can see that this thing is not responding. Now, we did add some padding on the modal container, the modal wrapper, like the background here. So you can see now that that is kind of working, but you can see these inner elements are just too big for that to work. It's particularly supercharged seems to be the issue here. So we're going to make this scale down. We can actually look at how that works on our final design here quickly. So you can see, scales down nicely, right down to mobile. So I will see you guys in the modal section, and we will wrap this project up. All right, so now let's move into our modal section. Okay, so this is the last thing that we have to design here for a responsive design, and this should not be too hard. So first, let's navigate over to our modal component, and then we're going to set up the more information that is within the modal component. So over in our modal component, let's start off by giving some styles to this outer div here. Okay, so we're going to start off by setting our padding X. Again, this is going to be very similar to what we've done for all of our sections in our page here. So where's our PX here? 24. So that's going to be only for on medium screen sizes and larger. Then we're going to drop down to small. We're going to have a px of 16. And then below that, we're going to have a px of 4. Okay, so 96 pixels on the left and right for min width 768. Drop down to min width of 640. We're going to go down to 64 pixels on the left and right of padding. And then lastly, on our small screens, we're going to drop down to, again, 16 pixels, consistent with our design here. So if we look at our modal here, there it is. Okay. All right. So now that we can move on to any other responsive properties we have for our modal. Doesn't look like we have anything else for the wrapper itself. Let's move down to the actual thing that wraps the content here. And it does not look like we have anything there. What's interesting here is how we do not actually set any padding on the vertical, but that's just because I think we have DevTools open. I don't think that would be an issue otherwise. Let's see. Yeah, so it wouldn't really be an issue if we didn't have DevTools open here. Okay, so we have nothing on this wrapper here. And inside of our, so the one thing we do have is our X mark, right? So we're going to want to bring that down, or we're actually going to change its position as we scale down our design. So let's look at that. You can see the X mark is kind of diagonally up here, but as we get to smaller screen sizes, we're going to bring it on top right there. So now you can see it's on top, and that makes it so there's a little bit more space for our content on smaller screen sizes. So let's design that. We're going to start off with our top property. So again, it's going to be -12 for screen sizes that are small and larger. So that's 640 and larger. Otherwise, we're just going to say -top of 14. So essentially what we're doing is we're actually making it a little bit higher. So -56 pixels up instead of -50, or my bad, instead of, where'd it go? 48 pixels. And we're going to have to also change the offset of the right. So I think right is actually just going to go to 0 here. Never mind, it's going to be -right 2. So our right offset, you can see now it's much less off to the right, if you will. But on larger screen sizes, so SM, small breakpoint. So again, for 640 and larger, we're going to have it over here to the right. And you can see once we get below that small breakpoint, whoops, let's see if we can see this. There it is. So you can see it jumps on top right there. It's still a little bit tricky to see because we still have to scale down this content here. Okay, but we'll be able to see it on smaller screens. So we should be good there. There's nothing else we have to add besides those properties to our cross. And now let's actually move into our more information content for this instance of our modal. So we're going to jump over there. And we're going to start off by setting some properties on the div container. So that's this top div, this dark one here. So we're going to set our padding here to 16 on screen sizes. So I don't know why I put, oh, there it is, because we're going to put for large screens. So I think that's 1024 and larger. It's going to be padding of 20. So that's this padding right here. That's wrapping our content right there. Okay. We're going to drop down to a padding of, let's see, and on our medium breakpoint, we're going to drop down to a padding of 16. Then we're going to drop down to a padding of 12 otherwise. So padding of 12 below our medium breakpoint of 768. And then when we go up to our large breakpoint, we go up to 80 pixels. So now you're going to see that this content essentially gets closer to the walls of this dark container as our screen gets smaller here. Okay, so now you can see it's very close. You can see it very distinctly right there. Okay, and we're going to have to scale down this text as well, and we're going to get to that in a second here. So the next thing is let's go down to our image, and this we are going to set our margin. What is that? MD. Oh, I keep thinking that's margin. It's actually the MD. So our medium breakpoint is going to have height of auto. Otherwise, our height is going to be 16. Okay, so essentially saying give it the height that it has by default. But then if we drop below 768 here, then we want to give it a height of 16. And that's in reference to these graphics here. So we can see, watch this, you'll see them jump down in size right there. You can see this one on the left is much smaller than this one on the right. So we're going to do the same thing here. Nice. And so now they're both scaling down nicely. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is update our H2, which again has a span within it for supercharge. And the gradient that we placed on it. So first and foremost, let's go to the H2. We're going to have our text large be, or our text 7XL is going to be on our XL screen. Are actually going to be large, so 1024 pixels or larger. We're going to have that text size. Then on our small breakpoint, we're going to have text dash 2 rem, and our line height is going to be 2.5 rem. And lastly, we are going to have text dash 2 rem and 2.5 rem as the line height. Okay, so now you can see it's scaled down nicely. Now let me just make sure that's actually consistent. So it looks like on our small breakpoint, I accidentally set that incorrectly. It's going to be text, and then here, it's going to actually be 5XL, and we're going to have 4 rem as the line height. Okay, so now you can see it goes from very large to less large, and then finally down to quite small on mobile. All right, now we also have to scale down. So we've scaled down these graphics here. We've scaled down the padding of this Dart container. We've scaled down the heading here. Now we just need to scale down this text, and then we'll be done with this top container. So again, that's going to be this p tag here. Let's actually make sure we don't have to scale down anything in the span itself. Looks like that's fine. So let's move down to our p tag. Here we're going to have text 2XL on our large screen sizes. So 1024 pixels or larger. For our small breakpoint, we're going to say text XL, and we're going to say text base, which is just 16 pixels for our small screen sizes. Okay, and so you can see that this description is quite small here. We move up to our small breakpoint, it grows a little bit, and then to our large breakpoint, and again, it grows some more. Okay, so that looks good. Now we just got to add very similar styling here. You can see the padding on this container, or the margin actually is quite significant there. So we're going to scale that down as well, and we're going to put the button on top of the, or below the input element, which you'll see right here. Okay, so you see that jump there. So very cool. We want to make sure that's very clickable for those on mobile, so we make it spread out across the entire container here. So let's set that up. Now that we have our p tag set up, we can move down to the div that contains both our input and the button that is on top of our input. So here, we're going to start off by setting our margin X. So on large, our margin X is going to be 20, which I think is 80 pixels. Again, this is the container that holds both the input and the button. Looks like we have to add our other styles here. So at medium, we're going to have a margin X of 16. Then we can drop down to small. We're going to have a margin X of 12. And then lastly, we're going to have a margin X of 6 on our small screens. Okay, so there you can see the margin is now consistent from here to here. Actually, no, it's not. It doesn't need to be consistent, but at least it's scaling, right? So you can see the margin from our input to the wall here of this container. Let's see if we can get it. That margin that's around here, it's slowly shrinking as we get down to smaller and smaller screen sizes. Okay. Nice. So it's scaling nicely, but now, of course, we want to see, you can see we have an error there. We just need to get this learn more button to go below our input. So now that we've set our margin X, just make sure that we don't have any other things that we need to set. It looks like the last thing we have to set is our margin Y. So our margin Y is going to be 10. Where is that at? Our margin Y is going to be on large screens, it's going to be margin Y of 12. Otherwise, it's going to be a margin Y of 10. Okay. Cool. Now let's move down to our input. So our input is going to probably have some classes here. It will. So some interesting ones actually. So we're going to set our placeholder text to large. So right here, we're going to say placeholder, and then we're going to say LG for our large breakpoint, and then text large. So you can see placeholder at a min width of 1024, it's going to have text large, and then for otherwise, for below our breakpoint, we're going to have placeholder, and we're going to set the text to base. Whoops, base, which again is going to bring that down to 16. Okay, so you'll probably see that grow here. Where's it at? Let's see, it was large, was it not? So it should drop down from 18 right there. I think you can see it, 18 to 16 for our placeholder text. Sorry, I was not facing the microphone. Okay, So now we can go on to setting our button styles. And this is the last element in our design, believe it or not. You may have never thought this day would come, but we are on our last element, our button here. So let's start setting this. First and foremost, we're going to set it so that on our small breakpoint, so 640 or up, where's that at? We are going to have absolute positioning, which is what allowed us to put it on top of our input here. But otherwise, we are going to have it be block, I think. Let me check real quick. Actually, I think we're just going to let it have its default display position, which I think, display property, which I think is block. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to set our, on our small breakpoint, we're going to have a height of 14 here. So let's set that now. So where's the height? So small. It's going to be a height of 14. I think by default, we're just going to allow it to have the height that it wants to have. But for screen sizes greater than 640, we're going to set the height explicitly to 56. And I think we need that because it's absolutely positioned. So the next thing is that we're going to have on our large breakpoint, we're going to have text large. On our small breakpoint, we'll go down to text base, which again will happen by default. Or no, it won't. In this case, we have to explicitly set it. So text base. Okay. And that might be it right there. Let's just make sure that everything is behaving as we think it is. So let's drop this down. Awesome. All right. And so again, what's happening there is below our 640 screen width, we are no longer doing position absolute. And so that is getting it out of its absolute positioning. And then that re-brings it into the normal document flow, which means that it's going to be positioned next to, below, above other elements, right? It's not going to be on top of. So look at that. Awesome. And so now our modal is completely responsive. And there's that cross thing that I was talking about. We want to make it so that our modal has more space on the horizontal axis. So we bring the cross above our modal, which you can see right there. Okay. Awesome. And again, everything works as it did before. So we can open it up, click outside of it, open it up, click on the cross, open it up, click on learn more. Okay. And our submissions are happening normally here. Okay. So that wraps it up for the responsive design. There shouldn't be anything else. Let me just make sure now what we want to do is go through a walkthrough here. Just make sure that everything looks as we think it should. So the footer looks nice. Okay. Let's check call to action section. Looks nice all the way down to 375. Let's go to testimonials. Scales down nicely. Let's look at the heading there. Awesome. The pricing section. Scaling nicely. Looks, we're getting robbed of our space here. Looks sounds like it's scaling nicely. Make sure that works. Let's put this back to desktop here. Everything looks nice there. Again, we check our feature section here. Whoops. Scales down nicely to our intermediate screen sizes. Drop it all the way down. We can see it's now in one row. Looks great. Let's bring that back up here. Let's go up to our app statistics section. Everything's here scaling nicely. Goes into a column. Drop that down to 375. Awesome. All right. So that is looking beautiful. Let's make sure that this looks correct. This explore the marketplace. So you can see that BR comes back and then makes this wrap here. All right. Nice. And we'll check our dashboard section. This one, really, I don't think is going to be much of an issue. This one scales so nicely. It's just an image. And lastly, our header. And inside of that, we have our navigation and hero. Awesome. All right. And that is officially a job well done. So anyone who's made it this far, you are a legend. I actually just realized there's one more thing. There's one more thing that we forgot to add, and that is the favicon right here. Okay, so we need to reload that. Let's run npm run dev. I'm going to relaunch my website. I accidentally just turned this thing off, thinking that we had got the job done there, but we are missing that one thing. You can see right here we have the favicon. So let's set that up. Let's go into our index.html right here. And let's go to our href. And of course, this is still pointing to Vite, which is a logo that no longer exists here. So we're going to go down into our source, go into assets, and it is right there, logo.svg. Oh, is it showing? Oh no, not the logo. Whoops. That was like our actual logo. It should be favicon.svg. There it is. All right. So now we have officially completed the project. Apologies for that. All right. So in this final section of today's video, we are going to deploy our website to the internet with literally a drag and a drop using an amazing platform called Netlify. So all I want you guys to do is navigate to netlify.com. And once you're here, you will arrive on their homepage or this page. Yeah, our homepage. And you're going to hit get started or sign up. Okay, so create an account, go and verify your email, do whatever you need to do. And then once you enter the program here, or their platform, I should say, you're going to have a sites tab. Okay, I don't know, the UI here updates quite frequently for Netlify, but you should find a sites tab somewhere. Here you can see it's on the left here. Okay, and down here you're going to see want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git. Drag and drop your site output folder here. So literally it's just a drag and a drop, but the question is, how do we actually get that output folder? Well, I will show you. So go into package.json and you'll notice that we have a build script. Okay, this build script will build our development project. And I say development project because it's our project before it's actually ready for production. And it will compress everything. It will compile everything, get the code, make sure that it's compatible across all browsers. It will compress things, make sure that everything is as small as possible. It won't bring any of our development dependencies into the bundle just to make sure that we save space and that our website is extremely fast. It does all this great stuff. And then we can get that distribution folder with all of our production ready code and deploy that directly to Netlify. And that's why it said bring or drag your distribution folder to the platform. So we just run npm run build. Again, we can run that because we have that script right here. You can see it gets all of our items here, compiles them, transpiles them, all these different fancy words that they have. And here you can see we have our index.js, which has all the JS for our project. And we have index.css, which has all of our CSS. And then, of course, we have all these images that have hashes, right? So you can see they do some type of hashing where they add some string to the end of each of these images. Don't worry about that. Either way, we have this distribution folder, and now this distribution folder we can drag directly into Netlify. So what we're going to do is go into your distribution folder or right click on it, and you want to hit reveal in file explorer. So mine popped up on my other monitor here, so you can't see it, but just know that you have to drag it. You can't drag it directly from here. You have to drag it from your file explorer itself. So I'm just going to drag that distribution folder. Remember, it's just this folder right here into this area where it says want to deploy a new site. Drag and drop that. You see it says uploading. Now watch this. Just like that, we have now deployed our landing page to the internet. Okay. So now you can hit open production deploy, and there it is. So this is a real URL, a real HTTPS secure URL that you can use to share with friends, put it on your portfolio, whatever you want to do with it. And it is now live on the internet. Literally took one drag and drop. So it's unbelievable. Platforms like Netlify are so powerful nowadays. You can host all your projects here. I think they give you a ton of great resources on the free plan. So you can host tons of websites from the start. And there it is. It's our complete landing page. We can even go through and check it out just to make sure it behaves how we want it to behave. So it's looking good. Scroll down. And just like that, we have successfully deployed our landing page to the internet. So that actually concludes the main part of this tutorial. So thank you guys for sitting through that. Before I sign off today, I want to take a moment to thank everybody who stopped by and successfully completed today's landing page. I hope that you were all able to learn a ton of new skills along the way and now feel empowered to go out and create projects of your own. If you enjoyed today's video, remember to leave a like, subscribe. Also, you can leave your video recommendation ideas in the comment section below. Otherwise, I wish you guys a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you in the next video.